בוקר מרגש והיסטורי, שנתיים בדיוק מאז מתקפת הפתע של חמאס והטבח הרצחני.
Hello and welcome to this special edition here on i24NEWS at the beginning of this historic day for Israel, the region, possibly the entire world. After over 2 years, the remaining Israeli hostages are expected to be released, all 20 live ones by noon, and the 28 deceased, hopefully not much longer after. The first release expected in roughly 2 hours from now. The IDF medical teams and the people of Israel are ready to welcome them back home. Now just preparing to welcome them, American President Donald Trump, en route to the Holy Land, set to land in a few hours. Here to speak in Parliament and head straight after to Egypt for a monumental summit there. The nation of Israel, far beyond anxious to finally take a deep, profound sigh of relief, not conclusion, not of ending, but yet indeed a sense of relief. We are expecting nerve-wracking hours ahead, and we are here to provide you with all the information and the emotion on as this dark chapter in the history of the state and the Jewish people is about to come to a certain close. So before we head live to the ground and get the updated schedule from our team here in studio, the American president, before taking off, saying clear, very clear, read my lips, the war is over.
President Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, has not gone so far as to say the war is over. In your view, is the war between Israel and Hamas over?
The war is over. The war is over, okay? You understand that?
Mr. President, is the ceasefire going to hold? Are you confident the ceasefire will hold?
Say it.
Are you confident that the ceasefire is going to hold?
I think so. I think it's going to hold. I think people are... A lot of reasons why it's going to hold. But I think people are tired of it.
I'm delighted to welcome here in studio two faces who will be here on air throughout this emotional day. i24NEWS senior host and correspondent Nicole Tzedek, i24NEWS senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Osran. Thank you both very much for being here this morning. Well, Ariel, let me begin with you with the schedule. What we know, Hamas already playing game-ish.
Yeah, Ali, good morning. This really
is
a good morning, the first that we can say that in a while. Look, we're talking about the phased release of three batches of hostages, 20 living hostages to be released today from 3 different parts of the Gaza Strip, the area of Gaza City to the north, the central camps, and the area of Khan Yunis to the south. Now, the understanding is that this is expected to begin at around 8 a.m. local time. That is just under 2 hours from now from northern Gaza, and then 2 other batches roughly an hour and a half after that from the central camps and Khan Yunis. But obviously, a lot can change. Yeah. We've been in these kinds of days of broadcast numerous times, none as festive, I should say, as today. There were always these releases left a bitter taste in the mouth, but hopefully today that is going to be different.
First and foremost, due to the fact that we are unexpected to see those horrific ceremonies when we saw Israeli hostages being displayed as...
Yeah, paraded in front of the people of Gaza. That, under the deal, the Hamas committed that it will not carry out such ceremonies, but who knows, with Hamas, they could always find a way to cheat or impose such last-minute psychological warfare. Now, in terms of the process that the hostages will undergo, so I talked about the 3 different releases, and each one of those points, Hamas will hand over the hostages to International Red Cross officials. Now, this is not supposed to be covered live, but my expectation is that we will see some images at some point.
We already saw overnight Gazans slamming on the vehicles of the Red Cross. So
screaming, "Free Palestine!" Yeah. Israeli forces withdrew. It seems right now that you need to free Palestine from Hamas, but that's for
we'll get
another
to that
discussion.
as well. Yeah.
Ultimately, once they are handed over to the Red Cross, then the Red Cross officials will use their capabilities as the rideshare service to hand them over to Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip. There they will undergo an initial medical examination, and then from there, very swiftly transited to the Israeli border, to Re'im, which is right by the site of the Nova party, where many of these hostages were taken from. The last time they were in Israel was in the area of Re'im, of the Nova Music Festival. That's where they were taken captive, but their experience there is going to be a lot different. Today, they will undergo a more extensive initial medical examination, psychological examination, as well as the much-awaited reunification with their families, their loved ones.
So indeed, to understand this day, what it means, it is not enough to understand the technicalities and the schedule. Nicole, we're seeing live images of what is happening right now, Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. Masses are gathered there to watch the release together from the early hours of the night till the late hours of the day. It is not mere technicality. It is far beyond.
People have been gathered there since midnight, Ellie. Even though we knew maybe the release would start at 4 a.m., now it's starting at 8 a.m. It could be pushed to 10, even by noon. That is the deadline. But Israelis, they want to be at Hostages Square, which has become a symbol of the fight that the Israeli public has been fighting for more than 2 years now. And so they are encouraging everyone to gather in this mix of joy and pain, because this is such a joyous day, Ellie. As you mentioned, it feels like people have been holding their breath for 2 years, and maybe we can begin to let it out a bit.
Yeah.
But that's for some of the families, the 20 families that are reuniting. For the other 28 that could be receiving their deceased loved one who was murdered by Hamas, their body held also for 2 years. This is also a day where they can finally give a proper burial and begin to somewhat close the circle, but it's also a harsh reminder of the reality that Israel has been facing for the past 2 years. Israelis have been unable to truly cope with the horrors of that day because there's been a fight ongoing. The war has been ongoing at the same time. And so today, it's the start of the finish line. That's what Ariel keeps stating this. It's the start of the race. The finish line is still so far out there, but we haven't even gotten to the beginning of the race yet over these past 2 years. And so today, I want our viewers, everyone who's been tuning in for the past 2 years, to take a sigh of relief with us, but know that this is just the beginning. This is not the end. And I think that's why people are gathering in Tel Aviv today. There's going to be watch parties likely all across the country. And I know watch party isn't the right word, but more of a watch community.
Perhaps
time for people to come together.
Perhaps a sigh of relief, and also taking a deep breath to get ready to what is to come, to regroup, to regather, to just get some fresh oxygen.
To rejuvenate. We've been fighting for 2 years, Ellie. And so to be able to get that little bit of oxygen, to continue to actually go through with the peace plan, because what's happening today as far as the 20-point peace plan that U.S. President Donald Trump has put forward, this is really just the hostage release and the ceasefire. The next part is actually peace. And that's what's going to be very, very difficult. And that's why this is truly just the beginning. But you can't have peace without the release of the hostages.
Ending a war is one thing. Starting being in peace or starting the process of peace is a completely different ball game. And this is not where we're currently at. That's quite evident. Let's go back to the scheduling, though, because at the same time of the release of the hostages, we're also expecting, I wouldn't say the men of the hour. The hostages are at the very center of everyone's attention. But U.S. President Donald Trump is expected to arrive here, which, we have so many different events throughout this day that each one on its own would have been considered historic or grand. As it is, he's expected to be here for only a few hours. To speak
3.5.
Yeah, it's
one of the most quick trips from a presidential leader to the country, but perhaps one of the most meaningful as well. He's expected to land 9:20 at Ben Gurion Airport. Because he's on such a tight schedule, they were hoping to maybe have some sort of a welcome party when he lands. That's all being cut short because 9:20 he lands at Ben Gurion Airport. 10:10 He arrives at the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, and that's when he's going to be meeting with Israeli President Isaac Herzog, as well as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That's at 10:10. 10:45, that's when he's expected to meet with some of the family members of the hostages who will also be at the Israeli parliament welcoming the president who made this deal happen in the first place. 11 a.m., 15 minutes after that meeting, that's when he's expected to address the Israeli parliament. Once again, once this deal was signed in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, that's when Israeli Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office released this statement welcoming the president to come to Israel and address the Israeli parliament in honor of this historic deal that's going to be signed, or that has been signed. But the president, after that 11 a.m. speech in front of the Israeli parliament, 1 p.m., that's when he jets off to Egypt to actually ink this deal in Egypt. And that's also then kind of when the peacemaking process actually kicks off with the summit that's happening side by side in Egypt today. So, Ellie, you're absolutely right. Everything happening should be unfolding over the span of maybe even a month. This is all unfolding over the span of hours.
Yeah, it's an intense day, the culmination of intense 2 years, I would dare to say, and symbolically or not symbolically, quite literally, Israel is not going to be part of this beginning of the future for the region. There's no Israeli representative at this Sharm el-Sheikh.
There's no representative from Israel. There's no representative from Hamas. Initially, there also wasn't representation from the Palestinian Authority.
Initially.
But that changed with pressure from Arab countries to include Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas in this ceremony. This is part of the push by many Arab countries to really give their full backing to the Palestinian Authority, who is going to be reintroduced in more capacities than one inside the Gaza Strip. Now, this is something that has been opposed by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu throughout the war, but it seems that the terms of the deal got the better of this exchange. With we're seeing immediately the first place that the Palestinian Authority is going to be reintroduced is going to be the Rafah border crossing that is supposed to be expected to be open tomorrow for the entry of humanitarian aid. This is a very significant part of the deal. We're going to see 200 Palestinian police officers operating the Gazan side of the border crossing under the supervision of a European-Egyptian mechanism. That is how Israeli leadership is going to sell it to the public. But in terms of the reality on the ground, it is going to be the PA that is going to be administering this border crossing. And in the later stages of the implementation of Trump's plan, we're also going to see some 10 to 15,000 Palestinian police officers taking the role of administering the day-to-day security inside the Gaza Strip, but that is still way down the line. We are not going to finish phase one of this deal until the last body of a hostage is returned. Now, today we're talking about the return of the living hostages, but Hamas has already said that they will not be able to hand over all the bodies of the hostages due to logistical issues, logistical difficulties, as they call it, but also due to the fact that they simply are so inept that they weren't able to keep track of where all these hostages are, these deceased hostages. And to that end, multinational search party has been established with the United States, Israel, Turkey, Egypt, and Qatar all participating. Once this 72-hour period, once the living hostages are returned, they're going to begin the search efforts. Now, Ellie, this is perhaps the trickiest part of the entire first phase, because we do not know how long these search efforts will take. And as long as the last body of a hostage is not recovered, we are still going to be in phase one. An extended phase one, we don't know how long that will take. And until we move to the other phases, Hamas is going to remain in power, not going to be disarmed, and it is going to reassert its control with an iron fist, as it is already demonstrating inside the Gaza Strip.
And this is perhaps what Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu alluded to in his remarks last night, suggesting this part of the war might be over but not the overall battle or the overall struggle, if you will. Let's take a listen.
We achieved tremendous victories, victories that amazed the whole world. And I want to tell you, wherever we fought, we won. But at the same time, I must tell you, the fight is not over. Very large security challenges still lie before us.
Not over. Security analyst Yaakov Lapin joining us this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Lapin, for your time on this truly exciting morning, and yet many buts, many question marks still hovering above. Perhaps let's begin with what Ariel Osron just mentioned, the question marks regarding the next phases of the deal. What stands out for you?
Well, let's just take a sort of recap of where we are right now. Just the fact that we have reached an agreement in which Hamas is going to deliver every living hostage, all 20 of them, to Israel. And Israel retains more than 50% security control with troops and IDF boots on the ground. More than 50% of Gaza remains under Israeli control is a deal that I honestly, in the lead up to it, was skeptical that could be reached. And I'm amazed that it was reached. I think that it is a major strategic achievement for Israel to have been able to reach this kind of deal. And this sets up Israel in a way that really very few thought could be done for the next stage. Now, the next stage is going to be extremely tricky, because if you look at the Trump proposal, we are talking about the disarmament of Hamas. We are talking about demilitarizing the Gaza Strip. And now they're going to be sending in some sort of multinational force to try and carry that out. Now, to me, based on everything that we know from past experience, both in Gaza and in other arenas like Lebanon, there is no chance that any foreign international force is going to be destroying the tunnels of Gaza City, is going to be taking on Hamas's thousands of armed operatives that are spread out in the areas of Gaza that they control. And therefore, what we are seeing, in my view, is the beginning of a countdown clock until the next clash. So long as Israel is determined to enforce the clauses of this Trump agreement, it will be able to say at a certain point, look, you've tried to disarm Hamas, you haven't succeeded. Their numbers would probably only be growing at this time. And so it's only a matter of time, in my view, until Israel begins implementing itself the clauses of the Trump plan, because there will be a major failure in all likelihood by any international force to do this. We're not there now. This is not something that's going to happen tomorrow. But the fact that Israel controls more than 50% of Gaza, we can all look at this yellow line, so-called yellow line, the new redeployment, means that from that position, the IDF will be well placed to start enforcing the remainder of the Trump plan. And let's also remember that we have multiple militias, anti-Hamas militias, which have been fighting Hamas right into the recent hours, killing Hamas operatives. Hamas operatives have been killing them. Clashes reported throughout Gaza.
Yeah,
I think this is
the last thing, Mr. Lapin, that we want to talk about on this this emotional day for Israel and Israelis is what's happening in the Gaza Strip. But it is impossible not to, because what we've seen in the span of the past couple of days is insane.
Yeah, it's really, a major challenge to Hamas's attempt to reassert itself. Now, we see that Hamas is trying to settle accounts with a number of militias, which it has accused of trying to end its rule and cooperating with Israel, et cetera, et cetera. We know that we've got the Abu Shabab militia that's going to remain in southern Gaza, because that area remains under Israeli security control. I think it's going to be critical for Israel now to offer its protection to the Abu Shabab militia, to make sure that it doesn't go down the same route as, for example, the southern Lebanese army. The whole of the Middle East is watching how Israel treats that militia, which Israel has been supporting, because this is all about the credibility of Israel as an ally. If you want to become an ally of Israel, is it going to be worth your while? That's the question that multiple Middle Eastern actors will be asking themselves. And Israel's already off to a good start on that front because of the way that it's been protecting the Druze of Syria. So I think the question of the militias in Gaza is a really important one. There's a very real possibility here that they will be positioned in that area that the IDF controls in Gaza.
And that, Mr. Lapin, here we need to be honest and state that this notion of reinforcing or supporting or strengthening militias to battle Hamas from within, it is a notion we've heard in the earliest days of this war, one that was not perhaps met to the fullest or reached its full potential only until now, and not even perhaps. We will put a stop right here, but get back to you shortly, Mr. Lapin, because we're seeing those live images from Hostage Square yet again. We saw earlier those convoys of flags and Israelis standing aside of the main roads. Here we see it again, waiting for this is going to be the route where the hostages are going to be moving from or through, and we see Israelis just standing there, wrapped with the flags, waiting to see our brothers and sisters coming back home. And in this respect, Nicole Tzedek, we already know that the families are on their way to the Re'im base to await their loved ones after over 2 years. This is incomprehensible.
You see the pictures of some of these families that are gearing up, and it does look like pure joy on their faces for the first time in some 2 years. They're going there right now, and that certainly shows indications that everything is moving along. The fact that these families are right now heading to the Re'im complex in southern Israel, that does indicate that perhaps we are on the right timeline of maybe 8 a.m. Israel time, that we're going to start seeing some of this movement inside Gaza for the release of these 20 hostages. The fact that these not only family members are now going there, they've been up for hours at this point, but you look at this contradiction side by side there. You see, as you mentioned, the citizens standing on the side of the Rome in Re'im, hoping to just show them this support. And Ellie, this is what we've heard
just
from some of the
past
released hostages. When they came back, they said they heard that the Israeli public has been coming to Hostages Square every Saturday night. They heard their plea. They heard that the Israeli public has been with them for these past 2 years. And so being able to see them and see that it's not just their families, it's the whole family of Israel. The whole nation right now is with them and waiting for this. And they will be with them every step of that way as they are returning home. It gives you goosebumps.
Yeah, it does. And you know, Nicole, you're reminding me that some hostages that were released asked as the convoy to stop and headed out to just, wave and show and send love to the people because they were so overwhelmed by this welcoming. I would dare to say only in Israel, truly, the sense of one big family. We need to understand, or try to understand at least, those suitcases that are now in the back of the car for each and every family, ready by the door for 2 years.
Look, Ellie.
Oh, and we see two.
This is little Roni and Alma, the kids of Omri Moran, his wife Lishai. She posted this picture. Roni is 4 years old. Alma is 2. Alma was 6 months old when her father Omri was kidnapped.
She knows of her father, but she doesn't know her father.
Every night, Lishai says, they stand outside and they look at the moon and they say, "Good night, Daddy," in hopes that he can hear that message in Gaza. And Lishai posted on social media that tonight, look at the joy on their faces. They say, "Daddy is finally coming home." And it is just the fact that these children are finally going to get to see their father again, that Lishai is finally going to get to hug her husband again. These are stories that the whole Israeli public knows. It's the full circle moment to see a family coming together that has fought every second, that Lishai has had to be a mother throughout all of this, even as her husband has been kidnapped, to still be strong for your 6-month-old daughter and 2-year-old who's now 4 years old. You've seen them grow up. These families, their life has continued, but it's still been on pause. And so now to just think about these emotional reunions, look at those suitcases as they're going in there, one can not even begin to imagine the emotions that they're feeling right now.
Yeah, Ellie, I want to hop on the notion of life being on pause. you and I were here on October 7th, and on that morning, and it really feels like 2 years into this war, but that day hasn't ended.
One long day.
It's the longest day in our lifetime and in the lifetime of this young country. And today, it is finally going to end. Really, an entire country, as we talked about, holding its breath for this day. And once it is over, hopefully we'll be able to let out a sigh of relief. I mean, we talk about symbolism. These hostages were taken captive on Simchat Torah. Tonight is Erev Simchat Torah. This is, and Simchat Torah has not been the same since that dreadful day. Hopefully now this will be really a moment where we can celebrate and
where the simcha, where the happiness,
to bring back the simcha into the life of the country. And really, this is such an important moment where the families of the hostages, but also the entire country, can find some closure.
Yes, so we're taking a very short sigh of relief, a quick break right now, but we're staying here with those images throughout the day, live coverage of this historic day in which this chapter, this dark chapter in Israel's history, is about to come to an end. All the living hostages expected to be released in the coming hours. Hopefully, the rest of them not too long after. The first release expected to take place in less than 2 hours, in about an hour and a half from now. And we will continue to bring you all the live images from all the relevant points on the ground, all the analysis here in studio on this truly remarkable day. Israelis expecting, cannot wait to conclude this chapter in our history. A very quick break. We'll be right back.
The world is changing, and so is i24 News. Starting October 19th, a brand new lineup with exclusive original shows.
Live from Tel Aviv.
An historic moment. Stay tuned to i24 News.
And, most importantly, the return of English language programming all day long and on weekends. i24 News in English is back. The heart of a new Middle East beats on i24 News.
Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are? Introducing i24 News' brand new news website. On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News app today.
The 7th of October set in motion a chain of events. Today, Israel's enemies are severely weakened, but not defeated, and the balance of power is shifting. This region never rests. And for its own survival, Israel needs to keep its finger on the pulse. If you want to better understand, if you want to hear voices you won't hear elsewhere, then tune in daily to Middle East Now on i24 News.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us on this remarkable day ahead of us as we're awaiting the release of the remaining Israeli hostages over 2 years being held captive in the Gaza Strip. In a few hours, they're all supposed to be back home, the living ones, hopefully the deceased not so long after. Nicole Tzedek here with us in studio. Alongside this, also the arrival of U.S. President Donald Trump orchestrated this outline that few believed was actually achievable, and as an honor is going to be awarded not just with the love of the people, which is, I think, forever granted, also with a monumental medal from the Israeli president.
Yes, so once again, U.S. President Donald Trump is expected to land in Israel 9:20 a.m. at Ben Gurion Airport. He's then heading over to the Israeli Knesset, and at 10:10, that's when he has a meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Israeli President Isaac Herzog. And just in, it's the fact that Herzog is planning to present Trump with the Presidential Medal. Now, this is pretty much the highest civilian decoration in Israel, and it's all for the monumental work that this president has done. As you mentioned, it is a feeling throughout the state of Israel when we heard from even Special Envoy Steve Witkoff in addressing a hostages square. You heard him mention U.S. President Donald Trump to a crowd erupting in applause.
I was there. I couldn't count the amount of. It's not standing ovations. People were just on their feet applauding the entire time.
You see the admiration that many people in Israel and the gratitude that they have. But it's not just that. Now we have this news that the president is also planning on awarding President Trump with this presidential medal. It says, quote, for the historic agreement, for his full and steadfast support of the state of Israel, for his special contribution to its security and concern for the welfare of its citizen, and for his commitment to lead the entire region into an era of peace and cooperation. Truly, it does. People are hoping that this is the turning point. We've seen such strong coordination between the United States and Israel since Trump re-entered the White House. We've seen him truly wanting to put an end not only to the war in Gaza, but his number one priority was to get the hostages home, Ellie. And in order to get the hostages home, he says, we're going to get the hostages home and then peace will come. We heard him says the war is over.
He flipped the order of things and made it all possible. And Nicole, while we're speaking here, we see the sun beginning to rise on Hostage Square Live. People there gathered from the early hours of the night, going to stay there together to be witnessing these historic moments still ahead of us. Truly, you know, our job is to find words to describe reality. I'm feeling quite speechless this morning, but
these pictures speak for themselves when you see the emotion on the public's face right now. Everyone coming together. They've been there since midnight, Elliot, and this is one of the sleepless nights that we've had over the past 2 years. That it's sleepless with positive anticipation, not with the dread of what you're going to wake up to.
Absolutely. And yet, we are also we must brace ourselves for the sights that are yet to come. We'll perhaps be able to elaborate on that later. But we want to cross now live to the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, where our very own i24 News senior correspondent Balir Shladin is standing by, awaiting the American president. Balir.
Yes, here in about 3 hours, the President of the United States will arrive to Ben Gurion Airport and will make his way to the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, and all the way he's going to see Israeli flags alongside American flags. It has been prepared for him, the welcome, of course, in the Knesset and in Jerusalem and in Israel in general, with banners all over the big cities in Israel. We can understand that everybody here trust in Donald Trump and believe that he is the one that brought this amazing thing, the hostages being brought back to Israel, and made it a reality. So, of course, he's going to be very welcomed here in Israel and in the Knesset right here behind me is actually the Prime Minister's office, where he is supposed to be meeting with the Prime Minister and also with the President of the State of Israel, Yitzhak Herzog. Right after that, he's going to give a speech in the Israeli Knesset. Right after we hear a speech from Prime Minister Netanyahu and opposition leader Yair Lapid, he's going to talk about the alliance between Israel and the United States, as well as, of course, this great thing of bringing back the hostages, and his message to the Israelis, not only to the people of here, and I would say even to the whole world, that this is actually one of his biggest, if not the biggest, diplomatic achievements since he got into office, and maybe even since he became president back in 2016. So he's very proud of this, and he's going to convey that in a message in the speech today. And maybe we're going to hear some more optimism regarding the normalization's efforts with other Arab states, with the Saudis, with the other states in the region and outside of the region. This is going to be a speech to remember, and we're waiting here, of course, to hear President Trump speaking at the Israeli parliament.
Yes, Balir Sladin, and you're standing by there, of course, updating us on every bit of this tight schedule still ahead of us. Thank you very much, Balir. For now, we will get back to you later, of course. And now we want to say a very good morning to Dr. Eric Mandel, founder and director of Middle East Political Information Network. Dr. Mandel, thank you very much for joining us. You've been helping us make sense the senseless 2 years for so many times. I'm sure that you too are getting quite emotional on this historic day, not just for Israel, not less so for America, for American diplomacy.
I think about where I was on Simchat Torah. I was in Yerucham, and I heard the sirens at 6:29 in the morning, and I headed to Gaza with my friend Seth Franzman for the Jerusalem Post, and witnessed part of the massacre that day. And I was on I-24 the next evening talking about what I seen and what I thought would happen. I was listening to the words the other day of Rachel Goldberg Poland, who eloquently expressed, she's Hirsch's mother, eloquently expressed the polarity of emotions that Israel is feeling and American Jews are feeling. This is such a great time of joy, but it's also so much sadness. Everybody wants to move on, but we can't forget. And in America, American Jews would like to move on, but it's really important to remember that Israel is going to need so much healing. It could be the hidden healing in private of the PTSD of soldiers, families of our nation, or the physical wounds I saw in Soroka Hospital, and I saw the unsung heroes, my friends, Dr. Moti Klein, the head of the ICU, and the head of ophthalmology, Erez Tsumi, of what they did. And we can't forget the injured soldiers and their healing and the disabilities that will follow. However, I put on now the analyst objective Washington person talking. Despite these emotional swings of a traumatized nation, an American Jewry and all Jewry, Israel cannot delay acting on all of its needs, short, intermediate, and long-term, in the next steps. Right. And the first thing is it's essential to get Trump on board with that Israel is going to have preemptive actions like it has in Lebanon. The president wants to have this war over, have a victory, and it will be a victory if the media doesn't report what Israel is going to need to do, because Hamas is not going away. It's not going to be easily disarmed, but it needs to have what it has in Lebanon. So what I look forward to now is hopefully, it's sad that Israel does not have a representative in Cairo, but that hopefully my nation will be speaking strongly for Israel and make sure that the next actions that happen.
And yet, as close as the coordination and the ties and the interests might be between the U.S. and Israel at this point in time, this historic day, as you've mentioned, consists of multiple events all at the same time, each monumental on its own. But the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, essentially, this is the real outcome of this deal, the future of the Middle East being drawn now. And Israel, symbolically or not symbolically, is not part of it at this moment. So is it a lost opportunity?
I think sidelining Israel is a terrible message. I think if Israel, and the president could have used some of the leverage to have Israel there, especially now that Abbas is going.
Exactly.
Is basically showing that reconciliation, the normalizations, are farther off than Israel hopes.
That the Middle East can exist without Israel, essentially. That's the underlining message here.
Or that other countries, including Israel's adversaries who are going to be there, are going to be able to dictate Israel's security concerns regarding Gaza. Nobody can dictate Israel's security concerns. It is true that because this 20-point plan was presented as an American plan, not as an Israeli plan, it got more footing. But going forward here, there are so many things. Who's going to disarm Hamas? Who is going to dismantle the tunnels? What is this multinational force? What are they going to really be able to do? This 10 to 15,000 Palestinian police trained by the Egyptians, will they confront Hamas? There's going to be anarchy that's there. And who's going to de-radicalize? The people are talking about opening the schools. So who's going to de-radicalize the educational system of Hamas? Are we expecting Qatar to be there? I will tell you that I believe that the Saudis, the Emiratis, Bahrain are not happy that Qatar is going to have a huge influence here in Gaza, and that is the Muslim Brotherhood, which means that is, again, how Hamas got its financial support.
Yeah, we have several conflicts unfolding at the same time. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the Arab-Western conflict, if you will, and also the internal conflict within the Muslim world here in the region, all unfolding at the same time. Well, Dr. Mandel, you've been covering for years American-Israeli relations and vice versa. And for years, there was this saying that should Netanyahu run in U.S. elections, he could easily become president. I expect that this week, it is clear that, well, this can be debated, no debate whatsoever as for Trump's popularity here in Israel. What do you expect to hear from the president today from the Israeli parliament?
I think it will be a victory lap, a well-deserved victory lap. I'm one of the people who believe that this 20-point plan, even though presented as an American plan, I believe this is an Israeli plan. I can see Ron Dermer's fingerprints all over it. I think when you step back, and I was listening to Yaakov Lapin talk before, with the idea that we would think even a few months ago that Israel could get all the hostages up front and to remain in 50% or so of Gaza before anything else takes place is a tremendous victory. But this is a victory in phase one. And I do worry, as others do, and I heard Ariel talking about worrying about the hostages, the remains of the hostages not being found. Could there be many Ron Arads that are out there, that because the hostages are not going to come home who were killed by Hamas, and they probably don't want forensics to see what was done to them, so they're not going to be made available.
Many fears, many concerns ahead, but at least for the coming hours, we're focusing on the good that is about to attack us, right?
I don't mean to bring anybody down.
No, God forbid. No, it's we need to be realistic, but being realistic does not mean not allowing optimism to take the lead when it's due. Dr. Eric Mandel, thank you so very much for sharing this profound morning with us, for you, for us, for everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Mandel.
Thank you for having me.
Crossing now live to Sharm el-Sheikh, i24 News senior correspondent Mike Wagenheim standing by there, waiting the American president to arrive soon, but not that soon. The first soon is here in Jerusalem.
Yes, this is part of the card for the day, so to speak. I don't know what would be considered the main event here. I guess it depends on your point of perspective, whether it's the Israeli local perspective or more the global perspective. But President Trump, after he departs Israel, is destined here for Sharm el-Sheikh. He will appear at the International Convention Center, which is about a 10 where we are here. There's going to be a massive, massive security and military presence here because of all of the global leaders that have already arrived or will be coming in the next few hours here from across the world. Trump, as your previous guest mentioned, will kind of bask in the glory of his accomplishments in Israel during his speech. He said last night,
I suspect the Air Force One will not need fuel to get from Jerusalem to Sharm el-Sheikh. It can just be carried by the immense winds and spirits he'll be getting here in Israel, right?
You know, it almost seems that way, that he can kind of walk on the clouds right now,
Exactly.
the way things are going for Trump and how he was able to put together this plan. But it's also an opportunity, I think at least, for him to lay out to world leaders, especially those who either were naysayers or got in the way, like the Macrons and the Starmers of the world, that he can say to them, listen, I got this. I got a better understanding of the world than you do, especially when it comes to the Middle East. And going forward, here is my vision of how to do things. And you would be wise to come along with that and to make sure that you're not getting in the way of what, the good things can be accomplished here. So I think it's a twofold opportunity for Trump, and maybe gently rub their noses in the fact that he was the one able to get this done. But beyond that, yes, indeed, an opportunity to lay the groundwork going forward here. And yes, it will be without the Israelis. Trump said he doesn't understand why they're coming, although the Egyptians are the ones organizing the event. So there could still be some leftover friction there. But nevertheless, just a wealth of global leaders here to try to move this thing forward, not today, but for the longer term.
And yet, we cannot not see who will not be present. Perhaps a lost opportunity, maybe repairable. Mike Wagenheim, I24 News senior correspondent, standing by, awaiting this monumental summit to begin in Sharm el-Sheikh. Thank you, Mike. We'll be getting back to you later on in the day. Nicole Tzedek.
Yeah, we just have some quick updates here, Ali. According to Al Arabiya, there is movement inside Gaza. The Red Cross is accompanying some buses inside central Gaza, showing that there's movement taking place and that the hostage exchange could be on time, at least for the first ones coming from central Gaza, to begin at 8 a.m. Once again, the Israeli families are on their way towards Re'im in southern Israel, where they will be transported after this all begins inside Gaza. So the fact that Al Arabiya is reporting that the Red Cross is starting to move some of their vehicles around could indicate that we're on the right time, that progress is happening, Ellie, and we are monitoring it very closely.
Yes, 6:47 local time, 8 a.m. That's the target at this point in time, and it seems that there's some movement indicating that the timetable could be met. All right. So to help us brace for what is to come, we want to welcome now Dr. Jonathan Metzl, Director of the Department of Medicine, Health and Society at Vanderbilt University. Thank you so very much, Dr. Metzl, for joining us this morning. On the one hand, please.
I'm so honored to be here. It's just such a deep and emotional moment. So thank you so much for inviting me.
Yeah, for all of us, indeed. And, on the one hand, it is horrific that we already have some experience, some mileage in receiving hostages. The other hand, thank God we do, right? Because getting ready to something like that entails many layers of physical and mental preparation that is already underway here.
I mean, that's exactly right. Unfortunately, Israel quite literally wrote the book on this field. The way that people who are coming out of a hostage situation, the recovery, there's an initial rush of joy and relief in many cases, but then the road to recovery takes weeks and months and years. And it's not just the individual, it's support for the family, it's support for the nation and by the nation. It's the story that the nation tells about what is happening now. And so in a way, so much experience from the Israeli military, from other hostages, leads to this moment. But I also think that this moment feels so profoundly intense just because of the nature of what these hostages have been through.
Right, and we also know that there are great dangers in the days leading up to. We know that Hamas used to boost the nutrition after a long periods of times of malnutrition, which is physically dangerous. So this in-between phase poses many, many challenges.
And also, I'm sure, I mean, I don't know the specifics, none of us do, but I'm sure there have been many false starts and false promises and fakes and things like that. And so just the level of disbelief that this is just another charade will give way to the fact that it's really happening. But just the layers of psychology, I just think that the important thing that Israelis have learned is that the elation is immediate, but the healing process just really takes so much time and so much what's called trauma-informed care, different kinds of support, and also that the trauma response is one that also the nation tells as it narrates the history of this moment.
Yeah, and this initial adrenaline rush that gradually, of course, fades away. But you know, Dr. Metzel, we've been very privileged and honored to be speaking to many former hostages, released hostages, and every single one of them dubbed the ability or the attempt to engage anew in decision-making, simple decision-making, as in, do you want to turn the AC on or off? Do you want to drink something cold or something hot? You want to see a doctor or you want to be left alone? These are people who are unable to make decisions for themselves for so long, and to re-engage in this self of sense. This is the struggle, and this is also the victory.
Right. I mean, there's three levels to that. I mean, one, as you say, is that just the everyday decisions that we make as humans have been taken away from them. When to eat, what to eat, when to sleep, can you sleep? So partially just, people who are in these hostage situations forget just basic, how to eat in a certain kind of way, how to eat in a particular way, how to fall asleep for more than a short period of time. That comes back slowly over time with support. And so there is this
it coming back
daily
or
life
learning anew? You got my intention here? Is it reacquiring existing knowledge or really learning it from scratch?
I mean, the problem is that they've known it before. So in that sense, it is learning it again. But the important part here, though, is that the other layer is when we think about post-traumatic stress disorder. What happens to your brain in post-traumatic stress disorder is you fear death. The fear of dying at any moment is something that recircuits your brain in a particular way. And so it's kind of the healing from that, the healing from having that loss of control, the healing from the post-traumatic stress. And then just think about it, the healing of not knowing the narrative of the past 2 years, really not knowing what happened.
I was just interviewing Or Levy, who was released from captivity after a long while, not last night, the night before. And he mentioned exactly that, that so long after he's still learning or rather completing misinformation about what was, and he's doing it very slowly, not to be overwhelmed with all the information that we've been exposed to throughout those 2 years. Dr. Metzel, thank you so very much for joining us on this truly remarkable morning. Much more to discuss in terms of the healing process of us as a nation of people, but we will save that for another time. Dr. Metzel, thank you very much for this.
My great honor. Anytime, please.
All right. Back here in studio with our very own Nicole Tzedek, Ariel Osser on updates.
Yes, we appear to be seeing some sort of movement inside the Gaza Strip, buses and Red Cross vehicles moving in Deir el-Balah towards the point where they will be receiving the hostages from Hamas. There's also reports of similar movement in Khan Yunis in the southern Gaza Strip. These are two of the three release points that we've been reporting of. So things are moving. We are getting closer. Now, what helped me stay positive yesterday was thinking that the hostages that weren't tunnels, they're no longer in the tunnels.
Right, they were brought up.
They were brought
quite
up.
Literally, yeah.
And in the past couple of days, we know also from the accounts of released hostages, they get a little bit more food so that they won't, to kind of cover their condition.
Yeah.
So the worst parts of the hardship, hopefully, are over. Now they're in anticipation in what can only be considered a better environment than Hamas tunnel.
And all hostages are describing those moments of feeling the wind touching, kissing your skin.
The sunlight, seeing each other, being able to see a familiar or just a kind, kindred spirit face, just to help you in these tough moments. So I think this is also important that as we are anticipating, their anticipation must be skyrocketing, but they are after the hardest part of their captivity, soon towards the complete end of it. But this is something that I know in these tough hours does help kind of keep up the momentum and the positivity as we wait for the clock to tick,
right?
And for
it is ticking.
8 o'clock to come.
It's ticking. We can start counting down the minutes very shortly. Nicole Tzedek, you will be spearheading the main broadcast here as of 8 a.m. Once we are expecting the first batch, what a terrible term, the first group of hostages to be released. But before you go, perhaps one final sentence.
Just that everyone is waiting right now. The Israeli public, the light is coming up. It's a new day starting, and hopefully just a new day of a new beginning that we can finally start moving on from.
The sun is literally rising as we speak. We can see it in Hostage Square. Nicole Tzedek, thank you very much for this. As said, you will be here in an hour, 8 a.m. To take the lead on the main broadcast as hostages are expected to be released. We're out for a very short break. We'll be right back.
The world is changing, and so is i24 News. Starting October 19th, a brand new lineup with exclusive original shows.
Live from Tel Aviv. An historic moment. Stay tuned to i24 News.
And, most importantly, the return of English language programming all day long and on weekends. i24 News in English is back. The heart of a new Middle East beats on i24 News.
Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are? Introducing i24NEWS' brand new news website. On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News app today.
The 7th of October set in motion a chain of events. Today, Israel's enemies are severely weakened, but not defeated, and the balance of power is shifting. This region never rests. And for its own survival, Israel needs to keep its finger on the pulse. If you want to better understand, if you want to hear voices you won't hear elsewhere, then tune in daily to Middle East Now on i24 News.
Welcome back to this special edition here on i24 News on this historic day for Israel and far beyond, as we are expecting in an hour to see the first group of remaining Israeli hostages being released. We're expecting an extremely emotional, exciting, and packed day, and we are here to unpack it all together. And without further ado, we want to cross now live to Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. i24 News correspondent Joe Brown standing by for us as the sun is literally rising on the square that has known many, many dark days. Joe Brown, can you hear us?
Yes, many dark days. I arrived here when it was dark. I arrived here about 5:30 in the morning, and it was... Hello, yes, can you hear me? Have you got me?
Yes, we do. There's just a slight delay, so keep on going.
Hello? So I got here at... Okay, perfect. Okay, great. So I got here at around about 5:30 in the morning, and it was completely dark, but the square was completely packed. Everybody was here. I saw at the front row, just in front of the stage, people on chairs fast asleep. They had been camping out here for hours and hours. They were waiting for this moment, and this is why it's such an important day for Israel. And this is the closing of a very dark chapter, and people are wanting to be here to witness this. I've been here for a handful of other hostage releases in January, February, March, and all of them had this really weird feeling to them. It felt almost like a Black Mirror episode. Everyone was happy to see the hostages, but at the same time, they were watching these people who haven't seen daylight for 500 days, who were getting paraded in the streets by the terrorists who had kept them in captivity. And that's something that is still important to contextualize today. These are people who haven't seen the light of day for over 730 days since October the 7th, 2 years and a couple of days ago. And it's important to realize that these people also, they're not celebrities. We might think of them as celebrities. We might think of them as household names. We know all of their stories. We know about how Alon Ohel loves to play the piano. We know how Elkanah Bachbot is a father of 4. These are people who we feel like we know. We've got like a parasocial relationship with them, but they didn't ask to be famous. They've become national symbols in spite of this. So it's important to still think about this whilst we see them take their first steps into Israel, whilst we see them reunite with their families. And when they do so, we will get the videos of them. And this is what the nation of Israel really needs. It's a healing process. I know it's been a cliche, but every day for the past 2 years has felt like October the 7th. You walk through the streets, you see stickers, pictures of the hostages, people who were killed on October the 7th. So hopefully, finally, with the last living hostages set to be released in the next couple of hours, these people here will finally get that sense of relief that they've been waiting for so long now, just as the families have. This is just as important to the people of Israel.
Joe Brown, we have every right and validation to use any possible cliche on this day. Joe Brown, i24 News correspondent, live for us from Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. We'll, of course, get back to you later on in the day as, again, the masses are gathered for the first time in too long just to be happy. Thank you very much, Joe Brown, for this. And now we're welcoming here in the studio, joining i24 News senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Osron and myself, Mr. Mark Schulman, author of Tel Aviv Diary, columnist at Newsweek. Thank you very much, Mr. Schulman, for joining us. Before we unpack the analytical, if you will, or emotional, right? We can be emotional on this day. Part of it, updates. Ariel, again, a very tight schedule. Where do we stand?
So the initial plan still stands at 8 a.m. local time. That is in just under an hour. The first release of hostages is supposed to begin in either northern Gaza, Gaza City, or in the central camps. There are 3 locations. The third is in Khan Yunis in the south. According to Saudi Arabia, there is already movement of Red Cross vehicles in central Gaza and the Dir el-Balach area in preparation for the handover. The second and third stages, we can say, phases of the release expected about an hour and a half to 2 hours after that, so by 10 a.m. But again, all can change. The final deadline is noon today. That is when the 72-hour deadline expire.
Oh, wow. And Ariel, as you're speaking, we're receiving from Hamas the list in Arabic. So they are now publishing the names. It is not Israeli assessments. It is not according to, diplomats involved, but rather Hamas stating the names clearly of all the 20 hostages that we're expecting. So if we weren't sure until now Hamas is committing black on white, so to speak.
And it is in line with the list of 20 that we are expecting here in Israel to receive, whose families are already underway, if not already, at the absorption center in Re'im, just on the other side of the border. And so, yes, as happens,
it is getting real.
The clock ticks, and we get closer to this long-awaited moment. We've been waiting 2 years, 2 very long, hard years for this moment. Of course, the hostages themselves and their families have been holding their breath for this moment, and we are edging ever closer to this. We are at the start of the starting line of this whole process, but for Israel in this deal, it managed to get back all the hostages at this initial point of the ceasefire.
And that deal was not possible until now. And we will perhaps dive further into this debate later on. Mr. Schulman, you look 17, you feel 17, albeit you have a bit more experience than that, covering Israeli politics, Israeli society, Israeli security for so many years. I think that even you will find it hard to describe what is happening today.
Very, very hard. Look, I walk through Hostage Square every morning because it's near my house, and I take my dog through there. We take a walk every morning. This morning, I went before I came here. At 6 a.m. in the morning, I was there. I had tears in my eyes. There's no question. It's been overwhelming. It's been an overwhelming experience these 2 years. And I don't think any of us really believed it would end relatively well. It's relative. We have to admit it's relative because we're going to be getting back, unfortunately, bodies of hostages today as well.
Hopefully all of them.
Right. Hopefully all of them. But we'll be getting back bodies. We can't forget all the soldiers that died along the way. It's been a terrible, terrible 2 years for Israel. But still, it's a hope, a beacon that these families are finally going to be reunited. These families we've gotten to know over these last 2 years, and their fight, and it became all of our fights, and it became part of us very much. And for those people, for those 20, hopefully it's a happy ending. I mean, we don't know what conditions some of them are going to be in. I'm sure there are going to be some disappointments along the way, but emotionally, this is a release that we all desperately need. You know, walking around Tel Aviv these last 3 days, for the first time, people said Boker Tov or Erev Tov, and they meant it. They meant it. And
a sense that the Tov, that the good is making a comeback.
You could sit at a Beit Cafe, at a coffee shop, not feel guilty. I mean, I think all of us, we didn't all sit in our houses and cry for the last 2 years. But the reality is every time we went out, every time we celebrated something, there was a little bit of us that said, we can't, how are we doing this? Those poor guys or women earlier were sitting in tunnels, and we're going to celebrate. We're eating out in restaurants, etc.
But it is more than just the story of the individual or individuals, plural. It is a story. And again, we said at the beginning of the broadcast, all cliches are relevant on this day. It is a story about values and morals because, and perhaps we'll connect the story to diplomacy here, because in the earlier phases of the re-involvement of President Trump in what is unfolding here, genuinely speaking, he couldn't grasp why those Israelis are insisting on the bodies as vehemently as they are insisting on the living ones, right? And I think that with persistence, Israel was able to explain that it is something deeper.
Look, in some ways, I'm not a great believer in miracles, but it was a miracle that the hostage families managed to reach President Trump at such an emotional level.
Right.
He is not known to be a emotive president. We don't see him with a lot of emotions towards very many things, even towards his... We just don't see it. And yet
but he really cares.
He deeply cares. There's absolutely no question about it. We've seen it time and time again. Even, I guess, 4 or 5 months ago when the hostages that got out met with him in the Oval Office, you could see how much he actually cared and related to these people. Now, I've always said, and I've said on this channel many times, the one thing we can't forget about Donald Trump, he may not know a lot about Vietnam and he may not know a lot of things, but as a New York State real estate broker, he knows about Israel.
Right.
I had him as the Grand Marshal of the Salute to Israel Day parade on the 40th anniversary of Israel when I ran the parade. He knows Israel.
He knows Israel, he knows Jews, he knows,
right.
yeah.
This is, you know, you look there, you look at on Saturday night, you look at Witkoff, you look at his daughter, and you look at Jared. 3 Jews. They represented the United States, and they brought this deal to an end. And they cared. You couldn't...
You cannot fake it.
Right. Those 3 people, you couldn't fake how much they really cared. And, you know, and of course, to many of us, it's a contrast to so much of our own government, which is the most amazing thing in terms of emotion. I'm talking about what they actually did or didn't do. But the emotional attachment that President Trump and his family and the American government generally, and even Biden before that, seemed to have to this issue. Is unbelievable.
Again, and no way to fake the fact that the heart of the American administration is not is beating alongside the Israeli heart.
And you heard him last night getting on the plane. Right. I'm sure he wants a big deal in Sharm el-Sheikh, but he seemed genuinely happy to be coming because the hostages are being released. Right. How often do you see President Trump genuinely happy? With that, it's amazing.
All right. On that note, we are receiving some updates from the ground, Ariel Osseron, that the vehicles of the Red Cross are already en route to meet
in central Gaza.
Handovers.
Yes, that is in central Gaza. Also, Sky News in Arabic reports that Hamas and the Red Cross held their first contact regarding the operation today. So really, we're going to, in the coming hour, we're going to see these droplets of information, how we're edging closer and closer to this moment. We're talking about 3 releases inside the Gaza Strip today. Northern Gaza, Central Gaza, and Khan Yunis in the south. Initially, it was believed that the first release will be in Northern Gaza and Gaza City area, but it is possible that this will take place in Deir el-Balach, in the central camps. Obviously, we're going to follow all these updates, bring them the moment we have them. But really, this is
it.
We've covered at least 10 of these releases, so we can say that this is there's an already known dynamic to this, that the Red Cross vehicles get to the area, then Hamas is saying that they've begun movement, then they hand it over. This is, according to commitments by Hamas, not going to be broadcast live, but I won't be surprised if an Al Jazeera camera or 2 find their way in the vicinity of this handover. But then they will, after the exchange is happening, then they'll make their way to Israeli forces and then
And at least the pictures that are being posted, they're buses actually going, as opposed to the other releases, because we're talking about large numbers. We're talking about buses that are coming to pick up the hostages, which is just an unbelievable thought. They're going to get on buses and come home.
And again, this list that Hamas is now publishing, ink on paper, all the 20 living hostages expected to be released today. Yaakov Lapin, security analyst, still with us to power through this broadcast. Mr. Lapin, the process is beginning. We see it is already underway. I wouldn't want to put you in the position in which you need to be the pessimist here or the rationalist here, but take us back to the ground. What are we to see? What are we seeing in the coming days?
Well, look, I think that today is obviously an incredibly happy day for these people who've gone through hell, their families, and the entire nation, and really that is the focus. And as we've been saying, there's no forgetting the families of those who have fallen, the IDF soldiers who have laid down their lives for this moment. And I think that as far as today is concerned, there's every reason to believe that this part of the deal will be implemented successfully, with the Re'im military base on standby to begin receiving and conducting initial medical evaluations of those 20 living hostages. Now, regarding the coming days, I don't think we're going to see anything in terms of combat. I don't think that this ceasefire is about to break down. I think that actually what we're going to see is the second part of this clause or agreement, in which the bodies that could not be located by Hamas, they are saying that some of these bodies are buried under rubble and destroyed buildings. We will start to see an international team going into Gaza and looking for the bodies that Hamas has been unable to deliver in this part of the deal. So those are the things I think that we can expect. But more broadly and more strategically, what we have is a really remarkable situation in which this deal has been able to go ahead with the IDF controlling boots on the ground more than 50% of the Gaza Strip. And what that means is that Hamas is going to be kept far away from the kibbutzim and the communities of the Western Negev. They're not going to be coming back to within a kilometer of these homes and these communities who are only now starting to rebuild themselves. And those were the terms of the past drafts of the deal. Those were Hamas's demands. Hamas has not gotten those demands. That's a major achievement, and it cannot be downplayed. To be able to get all the living hostages in one go without allowing Hamas back to the border is really, really important. I talked in the past hour about what the long-term challenges are of the second phase of this deal. I frankly believe that there is no reason to believe that Hamas will ever disarm voluntarily, or that an international force can disarm it. I think that that's fantasy. And I think that the IDF is going to be using this time to prepare to receive the order at some point. And again, it's not going to be tomorrow. It's not going to be around the corner. But I think at some point, the Israeli government will have to make the decision, when does it begin implementing the remaining clauses of this agreement? Just as it's doing in Lebanon, Israel is the main party that's implementing the terms of the ceasefire when Hezbollah violates it. That's the longer term consideration. That's the kind of countdown clock which I think has already begun. But that's not for today. That's not for tomorrow. That's further down the line.
Mr. Lapin, we cannot not talk about what is happening throughout the Strip. I would say unrelated from the hostage situation, because ever since this outline, the ceasefire was agreed upon, we've seen Hamas backlash on its own people, or rather on dissent within the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, we're seeing multiple militias and clans fighting, conducting exchanges of fire throughout Gaza with Hamas. And this is going to be a major problem for Hamas. Its internal rule has been severely weakened. First of all, again, in more than 50% of Gaza, Hamas will not be coming back as the regime, as the dominant terror army. In those areas, Gaza City, the major urban areas, where it will now be reasserting itself, it is running into armed resistance to its terror rule. And I think this is very important. It's not going to be something that I expect to be publicly stated, but my own assessment is that Israel has every interest and every strategic directive to assist and protect some of these militias, the ones like Abu Shabab, who have been working with Israel. Israel has got to help them because they are fighting the same enemy, and that is the way it works in the Middle East. It's very important for the region to understand that those who fight Israel's enemies will receive Israel's support. So as you said earlier in the last broadcast, this isn't the be-all, this isn't the solution to Gaza, this is just one component. But if we're serious about continuing to chip away at what remains of Hamas, this is part of the picture. And the clashes that we're seeing are dramatic. We're seeing casualties of Hamas, including commanders on the ground and well-known Hamas figures. They are being killed by some of these militias, and the militias are themselves taking casualties. This is one to watch. This is something that we should keep our eyes on for sure.
Mr. Yaakov Lapin, staying with us throughout this day, still a long day ahead of us, but for the first time in a long, long while, we just don't need any minute of sleep. We're just high on life at the moment to an extent. Back here in studio with Mr. Mark Schulman, i24 News senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Osran. Mr. Schulman, if we are compelled to speak about what is happening on the other side of the border inside the Gaza Strip, we can even go further south to what is going to happen in Sharm el-Sheikh later on today, without an Israeli representation. And this lack of presence is very much present.
Right. It's very disturbing. It's very problematic. I think it's a function of the fact that we didn't have a plan until now. One can argue whether we could have gotten a deal sooner or later, but we needed a plan much sooner. And because we had no plan and didn't participate in any planning, they made a plan above us. In other words, there was a skeleton that Prime Minister Netanyahu or Ron Dermer gave to the Americans, but by and large, they implemented with the Arab states. This is their plan, and we're being forced to live with it for better or for worse. The fact that we're not invited is really problematic. Okay, I don't expect Netanyahu to be invited. He's really not the most favored person amongst many of those people, but there could have been a lower level Israeli delegation that was participating in the conference. And the fact that we're relying right now on President Trump to represent us at the conference, that's effectively what it is. And once again...
And it's not because because Israel not trust Trump. It's just
because he's not a detail man. I mean, let's be honest. He really cares about us. But,
absolutely.
But you know,
it's not about that.
Right. The old saying is the devil is in the details. And any plan like this, the
and
key
also
is,
symbolically,
right,
symbolically, if the future of the Middle East is starting today, Israel needs to be part of it.
Absolutely. But we didn't want, we did not come out with a plan throughout this whole period of time for whatever reasons, and that's for a whole other discussion. But the fact that we didn't have a plan and we didn't push a plan is why we're not part of it to a large extent. And that's really very problematic going forward. They could come up with all sorts of sub-plans and ideas that we're going to have a really hard time saying no to, especially after President Trump has made it clear, the war is over. And I don't agree that we're going to go back in 2 months or 3 months, maybe 2 or 3 years. But as long as Trump is president, he's made it very clear, unless Hamas does some terrible things, this war is over for us, as far as he's concerned. Check. And he's moving on. And
again, it's not that comparing that we need to stand on, that Israel needs to stand on its own only compared to others, but as long as the Palestinian Authority and Hamas were not represented at this conference, that was one thing. But the fact that now the Palestinian president is represented only makes the Israeli absence
worse. Absolutely, without a question. I mean, again, it sort of looks at what our diplomatic situation is in the world right now. I think all of our hopes is that the ceasefire will change that, but it's going to take time to change that. Yeah. And it's also going to take time working with the American administration. You know, one of the other big problems in this administration is there is no one else other than Ron Dermer and President Trump. Netanyahu could work with the administration, and Ron Dermer is about to go work for one of the American key figures. He's leaving the Israeli administration at this point. So we don't have that sort of interaction that we once had. And this is an opportunity that simply cannot be missed, what we are to see in the weeks and months following this monumental day. And in this respect, Ariel Osran, you might feel like you sound like a broken record, but we are nearing crunch time. Please walk us through what is expected. Yet again, 7:24 local time. 8 a.m., we're expecting the first group of hostages to be released.
Yes, so 3 different releases inside the Gaza Strip and the Gaza City area in the north, in the central camps, and in Khan Yunis to the south. It appears that the first point is going to be either Gaza City in the north or the central camps. After the first one, the second and third batches will be about an hour and a half, 2 hours after that. From there.
And we know that families, that their loved ones are expected to be released in the first group.
They were notified already.
Informed.
They were informed. We are already seeing images of Red Cross vehicles at the handover point in northern Gaza. Still not clear if that's going to be the first point. But what we should expect after that is once the hostages are handed over from Hamas to the Red Cross will then shuttle them to Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip, where for the first time in over 2 years, they will see Israeli soldiers protecting them, embracing them. And then after an initial medical evaluation, they're going to be transferred to Israel, to the absorption center in Re'im, where their families are already waiting for them. After a warm and long-awaited embrace, they'll undergo a medical evaluation, mental evaluation, and then they will travel with their loved ones via helicopters to various hospitals in Israel.
Yes, and now we're seeing the names, the images of the 20 hostages that are expected to be released in the coming hours. The first group as early as the coming, I would say less than an hour or so, with the process Ariel Osseron just illustrated. And we are here following every minute until they come, during an arrival, and of course, afterwards, not going anywhere. A very, very short break, and we'll be right back with all the updates from the ground, all the analysis here in studio, and this sense of togetherness we all want and need to feel on this day. A very quick break. We'll be right back.
The world is changing, and so is i24 News. Starting October 19th, a brand new lineup with exclusive original shows.
Live from Tel Aviv. An historic moment. Stay tuned to i24 News.
And, most importantly, the return of English language programming all day long and on weekends. i24 News in English is back. The heart of a new Middle East beats on i24 News.
Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are? Introducing i24NEWS' brand new news website. On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News app today.
The 7th of October set in motion a chain of events. Today, Israel's enemies are severely weakened, but not defeated, and the balance of power is shifting. This region never rests. And for its own survival, Israel needs to keep its finger on the pulse. If you want to better understand, if you want to hear voices you won't hear elsewhere, then tune in daily to Middle East Now on i24 News.
Welcome back to this special broadcast here on i24 News on this very special day, indeed, as we are awaiting the coming hour, even less so, as of 8 a.m. this morning, in 30 minutes, to start seeing the remaining Israeli hostages being brought back home, being released from Hamas captivity. After more than 2 years, you are seeing now live images of Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, where the sun is literally rising today after too many dark days there and throughout Israel. Today, some sort of closure, not the end of anything, but the conclusion of this chapter at the very least. So the focus at the moment is still here, as we are getting updates that all the families of the hostages have arrived at the Re'im compound, awaiting their loved ones to be released in 3 different groups throughout the day. But you can see now on screen the skyline of the Re'im military base, those helicopters awaiting the hostages. Each will be transferred, should their physical condition allows it, will be transferred to hospitals throughout the country. So the focus at the moment is naturally here in Israel, but in a few hours' time, it will shift further south to Egypt, where i24 News' senior correspondent Mike Wagenheim is at. Mike, standing by for us. Charm El-Sheikh, we've been talking about the symbolism, about who is in, who is not going to be there, but are we expecting any concrete statements to come out of it, or is it purely, and not underestimating the importance of a ceremonial gathering of such levels? Are we expecting something concrete, or just the gathering itself?
You know, the thing about this is everything's been thrown together at the last minute. And what the Americans keep telling us is that it's the Egyptians handling everything right now. The Egyptians are being tight-lipped about a massive amount of information, including access to the event. So an actual communique, an actual document that comes out of this, probably unlikely. But I think this will set the stage for something much, much larger, Ellie, that hasn't really been talked about a whole lot so far. Will international diplomacy change as a result of the successes of Trump, especially in this instance? You know, I covered the UN for several years. Everything is so stuffy, and everybody has their nice suits, and they have their protocol books, and they talk in a very high language and get very little productive actually done in the international realm. This might be an opportunity here for some of these high-level diplomats, the foreign ministers that are being invited to this particular event, those watching around the world, to say, hey, we don't have the leverage of America, but there is a different way of doing diplomacy, that it doesn't need to be by the book. J.D. Vance, the U.S. vice president, said this in a television interview yesterday, that there was a very unorthodox approach that was taken to this particular conflict, and a very unorthodox approach that Trump takes to diplomacy in general. I think coming out of this going forward, I think that will be the most telling thing, beyond some document, beyond some footprint about how to move forward in the Middle East, is whether the field of international diplomacy actually changes going forward here, and more conflicts can be solved with a more unorthodox approach.
Wagenheim, thank you for now. You'll, of course, continue to bring us all the latest live from Egypt later on today. But now, I cannot believe I'm even going to say those words. We have the list of the first group of hostages that is about to be released in the coming hour, less so. Ariel, the names.
Yeah, we're talking about Eitan Mor, the twins Gali and Ziv Berman, Matan Angrest, Omri Miran, and Alon Ohel. These are the 6 hostages who are expected to be released in the first batch in northern Gaza. We are seeing already inside the Gaza Strip Red Cross vehicles making their way to the reception points. Some in northern Gaza, the vehicle has already arrived. And so we talked about this trickling of information as we edge closer and inch closer and closer and closer. So we are 1 inch closer from the last time we spoke, and we already know the names of the 6 hostages who are going to be released.
So let's do their names, their beings, their biographies already engraved in our hearts. But let's remind ourselves. Omri Miran, 48-year-old, was kidnapped from his home in Nachal Oz, with his family seeing every bit of it. Lishai, his wife, posted a picture I hope we can see on screen shortly of Omri's 2 young daughters. Roni was 2-year-old when Omri was kidnapped. Now she's 4. And the younger one was just born. She knows information of her father, but she doesn't know her father. Here we can see those young girls awaiting their father with the suitcases. So Omri Miran is going to be out very soon in the first group to be released. We all know his father, Danny, grew up a long white beard. He vowed to take off the beard only when Omri is out. But Danny told us earlier this week that he's going to keep the beard as a testament of resilience and not of grief. Gali and Zivi Berman, twins, 28-year-old twins, were kidnapped from their home in Kfar Aza on October 7th. The last contact with the twins was on WhatsApp messages, 10:30 a.m. On this Black Saturday, way back when. And ever since, there was no connection with them. There was also no signal of life, as in a video or image of them released, as we've seen with other hostages. And we do not know if they were held separately throughout their captivity or together. Gali and Zivi Berman are expected to be released in the first group as well. Alon Noel, with the gold curls and the yellow piano, 24-year-old, was kidnapped to Gaza after celebrating, partying at the Nova Music Festival in Reim, the same location where he's going to arrive at very soon in the coming 30 minutes or so. He was kidnapped from the Nova Music Festival. He and his friends were able to run away from grenades that were thrown into the secure shelter they were trying to seek refuge at until the terrorists caught him and took him hostage. We do know that he was injured and that there are some medical challenges he's been facing while in captivity due to his injuries on that dark day. And we do know that his lovely parents have already asked for a piano to await him when he arrives at the hospital. Again, Alon Noel is expected to be part of the first group of hostages to be released as well. Eitan Mo, 25-year-old from Jerusalem, worked as a security guard at the Nova Music Festival on October 7th for about a week and a half. He was defined missing until the military announced his family that he's kidnapped and that there's a sign of life from him at the Gaza Strip. And his father, Eitan, the father of Eitan, Tzvika Mo, became one of the most vocal voices of the hostage families demanding their release while not compromising Israeli security. Eitan Mo as well expected to be part of the group to be released as early as 8 a.m. The last one, but definitely not least, to be part of the first group of hostages being released this morning, Matan Engels, 22-year-old from northern Israel, was brutally kidnapped while he was wounded, injured, and unconscious. He was kidnapped from a tank in Nachal Oz military encampment after he went out with his team to defend the military base and the surrounding kibbutzim, the surrounding communities. His parents published a first documentation of him from captivity last spring out of a video that Hamas terrorist has filmed. So yes, a first list of hostages: Gali and Zivi Berman, Alon Noel, Omri Miran, Eitan Mo, and Matan Engers are expected to be released as early as 8 a.m.
And Eli, according to Qatar Al Arabi TV, the first release of Israeli hostages is going to begin in the coming minutes.
Wow.
Now, obviously, we are 20 minutes away from 8 a.m., the scheduled time. So, really, we are expected to see very, very soon the first batch of Israeli hostages released, the names that you mentioned. And so, as we're seeing so far, there haven't been any significant surprises on the part of Hamas. What we are seeing also is that the Palestinian prisoners' media offices finally published the names of 1,918 prisoners who are going to be released today. 250 of them are sentenced to life or to prolonged sentences. This is the heavy price.
That's the flip side.
Or the additional heavy price that Israel has to pay for the release of our citizens.
And to that point, there was this emergency cabinet telephone session, right? Late at night.
To replace some of the names, really until the last moment.
Yeah.
This list wasn't finalized, but it is finalized. In fact, there's also reports that in Ofer prison, not too far outside of Jerusalem, there's already the prisoners have already begun boarding the buses. I'm not so sure that these reports are accurate because there won't be no Palestinian prisoner will be released until all the living hostages have been handed over.
This is major, nonetheless. And we are seeing the split screen of Hostage Square in Tel Aviv of Gazans awaiting the Red Cross convoys. And this is the image of this morning.
Yeah, and we should remind our viewers that Hamas is committed, and Israel received assurances from the mediators that there will not be any public ceremony for the handover of the hostages. It appears that as far as
we
Hamas
remember
is
some releases, hostages were ambushed. Gadi Moses were
So unfortunately, it appears that we're going to see something closer to that than something with production and a stage, because as far as Hamas is concerned, when there's no stage, there's no ceremony. But ultimately, we are seeing Gazans congregating and surrounding the release area, which is a little bit disconcerting for
So this is happening in Gaza, but let's do know what we're now seeing on screen. These are the friends of Eviatar David, albeit not part of the first group of hostages to be released, expected to be released later on this morning, watching every bit of this morning on screen. They're together, and this is perhaps the name of the game for Israelis today, to be together. We've been together in hardships, so much so in the past 2 years. And this morning, there is a dire need to be together, an urging need to be together in jubilation. Mark Schulman.
Absolutely. It's not a question of holding back this time.
Right.
We really can be happy. Now, again, there will be dead hostages coming back and all sorts of problems, and we don't know what the future is. But for a country that has been so traumatized by 2 years of war, on every single level, I mean, the fact that the Houthis have said they're no longer going to fire missiles at us in the middle of the night, it means we don't have to put our sandals by our bed to run to the shelter in the middle of the night. It changes the way we've been living for 2 long years, and for these families to be fighting. I remember the first Saturday after the war began, I went to the Kiryat. One guy who was there, I forget his name, unfortunately, his 3 children and his wife had been kidnapped to Gaza, and he didn't know what to do. And he was standing there with his dog. And he started that the first Saturday. And some of our neighbors all went over there, and it's like, that started it. He went there, and from there on,
he was helpless
helpless. What do you do? Your wife and 3 children have been kidnapped to Gaza.
What do you do?
How do you do? What do you say to a man like that?
Incomprehensible. But we want to shift our focus back to what is happening now, what is to come in the coming hours. Uri Lazarovich from the Magen David Adom Emergency Services. Thank you very much for joining us on this truly exciting morning. Mr. Lazarovich, talk to us through the process of your preparations to receive, to welcome, to assist in the welcoming of the hostages.
So first of all, good morning, and as you said, we're very excited here, cautiously excited for this morning. We started early morning, middle of the night, preparing and getting our teams ready for this event. We are working alongside the IDF's medical corps as well, of course, which are in charge of the return of the hostages. We are with many teams here inside the base itself and also surrounding the whole Gaza envelope. As you guys, of course, know, we have a lot of people coming to see the hostages return and wave hello to them and come see them. So we have tens of thousands of people around the area as well. So we have many units of advanced life support, regular ambulances, first responders, driving in between and standing with them throughout the whole area here. We're excited. Hopefully we'll see the first round of them come through here in the base in the next hour, a half an hour even.
Yeah, and Mr. Lazarovich, for the Magen David Adom teams those past 2 years, and this Saturday, October 7th, is engraved in your own history as well, an inseparable part of the tragedy, of the loss, of the pain, and now also an inseparable part of this day of cautious yet very much complete jubilation.
Yeah, no doubt. The October 7th, that Saturday morning, will be remembered forever for us here in Magen David Adom, as well as the rest of Israel, of course. And I hope that this morning will also be remembered just as much so, and the exact counter opposite of what we had that Saturday morning, we might have here this morning.
Yes, Ori Lazarovich from Magen David Adom, thank you very much for speaking to us this morning. Again, emotions running high, and you are there to make sure that it will not be causing any unnecessary collateral damage at this point in time, as again, Israelis are spread throughout the country to welcome back the hostages. And we keep on seeing this split screen on your right side, Hostage Square in Tel Aviv. On the left side, it is Gaza, where there seems to be preparations to the first handover of the Israeli hostages, despite the commitment by Hamas that there will be no ceremonies. Like in previous times, we see that, again, there is some sort of movement there. We want to welcome now Gidi Greenstein, former peace negotiator, to join us this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Greenstein, for your time. We're trying to find words to describe the nits and bits of this day, and you've been there in those rooms, making everyone agree on what pastry to have on the table is difficult. So this truly a remarkable diplomatic achievements. Your thoughts this morning?
This is really, as you said, Ellie, and thank you for having me this morning, really an incredible diplomatic achievement by the Trump administration and the Trump team. They were able to pull together entities that are in tension with each other. We're talking about Qatar and Egypt, Turkey and Egypt and other countries as well. Everybody into aligning everybody's interest around at least the first phase of the deal, and that is a remarkable achievement. But the Trump administration seems to be pushing forward for the day after this exchange, for the stabilization of the situation in Gaza, for a quick introduction of the international force, based on a mandate that is now being agreed apparently without Israeli participation. I'm sure behind the scenes there is some deliberation about that as well. So it's really a pivotal day, a pivotal moment for obviously for Israel. It's an incredible moment watching hopefully very soon the last group of live hostages coming back. I think everybody's wearing these pins. I hope we can retire them soon and begin a new chapter within Israel, but also a new chapter, hopefully, in our relationship, as difficult as it may sound right now, in our relationship with Gaza and perhaps also with the Palestinians. President Trump has put forward his plan at the first year of his presidency, which means that he has 3 more years to go in terms of pushing diplomatic arrangements. And therefore, a lot, for sure, based on his record, a lot will happen in the next few years, and it will be moving in the direction,
and indeed,
hopefully, more stability and security.
And indeed, Mr. Greenstein, ending a war and making peace might sound similar, but it is profoundly not the same.
Exactly. But the 20-point plan of President Trump actually has the ingredients, has the outline of moving forward beyond the war-ending deal. Remember that the challenge has always been, and we spoke about it on i24 News multiple times, it's connecting the day after with the political horizon, connecting the economic side with the political side, bringing everything in one package that creates enough certainty about the future. There is also ambiguity. We always know that in these kind of framework agreements, there is ambiguity, what you may call constructive ambiguity. This is a term that was used in Oslo. It was actually
vague enough for everyone to feel comfortable to say yes and not decline. Yeah,
exactly. But if you look at the lessons of Oslo, the framework agreement of September 1993 was actually more detailed than what we're seeing from President Trump right now. At the same time, about 2 years of negotiations were required before there was a comprehensive agreement about implementing that framework agreement for the transition period. And here too, in this case, there's a 3 to 4 year transition period that is provided for by President Trump. So a lot of diplomacy will be required to move forward. But with this kind of diplomatic thrust coming out of Washington and in the region, a lot can happen.
At the very least, the faith in diplomacy has been restored, I would dare to say. Mr. Gidi Greenstein, thank you very much for joining us on this morning. Mr. Mark Schulman, here in the studio, we're now seeing the big part of the screen, Haza Square in Tel Aviv, and on the right side, the families of Matan Engel, Segev Khalfon, and Eviatar David, all awaiting their loved ones to come back home. And we're seeing such gatherings throughout the country. And again, this urge, this need to be together today.
Absolutely. I mean, it's throughout Israel and throughout the Jewish world. I got a message from a relative in Florida who's watching this broadcast and said, no one's going to sleep here in Florida tonight. So I think this is very much the case. I think that we're all sitting here on pins and needles. We want to see them. We want to see them hug their families. We want that moment of joy. We want to join in that moment of joy, very much so. My family all has gone to the hostage square because I want to be part of it right now. It's just...
You know what? So let's be part of it. Let's say hello to Joe Brown, standing by there. No, we will get to Joe Brown later on. For now, we're seeing those live images from there. But you're mentioning, Mr. Schulman, your family members, your friends. We've seen people gathered there from late last night, and they're going to camp out there until...
People just went... This was the place to be. It was a place to join and feel a part of a moment of history. But it's more than a moment of history. There have been a lot of moments of history. You and I have sat around this table for various terrible moments in history. It felt very different.
Right.
Because this is a good moment in history. This is a happy moment in history. Something that happens so rarely. For those of us in various parts of the news business, we mostly, what does it say? If it bleeds, it leads. Well, this is the opposite story for once.
Absolutely.
This is a good story. And we're all happy. This whole country just needs it. I think the whole country needs a psychiatrist to deal with.
And, I will dare to try and translate the beautiful words of the grand Israeli poet, Leah Goldberg, talking about the fact that in every expectation, there's the Nevo Mountain sadness, right? That Moses saw the country was unable to go through it. So in every expectation, we all have this built-in inherent sadness, but those strokes of somberness are perhaps sidelines at this.
Well, absolutely. I mean, look, we are going to have sadness today, and it's going to be two parts. The happy part, which is this morning when the live hostages come back, the much more disturbing
of Rachel,
part.
Oh my God, my conscience will not forgive me if I will not correct myself, not Leah Goldberg, the great poet Rachel. Mr. Mark Schulman, thank you very much for being here with us on this truly remarkable morning. We're out for a very short break. Nicole Zedek will be here at the top of the hour, 8 a.m., as we are expecting the first group of hostages to be released. i24 News will be here live throughout the day to bring you every bit of this historic, happy day for the state of Israel.
Welcome to this very special edition of I24 News. We're coming to you live from Tel Aviv on these historic moments as we are anxiously waiting for the release of the 48 hostages, 20 of whom are expected to be released by the noon deadline, and everything is starting to unravel right now, 8 a.m. Israel time. We are already seeing movement with the International Red Cross inside Gaza, according to reports. 5 hostages who are expected to be released first. We now have their names: Eitan Moore, Gali and Ziv Berman, Matan Angrest, Omri Miran, and Alon Ohel. Those are 5 of the 20 living hostages who we are expected to be released today. It gives you chills, goosebumps, truly, during these historic moments that we are closely monitoring right here on I24 News. For 2 years, we've been saying the motto, bring them home. Well, today, they are finally coming home. I'm Nicole Zedek, and reporting all of this with me is our I24 News senior Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osran, as well. Ariel, nerve-wracking moments lie ahead, but it seems everything is moving right now. 8 a.m., that is the deadline that we had expected to see things moving, and they finally are. Where do things stand?
Right, Nicole. So what we're seeing right now is that really we are moments away from the first release of hostages. It was expected it would either be in northern Gaza or central Gaza, but it appears that the first handover point is going to be in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza Strip. We have the names that you mentioned, and really this is, if we remember the dynamic of this throughout the war, 2 years we've covered so many of these hostage releases. So really we're reaching the culmination of the first batch expected to be handed over to Red Cross officials. Now, we have to note that under the deal, Hamas had committed that there would be no ceremony or no parade during the release of the hostages. Now, while we don't see any stage in sight, this is live images, ceremony, flags were put up. There's civilians that have been supporters who have been brought over to participate in this ceremony, because that is what it is. But we hope that for the hostages, they will be able to overcome these difficult final
quite
moments.
The contradiction also, even on the screen, those images inside Gaza and those images inside Tel Aviv. Look at the crowds that have been gathered out since midnight tonight, Ariel. The whole nation is waiting for this moment, and they have been waiting for this moment for more than 2 years now.
More than 2 years, with really October 7th being the longest day that has not yet ended. Now, for the families of the hostages themselves, they've been continuously living this day of October 7th, and I think as a country, as a society, this is the situation, and so we are potentially arriving at the moment where we can close the page, turn the page on this dreadful day. We do need to note that today we are seeing the release of 20 hostages. There are still the bodies of 28 hostages, not all of whom are going to be released today. In fact, not all the bodies are accounted for. And so after today, a joyous day, a day of reunification of hostages with their families, of the people of Israel with their with their countrymen who are being returned today. There are still some families who are not going to receive that much awaited closure. It is not clear at this moment how many of the bodies, of the 28 bodies, are going to be released today. According to Hamas, the release of the bodies will take place later in the day, in the evening. But we are going to embark on a process for the search efforts for these bodies of the remaining hostages. And so this is, for the majority of the families of the hostages, this is going to be a joyous moment of closure, of reunification. For others, this is going to leave a bittersweet taste in their mouth, as obviously we've seen such solidarity among the families of the hostages that even those who have not will not be able to embrace their loved ones, that they are happy for the other families of the hostages, but still have this sense of bitterness inside. But that is for the later hours of the day. Let us try, in the few amounts of joy that we do get to enjoy, or that we are finally able to enjoy since the start of this war. We are expected to see the release of 6 hostages in the coming minutes.
And I think the contradiction of emotions that you're explaining, it truly is seen on many of the faces of the Israelis that are gathered. Now we're taking a look at some of the images inside Gaza as well. When you talk about preparations, this is all very imminent. The Red Cross, these buses, it seems, have arrived at the location. Once again, Hamas promising that no ceremony would be taking place, no propaganda victory lap, yet
that looks like a ceremony to me.
It looks like a ceremony to me as well, I would state. However, as you mentioned, the little moments of joy and victory, once we do see these images, if anything, this is the first sign of immediate life that we are seeing, besides the propaganda video that Hamas has released of many of these hostages. Once again, as far as the 5 hostages that we are expecting to be released in the coming minutes, perhaps. I just want to read their names once more. Eitan Mor, he was 25 years old, working as a security guard at the Nova Music Festival. Gali and Ziv Berman, they're both 28-year-old twins. They were both kidnapped from Kibbutz Kfar Aza. In fact, Ziv was held alongside former British-Israeli hostage Emily Damari, known for her significant rock-on after she lost 2 of her fingers in Hamas captivity. But the minute that she was released, this kind of served as a symbol of resilience to the Israeli public. We've seen images of her also anxiously waiting for Ziv and Gali's release. 22-year-old IDF soldier Matan Angrest, he was captured and injured from a tank close to the border on October 7th. His family also very vocal in the fight to release all of the hostages. Omri Moran, 48 years old, he was taken from Nahal Oz. He's a father of 2 very young girls, 4-year-old Roni and 2-year-old Alma. There was an image, actually, that his wife, Lishai Miran Levi, posted on social media overnight of these 2 little girls with their suitcases, as they were told, "Daddy's finally coming home." In fact, Lishai says that every night since October 7th, she takes her 2 young girls. Alma was 6 months old when her father was kidnapped. Roni just 2 years old. Now they're both 4 and 2, and every night Lishai says they would actually go out, look at the moon, and say goodnight to Daddy in hopes that they could hear him in Gaza. Now their father is finally coming home, as well as 24-year-old Alon Ohel. He was actually recently seen in a Hamas propaganda video alongside Gal Gilboa Dalal. There are fears that Alon has lost sight in one of his eyes because of an untreated injury, as what we could see in some of that propaganda video. Once again, Alon, he's a musician, a pianist. There's been a piano in Hostage Square in Tel Aviv since the beginning days of this war, as his family has encouraged anyone to play on that piano in honor of Alon, to just fill the square with music. And now we're seeing the square filled with life, filled with cheers, filled with hopefully some energy, as these 5 are expected to be the first released out of 20 living hostages. As Ariel is explaining, though, this is just the beginning. Ariel, as far as other updates that we're seeing on this screen, everything looks imminent.
Not only imminent, but according to the Red Cross, the handover process has begun. Now, we don't yet see this in terms of the live images coming from the field in Khan Yunis, but Saudi media with a very interesting report. We gave the names of 6 hostages, but according to Saudi Al-Hadath, 10 hostages are expected to be released now. This is in the area that we're seeing right now in Khan Yunis in the south, and then another 10 in a second batch. So rather than 3 releases, we are seeing 2, as expected. Hamas making last-minute changes. They do not commit in advance to a certain time, a certain place, and a certain number of hostages in each release. They are making their decisions as they see fit on the fly. And so according to the latest reporting, not only is the hostages, the Red Cross says that we're seeing that initial reports that some of the hostages have already been handed over to the Red Cross. Again, we cannot see this on the live images coming out of Khan Yunis right now, but we are really in crunch time for these hostages, expected to be released now.
Nerve-wracking moments.
The Qatari TV is saying that Hamas operatives are currently handing over Israeli hostages to the Red Cross in Gaza City. That is why we're not seeing this, because the images that we're seeing are from Khan Yunis, but the release that is happening right now is in Gaza City, which is in northern Gaza. So really we are seeing these two batches expected to taking place more or less simultaneously. But Nicole, there are Israeli hostages being handed over right now to the Red Cross, and these and we can see that in Hostages Square they are very aware of this, and they're celebrating this wonderful moment that the Red Cross is currently receiving the hostages, 10 hostages in northern Gaza and Gaza City. These hostages are no longer in Hamas captivity. They are still in the hell of Gaza Strip, but 7 of them have been handed over to the Red Cross, beginning their long, or not too long, journey towards Israel, but really their long journey for recovery and rehabilitation.
And that is the most important, Ariel. You said it in our earlier broadcast, but even starting possibly a few days ago, the worst part of their captivity has ended, because we know from some of these past releases, the hostages, in anticipation, Hamas brings them out of these tunnels. They're actually above ground, some of them for the first time in months. They start getting a little bit more food so that Hamas can say they started feeding them more properly, and the images aren't so grotesque. But that does not diminish from the reality that they have lived for the past 2 years, 738 days in Hamas terror captivity. Yet the worst part is over, and this is truly a new day, 8 a.m. here in Israel, a new day for these hostages, for these families that are gathered right now in Raim military complex in southern Israel, waiting anxiously for these first moments when they do get to reunite with their loved ones. Just a quick walkthrough of what we should expect as well, because this is just the beginning inside Gaza, Ariel. Then they're transported to the Red Cross. They undergo some psychological evaluations once they're actually handed over to the IDF. What do we expect following this moment?
Right, so I will just explain this moment that we are in, because it is so dramatic. We cannot see this on the screen right now because this is in Khan Yunis, but in northern Gaza, in Gaza City, 7 hostages have been handed over to the Red Cross. We're talking, I think we have the names here now. Okay, we don't have confirmation yet of who the 7th one is, but you said the names of the 6. So in northern Gaza, 7 hostages were handed over to the Red Cross. Once their identities are confirmed by the Red Cross officials, they will then begin a short drive towards Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip. That's when they will be handed over to the IDF troops. The first time they see Israeli soldiers in over 2 years. Some of them didn't see any soldiers on that horrific, dreadful day of October 7th. They will undergo an initial evaluation. We'll hear Hebrew spoken around them by the majority of people surrounding them, and then they will be taken to the border, to the Re'im absorption center.
And the fact that many of these IDF soldiers, these psychological experts, unfortunately, they have done this before. They have a process of doing this. They've handled past former released hostages. This is not the first time that they are dealing with these captivity survivors. And as unfortunate as that is, they've also learned each time about what these released hostages might be wanting first. Even as you mentioned, just a friendly kind smile. Now they're meeting with women, actually, because they realize that is what's best for many of these hostages, to see first a warm embrace, almost a motherly figure, before they're then transported to actually meet, many of the times, their mothers themselves, these families that are currently at Re'im. And I think that's also important to touch on, just the lessons that we've learned. This is the third and hopefully final release we will ever be reporting on right here on I24 News.
It could even be two. They may have cut it down for us, because while it is a joyous occasion to report the release of Israelis who were either taken from their homes on the kibbutzim near the Gaza border, from the Nova Music Festival, or from literally taken out from their tanks along the border, we are, this is not something that we want to report on. We want to be after this. Just like the hostages, their families, the entire country of Israel wants to finally be able to turn the page over this day and to really begin the long road to recovery. So we are seeing that in northern Gaza, 7 hostages have been handed over to to the Red Cross by Hamas. We're talking about the 6 hostages that we talked about earlier. We're talking about Matan Engest, Eitan Mor, Gali and Ziv Berman, Omri Miran, Alon Oel, and Guy Gilboa Dalal. These are the 7 hostages, living hostages, who have been handed over by Hamas to the Red Cross, and they are no longer in Hamas captivity. These 7. We're talking about 7 out of 20 no longer in Hamas captivity. They are being transferred to Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip, counting the moments until they'll be able to see their loved ones in Re'im. Now, we talked about this earlier in the broadcast, that Re'im is the site of the Nova Music Festival, where a large number of the hostages who are being released today were taken captive from, but today they are going to have the complete opposite experience there, of rather being stolen from their families, their freedom, liberty, and safety taken away from them in the most brutal manner you can imagine. They are now going to enter into the loving embrace of not only their family, but really the entire people of Israel, who are either at Hostage Square or watching this from their homes today. This is
or in
such a
Re'im, lining the streets to welcome them home. We have people that have been standing there since dawn, as the sun was rising, wrapped in the Israeli flag, just to try and show them some sort of a glimpse of the Israeli public that has been cheering them on as they are transported out of Gaza to Re'im. Just these 3 images that you're looking at on your screen right now. That top image is from southern Gaza's Khan Yunis. Once again, the 7 hostages that have been released. This is from northern Gaza, so it seems that possibly the next group of hostages will be released from Khan Yunis, as it looks like Hamas is preparing some sort of a release ceremony, even though they promise not to. Then on the bottom left, these are the joyous images in Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Truly, you can tell that they're hearing the news for the first time that 7 Israelis are coming back home. Bring them home. That is the motto right there in Hostages Square. And well, now they are coming home, Ariel.
And Nicole, it's not just at Hostages Square in Re'im, but as we've seen during these releases, also around the hospitals, also in various main roads across Israel. You'll see the same places, the same spots where Israelis would go out on a weekly basis and in protest to call for the immediate release of the hostages. They're returning to those points in celebration, even if the hostages don't pass through there. That is the significance of this moment that we are experiencing right now. So out of the 20 who are going to be released today, we can say joyfully that 7 of them were already released and handed over to the Red Cross.
In the initial assessment, their health condition is satisfying. I see reports they're walking on their own feet. This is something that cannot be understated. We've heard once again from past hostages. This is the first time many of them are getting out of the cages, the tunnels underground where they have been kept for months on end, seeing daylight, some of them for the first time in months. This takes such a toll on the body, but the fact that they are satisfying, once again, this does not undermine what Hamas has done to them in captivity. However, it does indicate that this is the beginning of their road to recovery, and they will be recovering here. Not only the physical recovery, as that initial assessment is normal and satisfying, but one can't even begin to look at the emotional toll that this has taken on them. That's why there are all of these psychologist teams on standby. They're the first ones to greet them, and that also for many of the hostages, well, I have to say that's the longest part, but also many of the former hostages say they have not been able to recover because hostages have still been there. So while this is the beginning of the recovery for the released hostages today, it's also a beginning of truly the recovery also for the former hostages that have been released for months now.
Nicole, it's not just that. It's we see that the released hostages, they've really formed a support group, like a family. And what I expect we will see now is, first of all, many of the hostages were torn apart, siblings, couples were torn apart. So not only are they going to be reunited, but I expect that we're going to see the more experienced freed hostages helping and supporting the newly released hostages. This support group is only expanding, but if there's anything that we can say from watching the emotional strength coming from the families of the hostages, the unity, the brotherhood, standing side by side, supporting each other. So this is something that we're also seeing among the hostages themselves. And so this is really, really remarkable. Yeah, we're seeing further confirmation of the hostages, the 7 who were released in northern Gaza. They are minutes away from from being handed over to Israeli forces. And according to Al Jazeera, the release of the hostages will be completed at 10 a.m. That is an hour and 3/4 in the southern Gaza Strip. So these images that we're seeing right now, the top frame, that is in Khan Yunis. That is where the completion of the handover of the Israeli hostages from Hamas to the Red Cross will take place. But as I mentioned about the first 7 who are no longer in captivity, and they are in the vehicles of the Red Cross, and they are just moments away from meeting Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip. And you can see the celebration. Every family has their own area, but they're all one big family.
This is
there
the Berman family right now. So you can see these are the twin brothers, 28 years old. Listen to that joy for a second. It's truly just so heartwarming to see the emotion that they're feeling. So once again, the Berman family, both of them, these twin brothers, kidnapped from Kibbutz Kfar Aza. And their family, the community, in fact, as well as all of Israel, but clearly all of these friends, families, community members, you see tears, along with the joy. It truly is all of these emotions that these families are feeling. And once again, this is just one of these congregations of communities coming together to watch them. As you mentioned, every family, every community has their own. And this is also not the immediate family. The immediate family is in Re'im, also closely monitoring this situation and waiting for when they themselves actually get to hug and see for the first time with their own eyes since October 7th, 2023, these 7 hostages that are now on their way to meet with the Israeli military.
Yeah, we're talking about different families in different zones, but really, if there's something that the families of the hostages have proven over these past 2 years, is that they have become maybe against their will or they didn't plan it, but they have become one large family and really supporting each other, helping each other, rejoicing with one another, but also consoling and supporting one another when when the moment arises. As you mentioned, the 7 hostages who have already been handed over to the Red Cross and are about to join Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip, their health condition is described as normal, but they will still undergo medical evaluations in Re'im, and obviously they will be spending a few days at least in the various hospitals in central Israel. Obviously, everyone according to their condition. But if we're and we can now say that the first 7 hostages have been handed over to Israeli forces inside the Gaza Strip. This, I have chills running through my body right now. This is really, we've been waiting so long to report this joyous and happy news, and we can say that not only are they no longer in captivity, but they are in the hands of Israeli forces. 7 out of the 20 to be released today. So a third, they are in the hands of Israeli forces. They are also going to receive the initial embrace of the troops, obviously, and we are anxiously anticipating the release of the other 14. Now, Hamas coming out with a statement right now, the Qassam Brigade saying that they remain committed to the time frame of the release of the hostages as agreed upon under the Trump plan. And so that release took place in northern Gaza. These images that we're seeing on the screen right now, those are preparations for the release in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. If Hamas was committing to not hold a ceremony, that is not what we're seeing on the screen right now. I know in the past the Israeli authorities have voiced their discontent to the mediators for Hamas breaching the terms of the agreement, even though I just read a statement by Hamas saying that they remain committed. So that just, once again, not that we needed a reminder that you cannot believe a word that comes out of Hamas, and you have to have mediators involved, you have to have guarantees, and luckily for Israel, it managed to garner the support and guarantees of the United States. But we are seeing that whenever Hamas can do as it pleases and use its psychological warfare, it will not shy away from that opportunity. But also, fortunately, that is no longer the case for the 7 who have been released. They are no longer going to be touched by Hamas, going to be imprisoned by Hamas, going to be tortured, starved by Hamas. They are now in the protective hands of the Israeli Defense Forces inside the Gaza Strip. After a short medical evaluation, they will be driven in a military convoy to the border, and then will make their way to the absorption center in Re'im. We are talking about roughly an hour at the most until they will be reunited with their loved ones.
This hour, the wait for these family members as they got this news, they've been waiting for 2 years. And I was listening to one of the father, actually, of Omri Miran just yesterday, and when he talked about this 24-hour waiting period, he said, 2 years I've been waiting and it's been hell. These 24 hours, I'm finally waiting, and it's positive. He says, I can continue to wait because I know good news is on the way. And now his son is right now in the hands of the Israeli military on his way to Re'im. And so that gives you chills, truly, to think about these 7 hostages. Once again, I just want to read their names, the ones that are in the hands of the Israeli military. We're talking about 25-year-old Eitan Mor, 28-year-old twins Gali and Ziv Berman, 22-year-old Matan Angrest, 48-year-old Omri Miran, and 24-year-old Alon Ohel, as well as Guy Gilboa Dalal. These are the 7 hostages that are currently in the hands of the Israeli military, safe hands for the first time in more than 2 years. Once again, the images that you're looking at on your screen right now, the top one being Gaza, southern Gaza's Khan Yunis, as they are waiting around 10 a.m. Israel time. It's currently 8:24 Israel time, 10 a.m. Israel time. That is when they are expecting for this next release of hopefully the remaining hostages. On the bottom left, you're taking a live look at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Some of these joyous yet emotional scenes as well in Israel. And then on the right hand, you're taking a look live at Raim. This is one of the military helicopters that is expected to transport these hostages, former hostages, to hospitals throughout Israel. They are being expected to be released to 3 different hospitals throughout Israel, where they will continue to receive proper medical treatment, where more of the family will be there to greet them. And many of the family members have also been decorating these hospital beds, these rooms, where they will be able to actually see some of their own personal belongings also for the first time in 2 years. So this is truly everything that is unfolding right now. Also, just a reminder, this is the main news. This is the highlight. This is what we are reporting on today. But side by side, there's a major diplomatic visit that is happening also at 9:20 a.m. U.S. President Donald Trump is expected to land in Tel Aviv at Ben Gurion Airport. As many of the Israelis all say, this could not have happened without him, without his 20-point peace plan. At 9:20, he lands at Ben Gurion Airport. Very quick trip, 3.5 hours. That's all the U.S. president is here for. Then after that, a quick meeting with the Israeli President Isaac Herzog and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset. 10:45, that's when he's expected to meet with some of the hostage families. They are eagerly waiting to thank the U.S. president for his work in this. 11 a.m., that's when we are expecting for the U.S. president to address the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset. Many people eager to hear pretty much his victory lap that he's doing here in Israel, thanking the people of Israel who have also supported him every step of the way, just as the U.S. president has supported Israel every step of the way in making sure they could get this deal done. And that's about it for the U.S. president's trip. Before 1 p.m., he departs to Egypt, and that's where a lot of the legwork begins as far as the actual peace plan, the talks in Sharm el-Sheikh to get the rest of this plan in motion, because today this is the hostage release deal. This is what is so important to Israel and Israelis. But the peace process, that's where some big questions remain. We'll focus on that later. But Ariel, right now, the main news of the hour is this joyous news that we can report on, but still waiting as far as the remaining living hostages to be released.
Yeah, Nicole, you're describing events that only in the Israeli news cycle can you have so much news going on in such a short period of time that we actually have to say, oh, that's later in the day's problems. Today, we are only sticking to the good news, the joyous news of what is happening right now. So 7 hostages are still inside the Gaza Strip, and they are approaching or making their way towards the border with Israel. You know, you talked earlier about the father of Omri Miran, who's saying after 2 years, only the past 24 hours, does he have some spark of positivity. And I think, you know, obviously for him it is as visceral as it can be, but this is really the story of the entire country, of entire Israeli society. Speaking to Israelis, you really feel that a weight is starting to be lifted, that we can suddenly breathe easier. Obviously, this process will not be fully complete until all the 20 living hostages and the 28 bodies of the hostages are returned. But we are making a significant step in that direction. Really, the longest day in Israeli history, October 7th, is still ongoing as long as there are hostages inside the Gaza Strip. Once they return, they will be able to begin the long road to recovery. Those who were murdered in captivity or whose bodies were snatched by Hamas and other Palestinian terrorists to the Gaza Strip, they will be laid to rest in an honorable manner with their families, their loved ones present. But really, this open wound that has been ailing the entire country for these past 2 years. We all knew that it couldn't be done. We couldn't recover from it as long as there are hostages inside the Gaza Strip. That is changing every minute that we are talking right now. It has already changed for the 7 hostages who have been handed over who have been released inside the Gaza Strip, and that will also be the case for the remaining 14 living hostages who are going to be released today. That is the case for their loved ones, but really this is the story of an entire society that has been holding its breath for 2 years, supporting these families, taking to the streets, calling for their swift release. And now it may not have been swift, but it is happening, and we are today going to end this day, or even when we make it to the next news item on the agenda, when Trump arrives, by then all the hostages
in under
will
an
have been
hour now, I
released.
want to say, in 50 minutes, that's when Trump is expected to land, and so everything moving so quickly. Ariel, you touch about this feeling of Israelis finally being able to grasp oxygen again for a little bit, and I want to touch just more on these conflicting emotions, because these two side-by-side images we're seeing on our screen, one of those is Gaza, Khan Yunis, and the other one, I believe, is one of the Israeli prisons.
Is Ofer prison in the hills outside Jerusalem.
Yes, so just as you mentioned, the conflicting emotions that we're seeing today, on the one hand, this joy, on the other hand, this pain also, because for many of the family members that are receiving their loved ones for the first time, other family members who had their loved one killed in a Palestinian terror attack, their convicted terrorist could be released today. What do we know about the Palestinian prisoners that are expected to be released, and what's the timeline on that?
So what we're talking about 1,918 Palestinian security prisoners who are going to be released today. 250 of them have been sentenced to life in prison or to prolonged sentences. We're talking about really mass murderers, some responsible for the deaths of dozens of Israelis. The thing we need to understand about the way these Palestinian terror organizations work is that the periods in the prison is part of the training process in these organizations. You're a part of the youth of the organization, you're indoctrinated, you participate in low-level terror attacks. Then when you're of prime adult age, they use you to carry out attacks, and then once they are imprisoned, if they survived, then they continue the indoctrination inside the Gaza Strip, so inside the prison, sorry. So we are not talking about prisoners who have undergone a process of rehabilitation, of perhaps rethinking their ways of life. These prisons have become a growing bed for these terror organizations. You can call it the college experience of a Palestinian terrorist is in the Israeli prison system. And so when these terrorists are going to be released, some, as history has proven, a significant amount are going to return to terror activity in one capacity or another. And this is what raises the complexity of this moment, that we are not receiving our loved ones free of charge. Not only were they taken by terrorists, but Israel has to return terrorists to get them back. So this is a very heavy price that Israel as a society is paying, also security-wise. This is an open threat that could find its way back to harming Israel. Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind of October 7th, he was in Israeli prison system for a decade and a half at least, and he was released in the Shalit deal, and he orchestrated the most horrific attack in Israel's history. So there is always this concern that Israel could be releasing the next Yahya Sinwar, but this is not happening in a security void. The Israeli security establishment throughout this war has said that it will know to not only keep tabs on these released prisoners, but if they re-engage in terror activity, it will take action as it has in the past, but obviously making a concerted effort to be more vigilant in the wake of this release. This is the heavy price. Israel's been paying this heavy price. It paid the heaviest of prices on October 7th. It has been paying a continuous price for these past 2 years, and today a bittersweet moment here with Israelis receiving their freedom once again, returning to their families, but not free of cost. Israel paying a heavy security price for the return of its hostages, of its countrymen. But this is what Israel does. Israel was forced into this situation, but Israel has proven time and again that it may not be fast, it may not be easy, but Israel will not forsake its countrymen who are taken captive, taken hostage, whether from their beds in their homes in a kibbutz, whether from a music festival celebrating life, or from their tanks positioned along the border. We're talking about, there were only, on October 7th, there were 3,000 Hamas terrorists and 3,000 other Palestinians who stormed into Israel. There were only 13 tanks deployed along the border. Not all the crews made it, and we are very happy to see that those who survived the harshest of conditions in captivity are returning home. But again, all this now without a very heavy price.
Beautifully said, Ariel. We'll be coming to you for so many more updates throughout the day. We're going to give you a quick break now, though, because we do want to see also, side by side, what's happening at the Israeli parliament. Once again, U.S. President Donald Trump is set to be landing in less than an hour at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv before he heads over to the Knesset for some meetings with President Herzog, Netanyahu, as well as some of the hostage families themselves. And that's where our I24 News correspondent Balig Sladin is joining us from. Balig, what do we know so far? What should we be expecting as the U.S. president is set to arrive in less than an hour?
Now to Ben Gurion Airport to meet up with the president to welcome him to Israel. We're not expecting anything or any ceremony in Ben Gurion Airport. The president is going to stay in total 5 hours in Israel, so he's in rush to come to here where we are right now in the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. He's going to be welcomed here as well, and of course hold meetings with the prime minister and also the president of Israel, Yitzhak Herzog, who, by the way, this morning said that he is going to grant the president the presidential medal. That's in recognition of his effort to return the Israeli hostages. Of course, President Trump was hoping for a Nobel Prize last week, but that did not happen. Israel wants to grant President Trump its highest presidential medal, and what could be given to the president of the States, of the United States, in order to recognize his efforts to return the Israeli hostages and end the war in Gaza. The president himself already tweeting, or at least the White House official accounts are tweeting from Air Force One, both putting the pictures of some of the preparations for the welcoming of President Trump, with a writing that says, "Welcome, President Trump, thank you," on one of the Israeli beaches, as well as the White House spokesperson, Caroline Levitt, has already tweeted that the new down in the Middle East is right now, and the president is expected to land in Israel very soon. So after the president is landing and is here in the Israeli parliament, we're going to hear him speaking as well, of course. That is expected to happen after a speech by Prime Minister Netanyahu and the opposition leader Yair Lapid. The president is expected to talk, of course, about the issue of reaching a deal in Gaza. That is considered to be one of his greatest achievements, diplomatic achievements, since he came back to office. And he is also expected to speak about the issue of expanding peace in the Middle East, including normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, and other Muslim and Arab countries. That's going to be his next goal. And he should be expected to convey a message of optimism regarding this and other stuff in the Israeli parliament. And I would even say to the people of the world, after 2 years of war, where the focus was here in Israel, in Gaza, and now President Trump wants to say that I was the one that achieved this, ended the war in Gaza, brought back the hostages. I'm going to work on lasting peace in the Middle East.
Blake Sladin reporting live from the Israeli parliament. I believe we had a little bit of technical difficulties there at the end, but he will be covering everything happening with the U.S. president's trip to the Israeli parliament as he does address the parliament and give this victory lap that not only he is eager to give, but the Israelis are eager to receive, to hear what he is stating as well. And so Blake will be with us throughout the day, giving us updates from the Israeli parliament in Jerusalem. But in the meantime, just a reminder of truly the top story, the reason that all of our viewers are tuning in right now, the fact that 7 hostages, Israeli hostages, have been passed over, released from terror captivity by Hamas. They're in the hands of the Red Cross. They're making their way towards Israel, hopefully in the coming minutes, hours. We will be seeing some of these emotional reunions with these family members. I'm joined now as well by our senior host and correspondent, Ellie Hockenberg. And Ellie, we're seeing also just some images of the Israeli Air Force taking off for Re'im. These are the helicopters that will be picking up these family members. These are the pictures that we can remember from some of the past releases of them writing on a whiteboard their first messages to the Israeli public, who's also tuning in every step of this way.
And just this notion of seeing friendly, familiar, kind faces looking at them after over 2 years in which they saw the absolute opposite. It is inconceivable. And those moments, indeed, perhaps identified more than all else as the first moments in which the hostages are able to show their gratitude to the Israeli people. We know that many of them knowing, at least to a certain extent, how much they were fought for, how much the Israeli public is involved in their absence and in their pursuit and the struggle to bring them back. On the flip side of it, Nicola's preparations are underway on both sides of the divide, let's put it that way, albeit it is tough to articulate any similarities in this respect. All 1,966 Palestinian prisoners are expected to be released, and they are too aboard buses in the different prisons throughout Israel now, en route to their release, and perhaps the asymmetry here. Convicted terrorists who conducted murderous attacks released in exchange for civilians kidnapped from their beds on October 7th. Oh, and we are seeing initial images of hostages. There is now, I hope we can bring those images soon, but there seems to be already documentation of some of the hostages as the handover is underway. Let's just remind ourselves and our viewers who is, as we speak, regaining their freedom after over 2 years in captivity. Eitan Mon, 25-year-old from Jerusalem, worked as a security guard at the Nova Music Festival when he was kidnapped. It took a week and a half rather, for him to be defined hostage. He was beforehand defined missing until the military announced his family that he is kidnapped in the Gaza Strip. Gali and Ziv Berman, twins, identical twins, 28-year-old, kidnapped from their home in Kfar Aza to Gaza on that Black Saturday. The last contact with them was at 10 a.m. that morning, the morning of their kidnapping. There was no sign of life in the show in terms of a video or a picture, as we've seen with other hostages of the two twins. And we also do not know, Nicole, if they were held separately for the entirety of their captivity or not. And we don't even know if they are familiar with each other's state. So Gali and Zivi Berman are expected to be released. And as a side note, Emily Damari was held captive and released already, posted on Instagram. She's a close friend of the twins, and ever since her release fought for, of course, the return of them all, but specifically her two close friends. So she just released a video sharing her, her joy to see them out very, very soon. Alon Oel with the golden locks, right? The blonde curls and the yellow piano.
That's been in Hostages Square since
right.
the first days of this.
And his parents requested for a piano to await him at the hospital. We know that Alon was kidnapped also from the Nova Music Festival, was also injured very severely on that day and has been battling this injury throughout his captivity, so his physical state might be challenging very naturally, we might add. Omri Miran, 48-year-old, he was kidnapped from his home in Nachal Oz with his family, seeing it in front of their eyes. His wife Lishai spearheaded the battle to bring him back home. Omri has two young daughters. The eldest was 2 years old, the youngest was only a few months old. One 4-year-old now, the other one is a 2-year-old, and we saw earlier in the day, and we will be seeing, of course, on our screens, the picture of the two of them with suitcases.
And their little pigtails, the smiles on their faces, the joy when they heard, Daddy's coming home.
Daddy's coming home. And you told us earlier in the day that every night they stand out.
And they look at the moon, and Lishai has her two little girls speak to the moon and say, "Good night, Daddy," in hopes that Omri could hear their message and feel their message all the way in Gaza. But tonight, I don't think they're going to be looking at the moon. They're going to be saying it to his face, and it gives you goosebumps.
And also Dani Miran, Omri's father, who grew this long white beard. He's known worldwide as the man with the beard. He vowed at the beginning to cut the beard once Omri is home, but earlier this week he told us, no, I'm keeping it, but as a show of resilience, as a demonstration, as evidence of their resilience. Also being released in this first group, Matan Engels, 22-year-old, brutally kidnapped when he was injured, unconscious from a tank in Mutzav Nachal Oz, at the Nachal Oz military base, as he went out with his team to protect not just the military base, but the surrounding kibbutzim. So this is the first beat, the first group that is to be released any minute.
Any minute, truly they're in the hands of the Red Cross. I want to bring in another guest to this conversation as well. We're joined by former intelligence officer in the IDF, Rafael Yerushalmi. Rafael, I want to just state what joy we are feeling knowing that these hostages are on their way to safe territory, to Israel, after 2 years, but still big questions remain, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves as well as we talk about these big questions. I want us to feel the joy, but also be realistic. And as far as your opinion, as we are awaiting these 20 living hostages to be released, the 28 murdered hostages, Hamas still holding their bodies, that's the difficult coming hours as well. In your opinion, just in the coming hours, what do you expect to be the most difficult that could even throw some hiccups perhaps in this deal?
Well, we have to wait until the very last live hostage to be on Israeli soil to finally jump with joy. I mean, I'm jumping with joy like every Israeli today. Boker Tov Israel. It's a historical day, and I think everything is going to go okay, at least for that very first phase. And we always thought that the plan of the Trump administration, whether it's a good plan or a bad plan, it doesn't matter so long as we reach that very first phase and have our stages back home and have the true picture of victory, because the real victory of Israel in this conflict is to have our hostages back home. Now, on the way, many things can go wrong still. Even this morning, we still don't have all the hostages being given to the Red Cross, and the Hamas is still insisting on the liberation of certain terrorist prisoners detained in Israel that the Israeli government doesn't want to liberate, starting with Mr. Marwan Barghouti, that is the PLO version of Yahya Sinwar of the Hamas. So they might still, at the very last minute, come up with some kind of a surprise.
Is it not finalized, the list of prisoners that is being released, or is this still Hamas trying to make some last-minute demands, but Israel standing firm and hopefully having the international backing to stand firm on what was agreed upon?
Well, believe it or not, it's not finalized. It was finalized by the Israeli government around 4 o'clock in the morning, because there were last-minute changes, last-minute dealings and wheelings between the Hamas and the Israeli government about the list and who should be, who should not be released. And until this very moment, the Hamas is insisting upon the liberation of certain high-ranking terrorists. This might be just a show. I mean, in the end, they will liberate the hostages and respect the agreement. But you never know with them. They could explode any agreement on the way. They are fanatical terrorists. They are people you cannot trust in any way. They are not rational people. So we have to keep our fingers crossed until we see the very last living. I'm saying living because, unfortunately, for the deceased, we don't think we will see them all back in Israel. And the reason for that is that maybe, I say maybe, some of the deceased people have been mistreated, and the Hamas doesn't want to show their bodies, their corpses, because we will discover what they have endured. In any case, many things are still in the dark. The only light and the only very important thing is that in a couple of hours, we will have all 20 living hostages back home, and the rest is the future.
Yes, we can take it one news minute at a time with everything unfolding so rapidly. In fact, I want to come back to Ellie for a quick update because they're coming. They're on their way towards Israel right now.
Yes, we can say now that the hostages are in the hands of the Red Cross and will be making their way essentially to the handover spot with IDF forces, as in roughly, according to estimations we receive live from the ground, in the coming 15 minutes or so, the hostages, the first group of the hostages will be literally in Israeli hands again, closer and closer to come back home. So as said, they're now beginning their ride with the Red Cross convoy out of Hamas's hands already, a route to meet with the IDF forces inside the Strip, and then moved out of the Strip officially back in Israeli territory, back home.
It is amazing. 15 minutes they could be here in Israel. I have goosebumps. I want to come back to you, Raphael, if you are still with us. Just quickly, when we talk about these hostages returning home, the next phase of this deal as well, just a reminder to our viewers, the IDF is still inside the Gaza Strip, 53% of the Gaza Strip, in fact. And so how does this indicate how Hamas will be able to regroup? Because we are already seeing indications that it is regrouping, but to what capacity if Israel is occupying 53% of the Gaza Strip?
This includes the Philadelphia axis and the famous operational corridors that would allow the IDF to act if needed. If the security of the state of Israel or Israeli citizen is at stake, the IDF can always go back in swiftly. This being said, right now it's more or less a couple of days of chaos that we have to expect, at least a couple of days of utter chaos in Gaza. Right as we are speaking right now, there are intensive fights there is intensive fighting between the Hamas and what you call the Hamulot, the tribes, the tribal clans of Gaza who oppose the Hamas. They're actually fighting right now. They are like a counterweight to the power of the Hamas, who is trying to take back its grip on the Gaza Strip. But right now, let's say it in a little cynical way, it's none of our business anymore. It's now the business of the international community, the business of the UN, and the business of Arabic countries that want to rebuild Gaza. And let's hope that it remains their business and not ours anymore. And we'll see how they fare with that problem of the terrorism that is in Gaza, if they can do better than us, which of course I doubt very much. What is important is that we keep a strip of security, no man's land between Gaza and Israel, whereby we can ensure the security of the state of Israel and of its citizens. And let's in Gaza happen whatever will happen. And let's hope we do not have to intervene and go back into fighting. Let's others do the fight for us right now. It's the
one step
time
at
that
a time,
the international...
it seems.
Exactly. Yet, but also, I conclude with that, but also the international community should take its responsibilities now. It hasn't taken them so far. Now it's their opportunity to do their job.
Needs to step up. Raphael Yerushalmi, thank you so much for being with us on this historic day. We're going up for a very quick break, but we will be back in just 3 minutes, continuing to cover exactly what is happening as these 7 out of 20 of the living hostages are on their way back home to Israel.
The world is changing, and so is i24 News. Starting October 19th, a brand new lineup with exclusive original shows.
Live from Tel Aviv. An historic moment. Stay tuned to i24 News.
And, most importantly, the return of English language programming all day long and on weekends. i24 News in English is back. The heart of a new Middle East beats on i24 News.
5,000 years of history, and no matter who has tried to kill us, we survive and we thrive. Every week, we'll bring you the latest Jewish news from around the world. The good, the bad, the ugly, and the magnificent. Join us every Monday and Wednesday for Jewish World Weekly.
How do you get your news? Who do you trust to bring you the facts? And what's happening behind the scenes? To give you the entire story in this complicated, constantly changing region, we're based in the Middle East. Top stories with our team of journalists in the field, newsmakers, and experts. We're breaking it all down on The Rundown. Facts matter. Be the voice of reason.
Introducing the brand new i24 News Video On Demand app. You'll have instant access to all our programs, reports, in-depth discussions, and expert commentary, all at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News Video On Demand app today.
Welcome back to this very special edition of i24 News. I'm Nicole Zedek, live in Tel Aviv. On this historic day in Israel, for 2 years, their names were written on posters, their faces taped to walls across the world. Reminders of a promise: bring them home. But today, they are finally coming home. 20 living hostages to be released in the coming hours, 7 of them already in the hands of the IDF right now, entering their way towards Israeli territory. Any minute, they will be back in Israel. Those 7 hostages are 25-year-old Eitan Moore, 28-year-old twins Gali and Ziv Berman, 22-year-old IDF soldier Matan Angrest, 48-year-old Omri Miran, 24-year-old Alon Ohel, and 24-year-old Guy Gilboa Dalal. These are the 7 hostages who currently are in the hands, safe hands, of the Israeli military for the first time in more than 2 years, on their way to Israel, where they will finally reunite with their families. But once again, we are waiting for all 20 of the living hostages to be released. The next group expected to be released by 10 a.m. Israel time from southern Gaza's Khan Yunis, as well as the 28 bodies of the murdered hostages. We're going to discuss all of this throughout the hour. Everything is unfolding so rapidly right now. And to discuss it more, we're joined now by former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Danny Ayalon, as well as the former Israeli deputy foreign minister. Danny, what an honor to have you with us right now as everything is unfolding, because not only are the hostages right now, 7 of them, on their way back to Israel, you know who's also on his way? U.S. President Donald Trump. He is expected to land in 20 minutes at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv. I just want first your initial thoughts waking up this morning. It is a mixture of so much joy, but also pain for the reality of what could come. Danny, just your thoughts this morning.
Yes, Nicole, it's almost too much to comprehend. I think no superlative can really describe what is happening today, the emotions of all Israelis. I think all our hearts, Nicole, beat as one this morning. And on top of that, all the political, the diplomatic developments with the Trump coming here, speaking at the Knesset, and then going to Sharm el-Sheikh for a very special conference, which hopefully will bring maybe the entire region to a new era. I remember, and I'm sure you remember, Nicole, just 10 days ago, we spent some time together in Nahal Oz, just noting the 2 years after this darkest day of the 7th of October, 2023, which was the darkest day of Israel since our independence in 1948. And here we are today, which is probably the most joyous day since our independence. And it rivals only the Independence Day, the outburst of joy in all of Israel back in 1947. Kaftet November, 29th of November 1947, when everybody was holding their breath for the approval of the General Assembly at the UN for the vote for establishing or reestablishing the State of Israel. It was rebirth then of the State of Israel, and we feel the same now. It's a rebirth for all the hostages, for their families, but also for all Israelis, because we were all one. We were all waiting as one big family for them to return. And what a wonderful, great day. What resilience and grit the Israelis have. We never lost hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our, I would say, tradition and heritage for more than 2,000 years. And today we see coming together of a hope. And from now on, I believe we're going to see a healing process of Israel, and we're going to go from here, from strength to strength. Israel is a great country with all the best qualities, and mostly it's of its people. And now we're going to move on. Of course, we are grieving for the dead, but at least they will have an honorable closure when they will be buried in their homeland in Israel.
Danny, the hope that you're mentioning, it can be felt as the sun was rising this morning, as these hostages are coming back home finally. But also, you mentioned all of the diplomatic developments as well, with the U.S. president coming here expected to not only speak to some of the families, to Prime Minister Netanyahu, but also to address the Israeli parliament before he jets off to Egypt and truly signs this peace plan, inks it in pen. What should we be expecting in the coming minutes and hours from the U.S. president's visit?
Well, I think, first of all, I'm sure since Netanyahu and Israel will not be at the table there at the conference, which I think is not a good, let's say, sign. But we have to trust President Trump. We have trusted him so far, and he has delivered. So I'm sure that Netanyahu, the prime minister, will take advantage of his time with Trump to really deliver Israeli interest and what is our expectation coming out of this conference. And indeed, first and foremost would be the implementation of the Trump's agreement, the 20 points. And for us, the most important thing is the dismantling of Hamas, demilitarizing Gaza, and of course, including the tunnels, including all their munitions and all their weapons, and also their ability to manufacture more weapons. They have some outfits there that also have to be dismantled. And not less importantly, Nicole, is the de-radicalization of Gaza. If we want to see ever peace between us and the Palestinians, there has to be a change of the entire political culture, social culture of the Palestinians, not only in Gaza, but also in Judea and Samaria, the West Bank. And I think this would be discussed how, with Trump, how do we get over the hurdle? The first one is the dismantling of Hamas. And then, only then, we can talk about the rebuilding of Gaza and, of course, moving over to the big prize of a new peace in the Middle East, including Saudi Arabia, other Arab countries, and maybe even Indonesia and Pakistan, the biggest Muslim country in the world.
Big questions and big opportunities remain on the horizon. But for now, we have to take it minute by minute, if not hour by hour, and focus on the joyous news that we do have before we can even begin to solve those big questions ahead. Ambassador Danny Ayalon, thank you so much for being with us on this momentous morning.
My pleasure, Nicole. I've never been so happy to see you and to see your coverage.
And we will get hopefully many, many happier days ahead, Ambassador Ayalon. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Well, for more in studio, we're also joined by our I24 News senior correspondent, Owen Alterman, Colonel in Reserves, retired Colonel Dr. Jacques Neria, former deputy head of assessment at the Israeli military intelligence, as well as the former foreign policy advisor to Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, as well as our I24 News senior Middle East correspondent, Ariel Osran. Gentlemen, historic moments unfolding before our eyes. Ariel, I want to begin with you. As far as an update, 7 hostages have been handed over to the IDF. What does the timeline look like as we speak?
Right, so official confirmation from the IDF and Shin Bet that the 7 hostages are in Israeli hands. They are making their way now towards the Israeli border, to the absorption center in Re'im. These 7 were released in northern Gaza. Now, throughout the morning, we've been receiving conflicting reports. These 2 separate releases, 3 separate releases. The first one in Gaza City, that is done. There's going to be another one for sure in Khan Yunis. The question is, there also going to be one in the central camps. This is something that Hamas is deciding on the fly, not coordinating in advance, and Israel and the Red Cross have to simply adjust accordingly. But what we are seeing right now is that there are preparations in Khan Yunis for a release process. Now, these images are from Gaza City a short while ago. Inside the vehicles are already the released hostages making their way to Israeli forces. We said that they have already been received by them. So those are the images of shortly after the moment they were released by Hamas to the Red Cross. And so now we have kind of a phased timeline, because we have the timeline of the 7 who are making their way now to Re'im. We have the other, and after that, they'll be reunited with their families and then taken to hospitals. But we still have another 14 who have not yet been released. They are still in the hands of Hamas, but they're no longer in the tunnels. They're no longer undergoing physical torture. Obviously, emotionally, these are very hard moments. But to my understanding from testimonies of other released hostages, it's these moments that they are encouraging each other together. Some have been have been held hostage underground in the dark, some alone. And so the fact that they are together, encouraging each other, strengthening each other, this obviously also gives us strength, that they are not completely suffering in these last moments of their captivity inside the Gaza Strip. Obviously, we are counting down not the minutes, but the seconds until they are handed over to the Red Cross. 7 have already been released. They are no longer hostages. They are in the hands of Israeli forces making their way to Israel. We are still waiting for the remaining 14 who either way must be released within the next 3 hours, because that is when the deadline of the deal expires.
There is a timeline. The clock is ticking. Dr. Neria, every minute is crucial when it comes to this. It seems everything is going to schedule so far. Once again, we're dealing with a Hamas terror group. However, when you look at even the events of today, when we're expecting to see all 20 living hostages, as well as in the afternoon, some of the remains of the deceased, of the murdered hostages as well, side by side with some of the Palestinian security prisoners released. Also, Hamas still trying to have some last-minute demands as to who those prisoners are that will be released. What could you see being one of the biggest problems of today, if any?
Well, I don't expect any problems today, because I think that Hamas will stick to the agreement. It doesn't mean that Hamas will stick to the whole agreement. We'll see what happens in the next phase of negotiations, if, according to what we hear, that Hamas has the intention to stay in place and to run the affairs of the Gaza Strip until he's replaced in 6 months' time. You know, 6 months is a long time in the Middle East, and I don't believe that this is going to exactly fit to the aspirations of the Israeli government. One thing is sure, is that according to what the President Trump just said from the plane, the war is over. So any hope or any thinking, any thoughts about renewing the warlike effort against Hamas, you just have to put it aside. This is the end of it. How the big question is when the security arrangement will be done in the Gaza Strip, and you'll have the troops from Turkey, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, from Pakistan, and from other Arab countries. What would be the chance that Israel would intervene in case of a terrorist information coming into its hand? Is the right of hot pursuit going to be given to Israel? Yes or no? These are questions that we'll have to ask ourselves and wait for to see how this is going to be implemented. But what is the most important thing today, when the process of healing is beginning in Israel? We have to contemplate the whole pictures in the region and see what happened 2 years after. Hamas has been decimated. Hezbollah has been decimated. A new map has been drawn in the Middle East, with the Ashara taking over Bashar al-Assad. In Iraq, things are getting better from the American point of view. The only ones who are still in the margins are the Houthis. But right now, we don't hear from them, because they promised that they would stop firing if there's a ceasefire. So the whole thing here is trying to be, I would say, it's not the new Middle East of Shimon Peres, okay? It's not the visions of Shimon Peres. We're talking about a new reality where Donald Trump is going to impose a sort of Pax Americana, where Israel would be involved in it. And this is the most important thing that would happen to Israel if Israel understands and uses this opportunity in order to present itself as a real partner.
All right, we're going to get more into that future and the role that the U.S. president plays in it in just a moment. But first, we have been looking at these images from Hostages Square in Tel Aviv all morning. They've been gathered there since midnight for 9 hours at this point. And that's where our I24 News correspondent Joe Brown is joining us from as well. Joe, the scenes that we're seeing at Hostages Square, one can only describe the images. You're actually there. What is the feeling? What is the atmosphere? As we've seen, it seems thousands of people gathered there all evening waiting for this very moment.
I've been in Hostages Square so many times over the last couple of years, on days in which there have been prayers for some of the hostages, on previous release deals. And in all of them, even in the previous release deals, there's an air of tension, because even though there was a fear that, even though people were happy that the hostages were coming home, there was a fear that they didn't know what state they'd come home in, and also because they'd be leaving so many hostages back. But now, today, with all of the hostages coming out, there is a sense of closure. The Israeli society is broken. It's been broken for 2 years, but the truth is that in a day like this, it comes together. It's beautiful. I was here early on in the day at around about 5:30, and it was completely packed. People were sat on the front row with like sleeping, because they had been camping out here all night waiting for this moment, wanting to share it with the people. I'm going to step out of frame now so you can have a look exactly what I can see with all of these people here. Right now they're showing pictures on the big screens of the family members of the hostages speaking to their loved ones on the phone. We're looking at a picture of Nimrod Cohen right now. There are cheers. People are waiting to see him reunite with his mother, Vicky, his father, Yehuda, who've been so prominent in all of this. This is what the Israeli public needs to see. It's a very, very long healing process, but it's starting to come into fruition now. And only one of the batches of hostages have been released thus far. When that happened, there was a huge roar from the crowd here. People are crying, people are hugging one another, and in all honesty, this is the beauty of Israel. People coming out here, people celebrating the lives of people who they don't know. They, in an ideal world, probably wouldn't have ever come across or even thought of. But the truth is, the Israeli society has developed such a strong parasocial relationship with the hostages that these events are what can help mend the Israeli psyche. Of course, there's a lot more to go. Not all of the bodies of the hostages will be released shortly. Some of them may stay in Gaza for a long time. Some of them might even be like Ron Arad and stay there forever. But regardless, the people here, they are feeling the emotion, they're feeling the love, they are sending all of their support to the family members of the hostages. I've had some very brief words with some released hostages as well, who've been buzzing around the place. It's a beautiful atmosphere, which is something that even on the last couple of release deals, I couldn't say. It's something that can make a grown man cry. I haven't felt like this since West Ham beat Fiorentina in the Conference League final. It's really heart-wrenching stuff.
Joe Brown bringing us the atmosphere from Hostages Square on this very emotional day. Thank you for that update. I want to just come back here and bring Owen into the conversation as well. Owen, not only hearing from the atmosphere at Hostages Square, we've seen people lining the streets in Re'im as well to try and show these former hostages the glimpse of the Israelis that are welcoming them home. We're also seeing images of some of these family members already getting phone calls with their loved ones who are still captive in Gaza. These are not the released hostages. What are we knowing about this?
It's extremely important, Nicole. We obviously have the 7 hostages who have already been freed as we continue to see these incredibly emotive pictures on our screens. But you're right, even in captivity, and Ariel spoke about this before, the conditions, by all accounts, have improved over the last hour or so. And we have at least 3 hostages in initial conversations with their families. Ariel and David Cunyo, taken from Kibbutz Nir Oz on October 7th in a conversation with their family. And also Matan Netzankauer, whose mother Einav has been such an icon of the movement to free the hostages, in an emotive video call with her as well. And these obviously have been reported throughout Israeli media. So not only with 7 hostages freed, but at least 3 others having initial conversations while still in captivity with their families, as Joe just showed us so beautifully, and that was on our screens. The multitudes convening in Hostages Square. Here we have on our screens the 7 who have already been released. And Nicole, we're waiting, of course, in less than an hour's time for the other 13 to be released, as we also wait I suspect in a short time, for President Trump to make a dramatic landing on an important visit here in Israel in parallel to the drama of the freeing of our final living hostages.
Any minute now, the U.S. president is expected to touch down. Hopefully, we'll be seeing some of those live images as well. But Dr. Neria, I want to come back to you. When we talk about the next steps in this deal, it's important for our viewers to also remember 53% of the Gaza Strip. That's where the IDF forces have withdrawn to. They're still in 53%. So as Hamas tries to show some semblance of strength in the Gaza Strip, how closely is the IDF monitoring it, and what assurances do they have that they can actually eliminate some of those threats, or is that still the main question?
Well, all eyes are on Hamas today, and certainly the Israeli intelligence services are focused on that, definitely so. On the other hand, we must remember that today in Cairo, a sort of agreement will be signed between the United States, Egypt, Qatar, the Emirates, Turkey, about a sort of arrangement of how to run the Gaza Strip. So this is something that we'll have to consider and see what is expected from this agreement. Certainly, when President Donald Trump is the chairman of this committee, and Tony Blair is bound to be a sort of governor of high commissioner of the area. It means that there will be a lot of limitations on Israel, and the next step is that we impose on Israel a further withdrawal to what is called the perimeter, a perimeter about from 500 to 1,000 meters wide that would encompass the whole Gaza Strip from Rafah till the north. And this is where finally the Israeli army will be deployed. And this will be, of course, conditioned by the security measures that would be adopted and the fact that, as President Trump said, and other also leaders that say that Hamas has to disappear. Hamas has to be dismantled. Hamas will not have any responsibility of running the Gaza Strip, and this is the real test of this agreement. And if this happens, then I mean the objectives that were set by the government at the beginning of the war, release of the hostages and dismantling the Hamas, would be accomplished. Right now, this is the big question mark. Let's see what happens. Let's finish, first of all, the first phase and see what happens in the next one. And it will be very, very complicated.
One step at a time. That is all we can do, especially on days like today. I want to show our viewers also, we have some images of those phone calls we were discussing before. Oh, and I don't know if you want to speak to these visuals now that we have them as well.
Yeah, obviously, emotive images. The Hamas captors called the families and arranged these video calls, not only with the three I mentioned, but with a number of others as well. Nimrod Cohen and others as well, and we're hearing the reactions of the families. By the way, Nicole, one of the most emotive calls that I can imagine is with Ariel Cunyo and his girlfriend, Arbel Yehud, who herself had been taken hostage with him on October 7th and freed in the deal earlier in the year, and now being able to speak with him, even though he is still in captivity, of course, shortly to be freed. This is something we have not seen in past rounds of freeing of hostages, but we are seeing it in this case. Obviously bodes well as we again wait and count down the minutes for those other 13 hostages to be released. And of course, for the President of the United States to land here in Israel and go on his way to the Knesset.
Yeah, and the other, this is Vitar David, and the other image, you can see Ariel Cunyo and Sylvia Cunyo, his mother, said that I received a phone call from an unknown number, so I initially declined it, but then they called again, I answered, and I was pleased to see. So, I mean, just this is, unfortunately, this is psychological warfare on part of Hamas. But for these families, this does give an initial connection that they can reestablish, giving them hope that this is indeed a positive day moving forward. And so this is really a remarkable situation where you get a call from an unknown number, you decline, and then when you pick up, it's your kid who's been held hostage in Gaza for the past 2 years.
And also we see the Israelis there with their flags. Again, the yellow ribbon of the hostages intertwined with the flag as if it's intertwined with Israeli identity itself. There, I believe, on the road, leading from Re'im, the road that was the road of death, and the time of October 7th now being redeemed by the society out there to welcome the last living hostages home on this dramatic morning.
It's truly the Israeli public that has been gathering around this, waiting for this moment. So many state they're so eager to take off this yellow ribbon that has become a part of their clothes, just like how for Rachel Goldberg Poland, the number 738 days, that's become a part of her wardrobe every single day. They don't want to wear that yellow ribbon. They don't want to wear the Bring Them Home name tag anymore. However, today is 20 of the living hostages that are coming home, and the Hostage Families Forum, they state they will continue to have to wear this yellow ribbon until all 48 of the hostages are home. And so today, right now, we're seeing this joyous emotion, but it is just a reminder that there are still 28 of the deceased that need to be brought back home, and this is where some of the complications continue to arise, as already Hamas is claiming that they cannot find all of these bodies. There are task forces in place that will begin work, I believe, at noon, right as that deadline does stop for all of the hostages to be returned. Some of these task forces will get to work inside Gaza to start locating the bodies of those murdered hostages. We are still covering all of this as we speak, but the main news right now, 7 hostages that are in the hands of the IDF on their way to Israel, where they will soon, any minute, be reuniting with their families. We are covering it all for you right here on i24 News. Stay with us for just a quick break, but we will be right back, continuing to cover this momentous day and possibly a sigh of relief and a little bit of oxygen for the Israeli public. Stay with us right here on i24 News.
The world is changing, and so is i24 News. Starting October 19th, a brand new lineup with exclusive original shows.
Live from Tel Aviv, an historic moment. Stay tuned to i24 News.
And, most importantly, the return of English language programming all day long and on weekends. i24 News in English is back. The heart of a new Middle East beats on i24 News.
Introducing the brand new i24 News Video On Demand app. You'll have instant access to all our programs, reports, in-depth discussions and expert commentary, all at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News Video On Demand app today.
How do you get your news? Who do you trust to bring you the facts? And what's happening behind the scenes. To give you the entire story in this complicated, constantly changing region. We're based in the Middle East. Top stories with our team of journalists in the field, newsmakers and experts. We're breaking it all down on The Rundown. Facts matter. Be the voice of reason.
Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are? Introducing i24 News' brand new news website. On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News app today.
The 7th of October set in motion a chain of events. Today, Israel's enemies are severely weakened, but not defeated, and the balance of power is shifting. This region never rests. And for its own survival, Israel needs to keep its finger on the pulse. If you want to better understand, if you want to hear voices you won't hear elsewhere, then tune in daily to Middle East Now on i24 News.
Welcome back to this special edition of i24 News. We are bringing you all of the latest as we are expecting all 20 living hostages to be released in the coming hours. 7 of them are already in the hands of the IDF. Any minute now, they are expected to arrive at Laim in southern Israel, reunite with their families for the first time in more than 2 years. And side by side with these joyous, joyous images that you're seeing, the Israeli public welcoming these hostages home after 738 days in terror captivity. We're also waiting in the next 15 minutes for U.S. President Donald Trump to land at Ben Gurion Airport. It's a very quick visit, a very quick pit stop here. The Israeli public is ready and prepared to embrace the U.S. president for making this day happen, making this deal happen, as the president is also expected to address the Israeli parliament. And that's where we want to go live now to Jerusalem. Our I24 News correspondent Balig Sladin joins us live from the Knesset in Jerusalem. And Balig, any minute, it seems the U.S. president is expected to arrive a little bit later than his originally scheduled landing. I'm not sure exactly how this impacts the already tight schedule for the president, but what more should we expect? How is the parliament preparing?
Yes, well, he was supposed to arrive just a bit after 9 a.m., but now we can say that his expected time of arrival is 9:48, so 18 or actually 17 minutes from now. Prime Minister Netanyahu is already at Ben Gurion Airport alongside his wife Sarah, and they met there with Steve Witkoff, the special envoy for the Middle East, and also with Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump as well. They all wait for the president to arrive to Ben Gurion Airport. And as you've mentioned, the president is expected to stay in Israel for just around 5 hours, meaning that this could prolong his visit. But anyway, the schedule is the same. He's going to come from Ben Gurion Airport to the Israeli parliament to meet with the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, here, and also with the President of Israel, Yitzhak Herzog. And right after that, this session is going to convene in the Knesset. We're going to hear Prime Minister Netanyahu speaking. We're going to hear the head of the opposition, Yair Lapid, speaking, and then the President of the United States, Donald Trump. And we know that Trump could speak for 4 minutes, and he could also speak for half an hour. So we're not sure how that is going to be, but of course we're going to hear from him about the deal, about the return of the hostages that, by the way, we know that he was watching the release of the first 7 Israeli hostages when he while he was on Air Force One, and also later is going to be the release of the second round of hostages, meaning that he's going to be watching that as well. So the president is expected to speak about that, and maybe he's going to touch on the issue of normalization, the expansion of peace in the Middle East, normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel, between Israel and Indonesia, and many other Muslim and Arab countries. That's his vision. That was his goal from the beginning. And we're going to hear from the president here at the Israeli Knesset before he leaves for that big summit, historical summit in Egypt, where he's going to meet with the other world leaders in order to talk about the plan for Gaza that is going to guarantee lasting peace, according to what the president is saying. But he's not going to leave before he receives all the welcome, the heartful welcome here in Israel, and also receive the presidential Medal of Honor from the president of the State of Israel. I'm not sure whether that's going to happen physically or actually today, but the president is going to tell the president of the United States that this is what Israel is going to grant President Trump at some point in the future. That's after not receiving, at least not for this year, the Nobel Prize, but at least Israel is planning to give him the highest Medal of Honor that the State of Israel can give.
And we will be coming to you for more updates from Jerusalem as the U.S. president is expected to arrive. But this is a major headline, but not the main headline of today. The main headline being The hostages that are on their way home right now, and once they arrive at Reim Medical Center and they're reunited with their families, they will also be transported to hospitals across the country. In fact, on the bottom right corner of your screen, you can see an image of some of these helicopters preparing to receive and transport those hostages. We want to go live to Sheba Medical Center in Israel. That's where our i24 News correspondent Robert Swift is joining us from, as this is one of the hospitals that is prepared to receive some of these hostages. Robert, walk us through the preparations that you've seen so far. And also, we're already getting some inclination as to the condition of these hostages and how they should be treated.
Yeah, that's right. So here at Shiva Medical Center is the arrival of the hostages, which is, of course, the main news. Just a second ago, there was a scramble as the cameramen here got their eyes on Air Force One as it was coming into land. But it is not for U.S. President Donald Trump that the hospital is preparing. It is, of course, the returning hostages. Now, as we understand it, they're arriving momentarily at Reim, where they will undergo triage and reunion with their family. But the bulk of the medical care will be given to the hostages at 3 hospitals. Ichilov and Bellinson will each receive around 5 hostages, but it is to here, Sheba Medical Center, where the bulk of those returning will be sent. Now, as I understand it at the moment, 2 of the hostages who are in Israeli custody will be coming to this location, Sheba Medical Center. That is Ziv Berman and his twin brother Gali, 2 soccer fans from Kfar Aza who were kidnapped on October 7th, along with former hostage Emily Damari. Now, the hospitals have said since yesterday evening that they are ready to receive the hostages as they arrive, to give them the immediate physical treatment that they will be requiring. Some the hostages have been in captivity for 2 years, and it is understood that they may well be returning in a difficult medical situation. Some comfort was taken and optimism taken from the fact that the hostages appear to have walked out on their own 2 feet, and that is a hopeful, optimistic early sign with regards to their care. Of course, as well as the physical treatment, there is the psychological treatment which will come. That is all being prepared, and it's something that Israel has amassed a considerable amount of experience in over the last 2 years. Behind me, you can see the helicopter pad. We don't expect the choppers to be arriving here for some time yet, but when they do, we will update you from this location, of course.
And we will be coming to you for more of those updates throughout the day. Robert Swift, live at Sheba Medical Center in Israel. Thank you very much. I want to come back here in studio, joining us as well with Owen Alterman, retired Colonel Dr. Jacques Neria, as well as our senior correspondent and host, Eli Hockenberg. And Eli, you have some updates just as far as the timeline of these 7 hostages. Are they back in Israel?
They're in Israeli territory. They are expected to arrive at the Reim compound any minute now, but officially in Israeli territory, in Israeli hands. After over 2 years, they've been in the hands of Hamas terrorists, and now they are. It is safe and official to say that they are back home soon to be at the Reim compound, where they're expected to meet their loved ones waiting for them with much anticipation. And all of this is happening simultaneously, of course, with those phone calls other families are receiving live from inside the Gaza Strip. So it is all happening at the same time. Another thing that is expected to happen in the coming minutes is Air Force One touching base, landing here in the Holy Land.
It's flying over also Hostages Square, reportedly as a gesture to all of the Israelis that are also waiting for the president to arrive.
The Tel Aviv shore seeing this presentation Israelis made to the American president, extending their utmost gratitude. It is going to be a day full of such. We are receiving updates that the Air Force One is readying itself to land any minute now. So it is all happening at the same time. With that said, we have yet to identify preparations to the second handover of the second group of hostages. So the first one is about to come to an end. We are nearing also the arrival of Air Force One, but the second group of hostages is yet to make their way to the handover spot in which they're supposed to move from the hands of Hamas terrorists to the Red Cross, and from there, of course, to the IDF forces.
So there is this 12 o'clock deadline. The clock is ticking. It is currently 9:40 a.m. Israel time. Owen, all of these images coinciding on our screen. This is a month's worth of news all unfolding in minutes, if not hours. As the U.S. president is expected to touch down, we see the literal red carpet that has been rolled out for him alongside the Israeli and the U.S. flag. Many people say this could not have happened without the support and the strength of the U.S. president. Now, as he comes here, what does this all indicate about the future of the U.S.-Israeli relationship that has truly been cemented in strength, it seems, over these past few days?
Nicole, I walked through the square last night, and I stopped by a stand and bought 2 flags. But they weren't an Israeli flag, and there is Air Force One on its way to Ben Gurion Airport. After passing, presumably, over hostages square, as we heard,
also,
seeing the displays on the Tel Aviv
and also above
beach.
our studios literally a minute ago.
Above our studios a moment ago, as Donald Trump makes his way, a kind of conquering hero, if you will, after brokering the unlikeliest of deals between Israel and Hamas, and it seems every country in the Middle East and beyond. And here he is, about to land, as the hostages themselves are making their way in real time to Israeli territory, and we're waiting for that second batch. But Nicole, going back to the square, I didn't buy an Israeli flag and I didn't buy an American flag. I bought a flag that was a blend of both. A blend of both, an Israeli flag and an American flag together. This is another high watermark for the U.S.-Israel relationship, brokered in an unlikely way by maybe the unlikeliest of presidents to do so, although Donald Trump has always been so loved here in Israel, but now loved really across the political spectrum here, on the right and on the left. Again, a whole country showing its gratitude and its emotion to him on a day like this. And in this case, of course, very, very much well-deserved, as Air Force One speeds through the sky, making its way down into Ben Gurion Airport. And I suspect in just a few minutes' time, Nicole, we'll see Donald Trump go down the steps from the plane, be welcomed by President Herzog, by Prime Minister Netanyahu, and then from there, of course, make his way to the Knesset, where he will also get a hero's welcome, speaking before the members of Israel's parliament.
Yes, and just another update also, Lishai Miran is speaking over the phone, the first conversation with Omri Miran, who is being released now as we speak. He's part of the first group arriving back home after over 2 years. So we just got the picture. Hopefully we'll get the video soon and can share it with our viewers.
And this is the split screen. This is the split screen on this morning. Right on the left, Israel celebrating the release of the hostages, and on the right, in just a few seconds,
Yep.
Air Force One landing in Israel.
3, 2, 1.
Touchdown.
The 47th president of the United States here to take what I think, by all accounts, is a well-deserved victory lap.
Well, this is not the first time an American president lands like this. I mean, I remember President Carter in 1979, a shuttle diplomacy flying from Cairo to Jerusalem, Cairo, twice and thrice, until the agreement was reached. So is I would call this visit of Donald Trump a unfinished business mission. He has to finish the job he has began by, the sort of normalization with Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, or Indonesia, whoever, Malaysia.
Well, this is 3 more years to do that.
He has 3 more years to do it, exactly so. But this is the beginning, and then we have a problem that we have to solve: the problem of Lebanon. How do we take care of Hezbollah? Because Hezbollah is just awakening again and is threatening again. And so these are things that Donald Trump will have to just address. And I believe that this is one of the. This is why I call it unfinished business.
But with Jacques, I agree with you. We don't know if this is the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning, but it's one of those. And for that reason alone, it's a historic moment, as, of course, we see Israel do all it can to give the greatest of welcomes to the U.S. president there, of course, on the tarmac, getting ready for the ceremony, as Trump, I suspect, will shortly go down that red carpet and be met.
I will dare to say, though, that if we can define what Trump began just now is redefining the lines of potential alliances, as in marking out the jihadi forces in the regions, the extreme forces in the region, as those who are unwanted, and all the rest as those who can collaborate if they will be wise enough to put the differences aside. This is perhaps the differentiation the American president is beginning to make as we speak.
But still some questionable alliances.
We have 3 years in front of us in order to finish the business with those radicals.
That's the big questions that remain, but also the questionable alliances that many in Israel are pointing to that the U.S. president has built in order to make this happen, the main one being with Qatar and with Turkey as well.
And what would be the price Israel will have to pay?
Exactly.
But for now, what Donald Trump has done is he's built the alliance within Israel's own society, at least for this moment, at least on this day. There obviously are dissenting voices, and there will be a number of members of the parliament who will not be there for Donald Trump's speech in opposition to this move. But by and large, as we all know, this is a day that's really, maybe uniquely in Israeli society, but for this moment, uniting the right and the left, as everyone is happy to see our hostages coming home, grateful for the steps that Donald Trump has taken. Maybe the unlikeliest of presidents in some ways to be able to unite all these parties, but nevertheless, someone who has achieved it is there. We see Air Force One make its final approach toward the red carpet. And we see the country coming together now to welcome him with the displays on the ground as Donald Trump came over the Tel Aviv waterfront, over our studios, as Ellie said, and over Hostages Square itself. And now to the more ceremonial and formal welcome that he's about to receive at Ben Gurion.
You know, Owen, we've mentioned earlier in the broadcast, we can see now Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, his wife Sarah, American U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee. I suspect this is also, we were seeing all the dignitaries there awaiting. We've mentioned earlier in the morning, Owen, that for many years there were those who said that should Benjamin Netanyahu run in U.S. elections, he could easily become president. I think that at this point in time, it is very clear that the opposite is at least very much applicable. Trump receiving utmost admiration, consensus, wall-to-wall, the Israeli gratitude and appreciation to what he's done in the past few weeks of intense diplomacy.
And as Jacques was saying, this may be a fleeting moment. There are obviously a lot of challenges ahead. The 20-point plan, we can go into the text over the course of the day, has a lot of open questions, as all successful diplomatic proposals do, because that's the way you can get the sides to move forward. But there are a lot of real questions and real challenges in Gaza and beyond. But at least on this morning, as we reach the end of the Sukkot holiday and go into a now redeemed Simchat Torah holiday, the holiday that was bloodied on October 7th with the massacres, now in a sense being redeemed by the freeing of our hostages and our captives. And there is Isaac Herzog, I believe, Israel's president, making his way as head of state in Israel to welcome the American head of state, his parallel in terms of protocol, but of course, Prime Minister Netanyahu there to welcome President Trump as well. And there again, we see him on screen with Isaac Herzog as the ceremony gets set up and the stairs go to the plane for Donald Trump to go through that door and walk
we see now Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, and in this respect, Nicole, gentlemen, it is not just the actions, it's also the emotions. And in this respect, the sincerity in the American administration's devotion to this topic, the American president himself, the heartfelt, really, it feels as if the American administration's heart is beating with Israel as one. We've seen it in the form of the Witkoff, Kushner, and Ivanka Trump speeches only 2 days ago at Hostage Square. You cannot fake such real emotion.
And look at that, Mike Huckabee standing right behind President Herzog and Prime Minister Netanyahu and their wives. Again, Ellie, you're right. There is a kind of heartfelt sincerity that Mike Huckabee just exudes with every breath here in Israel. But you're right, also Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff may be giving some tough love in their mind to Israel at times. But nonetheless, I don't think anyone questions their commitment to Israel and to the U.S.-Israel relationship. As there again, we see Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump there with Mike Huckabee on the tarmac.
And Witkoff,
And Witkoff as well, of course.
I think many people have tried to paint this, especially in the U.S. realm of politics, as the U.S. president trying to end wars. But if you continue to listen to the U.S. president and his administration, their first priority was to return the hostages. And that is exactly what we're seeing today, because you cannot end the war without returning the hostages. So this is step one.
Donald Trump connected emotionally to the issue of the hostages. We saw that over the course of time. He connected emotionally to the hostages, to the families. He was almost stunned in wonder by, there's Prime Minister Netanyahu. Look at that.
What a monumental moment for the nation.
A man not always known for showing emotion, but there we just saw it. But Donald Trump also connecting emotionally to the hostages, to the families, almost stunned in wonder by the commitment to returning the remains of hostages. Again, saga
After
that we'll be seeing
speaking to
playing
so
out.
many of these family members, at first he continued to say there's 20 living hostages, and that also created some outroar in Israel, stating there's not 20 living hostages, there's 48 hostages. And these family members managed to convince the U.S. president, and you heard the shift in his tone, Ellie.
And this is truly remarkable. And by the way, while we are speaking about speaking, more families are receiving phone calls from inside the Gaza Strip. We can mention the family of Bar Cooperstein receiving a phone call. Avishai David, the father of Vitar David, also holding a video conversation with him. So we're seeing more and more of that. And in this respect, the IDF was prepared such an event. The assessment was, or the assumption was, that it will happen earlier during the night, that we will see such phone calls, but it is happening now simultaneously to the release, simultaneously
as always.
To the...
As always, it seems that there's a problem with the red carpet. It's too short.
It's too short. Well, if this is the problem of today, you know what? We'll take it. But Nicole, circling back to what you've mentioned, speaking of the emotional attachment, the emotional devotion of the American administration, we can see the door open. It's really seconds away. A much-deserved appreciation and gratitude wall-to-wall to the American president for what he was able to accomplish. And yes, also the learning curve, if you will, of Israeliness to an extent, because the American president was not trying to be cruel by mentioning only 20 hostages, but it took time. But due to the personal connection he has made with some of the hostage families themselves, they also, they were telling us time and time again of texting with Witkoff. This is how close the relationship was. Trump realized that the issue of the deceased hostages is as crucial for the Israeli consciousness as the living one. And again, in this respect, I think that the hostage families were able to transfer the Israeli DNA to the American president. And this is 100% a victory in this respect.
And Elias, again, we continue to watch these incredible pictures and scenes from Ben Gurion Airport as the president, we expect, will momentarily go down from Air Force One. You're right, there was the personal touch that was so special in this, from Donald Trump through Witkoff and to others in being able to connect with hostages and freed hostages and hostage families and the entire Israeli
As
society.
we are waiting for the U.S. president to exit Air Force One, we just want to go for a quick update from our correspondent Balig Sladin, who's at the Israeli parliament. And Balig, as the U.S. president is stepping off of the plane, we see the prime minister approaching the plane. How is the parliament preparing?
Yes, in a few minutes, the Prime Minister and the President of the State of Israel are going to welcome the U.S. President in Ben Gurion Airport and then make their way together to here where we are in the Israeli Parliament. The preparations here are, of course, done, and we are expecting the President to arrive in the next hour or so. Immediately after that, he's going to enter session with the Prime Minister and also the President of Israel, Yitzhak Herzog, right here behind us in the Prime Minister's office. And then the session in the Knesset is going to convene, where we're going to hear the Prime Minister speaking, and then the head of the opposition, Yair Lapid, is going to give a speech as well, and then the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is going to give a speech as well. We still don't know how long his speech is going to be. It could be, of course, a few minutes, but as we know President Trump, he also likes to speak sometimes without any preparations, and he could speak also for a longer period of time. He's going to talk about the issue of the returning hostages. This has been very important to him throughout the past few months, and of course the issue of ending the war in Gaza, reaching that diplomatic breakthrough that he could be considering one of his biggest achievements since he came into office this year in January. And he's going also to talk about the expansion of the Abraham Accords, of the normalization in the Middle East between Israel and other Arab and Muslim states. He could mention Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, and other nations that could be seeking normalization with Israel if all things go in the right direction, because we know that the plan that is consisted of 20 points is not over yet. We're seeing only the most emotional part of it, the first part of it, the return of the hostages. But of course, other things are still to be discussed. The issue of disarmament in Gaza, the issue of the peace committee that should supervise the committee that should govern the Gaza Strip, and other issues that could be challenging enough. But again, if everything goes through and there is a horizon for quote unquote the Palestinian state, that could be enough for the Saudis to say that yes, now we can normalize relations with the Israelis. We've heard from several sources speaking to Israeli media throughout the past a few days that they are willing to normalize relations with Israel. That could happen even as early as next year, when an Israeli government or a new one or this one, if it could be accepting some sort of a horizon to a Palestinian state. So this could be, of course, the next step in Trump's plan.
Breaking news, you are watching live images. President Donald Trump on Air Force One, coming down the stairs to the red carpet on the tarmac at Ben Gurion International Airport, shaking hands right now with the President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, a warm embrace, and now chatting to the First Lady, Michal Herzog. With me in studio, senior correspondent Owen Alterman. Take it away.
Yeah, you know, Benita, we're watching these pictures and we can't help but remember back to that visit by then President Joe Biden in the days after October 7th. And now we watch President Trump there shaking hands with President Herzog, with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And just think back on all that we've been through, right? Joe Biden then coming on October 18th, just 11 days after October 7th, to comfort a shaken country and a shaken Jewish world. And now we've been through more than 2 years of war. Finally have our hostages coming back. American Jews in the Jewish world have been through their own trauma, seeing what's happened on their campuses and their workplaces, seeing the streets of their own cities taken over. And now we have a president who is not always known for building consensus, but here he has, uniting an Israeli society that has been so divided, uniting Israel and other countries in the region. And one can only hope that he is bringing with him some hope for the future. As I said before, we don't know if this is the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning, but it is a special milestone for all that we've been through to see this president, maybe the unlikeliest of presidents, to have brokered what he has brokered, but coming in his own way on this enormously dramatic visit. And I think evoking in some ways the emotions that Joe Biden evoked when he was here back in October 2023, as Donald Trump now may be bookending this war, Benita, and hopefully delivering us all into the book of life here on this time of our rejoicing.
And such important optics right now as he stands there talking with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Sarah Netanyahu there as well. And we can see the warm embrace, the body language between the US president on Israeli soil. Just over 2 years into this war, this is the man who has managed to secure the unimaginable. He has managed to secure a deal that many never, ever believed would happen. And look at this moment, what it means right now for relations between these two countries. You are looking very emotional, Owen. Tell us more.
How can we not be? And also, we're struck just in these few seconds. He's having, I think, for the tarmac, relatively long conversations with everyone, maybe suggesting that there still is unfinished business, as, of course, we can't escape the split screen on a day like today. We are, of course, welcoming back our hostages. It's now 10 o'clock. It's now about time for that second wave of releases. 13 more hostages, many of whom have already spoken with their families from the last moments in captivity. But of course, the President of the United States landing here in Israel, there with his ambassador, Mike Huckabee, with others there on the tarmac. Again, the unlikeliest of deals, in some senses, the unlikeliest of presidents, but someone who is now winning plaudits, not only from his friends, Benita, but also from his usual rivals. And of course, there with his daughter, a moment of real pride for her, for him, and now on to Jared Kushner, who, of course, was so instrumental in not only crafting the Abraham Accords, but in coming back, call out of reserve duty, if you will, diplomatically, to help broker this deal as well. but Donald Trump may be bringing hope for a new Middle East, for a new Jewish world, for a new Israeli society. But at least, or maybe not, but at least for this fleeting moment, doing all of the above as he comes and again gets this hero's welcome here in Israel, both the emotional welcome from the ground here in Israel, from Hostages Square, from the display on the Tel Aviv waterfront, and now the more ceremonial welcome from the Israeli state apparatus here at Ben Gurion Airport. And of course, from here, he will go to the Israeli parliament, to the Knesset, to speak and get what we should expect to be a thunderous round of applause from across the political spectrum on this auspicious day.
And of course, when we heard the rhetoric from Jared Kushner as well over the weekend, Steve Witkoff speaking at Hostage Square, not to mention Ivanka Trump, and we see them all together on the red carpet at Ben Gurion International Airport, one can only imagine the message that the Israeli parliament is about to hear in the coming hour, not to mention, of course, the whole nation, the whole region watching, and the world. Such an important moment right now in this region, in this war, and frankly, an historical moment. Look at that image, that red carpet, Air Force One on the tarmac at Ben Gurion International Airport.
And he's lingering. Look, he's speaking to everyone. And one wonders if there's still, as I said, business to be done, but obviously greetings to be made. But Donald Trump surely enjoying every moment of, again, this well-deserved victory lap, almost without concern for what the future will bring. Just getting to this moment and getting to this point was such an achievement. Of course, there he is with his partner, not always with the most not always with the most cordial relationship, but always with a solid relationship, we can say, with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And there they are together, that pair, one in the red tie, with symbolizing his own movement, the other in the blue tie, symbolizing his own country, and of course flanked there also by Isaac Herzog, Israel's president, and by the honor guard there to welcome him to the state of Israel.
A positive moment, such an important time between these two countries. And as you say, making their way along the red carpet before the president of the United States, Donald Trump, will be addressing the Knesset. And of course, when that does happen, we will go there live, dubbed a well-deserved victory trip. No doubt it will be very exciting to hear what he has to say inside the Israeli parliament. And of course, we'll bring it to you live when that does, in fact, happen. We'll continue looking at these important images, but I also want to welcome to studio Sherry Fine-Grossman, the CEO of the Israel-Africa Relations Institute and member of Forum Devora, Women in Foreign Policy and National Security. And joining us as well, senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Osaran. I want to find out more about what you're thinking, Shiri, about this moment on our screen. But first, I want to come to Ariel Osaran for the latest update. Bring people up to speed. We understand that the Red Cross, a very different picture from what we're looking at right now, is heading to go to another receiving site. This is what this day is all about. Tell us more.
Yes, well, these images that we're seeing on screen right now are important, are historic. This is the seasoning of the main course of today, which is the release of the hostages. The entire country holding its breath for the release of the remaining 13. According to the IDF, the convoy of the Red Cross is making its way to the location in Khan Yunis where they are going to receive from Hamas the remaining 13 living hostages. And so we can expect within a short hour that this release will take place. Now, following, once they're handed over, then Israel will begin releasing 1,916 Palestinian prisoners. We're talking about 250 with sentenced to life in prison or prolonged sentences for their involvement in the killing of Israeli citizens and security personnel, as well as 1,700 Gazans, a significant amount of them civilians, not terrorists, who have been arrested throughout this war. This is the price of the hostage release. And so we're really kind of getting a whiplash here from the first hostage release in Gaza City, now the arrival of President Trump at Ben Gurion Airport. As he makes his way to Jerusalem, there will be the release of the remaining 13 hostages. So really a very joyous day here in Israel, but obviously for the families of the hostages, this is a critical moment, not only for closure, but really ending the longest day in Israel's history, October 7th, until all the hostages are returned. Israel and, of course, the hostages and their families cannot turn the page over that horrific day. We do have to note that while there are 20 living hostages being released today, 7 have already crossed into Israeli territory, 13 expected to be handed over. There are also the bodies of 28 hostages. Some are going to be handed over today to Israel, but not all of them are accounted for. And we are embarking in onto a period of uncertainty, of not a lot of clarity with regards to the outcome of these search efforts that are going to begin shortly after the hostage release and prisoner exchange is completed. But really, until the last hostage, until the body of the last hostage is returned, we are still in just phase 1 of Trump's Gaza plan, a multi-layered plan, but really in this prolonged phase 1, we are going to see a continuation of the redeployment of Israeli forces to where they currently are, just outside the city centers, a ceasefire, but we are still seeing Hamas in power, Hamas armed, and to that end, we are already seeing inside the Gaza Strip a brutal crackdown by Hamas trying to reassert its control, but ultimately that is further down the line. Today, we are celebrating the release of the hostages and obviously the arrival of President Trump, who in many ways facilitated this joyous day.
And who can escape those incredible pictures of Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump there inside, I suppose, the beast, presumably taking them both up to the Knesset in Jerusalem, where the president will speak, and for that matter, Prime Minister Netanyahu.
An historic moment for both leaders and for both countries, indeed. As you can see on your screen there, Benjamin Netanyahu chatting inside the beast to President Donald Trump. And we were talking earlier about the split screens on this day, the various images, the developments in different parts of the region. Right now, you're looking at live images out of Ben Gurion International Airport. But as Ariel was explaining, the focus right now is on 20 living hostages coming back home where they belong. And if you're just joining us, the first group of those hostages are already in Israeli territory. Matan Angrest, brothers Gali and Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Eitan Mor, Omri Miran, and Guy Gilboa Dalal. What a moment knowing that these men who have suffered for 2 years in terror captivity at the hands of evil are now safely in Israeli territory. Shiri, your sense of this moment?
It's an astonishing moment. It's a moment that we all owe to the people who sacrificed so much, who gave their lives, the families of those who gave their lives. There are many injured. Thousands of soldiers were injured during this war, and all for the sake of this moment. We even buried another soldier who just died a few days ago, who said that's all he wants to see, and he missed this moment of utter joy. It speaks volumes for us as a nation. It speaks volumes of our connection with the United States of America, of President Trump's commitment to bringing peace to this region. Having said that, I think most Israelis, the world peace seems such a far away reality. And we just can't believe this. We are hanging on to every shred of hope. We value life. We cherish it. And this is exactly what makes us as a society. It's just a tremendous moment. And I think this theater we're watching with the split screen is exactly what President Trump wanted. He wanted to time this to see the hostages come home, to see him touching down. And from here, he'll go to another historic conference, which will be without Israel, will be without the country has given
in
everything.
Sharm el-Sheikh.
In Sharm el-Sheikh, which is kind of astonishing. And for me, doesn't tell a good sign of what's to come. There cannot be a day after without Israel, and without Israel convinced that it's the Palestinian people and all its neighbors acknowledge Israel's legitimate right to exist as a Jewish nation and to live it peacefully with its neighbors. I hope this is a new day, a new dawn. But let's be honest, we're all very, very skeptical that that's the future we hold. We've been so much through the past 2 years, and hopefully this day is really momentous. I'm proud to be part of this history, sitting here with you.
You know, Shiri's absolutely right. There's obviously a lot of room for skepticism about the future, but it's just so wonderful to stay in this moment. And you're right, Shiri. This is exactly the screen that Donald Trump wanted to see. On one side, we'll start from right to left. After all, this is Israel. You see Donald Trump landing at the airport. And of course, on the left, the multitudes, I assume that's Hostages Square, here to welcome our last living hostages home. Just a small nuance, but I just love what they did. The rapid response X feed from the White House, which is a terrific way to stay up with what they're doing, tweeted a video of Trump walking down the red carpet with Netanyahu and said, Israel laid out the red carpet for POTUS. So far, normal. But then, you know what they did, Benita, Shiri, Ariel? They added a blue heart.
A blue heart that certainly will be appreciated across the country. And talking about the color blue, you can see the sea of blue and white at Hostage Square right now. So let's find out what it feels like to be there. One can only imagine. I've got goosebumps. Correspondent Emily Francis joins us live from Hostage Square. Scenes of jubilation, tens of thousands of Israelis hugging, singing, waving flags, watching all the developments on a giant screen there. What a moment. Emily, tell us more. Describe what's happening there where you are at Hostage Square on this historic day.
It's a very surreal experience that we are literally living history right now. This is a moment that people will learn about for decades to come. We hear about so many historic moments throughout history. This now is really the case and point of the resilience, the hope, the faith that the Israeli people have had through this complete and utter nightmare. As you can see here, the crowds have been gathering since early this morning. Many of us, including myself, not able to sleep last night. This is truly an ebullient experience to witness firsthand, to hear the claps and the crowds as we're watching all of this unfold before our very eyes. Actually, right now on the screens, we're seeing some of the hostages literally still in the hands of Hamas before being turned over to the IDF. They're able to speak to their parents. To one of the hostages, you just heard him say, "Akol beseder," everything's okay, which is really unbelievable given the unthinkable situation that they've been in underground in tunnels for 2 straight years. Also, as we've seen unfold on live television, President Trump is here after his red carpet walk with the Prime Minister and Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog. He is now in his secure vehicle where he will be heading to the Knesset. This as this process continues. Similarly, we've all seen the shot of the helicopter standing by in Re'im as the first group of released hostages arrive. They're going to be getting checks. They're going to reunite with their families. And in the not too far distant future, we will be seeing and hearing the helicopters overhead as they are brought to local hospitals throughout the area. So something that is truly an experience of a lifetime that we are all a part of right now, unfolding live throughout the world. I just can't believe that we are here. And the families, once again, never stopped believing, which is one of the most incredible signs of the resilience and the unity of the Israeli people, no matter what side of the political spectrum they're on. It's Am Yisrael Chai, and this entire nation has been bracing for the return of the hostages.
And Emily, we had the privilege over the past 2 years to get to speak to some of the relatives of the hostages. We got to know the relatives of the hostages. And as you say, they fought so hard. And many thought this moment would never happen. So when you hear that Matan Angrest, Galian Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Eitan Mor, Omri Miran, and Guy Gilboa Delau are safe in Israeli territory, it makes the whole nation collectively smile in a way that we haven't been able to do for a very, very long time. What was the reaction there at Hostage Square when you looked at those images that we're seeing on the screen right now?
Well, you hear it right now. My cameraman, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but right now we see crowds clapping and goosebumps. I guess goosebumps, excitement, disbelief, belief, and it's just one big adrenaline rush, I guess, is the best way you could explain it. It's an adrenaline rush that we know will continue. And like you said, with the families, you know, I've had the opportunity to interview the families, you know, so much over the past 2 years. And, you know, one thing, even when we as journalists, we know what we've been through, having to cover it, having to live through this, while it's so emotional and so personal, is also, you know, an experience that you literally cannot make up. And the fact is, it's the families that have kept all of us going. I myself have suffered with trying not to lose hope. Wow. So once again, we are seeing vertical cell phone videos. You can't see too well, but they, unbelievable that the members of Hamas are allowing them to speak. Wow, look at this. Wow. So here we are, and the ones that we're seeing, they look pretty darn good, considering. Obviously, you don't know what their health conditions are going to be, but we are waiting, and the hospitals, of course, have experience now with the prior return hostages. They know what they're looking for. You know, before all of this, we know for the past 2 years, the doctors were saying, we don't know, we've never seen this before. Now they've gotten some real-life experience to be able to, wow, oh my gosh.
Correspondent Emily Francis at Hostage Square. We can hear the joy in your voice, and we can see the joy on the faces of the people there watching on the big screen. We will be coming back to you for regular updates. For now, thank you so much. Emily Francis in Tel Aviv at Hostage Square. Senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Ursaran is tracking all the latest developments as they unfold. Ariel, what is happening right now? What can you tell us?
So Hamas telling Ashar Saudi media that they have begun the process of handing over the 13 remaining living hostages. This does not mean that they have exited the Hamas vehicles and entered the Red Cross vehicles, but it does mean that that process is imminent. Now, what we are seeing throughout the morning, and Emily talked about this, Hamas allowing the hostages of this second round, the 13, to hold video calls with their loved ones, with their families. This is the first time they've spoken in 2 years, and as they speak, they have masked gunmen beside them because they're still speaking in captivity. But what Hamas is trying to do here, it is trying to do two things. One, it is trying to circumvent the prohibition of holding ceremonies. This is their way to show themselves beside the hostages, to show some semblance of humanity, that they're adhering to the deal, that they are, that they're trustworthy. That is one side. But on the other, they are sending a message to their people in Gaza: we are not going anywhere. We are still in control. We will let the hostages speak with their families when we want to. We did not want to for the past 2 years and a few days, so we did not do so. But now we are. So Hamas here in a PR stunt, trying to, on the one hand, circumvent the prohibition of holding ceremonies, which is something that they need in order to kind of counter the prevailing, I won't say narrative, the truth of their brutality, of their inhumanity, and on the other hand, sending a message to their people in Gaza that they are in control. They showed this through weapons yesterday in clashes in a brutal crackdown with various clans inside the Gaza Strip, and they're showing this now through the video phone calls of Israeli hostages to their loved ones.
That's a fascinating point, Ariel, that this is a way of sidestepping the negotiated ban on ceremonies. And it also, you're right, it points to all of the challenges in phase 2 and all the challenges we have going forward.
And a reminder of those evil ceremonies, those grotesque celebrations as hostages were made to walk through jeering crowds, gunmen as well, to get to the Red Cross.
This is definitely an improvement.
This is definitely, but as Ariel is so eloquently outlining, making those calls another little effort in terms of the psychological terror and warfare, standing next to a gunman, making a phone call like that. If you're just joining us now, we are looking at an image of Baruch Kupperstein, a hostage who is coming home in a phone call with his mother. And look at that moment. Ariel Osaran, you were talking just moments ago about these phone calls, how they were being made. Some relatives not even taking the call. They didn't recognize the number coming through. What are we seeing right now? Tell us more.
Yes, so this is one of the 13 phone calls that we've been describing earlier today. Sylvia Cunio, mother of Ariel and David Cunio, she received a phone call from an unknown number. How many of us pick up a phone call from someone we don't know? But they called again, and she answered, and this is the image, seeing her 2 sons. At first, she didn't know what was going on, but obviously then a very joyous moment that they can reconnect on a personal level, even if not physically, through the wonders of technology, albeit in the hands of mass terrorists who are next to them, armed, of course. But you can see these smiles on the faces of the hostages, shows that their spirit managed to triumph all the hardships that they underwent. This Ron Boslavsky, he was in one of the most gut-wrenching psychological warfare videos published by Gaza terrorists. He was so emaciated and in bad health condition that he couldn't even stand up, he said. But now we are seeing him on his own 2 feet. Yes, he's surrounded by Hamas gunmen, but he does seem in good spirits. And this is really something that we've seen consistently from the hostages, that they did not let Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the other terrorist factions in Gaza break their spirit. They managed to stay strong, to prevail, and once they are reunited with their families and returned to their loving embrace, they will begin the long road toward rehabilitation. But this is, I think, the clearest sign of the triumph of the Israeli spirit, that after over 2 years languishing in Hamas captivity, in underground tunnels, not seeing daylight, not receiving enough food, being tortured physically and emotionally, they did not let Gaza terrorists break their spirit. And with these with this energy that we see from the families that have been storing so much love inside, that just waiting to burst out and to engulf their loved ones once they're reunited, this is the process that needs to happen. And so these phone calls, I think a last-ditch attempt by Hamas to try and employ psychological warfare. But often what Hamas views as psychological warfare, we Israelis take as a reason to be joyous and to reconnect and to talk and to smile. And so they will try and use their nefarious tactics to advance their goals. But as we see time and again, these brave hostages are taking what Hamas is trying to use against them and utilizing it for encouragement, not only for themselves, but for their families and, of course, for all of us.
They might have their own strategy, their evil manipulation, but look at the face of a mother who has spent 2 years not knowing if she would ever see her son again. not knowing. I get goosebumps just thinking about it, and to think that this moment, they get to speak on the phone, they get to connect, and very soon they will get to embrace one another. Shiri.
It's a very joyful moment that comes with a lot of pain. There are many hostages, 28, 24 of them are Israelis, that are not coming back alive. Some are not coming back today at all, that we don't know when they will come to their internal rest. And we know we've heard so many of these family members of deceased, of murdered hostages speak in the last few days in Israeli media, asking to be joyful, but not to pop open the champagne, and to be respectful of their pain. So many Israelis today are again in this kind of emotional roller coaster where they're happy for those who finally return and to the end of the war, actually. But at the same time, they're very worried that Hamas will be Hamas. Like, we see the things that he keeps on doing and manipulating. And will he return all, will we find all the hostages who were killed or murdered? It's a very important point. Many in Israel don't want another Goldin family. They want to put this chapter to rest. And I think this is one of the good things that comes out from the deal that, President Trump, Prime Minister Netanyahu, Minister Dermer have been able to achieve, which is staying in a large part of the Gaza Strip, in control of all the cross borders to Gaza until we get all the deceased hostages.
Shiri is, of course, right. And the saga of those 28 remains of the hostages is going to accompany us. And it's going to be a very difficult policy question for the government, to what extent to prioritize that goal as opposed to other goals going forward. But just to stay in this moment as we continue to see the pictures of those phone calls with the families, Ariel is right. The real heroes, the central heroes, are the hostages themselves, who have come out with such bravery and strength from what they have done. We continue to see that today, and I'm sure we'll see that in the weeks and months to come, as thank God they seem to be in relatively good condition. But of course, the other heroes are the families of the hostages, who have emerged as such an important part of an inspiring part of the Israeli scene over the last 2 years. Benita, I'm always struck that it's almost as if there was a social experiment here, that you picked out 250 families at random, almost, gave them a cause, gave them the stage, gave them the charge and the motivation and the emotion, and see what they can accomplish. These aren't people who necessarily were vetted through some kind of structure, through some kind of pyramid, through some kind of organization. Their relatives were simply taken hostage almost at random, and yet they emerged as such a strong, I think, exclamation point of the human species and our ability to inspire each other as we see the inspired there gathered again in their multitudes in Hostages Square. Another example of the way that the families were able to mount an international campaign on behalf of their loved ones.
We're now bringing you breaking news. The first images of hostage Alon Ohel standing with members of the IDF, safe in the hands of Israel, after surviving 2 years in terror captivity. Alon Ohel safely back home, and we know the concerns that his eyesight was severely damaged at the hands of terrorists. There were concerns in that video that we saw, that propaganda video, that his family said, please help, it's urgent, make a deal. It's clear that he can't see. We don't know, obviously, the current state of his health. But Ariel Osaran, we are looking at the first images of this incredibly brave hero standing, talking safely to members of the IDF.
Benita, you want to hear something even more encouraging? These images happened a short while ago. He has already, along with the other 6, made it to the absorption center in Re'im, where they're undergoing medical evaluation, and it is possible that in these moments, as we're speaking, they're being reunited with their families. This is really unimaginable 2 years ago. You know, we were here on October 7th, on that day, not knowing what was going on, and really the skies falling down on us. But now, as the sun rose this morning and we saw the release of the first 7 hostages, Alon Oil here, one of them, really a reinvigorated sense of hope that we can take a deep breath finally after 2 years, ending the longest day, or starting to turn the page on the longest day in Israel's history, that as long as there are still hostages in Gaza, this day cannot really end. And in order to recover the hostages, of course, and their families, but Israel as a society, this chapter needs to end. And we are ending it right now. We are seeing its end unfold before our eyes. I agree that there's still, it is not going to end today, unfortunately, while there are 20 families who are receiving closure, as well as families of other deceased hostages who are going to receive the remains of their loved ones. There are those who are not going to have that same sense of closure today. And what we've seen in the hostages family forum throughout these past 2 years is the sense of brotherhood and unity and mutual support, that one family's moment of joy and rejoicing does not come at the expense of the moment of sorrow and uncertainty of the others. They each know how to support and celebrate with one another, but also to support and when the news is less fortunate, if there is such news, because today not all the hostages, the bodies are going to return. So this is, throughout these past 2 years, almost every moment like this has been bittersweet, but this is the sweetest it has been since the start of the war. And really, I think entire Israeli society is feeling this right now and rejoicing in these unbelievable images of these hostages back in Israel.
And by the way, at least 2 other hostages, Benita, also putting out their first pictures, Matan Angerest and Gali Berman.
Gali Berman, let's take a look at that image there on your screen. More breaking news. That's a smile. That is a smile from a man who was abducted with his twin brother and has been held in terror captivity for 2 years. Look at that smile. That is a picture of resilience. That is a picture of strength. And that is a picture of the future. We've been talking here in studio about the way the nation is managing to hold joy and pain at the same time. Shiri, there's a picture encompassing exactly that. This is the future of a nation that isn't going anywhere.
Exactly. It's just, it's a very, very happy moment for the entire people of Kfar Aza, who are getting Gali and Zivi back, who've been kidnapped from the neighborhood of the young residents of Kfar Aza. I was there a few times. Horrible, horrible pictures that came out of their homes. And now they're finally back. Gali and Zivi were held in captivity apart. We don't know when and if they were together. We know Emily Damari speaks a lot about them, has been fighting to get them back, has been saying that she can't really heal until they're back. We know Sharon Sharabi is also a survivor, was held in captivity with Alon Oil that we just saw, and I think for him it's also a great victory. And again, his brother, Yossi Sharabi, was murdered in captivity, and so he's waiting to get the body back as well. So all of them, all of the hostages, all of Israel, all of the families are hanging into these moments of joy. It's very moving.
And Shiri's right. A lot of the stories of the hostages are interlocked, right? We have Gali Berman, of course, his brother Ziv Berman, also taken into captivity. And Emily Damari, his girlfriend, of course, freed famously without 3 of her fingers in one of the previous deals. And in so many of the cases, hostages freed, and at the same time, members of their family having been murdered.
Looking at that picture, Gali Berman smiling. Moments ago, we saw the picture of Alon Ohel standing, talking, engaging And as Ariel suggested, just moments after those photos were taken, we can safely assume that they have been reunited with their families who have endured the most unimaginable, agonizing wait for this very moment. Let's find out more. We're now going live to correspondent Robert Swift. He joins us from Sheba Medical Center in Israel. And Rob, Sheba Hospital has treated many hostages on their return from captivity, but these hostages today, and we've looked at some of their photographs already, they've spent this unimaginable 2 years in terror tunnels inside Gaza, tortured, starved. What can you tell us about the preparations in Sheba as we speak?
Yeah, that's right. So Sheba, unfortunately, over the last 2 years has accumulated experience in this area. The hospital has said that it's standing by both with physical and, of course, with mental health care ready. As the hostages arrived in Raim, the first Israeli official that they met was a specialist in hostage liaison who've accumulated experience over the last 2 years. Now that the first 7 hostages are being absorbed into the Raim Center, meeting their families, it's understood at this location here that starts the clock ticking to the point when the helicopters will arrive at this hospital and also at Belenson and at Ichilov, 2 other hospitals in the center of Israel. 2 of the hostages, Zaiv and Gali Berman, will be arriving here at this location. And just about 10 minutes ago, there was a bit of excitement here because one of their aunts had arrived at the location. As the time frame for the hostages arriving here gets shorter and shorter, more and more of the members of the family and friends are starting to arrive here to welcome them into this location. Of course, though, it is the medical facilities that are at the forefront of the activity, and the medics have told us that they are ready to absorb the hostages when they arrive.
And certainly from the time they get there, they will be getting the best care possible from now on. Correspondent Robert Swift, live at Sheba Medical Center in Israel. More to come from Rob, of course, in the coming hours. Thank you, Rob.
Benita, there's images right now of the Hamas vehicles alongside the Red Cross vehicles in southern Gaza. The doors in the Hamas vehicles are opening. And so this the handover is of the remaining 13 hostages in southern Gaza is happening right now as we speak. We do not yet have confirmation that this process was completed, but we are seeing this process underway. The remaining 13 hostages are currently being handed over by Hamas to the Red Cross in southern Gaza.
And if you take a look at these live images on your screen at Hostage Square, and you can look at the expression and the anticipation on the faces of people waiting, watching on the big screen for that moment to see the second group of hostages and to know that they are going to be moved, transferred, transported safely into Israeli territory, that their nightmare is soon to be over. We are looking at images of Baruch Kupperstein reuniting with his family. Let's take a look at this moment live on your screen. Let's take a look at this moment as they are looking and seeing on their phone, knowing for the first time that Bar is okay, that he is alive, the family hugging. Let's take a listen to this moment if you can.
אתה חייב לשתות קצת, נשמה, טיפה טיפה. הוא ביקש לשלוח את זה לחדשות, לשלוח את זה? יאללה, למי לשלוח? קרה, הם פה. אתה חייב לשתות קצת, נשמה, טיפה.
Can you imagine what it must feel like for this family to know that the nightmare is over? To know that 2 years of waiting is over. Sometimes there really are no words. Sharing in the joy, sharing in the tears, watching this moment.
And she's still a mother, telling her son to drink some water, Benita.
A Jewish mother is a Jewish mother, regardless. Ellie Hochenberg joins us in studio now. Ellie, what can you tell us?
Yes, we are receiving updates from both sides of the border. The second handover of Israeli hostages is currently underway, this time in southern Gaza. And on the Israeli side, we keep on receiving images, fresh images of the newly released hostages, 7 Israelis who've been held captive for over 2 years and now experiencing their first moments of freedom anew, all of them again. And we know how deceiving first appearance is. We know that the adrenaline rush is carrying them perhaps higher than expected. But what we're seeing is not necessarily an indication of neither the physical nor the mental situation they're facing after over 700 days in captivity. And, you know, we've been talking throughout recent days, time and time again, with released hostages. And they say those moments of first freedom, these are inconceivable.
And of course,
breaking news now. We've got new images of Guy Gilboa Dalal. Oh, the number of times we spoke to his family, how they prayed and waited and hoped for this moment. Guy Gilboa Dalal, standing.
Guy Gilboa Dalal, who was in a twisted, brutal Hamas maneuver, was brought to witness the release of fellow hostages long months ago, was put in a van alongside his best friend, Eviatar David, to see other hostages released and then being brought back to the tunnels.
It was a level of cruelty that was difficult to
comprehend, truly.
But look at this image right now, because he is safe and he is back safe in the hands of people who love and care and value life. What a moment. Guy Gilboa Dalal safe after unimaginable hell, not only physical, but as we are discussing, the torture, the emotional games.
And, you know, we've been talking, of course, to the families day in, day out. I was talking to Guy's father, Ilan, just a couple of days ago when they were, they received a tour of the medical facilities that will await them, given guidance, what they should be expecting to face. And we also got to know Guy. Guy doesn't know us, but we know Guy. We know his, not dimple, but beauty mark. We know his fascination with Japan. Perhaps we'll be able to see the cherry blossom this coming spring. And every single one is an entire world that is being brought back to life now.
And perhaps for people who are watching abroad, for us to explain the joy on the faces that you're seeing in Hostage Square right now. These hostages feel like relatives to people across the nation. Obviously, most of us have not met them, but we feel like these are our family. And look at this breaking news picture. Oh, what a moment.
The Berman twins reuniting. The Berman twins, Gali and Zivi, reuniting.
This is an image of
Look at the stun on his face, the shock.
They can barely recognize each other, I think. This is just incredible.
The emotion on their faces. 2 years in terror captivity. And of course,
first images of hostages being reunited with their families. Eitan Mor reunited with his parents.
Wow.
We will be able to see these images shortly, Eitan Mor became one of the most vocal representatives of hostage families, demanding their release, but also a fair agreement. Yeah, Eitan's father, that is Tzvika Mor, demanding not just a release, but a fair agreement that will safeguard Israel's security concerns. Again, a very predominant
and bring all the hostages back in one. Right. In one.
What we're seeing now.
In one stage, this is exactly what he's getting.
And this is the moment that the entire nation has been waiting for. Look at those images on your screen. Wow. People erupting with joy because they are looking at a photograph. This is the moment that families get to touch, hold, embrace their loved ones. It's taken more than 2 years for this moment.
We can also update, Benita, that at the IDF, there is a new update on the state of the second group of hostages. There too, they're all able to stand on both their feet.
And there is the photograph. Eitan Mor with his family. Take a moment to absorb what we are looking at on our screen. Many never thought this moment would happen. This is joy. This is life. This is the future.
They haven't heard from him this entire time, there's some intelligence indication, but there was no sign of life. And it's incredible. You can recognize him. He looks like exactly in the pictures. His mother told stories of how strong Eitan is. And you can see from that image how strong he is. You can see in these eyes.
Also should update that, at least according to some Arab news outlets, the second wave of hostages are now being moved as we speak to the cars of the Red Cross.
And that tells us that some more good news hopefully is on the way very soon.
And that process, of course, is underway of releasing the final 13 living hostages.
And while we look at these images of the joy, the people waiting, and some of them have waited overnight to watch on the big screens in Hostage Square, in terms of the actual deadline, let us not forget that Air Force One landed at Ben Gurion International Airport not long ago, that President Donald Trump is heading to Jerusalem, where he is set to address the Israeli parliament at the top of the hour. There's a deadline, Owen Alterman, a deadline for all hostages to be returned. And that deadline is 12 noon. And just to look at our clocks, that is an hour and 15 minutes away. What happens next?
Well, first of all, it looks as if Hamas will make that deadline, at least for the living hostages. And in that sense, stick to the agreement. Now, the agreement is a bit ambiguous about the remains of the hostages. In a single text is reported by the Israeli public broadcaster. There's a paragraph that says all of the remains have to be brought back within the 72 hours. That's also what the Israeli government voted on. There's also another paragraph that says all of the remains in the possession of Hamas. At any rate, whatever the legal situation is, the practical situation is Hamas has said it will release some of the remains today. Others, it doesn't know where they are. And of course, there's going to be this international task force to go and look for them. And as always, the question is this a real, true problem of a Gaza that has been so devastated and destroyed that the remains really can't be found, even if Hamas is acting in good faith? Or is Hamas, as usual, not acting in good faith? And that, of course, is something that we're going to have to determine over the next days and weeks. But yes, Donald Trump on his way to Jerusalem, Benita, he is behind schedule. That's never surprising with heads of state. Landed a bit late, lingered on the tarmac, as we saw. But at this hour was supposed to have started to meet with hostage families. And then at the top of the hour, to speak to the Israeli parliament. It would seem that has been delayed. We should, of course, note this is a holiday eve here in Israel. Tonight it starts the Simchat Torah holiday. It's unusual, of course, for the Knesset to be convening, but this is obviously an exception to the rules. But one would imagine also for that practical reason that the parliament will want to try to convene the speech as soon as possible to allow particularly observant members of parliament and members of the staff to be able to get home to their families.
Well, a few updates we are able to share now. First, on the bright side of it all, Gali and Zivi Berman, the twins we just saw reuniting, are going to fly over the Bloomfield Stadium. We remember previous releases, Yair Hon most notably, flying over the Beersheba Stadium, Turner Stadium, as a testimony to their love and devotion. So many matches were played dedicated to them, and now they'll be flying over. The flip side of it, remember those certificates, those release diplomas Hamas granted
evil
the hostages?
Yes, we remember it well.
So the 7 released hostages received those this time around as well. Those diplomas granting them release from captivity.
Just to be clear, a picture like the one we're looking at on that screen trumps any fake diploma, excuse the pun.
You're
now,
right.
let's go to correspondent Balech Sladin. He joins us from the Israeli parliament in Jerusalem. And Balech, we know that President Donald Trump is set to address the Knesset at the top of the hour. We're hearing it's been delayed somewhat. I think the nation will forgive him under the circumstances. Bring us up to speed. What is the latest there? What's expected next?
Yes, well, actually, we're expecting the president to arrive any minute right now here behind me and enter the prime minister's office. He's going to be, of course, with the prime minister and his wife, as well as with the president of the state of Israel and other officials. He's going to hold a meeting with the president and the prime minister. That's before he enters that special session that has been prepared for here in the Knesset today, and hear a speech by Prime Minister Netanyahu, as well as the head of the opposition. And also, of course, President Trump, he's going to speak. I'm looking here behind me because he should enter any minute right now. Just a few words about what we are expecting to hear from President Trump, of course, speaking about the return of the hostages, the efforts being made by Israel, by his administration, and definitely talking about the end of the war in Gaza. But, of course, most importantly for Israelis to hear, or at least one of the very important things for Israelis to hear, is the possibility of expanding the peace in the Middle East, normalization with Saudi Arabia, with Indonesia, with other nations. Trump wants to be optimistic, wants to convey this optimism, and definitely this is going to be the message that he wants to convey to the people of Israel, but also to the world, that he achieved this after only 9 or 10 months being in office. Ending the war in Gaza definitely is something that he and many consider to be one of the biggest achievements, diplomatic achievements for President Trump since he came into office for the second term this year.
And then, of course, after he finishes up in Jerusalem, he heads to Sharm el-Sheikh later on in the day. We will be coming back to our correspondent Balech Sladin at the Israeli parliament in Jerusalem very soon. For now, thank you, Balech. And Owen, bring us up to speed for people who are just joining us now. As we started this breaking news broadcast, we had these historic images. Air Force One landing on the tarmac at Ben Gurion International Airport. That red carpet rolled out. So many questions around the relationship between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. And there we saw them together. We saw much interaction, much engagement. Talk to us about the historic moment we're looking at again on our screens right now.
As usual, they'd have to have the body language experts, and there are body language experts who analyze everything about Benjamin Netanyahu, and I suspect Trump as well, to give us a full picture. But look, they had quality time on the ride to Jerusalem, Benita, and it is unusual for a prime minister, a foreign head of state, or of a government to be invited into the beast to travel with the U.S. president up to Jerusalem. These are two leaders who, by their own accounts, don't always agree on everything. Each has said that. But I think have a mutual respect for each other. Netanyahu certainly for Trump, respect, and I suspect in some sense fear. And Trump, I think, also for Netanyahu, for his longevity, for his political skill and ability, for his smarts, and even for his ideological and political worldview. So they have a lot in common, as has famously been said, although not everything, which is very important to note. But obviously, they're traveling up together to the Israeli parliament, Netanyahu hosting Trump along with the Israeli parliament itself. Look, there are going to be a lot more disagreements down the road, as has been mentioned over the course of the morning. Shiri mentioned this. Netanyahu is not invited to Sharm el-Sheikh. Donald Trump is making this whirlwind trip through Israel and is flying from here down into the Sinai to meet with leaders from across the Arab world and beyond. But without the Israeli prime minister, now I suspect if there are 5 or 6 normalization agreements down the road, no one will remember this. But on the other hand, obviously, it does at least feel on this day, a day where Israel is so at the center and Israeli society is so at the center, it does feel a bit of a slight. But at any rate, Netanyahu will host Trump, and it will be a very, very festive occasion at the Israeli parliament with only a few members of parliament staying away for their own opposition to this deal. But Donald Trump, again, will be warmly welcomed there, as he was on his approach over Hostages Square, over the Tel Aviv waterfront, and of course, as we're now seeing on our screen again at the airport, as he makes his way up, literally, to Jerusalem.
And another picture on our screen right now.
Not
Yet
just that.
another smile.
Not
Eli
just that.
Hochenberg.
Since 2014, for the first time, right now, there are no longer living hostages being held by Hamas. Period. Period.
And Shiri, your thoughts on exactly that? Goosebumps once again.
I just read this again and again. There's no more living hostages in Gaza. No more living hostages in Gaza. This moment is the one that so many have sacrificed for. It's really a moment to remember the people who gave everything for this moment. Their lives, their families gave their lives. There's so many injured, hurt, and this is a momentous moment for everybody.
And now they are all coming home. Shiri, Eli, Owen, thank you so much. That's where we wrap up this hour of our special coverage. We're taking a short break. At the top of the hour, we take you live to Jerusalem, where President Donald Trump is set to address the Israeli parliament. I'm Benita Levine. Stay tuned. Back in a bit.
The world is changing, and so is i24 News. Starting October 19th, a brand new lineup with exclusive original shows.
Live from Tel Aviv. An historic moment. Stay tuned to i24 News.
And, most importantly, the return of English language programming all day long and on weekends. i24 News in English is back. The heart of a new Middle East beats on i24 News.
5,000 years of history, and no matter who has tried to kill us, we survive and we thrive. Every week, we'll bring you the latest Jewish news from around the world. The good, the bad, the ugly, and the magnificent. Join us every Monday and Wednesday for Jewish World Weekly.
How do you get your news? Who do you trust to bring you the facts? And what's happening behind the scenes? To give you the entire story in this complicated, constantly changing region. We're based in the Middle East. Top stories with our team of journalists in the field, newsmakers, and experts. We're breaking it all down on The Rundown. Facts matter. Be the voice of reason.
Introducing the brand new i24 News Video On Demand app. You'll have instant access to all our programs, reports, in-depth discussions, and expert commentary, all at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24 News Video On Demand app today.
This is Breaking News Edition. I'm Benita Levine. Joining me, senior correspondent Owen Alterman. And it's breaking news. They're coming home. 20 living hostages coming home to be reunited with their families after surviving unimaginable hell more than 2 years in terror captivity since the Hamas terror rampage and mass abduction on the 7th of October. Very shortly, President Donald Trump will be addressing the Israeli parliament on this historic day. And when that happens, we will go live to bring you that speech. No doubt, a victory speech and a very well-deserved one. Owen, the magnitude of this moment. Talk to us.
The news is even better, Benita. 7 are already home. 7 are already home, and the 13 are on their way home. They've already been given over to the Red Cross, and as we've learned through not bitter experience, but sweet experience seeing these releases over the course of the last 2 years, then on the way to the Israeli military, and then to Re'im, then to their families in the hospitals, and of course the beginning of the long road back to recovery. But yes, this is the end of the national trauma, at least of the living hostages, and of course we can't forget the 28 remains of the hostages, some of which we expect to receive later in the day, but others of which of course will take, by all accounts, time. And then this split screen that in parallel to this momentous release of the final living hostages, Donald Trump, now on the ground in Israel, albeit just for a few hours, but it couldn't be more dramatic. Benita. He landed at Ben Gurion Airport, of course, to that heroic ceremonial formal welcome, but got also the emotional welcome of Israeli society from the Hostages Square display on the Tel Aviv beach on his way in, and now, of course, up to Jerusalem to meet with hostage families and to speak in just a short time before the Israeli Knesset. Again, he'll get a lot of rounds of applause.
And in our earlier broadcast, we were so moved to look at those photographs of those incredibly brave, smiling, brave hostages who are back in Israeli territory, to see those smiles when we know that their families haven't known for the past 2 years how they were doing. We did know about the torture. We did know about the starvation. We did know about the evil manipulation by Hamas in the terror tunnels of Gaza. But today, we see the images of resilience, of unity and strength, and those smiles, and this is what this nation has been waiting for. Yes, the end of the war, and we will discuss the details in the coming hours, not only in Jerusalem, but later in the day in Sharm el-Sheikh as well. But right now, the Israeli nation waiting to welcome home those hostages who have survived unimaginable hell in the tunnels of Gaza.
The smiles. I think that's what shocked all of us, Benita, because we legitimately didn't know what to expect. Of course, we had that one release of those 3 hostages over the course of during the winter, where we saw what kind of condition they were in. And these hostages, of course, have been in captivity more than 2 years. Many of them young, of course, but nonetheless, obviously a lot of concern about their health and how they would look. But all of them standing on their feet, and many of them smiling. And obviously the emotion is there to smile. But is the strength there to smile? And the answer is yes, the strength inside, but also the strength in their bodies as well. And that's, of course, just a wonderful, wonderful thing to see as we just try to enjoy this moment. You're right, there are a lot of concerns what lies ahead. We will have a lot of time to talk about that over the course of the day as the action moves on to Sharm el-Sheikh and obviously the days, weeks, months beyond. But this is a moment for us to be in this moment, to be with these hostages and with these families, with a society that's trying to heal itself through this process. And of course, with a U.S. president on his way to Jerusalem, maybe already there to go to the Knesset and to speak to all of us.
And an historic moment for the U.S. president to be addressing the Israeli parliament, also meeting with relatives of the hostages, and what a role he has taken on early on in his term. He said if all the hostages weren't released, all hell would break loose. Now, in this moment, the war is about to officially be over. And those hostages, 20 living hostages, should all be safely home in Israeli territory very, very shortly.
Donald Trump proved, of course, we're not the first to say this, but it bears to be emphasized, that he can use his political and business chops Benita, to bring people together. And that's what he did here. He connected emotionally with the issue of the hostages. That we saw from him time and again, from his meetings with the freed hostages and with the families, to his sense of wonder at the Israeli society's commitment to bringing back the remains of hostages, and not only living hostages, but beyond that, he had the bare knuckles to understand. We now know in retrospect, but even we understood in real time, how to work with leaders around the region, how to work with the different parties, how to be unpredictable enough that he could use that to generate leverage and then use the leverage. And of course, it bears this mentioning and emphasizing this specific example when he decided in June to take on the risk of attacking the nuclear facilities in Iran, not knowing where it would lead, not knowing how it would turn out. I think that proved to everyone in the region that he was willing to take the risk of using force or allow Israel to use force. And that, more than anything else, I think generated and gave him leverage to bring this deal to the finish line. In addition to what he himself has said, which is that the ability to neutralize, at least for the time being, the Iranian nuclear program is something that will enable potentially this phase 2 of the deal to unfold, because there won't be the dark cloud over it. In any case, that Iran attack was a domino that brought this domino to fall, but it was Donald Trump who proved that he can use his bare-knuckle political and business skills and the force of his personality and his personal popularity in the United States and especially in Israel and among leaders in the region to bring all this to bear. And yes, there are a lot of challenges going forward. This is a president who talks about the war being over, who talks about the greatest peace in 3,000 years. You can hear the skepticism in my voice. It's widely shared here in Israel. But he has brought the hostages home. He has brought the hostages home in a document that enabled both sides to say yes to it. And that is in itself an enormous achievement, as both his supporters and his detractors admit.
And another important point that was outlined in our earlier breaking news broadcast, and that is the role of the IDF in getting to this moment. And it was Jared Kushner who so passionately thanked the IDF when he spoke at Hostage Square in recent days, to a resounding response from people who had gone there, hoping at the time that it would be the last time that they would be rallying to call for the release of the hostages, and that will have been the last time. It was Jared Kushner who said so eloquently, thank you to the IDF for getting to this moment as well. It isn't only on a diplomatic level, also military impact on the ground. It's made all the difference.
You know, Benita, there are so many different parts of Israeli society that have taken on burdens over the course of the war. We talk about the suffering of the hostages. We talk about the inspiration of the hostage families. But obviously, we can't forget the bereaved families, those who lost either civilians or soldiers on October 7th over the course of the war. We can't forget the soldiers themselves, as you mentioned, who have fought, in many cases reservists in the middle of their careers, with families, with children, with wives, with lives that they have built, called out of reserve duty to serve 200, 300 days in the Gaza Strip, often fighting themselves, and also their families. I know from our own social circles, as I'm sure you do from yours, the families of reservists and how much of a burden they have taken on. Oftentimes mothers at home alone with their children, again, for 200, 300 days without a sense of when this would end. And maybe, just maybe, this is at least the end of the beginning, if not the beginning of the end, of the burden that those families have taken on. And yes, for all of the difficult pictures that have been beamed out from the Gaza Strip, and of course there's a very intense worldwide debate about that, there is no question that the military pressure is an important factor. And there, of course, we see Donald Trump there in the Israeli parliament, in the Knesset, shaking hands. I believe that is Amir Ohana. It's a bit hard for me to see from this distance.
It is Amir Ohana, the parliament speaker, and next to him, shaking hands, there's that moment, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, next to a smiling Sarah Netanyahu.
Exactly. Always by his side, as we know. But in any event, there he is, Donald Trump being welcomed to the Israeli parliament as per protocol. Again, according to the schedule, Benita, he is set not to speak immediately, but first to meet with hostages' families and then to go into the plenum and be able to and speak, as well, of course, as Amir Ohana, the Speaker of the Parliament, is per protocol speaking, Benjamin Netanyahu, and also Yair Lapid, the leader of the opposition. But there he is, Donald Trump, inside the Israeli parliament, getting ready for the centerpiece of his visit here in Israel, that speech before the members of parliament and, of course, Israeli society as a whole.
What a moment.
And there he's signing the guest book
is.
At the Israeli parliament as per custom. I'm sure we will see exactly what he's written, his message of hope and inspiration, one would imagine, on a day where he has generated maybe a president who doesn't always excel at generating hope and inspiration, at least not in a broad sense, but on this day he certainly has. And there he is at the Israeli parliament signing the guest book.
Signing the guest book. What a moment. The 47th president of the United States in the Israeli parliament, about to address the parliament, but as Owen is outlining, also set to meet with relatives of the hostages as well. Then after that, he heads off to Sharm el-Sheikh. But right now, the focus is on Jerusalem. The focus is on the celebrations because 20 living hostages are coming home. And we already know that Matan Angrest, brothers Gali and Zev Berman, Alon Ohel, Eitan Mor, Omri Miran, and Guy Gilboa Delawa are all safe in Israel. Let's take a look.
Yeah, Donald Trump there, finishing up, I think. Showing the cameras what he's written. Benita, maybe you can read it.
A very proud, smiling Donald Trump.
Talking about a new beginning. There he is, shaking hands, surrounded, of course, by reporters and media, as you can imagine. Visit with intense interest. We should also mention, Benita, that generally speaking, the visit of an American president to Israel is such a central event that it occupies screens an entire day. It occupies news departments weeks in planning to try to capture every step of Donald Trump's visit. I remember his visit to Israel and how it was covered in meticulous detail with rolling coverage throughout an entire day. And on this day, it's an important story. It's a huge story. We're obviously covering it, but one can't help but we can't escape the fact that it's still secondary to the release of the hostages themselves. But at any rate, still a dramatic visit by Donald Trump to Israel, as here he makes his way through the Israeli parliament, again scheduled to meet with hostage families before addressing the plenum.
And of course, much has been made about the fact that Israel won't be at Sharm el-Sheikh in terms of a representation later on in the day, where very crucial meetings will be taking place. But look at these images, and one wonders what those world leaders who will be in Egypt later on in the coming hours will be making of this very warm rapport between the Prime Minister of Israel and the President of the United States. These are live images on your screen right now. Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, Amir Ohana together inside the Israeli parliament.
And as they make their way, Benita, you asked a wonderful question about how this is going to be received throughout the region and throughout the world. Look, this is another high watermark in the U.S.-Israel relationship. And in that sense, it's reminiscent of Joe Biden's visit, a kind of bookending visit, right? Biden at the beginning of this war, Trump at least at the end of the beginning of this war, if not the beginning of the end. And yes, Donald Trump will head on to Sharm el-Sheikh, famously without Benjamin Netanyahu or an Israeli representative. And not all of those countries are so friendly or well-disposed to Israel. And Israel's obviously suffered a lot of diplomatic and public relations damage over the course of the last 2 years, which may be an explanation about why Israel wasn't involved. But I don't think there's any question that Israel will be involved in one way or another in the planning and in the shaping of the new Middle East, should it come to fruition. Israel can't be ignored. And don't forget, of course, Israel will be continuing to be present in 53% of the Gaza Strip as we continue to watch these leaders make their way through the Israeli parliament. But I think these leaders will again be struck by the strength and by the durability of the U.S.-Israel relationship, of the strength of the connection between Donald Trump and not only the Israeli leadership, but maybe even more so, Benita, the Israeli public. And we have to emphasize a broad swath of the Israeli public. I think liberals in the United States haven't necessarily always appreciated the feeling of liberals here in Israel, of their counterparts in terms of their political and ideological worldview and their view of Donald Trump. But what the Israeli center-left, Benita, sees through their eyes is a president who has delivered this deal, who is instrumental in delivering the deal over the course of the winter, who oscillates between more bellicose rhetoric, but also more with a commitment to end the war. And so Donald Trump has found this amazing way to connect with both sides, of course, to connect to a more natural right-wing base here in Israel, but also to connect to other parts of Israeli society, as we saw on the square just a few nights ago. And I believe they're now making their way through the hall, up the stairs, and well, maybe they're actually going to the meeting with families. It's a bit hard to tell where in the Israeli parliament. I'm familiar with the building, but exactly where they are, especially with the crowd surrounding them and with the angles of the camera.
Two of the most powerful leaders in the world together in the Israeli parliament. You are looking at live images right now at the Knesset. Benjamin Netanyahu, Donald Trump, the Israeli Prime Minister, and the US President together ahead of the historic address at this momentous time in the region. We're going to be hearing the 47th President of the United States address the Israeli Parliament. Obviously, this is being broadcast nationally and no doubt across the region as well. So many waiting to hear what the President is going to be saying on this historic day. 20 live hostages are coming home to where they belong. What a moment. Many thought this day would never happen.
Yeah, there was obviously a lot of skepticism. Netanyahu himself has said about whether all of the hostages would come home. There was always this sense that Hamas would leave at least some of the hostages in captivity as bargaining chips. And that may well happen with some of the remains of the hostages. And that we will obviously have to see. But look, all of the hostages are brought home. We now know that as a matter not just of expectation, but as a matter of fact. And Donald Trump is here to celebrate that, here to try to leverage this into the new Middle East he wants to create. I suspect in just a few moments, we will be hearing from him just about his vision for that as he tries to bring Israeli society and bring wide swaths of Israeli society along with him on that journey, the same way he has brought them with him on the journey up to this point. But of course, it's going to be more difficult going forward. He's going to have to continue to bring large parts of Israeli society with him, as well as large parts of this region, Benita, making agreement much, much more difficult. But again, to stay in this moment, this whirlwind trip by this U.S. president to Israel, obviously one of the most dramatic visits of any U.S. president in the 77-year history of the state of Israel.
And if you were wondering what the U.S. president wrote when he signed that book, his words: the U.S. President, this is my great honor, a great and beautiful day, a new beginning. And oh, how so many people in Israel will be agreeing that this is such a great and beautiful day.
Again, Donald Trump has been very clear how much he wants to generate hope and optimism as we again see the incredible scenes from Hostages Square here in Tel Aviv. And there we see the message that Donald Trump wrote in large enough print for it to be captured by the cameras, again, showing his political skills. But again, Benita, a vague enough message that it can appeal to a broad audience without making commitments, but still generating a kind of sense of hope and expectation. It was exactly what the moment called for. And Donald Trump understands very clearly what this moment is about, how to best take advantage of it, both for his own personal political needs, and he, of course, is a politician, but also for the needs of the United States, and one would hope for the best needs of the region, although, of course, this is a region that is conflicted with itself, and so that we'll have to see. But again, at least in this moment, Donald Trump generating hope and trying to generate a sense of vision.
Breaking news, if you're just joining us, you're watching U.S. President Donald Trump, who touched down on Air Force One earlier on Monday morning. An historic day. What a moment. A red carpet rolled out as he was greeted by Benjamin Netanyahu and Sarah Netanyahu before they headed to the Israeli parliament. And we are expecting him to speak very shortly. Right now, you're looking at live images on your screen. On the one side, Re'im military base. You can see the helicopters there. On the other side, look at those Israeli and American flags at Hostage Square right now. Owen.
Right, and we've seen lots of American flags out and about over the last couple of weeks, Benita, and again, the blended American and Israeli flag that I picked up last night at around midnight at Hostage Square when I walked through. A bit of news. Donald Trump, in a conversation with reporters at the Knesset, said that the war has officially ended. Now, again, this is in keeping what he said to reporters on Air Force One, that the war is over when he was asked about it, was very emphatic about it. Of course, with the caveat that this is Donald Trump, this is someone who lambasted Volodymyr Zelensky in the Oval Office only to be best friends with him afterwards, who called for a massive press conference for Liberation Day tariffs that led to gyrations in the stock market only to dial back on a lot of those. But this is his snapshot right now. This is where he is right now, that the war is over. Now the war, we can add an adverb, the war is officially over. And that may be well be his message to the Israeli parliament. But again, this is a president who often can change his positions, and that may be the wiggle room and the maneuvering that Benjamin Netanyahu may want to do over the coming weeks and months. Netanyahu has certainly in his own speeches, Benita, left himself the room to do that. Although it has to be said, even in Netanyahu's own speeches, there are whispers and hints of summing up the war. And there is a lot of internal pressure in Israel to align with Donald Trump's message. Maybe not in order to align with Donald Trump's message, but people who themselves are aligned with Donald Trump's message from within the media and from within the military, to see this as the end of the war, to give speeches and make statements summarizing it as not only the end of the beginning or beginning of the end, as I'm saying, but in a sense the end of the end, right? A true end, an official end, as Donald Trump said. But again, conditions on the ground in Gaza, as we know, are more complicated. Israel's security needs may be more complicated. Netanyahu's intentions may be more complicated. And Netanyahu may be banking on the fact that this is only a snapshot and not a video. But as for video, again, coming back to the pictures on our screens, we see hostages square. And on the side of the screen, we see, I believe, the hostages coming home.
And of course, earlier on in our breaking news broadcast, we saw those heartwarming photographs. The first images from the IDF receiving Israeli hostages after 2 years in terror captivity in the tunnels of Gaza. And oh, how the Israeli nation has waited for that moment. It was just a few weeks ago that a partial deal was on the table, a partial deal that would have only have seen some of the hostages coming back. Today, all living hostages will soon be back in Israeli territory. A question mark still, however, over the return of the bodies of the hostages murdered on the 7th of October or murdered by terrorists in terror captivity. And what a gut-wrenching question mark, that agonizing wait for the families of those hostages. Terrifying right now.
Yeah, it's difficult, and they're obviously worried they're going to be left behind, because even, Benita, with Israeli society's commitment to bringing back remains and keeping with the Jewish religion and giving a proper burial, there's no escaping the fact that the remains of a hostage is not going to be the same in terms of the public sentiment, I don't think, as a living hostage. And one can obviously understand that. Look, in terms of what the deal says, the deal itself is contradictory. And some places, the documents say that by 12 o'clock today, local time, in another 38 minutes, Hamas had to return all of the bodies. That's obviously not going to happen. Other parts of the deal said Hamas had to, by 12 o'clock, return all of the bodies in its possession. That also doesn't seem like it's going to happen, but no one seems to be holding Hamas to the particulars of this. There seems to be a handshake agreement that Hamas will release some of them over the course of the day, that some will, in fact, be all of the ones Hamas has in its possession, that Hamas is acting in good faith in saying that it doesn't have access to the other bodies, that it needs help and time in order to do so. But again, we are dealing with Hamas. It is not a good faith actor, certainly not when it comes to this issue, as with any other issue, and we'll obviously have to wait. And I think that the challenge is going to be for Netanyahu, as again, we continue to see the pictures from our screens of this momentous moment and celebrating the release of all of the living hostages from the Gaza Strip. As our colleague Eli Hochenberg said, the first time since 2014 when there are no living Israeli hostages in the Gaza Strip, the first time in 11 years or more. But the question is going to be how to prioritize this goal as opposed to other goals. Israel is going to come to Hamas, and not only Hamas, to Turkey, to Qatar, for that matter, to Donald Trump, with a long list of grievances and with a long list of policy goals. And one question is going to be where to prioritize this issue of the bodies as among those goals. And it's going to be a difficult question. We're going to be talking about it a lot and debating it a lot. I think at the moment one can only hope that we receive as many as possible over the course of today, at least to help as many families as we can get that sense of closure.
And important to bring you up to speed on some of the messaging from the U.S. president from inside the parliament. He has been quoted as saying Hamas will comply with the plan to disarm. One wonders how he knows that. He also says, as you already outlined, that the war is over. And as we know, he signed in that book with that very famous signature, "This is a great day, this is a new beginning." Owen Alterman, Donald Trump believes Hamas will comply with a plan to disarm. This would be music to the ears of many in Israel if they weren't so skeptical. What is your sense of this message?
Well, first of all, let's start with the document itself, the 20-point plan. I think, as opposed to the way people understand the deal, if you dig into it, I can't find there a clear-cut demand that Hamas disarm. And I think that's intentional, because there's no way Hamas would have agreed to this, or that Qatar and Turkey, its proxies, if you will, or sponsors, would have agreed to this if there was. What it says, I think in point 13, it says there will be a process of demilitarization. There will be a process. What a strange set of words. It doesn't say Hamas will disarm. It says there will be a process. What does that mean? And then in point 16, I believe, when it talks about the Israeli military's withdrawal from parts of Gaza, it talks about the timetables being linked to demilitarization. Now, of course, that will be a very, very important set of words for Benjamin Netanyahu, for the Israeli government, who will say, we are not moving our troops until there is progress on demilitarization, and will hang their hat on that language in the document. But there's other parts of that exact paragraph that don't link it only to demilitarization. It links it to this international force taking over, meaning when the international force is ready to take over the 53%, when they got their guns and they have their command structures and they've drafted the soldiers and they've trained and they've learned and they're ready, they come in and the IDF goes out. And it's not necessarily only connected to whether Hamas gives up its guns. So again, it's ambiguous, and I think it's intentionally ambiguous in terms of the way that these provisions are laid out. And Donald Trump, again, trying to generate a sense of optimism and hope, but obviously everyone around him, and certainly Israeli society, sees before our eyes what our colleague Ariel Osaran has been so correctly focused on over the last few days, which is what's actually happening on the streets of the Gaza Strip, where Hamas is out in force, where Hamas is taking revenge against its enemies, where Hamas is in control, where Hamas is openly bearing arms, and where Hamas, of course, has said that it's not going to give up its arms. So, of course, there's every reason to be extremely skeptical of that, and, of course, to recognize that it's part of Donald Trump's messaging strategy on this trip to Israel, where he is doing everything to generate 100% hope and 0% despair.
U.S. President Donald Trump saying in the Israeli parliament just moments ago, the war is over. The war is over.
There's even an adverb. The war is officially over.
Officially over. A war started by Hamas on the 7th of October. A gentle reminder, there was a ceasefire in place on the 6th of October. On the 7th of October, a war started by Hamas, a terror rampage and mass abduction, the darkest day in the history of Israel. Today, some light. As we look at these live images on your screen, thousands of people converging on Hostage Square. It's been the scene of so many rallies, so many events, so many memorials in the past 2 years, so many calls for this moment that all the hostages should be back home. And today, 20 living hostages reunited with their families. One cannot imagine, and we've had the privilege to speak to many relatives in the past 2 years, but one cannot imagine that moment when mothers and fathers are reunited with their children that they never knew were even going to survive such unimaginable terror. And now let's go live to the Israeli parliament. Correspondent Balich Sladin joins us live. Balich, much anticipation about what the U.S. president will say. What can you tell us? What is happening there right now?
Yes, just in the past few minutes, the President of the United States, alongside Prime Minister Netanyahu, entered the Prime Minister's office here behind us, where we are in the Israeli parliament, the Knesset. And we had actually a chance to ask him a few questions, as well as he came to speak to us, to the press. He said a few words about the return of the hostages, that this is a historic day, of course. And right after we asked him what would happen if Hamas does not comply with your plan, with arming, something that everybody is thinking about, that Hamas is not willing to do. And he said they will comply in this simply a simple sentence. We asked him well whether he thinks that the war officially ended. He said alongside Netanyahu again that the war did end. This is significant, of course, because Prime Minister Netanyahu in his last speech yesterday said that things are not clear, or at least he said that more challenges are ahead of us. It wasn't clear if he means that the war will continue or not. But from what we understand, the president is very, let's say, confident that his plan, the 20 points plan, that is going to be discussed later today in Sharm el-Sheikh, is actually going to be implemented word by word, clause by clause, meaning that Hamas will disarm and Gaza will turn into an area that would not actually impose a threat on the state of Israel. And of course, his plan for the wider Middle East, the normalization and the peace agreements between Israel and other nations is part of his vision. That's what we are expecting him to say as well in his today. Currently, he is in a meeting with the Prime Minister, with other Israeli officials, but later on the special session in the Knesset is going to convene. Now we're going to hear him speaking, but not before we hear Prime Minister Netanyahu, as well as the head of the Knesset, Amir Ohana, and also the head of the opposition, Yair Lapid, speaking short speeches, to my understanding, because the whole trip or the whole stay visit here for the president is very short, but the president himself could actually prolong his speech, could say things from the heart, as we are used to the president, as we always hearing him speaking, maybe for longer and longer speeches than what he planned in the beginning. But what is important is that the president is going to speak about very important things for the Israelis and for the whole world. And from what we are hearing here in the Knesset, the president is also expected to give some quote-unquote surprises. It's still not clear what those surprises could be, but definitely we're expecting an abnormal speech by the president here in the heart of the Israeli parliament.
Correspondent Balich Sladin, live from the Israeli parliament. Of course, more to come from Balich in the coming hours. You're looking at live images on your screen right now. This is Hostage Square. You can see the Israeli flags. You can see the American flags. You can see the anticipation. People are waiting to find out what is happening in terms of seeing those first images, seeing those photographs of the hostages who are being freed on this day. We've already seen such moving photographs of some of the hostages taken as they were meeting with IDF soldiers for the first time safe in Israeli territory, and that crowd on your screen right now waiting to see more. There you are on your screen right now. You can see the range of photographs of the hostages who came back in the first group, and those beautiful smiles. What a moment to see these hostages who have survived unimaginable terror in the tunnels of Gaza since the 7th of October, brutally abducted during the terror rampage at a music festival, from kibbutzim, from army bases. Look at those images on your screen. Twin brothers there embracing. Look at those images. Mom, Dad, Eitan Mor. Look at those smiles. What a moment for the whole nation. What a moment for these families waiting to see their loved ones and to know that they can hug them very, very soon.
I'm breaking out in a smile, as I think we all are, as we see how can Eitan Mor's smile not be infectious, as are all of them from all of these now freed hostages, Benita. And a few moments ago, we saw the pictures again from Hostages Square, again with the Israeli flag starring, with a supporting act from the American flag as well. But again, that just shows how much this issue of returning hostages is viewed by so many people here in Israel is integral to our own identity as a country, to a sense of collective responsibility, to looking out for each other. You know, there's that saying in Hebrew, in Jewish lore, Kol Yisrael arevim zeh lazeh, all of Israel is responsible for one another, but it's not even that. We're all guarantors for one another. That's the literal meaning. And we all have this responsibility to bring hostages back. Now, there may be policy and public policy problems with that down the road, as we all know. In the past, freed terrorists from deals have come back to commit further acts of terrorists and take take more hostages, as happened here. But in any event, for this moment, people taking pride in this element of Israeli identity. I want to go back to something Balir said from the Knesset, because it bears emphasizing in these moments before Donald Trump will step up to the microphone in the Knesset plenum. This is, of course, a president with a very unconventional speaking style. Benita, as I often say, watching a Donald Trump speech is a bit like reading and learning a page of Talmud, where Donald Trump is both Talmud and is both the Gemara and Rashi. He's both the text and the commentator. Donald Trump will read from a teleprompter, read a text as if it's foreign to him, in a kind of bored-out drawl, and then will comment on it as if he's the commentator to himself. It's a kind of communication strategy and in its communication style that I have never seen before. But Donald Trump, of course, uses it to great success, whether it be speaking to his base at campaign rallies, whether it be speaking on the world stage at the UN General Assembly just a few weeks ago. And I assume we can expect more of the same at the Israeli Knesset. We heard Balir talk about how the feeling in the halls of the Knesset is that we're waiting for surprises. This is a president who loves to go out there with surprises in his speeches and use that as a way of building drama, of generating drama, and of driving events. So obviously won't be a surprise if there are surprises again, as we again see the pictures from Hostages Square with the Israeli flag literally with the yellow ribbon of the hostage release, Benita, movement that has become such a fixture of life here in Israel and around the world, but intertwined with the Star of David on that flag, again showing how for so many people this issue of bringing them home has become almost intertwined with Israeli identity itself.
And these images on our screen right now speak to the unity, the waiting, the agonizing wait, the sympathy, the empathy, the understanding, the collective pain. People knowing that there have been families in this country who haven't known if their loved ones are alive, and that pain and that agony and that uncertainty has lasted for more than 2 years. And of course, exacerbating that pain, the frequent psychological terror manipulation propaganda videos that Hamas and other terror groups saw fit to release sporadically over the past 2 years, and what that did to the psyche of the nation and, of course, to the families as well.
And we won't forget that. And you know, Ariel Osaran, our colleague, made an excellent point earlier when he talked about how the video calls that Hamas organized in the hour before the release of captivity of the 13 who were released thereafter was itself a form of psychological warfare, right? A way of getting around, making an end run around the ban on ceremonies. So there wouldn't be the kind of disgusting ceremonies that we saw last winter this time, and Hamas finding a different way to make its voice heard and to try to market itself as being humane, or at least show that to the world and to others. But Ariel also made a good point that oftentimes Hamas's psychological warfare, and you're speaking to this, has been seen differently in Israeli society. Those horrific videos that Hamas made with captives were in a sense welcomed by the families because they were signs of life. So Hamas finding every point it can to generate leverage and terror in using the hostages until it came to this point in time when it came to the conclusion that they simply holding on to them simply didn't serve its needs. And so now we're releasing them. But obviously we're happy to have them back.
And it speaks to the analysis of this being a just war against evil, so often lost in the protest action we saw at various prestigious campuses across the globe. A just war, a nation defending itself from an existential threat, not only from Hamas, but from Hezbollah, from the Houthis, and Iran itself.
Well, listen, obviously a just war, and there's obviously an intense international debate about whether it was thought through just means. But, Benita, I remember saying in those first weeks after October 7th, when we saw the Arch of Titus lit up with the Israeli flag, something that I was just enthralled by, if you think about what that arch was, built to celebrate the Roman conquest of Jerusalem in 70 CE, with etchings in the rock of Jewish slaves carting off the tools and the artifacts of the temple to Rome, and then seeing that arch lit up with the Israeli flag was just incredibly powerful and a symbol of what we all felt in those first few weeks and the support we got around the world. And I said back then that no matter what happened later on, and obviously we understood we were heading into a very, very difficult period and a difficult war, what would generate difficult pictures, that the memory of October 7th would never disappear. And I think that in some sense I was right. Even through all of the horrific protests we've seen, all of the intense debate, all of the problems Israel has faced in the international stage, the memories and the trauma of October 7th have never disappeared from the world and the collective memory. Donald Trump, for one, mentions it at every opportunity. And this issue of the hostages was always on the international agenda. In every Security Council resolution, almost, the hostages were mentioned and were supposed to be freed unconditionally. Of course, they were never freed unconditionally, only when the Israeli military rescued living hostages or remains. But that call was always made, and this hostage issue was always the strongest leg of Israeli diplomacy over the course of the past 2 years. This issue has now, at least of the living hostages, not necessarily the remains, been resolved. But we now have actually Donald Trump answering a question from reporters. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Territory. Not even thinkable, and they're going to be happy, and they're going to have a great life. We want them to have a great life, right? They've been amazing. They've been very brave, and they're going to be in good shape. And we want them to have a... Is the war now officially over? Yes, as far as I'm concerned, yes. Thank you very much, everybody.
We want them to have a great life. U.S. President Donald Trump answering questions from reporters, including from the i24NEWS Hebrew team inside the Israeli parliament on this historic day, commenting when asked about the hostages who are coming home, 20 living hostages, 7 already inside Israeli territory. He replied, "We want them to have a great life." And what a chorus echoing that right now across the country and across the world.
Right. A shout out to our colleague from our Hebrew channel, our sister Hebrew channel, Ori Kwal, there in the halls of the Israeli parliament, getting to ask the U.S. president a question there. Look, it's interesting to hear and to listen to the nuances there, Benita. Donald Trump was asked if the war is officially over. He said, as far as I'm concerned, it is. There's an interesting caveat there. There seems to be at least a bit of uncertainty. Now, of course, his concern is not unimportant. He is the U.S. president. He has reportedly given guarantees to Hamas or through the Turks and the Qataris that the war is over. But he at least adds that caveat, which I think, again, any wiggle room that Benjamin Netanyahu will spot, I think his eyes will be focused on in the days and weeks to come. And also, we can't mention this is a president who likes to talk to reporters from time to time. Again, maybe the U.S. president who is most open and most accessible to the media, even as he curses large parts of the media. He's always there, or often there, very often there to answer reporters' questions. And it's fun to see a colleague from our Hebrew channel here being able to ask the president a question and gaggle with him there in the halls of the Israeli parliament as Trump continues on his whirlwind trip through Israel to use every opportunity he can to get his message out to Israeli society.
If you're just joining us now, this is breaking news, special edition coverage, and historic day in the region. They're coming home, 20 living hostages held in terror captivity for more than 2 years, on their way back home where they belong. Some of them already reunited with their families, safe in Israel. The first group of 7 safe in Israel. They are Matan Angrest, brothers Gali and Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Eitan Mor, Omri Miran, and Guy Gilboa Dalal. What a moment. And you're looking at live images on your screen right now. On the one side, Hostage Square, throngs of people watching on a big screen all the developments as they unfold. On the other side of the screen, the Re'im military base, where hostages are being received. When they get there, they know for the first time in 2 years, they are in safe hands. They are being met by members of the IDF. They get an initial health examination, and then decisions are made as to whether they need to be flown to specific hospitals and where they need to go to get the obvious treatment anyone would need on first coming out of the terror tunnels of Gaza and seeing the light and feeling the love of family once again.
Right. And again, the role of the Israeli military here, of course, is central in absorbing the hostages and in moving them on and giving them their first checks. But of course, the hospital is very central, Benita. You know, there had been almost no research about returned hostages, particularly children, because it's so unusual for even terror organizations to take children hostage, that the staffs at these hospitals looked for academic work on this and almost couldn't find it. And they at Sheba Hospital in particular almost had to write the book on this and literally wrote published articles on their experiences. We've now had long experience dealing with returned hostages. We're now 2 years into this war. And so there's that experience to lean on. But there were some surprising findings. At the beginning, for example, Benita, the hospitals had thought, and again, there we see the scenes from the Re'im base and more of the hostages being absorbed, the freed hostages now being absorbed by the Israeli military. But at the hospitals, they had thought that the hostages would want privacy and want some time to themselves and with their families. But what they actually wanted in many cases was to be their friends. And there's a picture out now of Gali and Ziv Berman in the uniform of the Maccabi soccer club. So again, showing how the hostages are anxious and eager to return to society as quickly as possible in many cases.
And it's incredible to think how so many people across the country feel like these young men are part of our own family. We have waited, we have yearned, we have hoped, and we have felt the collective angst, the collective agony, the uncertainty for any parent the world over to imagine that there are mothers and fathers in this country who didn't know for 2 years if their children were alive. And then when they heard the harrowing accounts from other freed hostages and understood that hostages were kept in cages, hostages were tortured, hostages were starved, hostages were moved from terror tunnels in some cases to civilian homes inside Gaza. The agony, the uncertainty, the pain, it's been felt across the country, and that is why there is a collective joy in this moment as we look at these images, as we process these photographs of young men safe for the first time in 2 years.
Of course, and again, an iconic moment for our society. Again, we see the split screen, the hostages coming back on the left and hostages square on the right. That square in Tel Aviv that is located close to the Israeli military headquarters, and for one of the reasons why it had been taken over the course of the last 2 years, but just in some sense emerged from the grassroots. And the displays there, I think most iconically, especially in the first months of the war, that empty Shabbat dinner table. Remember that long table with all of the places of all the hostages who were not there, set up but with no one to go and sit and eat. And the displays there and the way that that became a focal point of attention on this issue to be beamed out to Israel and around the world. And one wonders not only what will happen with that space. Tel Aviv's mayor has said he wants it to return to being a public square, but to what will happen with all of the energy behind the movement to free the hostages, and whether that could continue to energize and inspire Israeli society even as the living hostages are released.
Breaking news just in: the second group of hostages are safe in the hands of the IDF. That means the second group of 13 hostages are there on the left-hand screen at the Re'im base in the safe hands of IDF soldiers. Ariel Cuneo, David Cuneo, Matan Zangalka, Eitan Horn, Nimrod Cohen, Yosef Chaim Ohana, Elkanah Bochbot, Avinatan Or, Maxim Hurkin, Bar Kupishtin, Segev Kalfon, and Eviatar David and Rom Braslavsky. The second group of 13 hostages safe in Israeli hands. That means breaking news just over 2 years since the darkest day in the history of the country. All the hostages alive, all the living hostages are now at last safe in the hands of Israeli soldiers, safe in Israeli territory. What a moment this is in the war for the hostages families, and for the entire nation. What a moment. We are looking at live images on our screen right now. This is breaking news. All 20 living hostages who were set to be freed on this historic day are now safely in Israeli hands. What a moment. Earlier on this morning, 7 hostages were freed. We've seen most of their photographs already. Matan Angrest, brothers Gali and Ziv Berman, Alon Ohel, Eitan Mor, Omri Miram, and Guy Gilboa Dalal in the first group, and now confirmation that the second group, 13 more hostages, are safe in Israeli territory. And you can see the cheering at Hostage Square. Senior Middle East correspondent Ariel Oseran joins me now. Ariel, what a moment. Tears of joy, no doubt about it.
Benita, this is the first time since 2014, we're talking about 11 years, that there is no living Israeli hostage in Hamas captivity in the Gaza Strip.
Say that again.
This is the first time since 2014 that there is no living Israeli hostage in the hands of Hamas inside the Gaza Strip. So when we say this is a historic moment, these are momentous times, this is really a new reality for Israel, for Israelis that have become accustomed to this horrific tactic of kidnapping civilians, holding them captive, without allowing any international organization to confirm their condition, the fact that they're alive. I mean, all these hostages who have been released today and in all previous hostage releases since October 7th, none of them received a single visit from the International Red Cross. That is why when we say that their function towards the hostages is nothing more than a transit service. I mean, you know, people may disagree with that, but that is the reality. The only interaction these hostages have had with the Red Cross since October 7th, since they were taken hostage, whether snatched from their homes or stolen from a music festival or grabbed from their tanks along the border. At no point did they receive any visit by the Red Cross, any significant attempt, besides the lip service that the Red Cross has given, that it is basically adhering to the guidelines of Hamas. At no point did the International Red Cross uphold its decades-long role of making sure in an unbiased way that ensuring the safety of civilians in these situations. At no point did it fulfill its role in that.
And a reminder that elderly peace activists were abducted. Their medication never got to them. Babies were abducted. No help, medical or support, got to them. Thank you, Red Cross. So yes, 2 years in, all the living hostages are now safely back in Israeli territory, and they are about to get the best medical, physical, and psychological care in the world. And they will be treated like the heroes that they are. Heroes to this nation. Please take a look at these breaking news photographs coming out of relatives of the hostages. What a moment. What a moment. They have been waiting for more than 2 years to know that their loved ones are okay, that they're alive, and now many would never have believed this moment would come. They are all back home. All the living hostages are back in Israeli territory.
And not only that, but what is unique about this hostage release is that in previous releases, the time that the released hostages spent at the Re'im absorption center, they would be questioned, not, at length, but they would be questioned as to the conditions of other hostages that remain in captivity. And a lot of the information that was provided in these short conversations, these initial conversations upon their entry into Israeli territory, even before they made it to the hospital, this information was invaluable to Israeli authorities to ascertain the condition of the other hostages. That is not the case now, because as I said, there are no additional living hostages inside the Gaza Strip, and so the hostages who are released are asked 2 to 3 questions at most, and then they can immediately go and visit with their families, something that both sides of that loving embrace have been waiting for over 2 years, and really juxtaposing the physical and psychological torture up until the last moments, this phone call tactic by Hamas to attempt to circumvent the ban of holding ceremonies. The goals are clear: an attempt to telegraph a semblance of humanity, as Hamas has tried to show, as well as compliance with the deal, and to the people of Gaza that Hamas is still in power and isn't going anywhere. But that is no longer the problem of these hostages. They are now 7 hostages are underway to the hospital in Israel. 13 have been handed over to Israeli forces and are making their way to Israel, but none of them are in Hamas captivity anymore.
Breaking news, if you're just joining us now, all 20 living hostages are now safely in Israeli hands. All 20 living hostages in Israeli hands. President Donald Trump yet to speak at the Israeli parliament. When that happens, we're going to take you there live. Right now, that's a wrap from me. I'm Vanessa Levine. Thank you very much to Ariel Osaran. Right now, our Laura Cillier is standing by with the latest breaking news. Stay tuned. Thank you for watching.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
The world is changing, and so is i24 News. Starting October 19th, a brand new lineup with exclusive original shows.
Live from Tel Aviv. An historic moment. Stay tuned to i24 News.
And, most importantly, the return of English language programming all day long and on weekends. i24 News in English is back. The heart of a new Middle East beats on i24 News.
5,000 years of history, and no matter who has tried to kill us, we survive and we thrive. Every week, we'll bring you the latest Jewish news from around the world. The good, the bad, the ugly, and the magnificent. Join us every Monday and Wednesday for Jewish World Weekly. Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are? Introducing i24NEWS' brand new news website. On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24NEWS app today.
How do you get your news? How do you know what sources to trust? And to paint a clear picture of the entire story, you need a breakdown of the constant stream of events, top stories, expert analysts, and the best journalists bringing you real voices on the ground. We're breaking it all down on The Rundown. Get the facts, stay informed, and be a voice of reason for the Middle East.
Welcome to i24 News. I'm Laura Sellier, picking up our live coverage. Thank you for joining us on this historic day here in Israel, and a very special welcome to all our viewers over in the United States. I know that many of you have stayed up well into the early hours to catch events. Well, that's it. All of the living hostages are out of Hamas captivity after more than 2 years. That's 738 days of hell. The hostages are finally free. How long have we waited to say that simple sentence? But it is true. You can see pictures there on your screens of some of the family reunions. There's Alon Noel, there's Guy Gilboa Dalal. They are back with their families. There's Guy again. Smiles on their faces, tears in their eyes, warm hugs. How long have those family members waited to hug their family members? Now back with them here in Israel. 7 are at the Sheba Medical Center here in Israel, and the other 13 are with the Red Cross. They have been handed over by Hamas and are now in the hands of the Red Cross, making their way to the IDF. And we have had reports that all of them are in okay health. That's what we've said. All of them were on their feet. All of them walked to freedom, and they are now with the Red Cross. But what is important is they are no longer hostages. They are no longer in the hands of Hamas. They are free. Well, in a few moments, we should be hearing from US President Donald Trump, the man who made all of this possible. He will be addressing the Knesset shortly. He's currently meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and other politicians. We'll hear from Netanyahu and the opposition leader Yair Lapid, who will also speak to the Knesset today. We are hearing that President Trump, although he is on a very tight schedule, there you are, live scenes from the Knesset, members taking their seats as they prepare to hear from President Trump. And he does have a very tight schedule. As I say, President Trump will be headed to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt to co-host a summit with 20 world leaders who will be discussing the future of Gaza. There you can see the crowds in Tel Aviv at Hostages Square. People in this country are absolutely over the moon, overjoyed today, although, of course, it is a day heavily tinged with sadness as we remember the hundreds of IDF soldiers, heroes who fell fighting terrorists in Gaza, who made this possible today. With me in the studio, our senior correspondent, Owen Alterman, and our correspondent, Joe Brown, as well. Welcome to you both. Owen, it is a historic day, and we have just learned, I was just talking about Sharm el-Sheikh, that summit that will be going on to talk about the future of Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu might be heading out there after all.
Yeah, that's right. That's the breaking news in the last few minutes. Across Hebrew media, Laura, outlets reporting that Netanyahu is either considering going or has actually said he's going to go. He spoke with the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and Sisi reportedly invited Netanyahu to that event. It had been seen over the last few days, Laura, in Israel, is a bit of a slight that Netanyahu would not be there, that Israel was not invited to this high-profile conference that both Trump and Sisi were organizing in Sharm el-Sheikh. If this is true, it's quite an important development that Netanyahu could potentially be going and participating there. We'll have to wait and see if it happens. But, of course, there's the man of the hour himself. Maybe even more than Prime Minister Netanyahu, Donald Trump making his way through the Israeli parliament's halls there with Amir Ohana, the parliament speaker, as he was welcomed there. And as you mentioned, the prime minister's office putting out a statement, Laura, that Netanyahu meeting as we speak with Trump there in the halls of the parliament. Trump, of course, signing a guest book and writing about a new beginning. They're making sure he did it in marker and in big enough letters that could be caught by the cameras.
Let's take a quick listen to President Trump speaking to a reporter from our Hebrew channel earlier.
Mr. President, what do you want to tell the hostages that are now all in Israel territory?
Not even thinkable, and they're going to be happy, and they're going to have a great life. We want them to have a great life, right? They've been amazing. They've been very brave, and they're going to be in good shape. And we want them to have a.
Is the war now officially over?
Yes, as far as I'm concerned. Yes. Thank you very much, everybody.
We want them to have a good life. We want them to have a happy life. President Trump there responding to a question from i24NEWS Hebrew channel, Ori Kwal, earlier. And we are all waiting to hear from President Trump. And let me bring in Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. He's on the line with us as well, former international spokesman for the IDF and now a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Welcome, Jonathan, on this happy day. We've spoken so many times, haven't we, over the past 2 years? But today truly is a day of great, great relief here in Israel, isn't it?
It is, and it's a change of setting, shalom. It is really a happy day for once to see our brothers home, and hopefully all of the Israeli hostages will be returned. We know that all of the live are now in Israel, and that is a major milestone. No more live Israeli hostages in the hands of Hamas terrorists. That is very big, because whatever happens forward from here, however this may go and whatever will happen in Sharm el-Sheikh, and however well the Trump plan will develop, at the end of the day, a major restraint on Israel and a major limiting of Israeli capacities has been lifted. So it's so great to see Israelis rejoined with their families, and they look relatively okay, judging by the pictures that I've seen and what I've heard from Israeli officers and medical personnel. So there's so much to be grateful for. It's a long road ahead, and as we take this breather and sigh of relief, we know that this isn't really peace, and it's a ceasefire, and hopefully it'll turn to something bigger. But currently, very big events ahead. Right. Looking at Hamas disarm, yeah.
Just that is what Israel's saying, that this is a ceasefire and nothing more. President Trump is saying something quite different. He says the war is over. Do you see a difference there?
Oh, yeah, I see a significant difference, and at the risk of contradicting President Trump, I would say that this is a ceasefire that can, if the full deal is implemented, or 80-90% of the deal is implemented, maybe one day will turn into peace. But we're realists, and definitely after October 7, I think we have learned enough that we cannot just believe in what we want to believe, that we actually have to listen to what our enemies and adversaries are saying. And in this case, it's pretty clear what Hamas is saying. They don't want to hand over their weapons. They've been using the ceasefire in order to settle scores with dissidents and people that they don't like in Gaza, rival clans, and people that have dared to challenge Hamas's control over Gaza. And they have said recently, as of yesterday on Sky News, that no, they don't want to disarm. If they don't disarm, then the only good thing that has come out of this deal only, and I say that with, of course, it's a tremendous thing, is the return of the hostages. If Hamas doesn't disarm, then the war isn't over. Israel cannot go back to normal because we won't have ensured security for Israelis. So let's hope that Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey will apply the necessary pressure on Hamas to force Hamas to relinquish weapons and to relinquish control over Gaza. If that doesn't happen, then the so far not publicly available appendixes to the agreement. We know of the official agreement with the 20 points, but the interesting stuff hasn't been published, and I don't think it will be. Then they will come into effect, and then we will know what the Israeli negotiation team agreed with the American negotiation team and what really will happen.
And I just want to ask you, as someone who, for the past 2 years, has done a really valiant job going into those foreign TV news studios, defending our troops, defending the heroes who have fallen fighting this Islamist terror in Gaza. What is your message to the families of the 468 IDF soldiers who fell fighting and who made the release of these hostages today possible?
Well, it's a tremendous debt of gratitude. And every time that, I go into an interview, whether it's somewhere more hostile, usually British media, or somewhere less hostile, I always remind myself that I have an assignment, a job to speak on behalf of the Jewish people, on behalf of the state of Israel, but not in an official capacity. And being a soldier myself, I know for certain, and for me it's clear as the light of day, that none of this would have happened, even with an amazing president like President Trump. None of this would have happened had it not been for the stamina, the belief, the convictions, the professionalism, the strength and the bravery of the amazing men and women of the IDF and the commandos who lead them. And every day that goes by, we sadly still have to remember that. And wherever we go in Israel, we see the stickers of soldiers. You go to a music concert, you see flags of soldiers that fell. You go to pump gas at whatever gas station, there are stickers of fallen soldiers. It's everywhere, but we really should remember and think of and pay our tribute to. And I think what the IDF has done is to really one of the most amazing accomplishments from the lowest and deepest and most humiliated starting point ever faced by Israel for sure, but probably by any other military. Maybe Pearl Harbor is similar, but to start the war from such a low point and then to finish, or at least be in this position now, where most of our big enemies have been defeated and where there's significant progress against Hamas, and most importantly, no more live hostages in the hands of Hamas. That is no small achievement, and very, very thankful for the men and women in uniform, also Mossad, Shabak, police, all of the security forces who continue to shoulder that burden of responsibility.
Jonathan Conriquez, thank you very much indeed. I'd love to keep you with us, Jonathan, to get your reaction to President Trump's speech. So hang on if you can. I want to cross now over to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, where President Trump will be co-hosting a summit later today, along with the Egyptian President Abdel Sisi. Mike is there. Mike, we are hearing that Prime Minister Netanyahu may be joining those world leaders later today.
Well, that decision will have to come from the Israeli end. President Trump indicated on Air Force One yesterday, I guess today at this point, he wasn't sure why no Israeli representation would be there, but pretty much put the burden on the Egyptians who are organizing this particular summit. So it would only make sense that there's an Israeli presence there, given that it's a signing of a peace deal, given that it's a...
Yes. You're probably not seeing this as you're talking to me, but the Egyptian presidency has just confirmed Prime Minister Netanyahu will be at the summit, as will the Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. So there we have it. Netanyahu will be there.
So as I said, it only makes sense given the fact that it's a peace deal signing, the fact that the global leaders are coming in to talk about the future of the Middle East. What? No Palestinian Authority representative was going to be there? Well, turns out French President Emmanuel Macron confirmed Mahmoud Abbas will be there earlier today. No Israeli representative will be there? Didn't make any sense. So it's nice to see that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be there. Decisions being made about the future of the Middle East without the key players involved, just it's not logical. So Netanyahu, as you mentioned, the Egyptian presidency confirming that he will be on his way, might even hitch a ride on Air Force One, given that the wings of Zion aren't always readily available on a moment's notice. So it makes things a little bit more interesting here as we head into this conference at Sharm el-Sheikh. We'll be heading over to the convention center as soon as we're off air here.
Yeah, and of course, among those world leaders attending later today, the French President Emmanuel Macron, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, and the Canadian Prime Minister Carney, they'll also be there as well. A lot of people are asking questions why they're going. Some in Israel, some in the United States. In the Trump administration certainly have said that those three actually obstructed this deal from happening. And we can all remember just a couple of weeks ago at Rosh Hashanah when they were leading the diplomatic charge against Israel at the United Nations General Assembly and choosing to recognise a state of Palestine, some saying kicking Israel at its lowest point. It will be interesting to see what develops when they show up later today.
Yeah, I think there's two ways that President Trump can go with this. Number one is to say, okay, we're all in this together. It's going to take a global effort to get things done in Gaza. It's going to take a global effort to eliminate Hamas once and for all and to get some security into the region and get Gaza reconstructed. Or, and maybe in combination with that, he can say to all the naysayers and everybody who obstructed the cause, hey, I got this one right. You didn't. You sit down and listen to what I have to say. This is a direction we're going in. This is how it's going to be, and I don't want to hear anything else. Now, again, he may do those things together, maybe some tough love approach from President Trump, but I think both of those things are very much on the table today.
Mike, for now, thank you very much indeed. Mike Wagenheim is over in Sharm el-Sheikh as President Trump and other world leaders prepare to gather to discuss the future for Gaza. Prime Minister Netanyahu will be attending after all. Owen Altman, you've got an update for us.
Yeah, big news there. But if you want something that might even be bigger news, Laura, a report from Channel 12 that preparations are being made for the arrival tomorrow in Israel of the president of Indonesia.
Goodness me. The world's most populous Muslim country. And it has been slated as a possible signatory to the Abraham Accords, hasn't it?
Of course. Remember the president speaking at the UN General Assembly a few weeks ago, using the word shalom and talking about the need for peace, at least between Jews and Muslims. So again, the president of Indonesia, according to this report, preparations being made for his arrival here in Israel tomorrow would be unusual, among other things. Tomorrow is a holiday here in Israel. It's not standard for a world leader to be visiting, but at any rate, of course, an exceptional set of circumstances.
It's a special holiday
an
as well,
enormous
isn't it?
amount of drama. And of course, the holiday on which October 7th itself happens. There'll be further redemption of that holiday. Again, as if the scenes on our screens from Hostages Square, of the return of the hostages, and of this historic visit by President Donald Trump aren't all redemption enough. Again, at least according to this report, the president of Indonesia potentially coming to visit Israel tomorrow.
Wow.
This is actually a continuation of some of the talks that we saw a couple of years ago in around about January 2022. There were some back-channel talks between Israel and Indonesia. It didn't amount to anything. This was in the kind of like mid-Abraham Accords era. Israel was trying to finalize relations with Sudan. It didn't really materialize with Indonesia. And then October the 7th, both Indonesia and Saudi Arabia were put on hold. Israel's now hoping, of course, that Saudi Arabia will be the next one to join alongside Indonesia.
That would, of course, be the jewel in the crown of the Abraham Accords.
Very much so. And that would be ideal for Israel to have such a wealthy Arab partner, one of the, or if not the most influential Arab partner. And on top of that, Indonesia has in the past said that it would be willing to take in hundreds, potentially even thousands of Gazans as refugees. So perhaps this could be a little part of the deal. This could be something to sweeten it. But if this report materializes, which I'm sure we'll find out in the next few hours, this will be incredibly interesting, especially post the war. Perhaps this was even a part of the deal on Israel's end.
A fair piece of speculation, Joe. You're absolutely right. This may have been part of the deal. By the way, Channel 12 now coming out and saying it's official. Other Israeli outlets starting to publish this. So again, we may well be seeing tomorrow a visit by the president of the world's most populous Muslim nation here in Israel.
Incredible, incredible. If you're getting whiplash, so are we, because there is just so much news. All of the hostages are out of the hands of Hamas. You know, that is the most important news today, but we are getting an absolute barrage of diplomatic news as well. Prime Minister Netanyahu will be going to Sharm el-Sheikh. President Trump is due to address the Knesset any moment now, and we've just heard that the president of Indonesia, the world's most populous Muslim country, may be visiting Israel tomorrow. Simply astonishing. There is a bit of a divide, though, isn't there, Owen, developing between the Israeli leadership and President Trump, because Israel is talking about a ceasefire, a temporary truce, a hostage deal, a hudna, as they would call it in the Arabic language. But President Trump is talking about something much bigger, much more ambitious, isn't he? He's talking about really shifting the Middle East.
The biggest peace in 3,000 years.
Yeah.
If you listen to Donald Trump,
Greatest day in the history of
civilization.
civilization.
His usual charming set of exaggerations. By the way, pictures coming out of Netanyahu and Trump meeting with hostage families as well at the Israeli parliament. But again, we have as many screens as we can fit, I think, to show all of the tremendous pictures coming out of Israel on this day. But we're waiting, of course, for Donald Trump to take his place inside the Knesset plenum. We're expecting it to happen momentarily and speak to the parliament and the Israeli public. But yeah, you are right, Laura, that there are disagreements that have been happening and disagreements down the road. You are right that Netanyahu is carving out for himself space to maneuver with Trump, space to be able to restart fighting should the situation in Gaza not be to Israel's liking. Of course, Hamas, for its part, trying to create facts on the ground in the parts of Gaza that it still controls. Donald Trump, at least at the moment.
Give me the percentage again.
47%, but most of the inhabited areas, it has to be said, of the Gaza Strip.
Is under the control of?
Under the control of Hamas. Israel now behind the yellow line, if we wanted another color for areas that surround Israel, from the blue line in the north to the green line between Israel and the West Bank. We now have the yellow line to add to the rainbow, if you will, in the Gaza Strip. But yes, as we played, that as far as he is concerned, the war is officially over. Now, of course, as far as I am concerned, is not uninteresting. There's a little bit of wiggle room also in that statement. Sure. But it has to be said, even within Israeli society, from the media, some channels summarizing the war and saying that in push notifications, they're having broadcasts to summarize the end of the war. The military coming out with a statement, the chief of staff yesterday, in a kind of summary of the war effort. So there's internal pressure also for this to be the end. Of course, many parts of our society have sacrificed so much over the last 2 years, let alone the international pressure, including at Sharm el-Sheikh.
All right, let's cross over to the Knesset. Thank you, Owen. Let's cross over to the Knesset, where our Balea Sladin is standing by. And, I mean, presumably President Trump just persuaded Prime Minister Netanyahu to join him in Sharm el-Sheikh. Is that what happened during that meeting?
Yes, definitely dramatic developments happened here behind me in the Prime Minister's office. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke with the President of Egypt, Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and apparently during that phone call, Sisi invited Netanyahu. They have agreed to invite Netanyahu also to this summit that is going to happen today in Sharm el-Sheikh. Netanyahu is going to be there with the President of the Palestinian Authority, Abu Mazen, as well. And this is, of course, very traumatic development in recent hours. Now, according to the latest update that we know of, El Al flight is going to embark from Ben Gurion Airport at 2 o'clock. So a little bit more than 1.5 hours from now. I honestly don't see that happening, because after all, the speeches here in the parliament did not start yet, and the airport is 40 minutes away from Jerusalem, meaning that the schedule is very tight, and this could be happening just a bit later than 2 o'clock. But definitely the meeting today in Sharm el-Sheikh, the summit, is going to be historic, with Netanyahu right after ending the war, right after all the condemnation from the Western countries and the Arab countries. He's going to be meeting with those presidents and world leaders, including Pedro Sanchez, including people like the President of the Palestinian Authority, many other Arab and Muslim leaders that were condemning Netanyahu and calling him war criminal and many other names. He's going to be meeting with them. So this is definitely dramatic news that happened just in the past hour. And we're still waiting here for the speech of the President of the United States, Donald Trump, that is supposed to be full of surprises. And apparently we're still only we were getting this glimpse of those surprises just in the past half an hour or so. All
right, Balea, thank you very much indeed. Balea is over at the Knesset, where we're all waiting to hear from President Trump. Should be speaking any minute now. He'll be heading off to Egypt at 2 o'clock, so in around an hour and a half's time. Joe Brown, this hostage deal, of course, has come at a high cost. 468 IDF soldiers have fallen in Gaza. And, of course, Israel must also release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners from jails. What do we know so far?
Well, more than that, in fact. But before I talk about this, the IDF has just announced that Eitan Mor, Gali and Ziv Berman, as well as their families, have been taken by the Israeli Air Force from the Re'im base, where they were being treated in southern Israel, into hospitals in central Israel. So,
and we are hearing that they're all in OK health. That's what the Red Cross said,
OK
right?
health, yes, but this is all relative, I guess.
And initial assessments.
Indeed, and on top of this isn't taking into account the mental toll that this has had on them, and this is something that will be they'll be taking it with them for years,
for the rest of their lives,
maybe even their lives. Indeed,
I'm sure.
Yes.
But we are talking about nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, but hundreds of them are murderers. Around 250 murderers.
So because the 20 living hostages were released as part of the deal, Israel has agreed to send over 1,968 Palestinian prisoners. They left off their prison in the Israeli-controlled part of the West Bank, and they are being sent to Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem. And one of the main talking points with the release of the prisoners is the comparisons between this and the Gilad Shalit deal. Gilad Shalit deal, that was 1,027 prisoners in exchange for one hostage. And this is even more than that. But the numbers, whilst the numbers are considerably different, considerably larger, and this isn't even including the previous releases, we're talking into the thousands, potentially even reaching tens of thousands by the end of this. The main thing is who is getting released. Even right now, there was a switch in the last minute, which Israel agreed to because of how smoothly the transition of the hostages from captivity to Israel went over the last couple of hours. But most importantly, whilst some of these are murderers and their families are outraged by this, the main security...
Just take a look at just a second, Joe. We're looking at the helicopter with 13 of the recently released hostages on board being taken to the Sheba Medical Center, where they will receive medical treatment. And as you can see from our headline there, for the first time since 2014, no more hostages are in Gaza, no more living hostages. Of course, Hamas is still holding the bodies of 28 hostages, who are the remains of which are due to be released later this afternoon.
This is including Averu Mengitsu, who went into Gaza at his own free will. He was mentally unwell. He was released in the deal from January to March. But this is, seeing it doesn't feel real. There we go. We can see one of the Bermans wearing his Maccabi Tel Aviv shirt. Giving a fist bump to the press. You can see a couple more in there. So this is, I believe, the one with Gali and Ziv, potentially Eitan Mor as well.
Brothers,
you can see some of their families just peering through in the background. This is the first time they've been let out into Israel. And
they love to get those football shirts on, don't they?
They do. This is part of the plan for the hostages. They've wanted to share their stories, and they are massive football fans. It's the same with Yair Horn. He's a big fan of Hapoel Beersheva. Yeah, they're stepping out for the first time. This is when they've been in captivity. This has been 2 years. They've been tricked into hearing that they've been freed from what we've heard from previous releases. And now they are finally back in Israeli soil, and they will be reunited with Emily Damari, who was released in January this year. Very good friends from Kfar Aza, neighbours. They were abducted at the same time. Before October 7th, they were going to music festivals together. She says that she now feels reborn again. And this is what it's been like for the Israeli public. This is the closing of a chapter. Now there's no more living hostages in the Gaza Strip. The healing process can start. It will be a long healing process for everyone, not just these released hostages, their families, their friends, but for the country as a whole. We've been feeling this as much as they have as well.
We all know their names, we all know their families, we all know their terrible stories. So this is the first 7 hostages who were freed this morning. They've just been flown from the Re'im military base in the south of Israel to the Sheba Medical Center, where they will receive much-needed medical treatment. Also on there, Alon Ohel, sitting alongside his mother and father. We've got the Berman brothers. We've got Eitan Mor, I believe, as well. There, you're going to get your first glimpse of them as they make their way to the Sheba Medical Center. The medical teams here in Israel have been preparing non-stop for this day. They are ready to deliver the much-needed medical care. And what a healing moment for the entire nation.
One thing that I think is interesting with this in comparison with the previous release deals is that they were very much focused on the privacy of the hostages. I remember being at these helipads and seeing them bring out these white sheets to take them into a car for them to be taken away and sheltered from the media. But now we're seeing the Berman brothers with their fists out at the public, and according to the Sheba Medical Center, they are preparing for President Donald Trump to go and visit the Berman brothers.
Just the Berman brothers there, just the Berman brothers on that helicopter.
Okay, this is just the Berman brothers.
Just the two brothers, and what an iconic photograph when they were embracing
well,
these three men.
Joe, and I
time.
suspect that that's not coincidental, because looking into this a few months ago, you are right. At the beginning, the expectation was that the hostages would value their privacy, but you have to understand just how little there had been known about how to treat returned hostages, especially children, because it's just unheard of, even for terrorist organizations, to take and hold small children. There had been no research. And so these staffs essentially had to write the book on this. And one of the surprises was how much the hostages wanted to see their friends right away and wanted to be out there in public. And this is such a wonderful example. And remember, for us to be able to share the moment with them, too.
These guys have spent more than 2 years. I mean, it is absolutely astonishing. You can't get your head around it that they've been held in unbelievably harsh conditions for more than 2 years, forbidden from speaking to any kind soul, any family member, any friend, to be held like that for more than 2 years. So it is understandable, isn't it, that they want to be reunited with their country, with their friends, with their family members. It truly is an historic day. So we've just got the Berman brothers there.
There we go.
They're putting in the screens. Okay.
There's the covers.
Yeah.
But we got our glimpses.
And we remember
before
the horrific scenario during the previous releases. Of course, this is nothing like that. When Hamas controlled the images, when Hamas controlled what we could see, what we couldn't see, and those hostages were abused right up until the very last minute. They were intimidated, they were jeered, they were humiliated, and they were in a terrible physical condition as well. You think of Eli Sharabi and the other hostages. This time, Israel controls.
But even then, Hamas was trying to keep as much of it as possible. We saw those pictures of the video chats between the hostages and their families
this morning.
Before they'd been released. And it's bizarre seeing the families of the hostages' mothers kissing the screen where their sons are, kissing the same screen where they are with the terrorists who had held them captive. It's a weird dichotomy, but the families are... They're just grateful they've finally seen life of their
some of the mothers, they didn't
them.
answer the phone, did they? Because they didn't recognise the number.
I
think David Cunio's mother, Sylvia, she didn't answer the phone because she didn't recognise the number. And it was her son calling from a Hamas terrorist mobile. I mean,
and we've spoken to the
we are in a very
members.
surreal situation here. We really
a
are.
number of families, by the way, where that happened, they had an unknown number. And you can imagine these families, again, as we all know, are essentially public figures here in Israel.
Yeah.
And are open to all kinds of strange people who could potentially be calling them, especially in a day like today, so one can well understand.
I think we've got a photograph as well of Avinatan Or. Can we bring that up? We all know, of course, who Avinatan is. He is the boyfriend of Noah Agramani, taken in that chilling photograph. You remember on the back of the motorbike. She was on the back of the motorbike, and he was being led off, flanked by 2 Hamas terrorists. And taken into Gaza. We've had no sign of life from him at all over the past 2 years. Can we bring up that photograph? Can we have a look at that picture of Avinatan Or? Of course, Noah Agramani was rescued in June of last year by... there we go. There he is. He hasn't been seen. He's lost a lot of weight, hasn't he?
And it's interesting, they try and make it so that they seem as well-groomed as possible. We saw it with the Bermans as well. They had a beard that looks like it had been trimmed within the last couple of hours. And we see this here. From what we heard from the previous release deals, whilst they were starved within the last couple of days before they were released, Hamas started feeding them in excess to try and add
that can be very dangerous.
Exactly.
And there have been reports about that here in this round as well, we should say.
So,
we all remember, of course, the 2 hostages, Eviatar David and
Broslavsky, yeah.
That we've seen in, clearly suffering from deliberate starvation. And there has been a concern, hasn't there, among the doctors that if Hamas was overfeeding them in the last week or so, that could endanger their health. That is very dangerous. So Avi Natan, that's the first time we've seen him in 2 years. And it has now been confirmed the president of Indonesia is coming to Israel tomorrow. How about that?
Wow.
Yeah.
What other word can we say? Look, this is, of course, never a country that had any kind of, obviously we were never in a conflict with Indonesia. It's far flung. There are Indonesian tourists who have long come to the old city of Jerusalem. We should mention it's an enormous country, so it has its Christian communities, and those communities have come and visited. Israelis who hold second passports have traveled to Indonesia. So there have been contacts between the two countries even over the decades, and Indonesia has always been on at least the medium-sized lists of countries that could join the Abraham Accords, and even on the short list over the last few months. And Joe mentioned the history of the contacts, and we talked about the speech by the president of Indonesia before the UN General Assembly just a few weeks ago. But of course, no one was expecting a visit tomorrow by the president of Indonesia. So this is quite a surprise. I suspect we will be hearing that.
It's just been confirmed by our Guy Azriel, by the way.
Fantastic.
So he has got confirmation. i24 News Guy Azriel has confirmed the president of Indonesia, who gave that really quite moving speech at the UN General Assembly. He really stood out among a bunch of world leaders who were just clearly there to stick it to Israel. Many of Israel's supposed friends in the West who were there to kick Israel while it was down. But he actually gave a very moving speech, didn't he? A country that doesn't currently have relations with Israel. And he said Israel's security is important and must be preserved.
And what's uplifting about this story, Laura, is we've heard so much about Israel's diplomatic isolation and about the erosion of public support for Israel in so many parts of the West. And of course, renewed hostility in many parts of the Muslim world. That to hear a country see that it's in its own interest to do business and have normalization with us is something that I think is very, very uplifting.
Let's go over to the Sheba Medical Centre. Our Robert Swift is there. Rob, what are we looking at?
So you'll be able to see the minibus behind me. That has, maybe I'm going to step aside so you can see perhaps the blue and the yellow football strips of the two hostages as they pass. They've just come off of the helicopter in the last 2 minutes, and that is Ziv and Gali making their way towards the hospital now. You can see the building in the background behind all the press. Just in the last few minutes, they've come off of the helicopter, made their way past us, wearing the blue and the yellow football strips of Maccabi Tel Aviv, as you saw. You might be able to hear the crowd there. I don't know if it's been picked up by the mic, but the crowd of friends and family just 20 meters up the road from us are receiving the two of them now as they make their way into the hospital ward, where they will receive not the first medical treatment. They've already had a check over at Raim, but this is where the proper medical recovery can begin, both physical and, of course, mental. I see they're just making their way into the hospital as we speak. Now, the helicopter did make its way to this location, landed. The two of them, Ziv and Gali, were waving from the window of the helicopter. That was when we got first confirmation ourselves that they were on that helicopter landing here. We could see it with our own eyes. The authorities then did place a screen up to protect their privacy as they departed from I'm going to make my way now so you can see where the helicopter is parked. The screen was placed so that to protect their privacy as they came off of the chopper. We did expect that. That has happened on previous occasions. At the moment, the helicopter is quiet, but of course, we expect this helicopter pad to be used once again in the near future. Not only do we expect more hostages to make their way from Raim to this location, but the hospital has said that it is standing by to receive U.S. President Donald Trump. At the minute, there's no confirmation that he will be at this location, but the hospital is certainly preparing for that possibility.
All right, Rob, and tell us a bit about the specific concerns the medical staff have about the hostages, who we have learned did all manage to make it on their own feet. They walked on their own 2 feet. Nobody had to be carried or lifted or anything like that. But what do we know about their condition and what the medical teams are preparing for?
That's right. So the very fact that the hostages today moved out on their own feet, some of them waving, smiling, it does appear that the initial assessment is that, their health it's remarkably good for people who've been in captivity in tunnels for the last 2 years. There are a number among the hostages who have specific medical concerns that the medics will be preparing for. Of course, it is the psychological treatment that will come after that may take the longest in terms of the treatment that they will need to receive. That is likely to be a process of months, if not years.
All right, Rob, thank you very much indeed. We'll be checking back in with Rob throughout the day. Our Robert Swift at the Sheba Medical Centre, where two hostages, Ziv and Gali Berman, two brothers, they've just been reunited this morning as free men, and now they're being taken to the Sheba Medical Centre. We'll be checking back in with Rob throughout the day. But with us now, Asher Fredman. He's the Executive Director of the Misgav Institute for Security Studies. Welcome to the programme, Asher. And I was expecting to speak to you about President Trump's speech. He was supposed to be speaking about an hour and a half ago. He is running over as his trip to Egypt is pushed back slightly. But we have since learned that the president of Indonesia will be visiting Israel tomorrow. Your reaction to that?
This is incredibly significant. I've been saying that we need to use the positive momentum around the ceasefire and the hostage release agreement in order to restore the positive momentum, to expand, to deepen the Abraham Accords. I had even hoped that the president would speak about the IMEC corridor, the India, Middle East, Europe corridor in his speech, either in the Knesset or in Sharm el-Sheikh, that perhaps we get some sort of signing of the Abraham Accords in Sharm el-Sheikh. And all of a sudden we have this news about the president of Indonesia coming to Israel, an extremely important country. Israel-Indonesia relations can be extremely beneficial for both countries. So this day keeps getting more and more unbelievable, incredible, intense. It's hard to even find the words to describe it.
Yeah, I know. We're all finding it that way today. We're running out of adjectives. We're running out of superlatives.
Exactly.
But talk me through the advantages of peace with Indonesia, then, because of course this isn't a country in the Middle East. This is not a country that Israel is at war with or ever has been at war with. It's just simply a very large Muslim country that's never recognised Israel. What are the benefits of relations with this country?
Well, first of all, it's the world's most populous Muslim country, and that in itself is of great significance. It is a major player, a major power in Asia. It is a very important U.S. ally. The areas of potential cooperation between the two countries in water, in agriculture, in critical minerals, in advanced technologies is huge. It's true. Already there's been cooperation in defense and also in tourism, to be honest. There have been a fairly large number of Christian Indonesian tourists have come to Israel over the years. But in those areas, too, there's tremendous potential to take the relationship to the next level. I think that Israel will benefit from this. The Middle East will benefit from this. The Asia will benefit. The U.S. alliance the U.S. aligned countries in Asia and in the Middle East will all benefit from this. So I think it's a very important message.
We're talking about a lot of prizes for Israel today, a lot of good things for Israel. The hostages are coming home. Israel will not withdraw entirely from Gaza. There's Ziv Berman again, looking at us out the window. We're talking about prizes for Israel. We're talking about getting the hostages home. We're talking about the president of Indonesia. We're potentially talking about Saudi Arabia and even Syria, peace deals, a transformed region. That's what President Trump wants. That's what he talked about in his first term, and that's what he wants to deliver on now in his second term. But what about the cost for Israel? Because there's no such thing as a free lunch, is there, Asher? Do you think that Israel may have to make some concessions, and might those concessions be in the form of a Palestinian state one day?
So first of all, we have to say that there is I don't know if we call it a concession, but a very real danger. We've already seen that Hamas is essentially retaking large parts of the Gaza Strip, reestablishing its power. There's no way to prevent the huge amounts of civilian reconstruction material from being used by Hamas, at least partially, to rebuild its military infrastructure. To what degree Israel is going to be restrained in responding to intelligence, for example, about Hamas rebuilding its terror infrastructure is a very important and very real question. And I assume and I hope that the Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump have discussed this in great detail. That's one element. With regards to a Palestinian state, the president talked about sort of the return of the Peace to Prosperity plan and the conditions there, right? And one of the conditions, for example, for a potential Palestinian state is an end to Palestinian incitement. Is the Palestinian Authority going to now rename the dozens of schools that are named after murderous terrorists? I think highly unlikely. Is the PA going to change the names of its, city squares that are named after the people whose only claim to fame is that they murdered Jewish children? I think it's unlikely. So I think there's very, very little chance that the PA will meet the minimal requirements presented by President Trump for eventual recognition of statehood.
And do you think it's right? Do you think it's a good decision for Prime Minister Netanyahu to travel to Egypt to attend the summit in Sharm el-Sheikh?
I think it's absolutely required. I mean, you can't talk about the future of Gaza without Israel being there. And by the way, for all the countries that want to be involved in a potential reconstruction of Gaza, whether it's Saudi Arabia or Indonesia or even Qatar, you can't do that without close coordination and communication with Israel. So it may well be that shaping the future of Gaza is also an element in widening cooperation and communication between Israel and these countries. And yes, I think that when you have all these leaders gathered, we have peace with Egypt. We've had peace since Menachem Begin made peace with Egypt in 1979. It's quite appropriate for Prime Minister Netanyahu to be there.
Thanks very much indeed, Asher. Enjoy your Simchat Torah. Hag Sameach. Thank you so much, Asher Friedman.
Thank you.
Let's bring in now Dalia Ziada. She's an Egyptian scholar and she's at the Jerusalem Center. She joins us now. Welcome to the program, Dalia. I know it's very early where you are. So here we are. We're waiting to hear from President Trump. All of the hostages are back in Israel. I can say that now after 738 days, more than 2 years. All of the living hostages are back in Israel. Just your thoughts, your feelings today, because you've been, a strong advocate of peace between Egypt and Israel and between other Arab countries and Egypt. What is your sense of where we're headed now?
Thank you so much, Laura. I'm very happy. I cannot even explain how happy I am. It's we were living a nightmare. We were all hostages, actually, and it's today, finally, we can say we are free. We are free in the Middle East. Finally, we can breathe. We are not under Hamas grip anymore. And we can really think about the next step, about the day after, not in Gaza, but in the Middle East, the day after for the relationship between Arab countries and Israel. Let's go back to the track of peace that we saw only a very short glimpse of in between the years 2020 and 2023 before October 7. Let's, of course, we will never forget the horrors that happened on October 7 and its aftermath. It will always leave a scar in our hearts and our minds, but it will be there only to remind us how peace is so resilient and how the Israeli people are so resilient in a very impressive way, actually. What happened could have crushed Israelis forever, but it just made them stronger.
Yeah, and I can tell you it's extraordinary to be in Israel today. People are genuinely happy. People are saying good morning and big smiles plastered on their faces. And as we see those images, one after the other, it really is like a balm for the soul to see the hostages back with their families. But let's talk about the diplomacy, because the conversation is moving to Sharm el-Sheikh this afternoon with President el-Sisi co-hosting that summit alongside President Trump. What are your expectations? Have the Arab countries managed to get themselves on the same page? And are they all committed to making sure that Hamas can no longer rule over the Palestinians?
So we should not have very high hopes about the Sharm el-Sheikh summit, to be honest, for several reasons. Of course, it's great that finally we can see Arab countries and Israel are sitting together in the same room, and President Trump being present in the same room as well, which is an indication that finally the U.S. is coming back to the Middle East with putting its heavy weight on the region to move things forward. But the problem is that initially, neither Saudi Arabia nor Israel said that they were will be participating, which actually made the summit appear like a joke, especially also that the representation of the Arab countries who said that they will participate in, the majority of them is a low level of representation. I mean, it's not the head of the state that is participating. Only in the last half hour or so, we got a confirmation that Israel is going to participate, and also Saudi Arabia is going to participate with a delegation from the foreign ministry. It's still yet not the not the crown prince, but it's all, at least it will be there. So the fact that Saudi Arabia and Israel will be there, this is a good indication that yes, now we are not talking only about a ceasefire, but on what should happen next in the Middle East, about the political trajectory that the Middle East should take from now on.
And we're learning that we will have as many presidents in Israel as in as many days. 2 days, 2 presidents. President Trump today, the president of Indonesia tomorrow. And there have been, reports, bubbling along over the past few months that President Trump was working on something big behind the scenes about transforming the situation in the Middle East, brokering more peace agreements between Israel and other countries. Just your thoughts on the potential for peace with Indonesia.
Oh my God, this will be amazing because, first of all, Indonesia is the most populous Muslim country. Also, it represents the moderate version of Islam that unfortunately is not existent in our region, in the Middle East. Indonesia also does not have all these political prejudices towards Israel that has to do with historical complications of the political relationships with Israel, and so all of this will actually, if we truly see a peace treaty between Israel or Indonesia, or a new relationship dynamic of more intimate, more close relationship between Israel and Indonesia, this will bust the claim that this conflict we are living today is a Muslim-Jewish conflict, which plays in the hands of radical Islamist groups worldwide. So the effect of the Indonesia-Israel renewed relationship, or a deeper relationship, will echo not in the Middle East but worldwide, and will remove this very thick layer of the Muslim-Jewish conflict from the current conflict.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump really broke the mold, didn't he? He broke it in 2017, and the mold being, year after year of these very sensible politicians who all went to the same school saying you're not going to have peace until you have 2 states. And here he is brokering peace all over the place. So great to talk to you, Dalia. Thank you so much, Dalia Ziada.
Thank you so much, Laura, and congratulations again.
Thank you, Dalia. Happy day here in Israel. Thank you so much. And we're getting more news about the hostages. All of the hostages are back in Israel. They're either at the Re'im military base or they're at the Sheba Medical Center. Owen.
Important update that we're getting from Israeli media about why exactly it is taking us so long to be seeing Donald Trump speaking before the Knesset plenum. Reportedly in a meeting with hostage families and with bereaved families, and is going up to each one of them, Laura, and speaking to them.
President Trump
is personally.
I know. I was surprised to hear he wouldn't spend longer in Israel because, I mean, he is universally adored in this country. You're not going to get more love.
It's true, and there was an offer, of course, to speak at Hostages Square. One would imagine the Secret Service wasn't all that thrilled about it. But this is a president who, of course, loves to connect to people and loves to be in the moment. But on the other hand, it's not a president whose strength is seen as his ability to show compassion and to show humanity. But
well, that's what his detractors say.
That's what his detractors say.
That's what the American media likes to say.
That's what many detractors say. And I think even supporters who see his strengths and his weaknesses might not see that as most poignant strength. But at any rate,
he can be prone to a faux pas, I think it's fair to say.
But there's no question that he likes to connect with people and he likes to be in the moment and is often enthralled there. And so that's reportedly what's going on. But there is something very powerful, Laura, about the fact that 20 world leaders, and of course our own Mike Wagenheim, are going to be waiting out there in the sun of Sharm el-Sheikh for Donald Trump to go and go around the room and speak with bereaved families and families of hostages. It's a wonderful
day in the
feeling.
history of civilization, as President Trump would say. All right, let's go down to Hostages Square. Our Emily Francis is there. Emily, are you crying yet? Emily.
I have been crying, and then I'm trying not to ruin the makeup. I shouldn't have put makeup on today, but yes, it's been the most emotional, exciting. I've never been so happy to be surrounded by 60,000 people. Not quite the easiest thing to walk around, but when everybody is cheering, embracing, taking part in the palpable feeling of history being made before our very eyes. So as you can imagine, I mean, this really is the hub and the heart and soul of the fight from the hostage families, as well as the Israeli public and people from around the world. This has been the heart center for 2 years straight. And I mean, this is a celebration, no doubt. And I think we're seeing, we're seeing a helicopter. We're seeing the helicopter right now. Can you guys see it?
Yep, we can. Who's in there?
Do you see the helicopter? I know it's kind of hard to get it, but we're seeing the helicopter. It looks like... You see it? Here we go.
Yeah, we see it.
Hold on. Let's hear everybody getting excited.
Is that the Berman brothers?
Wow. Wow. Look at this. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
I think it's Alon Oel. Not sure. I think it's Alon and his...
Look at this, you guys. Oh, you don't see it? We have it from our
We see
cameraman
it.
flying right
We
over
saw
our
it.
head right now.
All right, Emily. Thank you, Emily. Emily Francis at Hostages Square. There is President Trump heading into the Knesset, where he will shortly begin his speech. He's nearly 2 hours behind schedule. He was supposed to speak at just after 11. He's on a very tight schedule because he's going to head off to Sharm el-Sheikh. But he has been, as Owen was just telling us, he's been meeting with survivors. He's been meeting with the families of hostages.
Incredibly powerful, but also here he is. And just so viewers know, we'll first hear from Speaker of the Parliament, Amir Ohana, then from Netanyahu, then from opposition leader Yair Lapid, but of course, biggest divide.
How many other countries will he receive this kind of ovation for? In Israel, he will be remembered for centuries to come. There'll be streets named after him. There was just a soccer stadium named after him, everything. He's an Israeli legend, and that's one of the reasons why he came here.
He's pretty loved all around the Middle East, I have to say. He had a good time in Saudi Arabia too, didn't he?
It's very true, yeah.
There we are. I think it's fair to say Israel is united today, and that is not something you can say every day. There's his daughter. United in applause. Standing ovation that's been going on for a good 2 minutes now. Israeli lawmakers welcoming President Trump to the Knesset. I don't think there is a place on earth where President Trump is more adored than right here in Israel right now. He has brokered the deal that has brought home all of the hostages from Gaza, all of the living hostages from Gaza for the first time since 2014. No living hostages are in Gaza. And there's President Trump basking in the sheer adoration from lawmakers from the left to the right, applauding President Trump. And let's listen to his remarks.
Please sit.
חברות וחברי הכנסת, היום יום שני, כ"א בתשרי התשפ"ו, 13 באוקטובר 2025. ואני מתכבד לפתוח את הישיבה המיוחדת של הכנסת לכבוד נשיא ארצות הברית של אמריקה, מר דונלד ג'יי טראמפ.
President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
חברות וחברי הכנסת, בטרם נתחיל, אני מזכיר שישיבה זו ישיבה מיוחדת, ולכן לא יהיו בה הפרעות. מי שיפריע יוצא מאולם המליאה ולא יורשה לשוב אליה. עד תום הישיבה לא תהיינה אזהרות. בנוסף, ניתן יהיה למחוא כפיים בישיבה זו כפי שכבר ראיתם. כבוד נשיא המדינה יצחק הרצוג
The Honorable President Isaac Herzog and his wife Michal. This is Amir Ohana, the Speaker of the Parliament. Honorable Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his wife Sarah. Opposition leader Yair Lapid and his wife Lihi. Ministers, members of Knesset.
Special recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led Special recognition to Minister Ron Dermer, who led the negotiation team on behalf of Israel. Thank you, Ron. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane. Two key players, President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who is here with his partner, Lauren. And Jared Kushner, who is here with his wife Ivanka. And thank you guys for everything that you have done to bring about this day. Ambassador of the United States to Israel, my dear friend and my absolute favorite rock star, Mike Huckabee. שגריר ישראל בארצות הברית, יחיאל לייטר. תודה. שגרירים וראשי משלחות זרות, ראש עיריית ירושלים, משה ליאון ורעייתו סתווית.
Jerusalem, Moshe Leon and his wife Stavit. The heads of the security services. Those are with us and those are in the field. The Chief of Staff, Eyal Zamir. The Secretary of General, the head of the police, Daniel Levy, the head of the prison service, Kobi Yaakovi, those in the field as well, the head of the fire service, Eyal Kaspi, the head of the Mossad, David Barnea. The head of the Shin Bet, David Zini, the Internal Security Service. The head of the hostage unit, Gal Hirsch. Mayors and head of heads of local councils. The CEO of the Knesset, who put this together in 3 days, what usually takes 3 months, Chico Edry. The Secretary of the Knesset, Razuk. The legal advisor of the Knesset, lawyer Sagit Afik. The officer of the Knesset, Yuval Chen, security officer, the members of the administration of the Knesset, hostage families, bereaved families. The head, the top echelon of the country, the honored guests from the state and the country and the world. Dear audience, citizens of Israel, I have the special honor to bless along with you, to welcome with you, the best friend that has ever happened, the best friend that's ever been to the United Israel in the White House. Welcome to Israel, welcome to Jerusalem, welcome to the Knesset, President Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, I ask to thank you that you gave the Knesset this great honor and privilege to be the first parliament outside the United States that you come to during this present term. The Jewish tradition always has, in times, special times like this, thank you for giving your honor here in flesh and blood. Thank you, President Trump. Mr. President, 2,000 years ago, we were exiled by strength from our country, but we never forgot Jerusalem, the beating heart of the Jewish people, and it was founded as its capital 3,000 years ago, and to which we prayed year after year after year. And 7 years ago, you were the one, President Trump, that in the name of the United States of America, you recognized the Israeli sovereignty over Jerusalem. You realized your promise that many presidents before you fulfilled your promise, that many presidents before you promised, but only you moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, the complete and the unified. Thank you, Mr. President Trump. From the time of its existence, the state of Israel has been forced to fight, but it's always reached out its hand in peace. 5 years ago, you, together with Prime Minister Netanyahu, forged the Abraham Accords. I was honored to serve in the government that signed them. And they had a lot of meaning, also for me personally, because 2.5 years ago, I was honored to be the first Speaker of the Knesset to get an official invitation to visit the parliament of an Arab state. And it was a state where my two parents were born and grew up, in Morocco. You brought together Israel and 4 Arab countries in an agreement that in its base has peace in exchange for peace. Thank you, President Trump. Many before your first term, already in 2011, you saw the danger of a nuclear Iran, and you wrote about it.
Iran's quest of nuclear weapons is a major threat to our nation's national security interests. We can't allow Iran to go nuclear. The
threat on the United States is a threat to the entire free world. Your constant commitment to put America first, but not on alone, you brought with you into the White House, into both of your terms, 4 months ago, after Prime Minister Netanyahu opened in his Lions operation in Iran, you launched Midnight Hammer, an operation that had not happened until you came. And in that, Mr. President, you prevented a nuclear holocaust that Iran wanted to put on us and on the world. A state and its parliament, the public servants chants, death to America, death to Israel. And now I can say that in the Ayatollah's regime in Iran, there will not be nuclear weapons. Thank you, President Trump. Mr. President, the Jewish people celebrates the end of the holiday of Sukkot, and tomorrow we'll celebrate Simchat Torah. And Simchat Torah 2 years ago, we were not happy. It was the most difficult day that the state of Israel had ever faced, and the Jewish people had faced since the Holocaust. Dozens of times, I came with foreign leaders to the places of the massacres. With many of them, I sat to watch the documentation of it on video. A few weeks after October 7th, I brought Jared and Ivanka. They came here to the most difficult places. We saw what we had hoped. We were in Kfar Aza, in Re'im, and we saw we had hoped it would never come back to the human species. The scenes of pogroms, of children, of women, of older people, of men, of entire lives that were, and that are not anymore. The devil didn't only murder and massacre and rape and burn many of our brothers and sisters. He also kidnapped them, dead and alive. From then on, the state of Israel fought this long, difficult, and just war, most difficult, most just war in its history. And this injury of our hostages in the field bloodied us since October 7th, while the entire people of Israel suffered the hurt of the hostage families and their sense of despair between life and death until this morning. Through the course of 2 years, in that place where the guests are speaking, in the gallery above us, we saw the pictures of the hostages. This morning, before this historic event, we were able to take the pictures down with the return of the hostages to their families. I will do something spontaneous, Mr. President. This pin, the hostages, in the colors of blue and white I got from Tzvika Mor, the father of Eitan Mor. I am taking it down because just a moment ago I spoke with Tzvika. Eitan is already in their hands, and they're celebrating this reunion because of you, President Trump.
Mr. President, you stand before the people of Israel not as another American president, but as a giant of Jewish history, one for whom we must look back 2.5 millennia into the mists of time to find a parallel, Cyrus the Great. You, President Donald J. Trump, are a colossus who will be enshrined in the pantheon of history. Thousands of years from now, Mr. President, the Jewish people will remember you. We are a nation that remembers. Far from being a local struggle, what we are witnessing is a global struggle, a global battle between the forces of extremism, radicalism, and fundamentalism, and those of freedom, liberty, and democracy. What the world needs now is not appeasers who feed the crocodile in the hope that they will be eaten last, like the kind we have seen recently at the UN General Assembly. And by the way, President Trump, your team has checked the teleprompter. It is working beautifully. What the world needs now are more leaders who are brave, resolute, strong, and bold. The world needs more Trumps. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to take this moment to address Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Prime Minister, you stood during all of your time in office, especially in the last 2 years, against enormous pressures. Steve Witkoff, the special envoy of President Trump, who fought with you in order to get the hostages back, said about you, the most difficult, the real hard work was by the Prime Minister. He was the one who had to make difficult decisions. How tough to be on Hamas and when to show flexibility. There were moments that I thought, Witkoff says, that you had to be more flexible. But the reality is, now looking back, I think that we would not have gotten to this place if Prime Minister Netanyahu had not acted the way he acted. Also, Witkoff continues, Mr. President Trump also believes that way. He believes that Prime Minister Netanyahu made difficult, very difficult decisions. And there were people who were less brave who would not have made such difficult decisions. And here now we are here today because Hamas didn't have a choice. This is what Witkoff says. They had to get to agree to this deal. The pressure was enormous. And because of your military, you advanced meaningfully in the territory, and that's what brought this agreement. That's what Envoy Witkoff says. Mr. Prime Minister, yesterday, on his way to Israel, President Trump said that you are the right person at the right time. And I am proud to say here, in front of the eyes of the world, that because of you, we got to the many achievements we got to. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. On this day, we will thank from the heart of the nation to the brave soldiers of the IDF. We will thank the brave soldiers of the IDF that went forward like lions and endangered their own lives in order to defend the state of Israel. Many of them fell and sacrificed their lives for the country that bows its head in front of them and their bereaved families. Their blood was not shed in vain because through their bravery and their sacrifice, they brought about this incredible moment, and their names will be engraved forever in the heart of the people, of the nation.
President Trump, you are the president of peace. There was not a single person on this planet who did more than you to advance peace. No one even came close. Your election to the presidency marked a turning point, not only for the United States, but for the entire world. Through your strength of character and unwavering resolve, you brought an end to bloody conflicts in no fewer than 8 regions across the globe. In less than 9 months, you became one of the most consequential presidents in history. You saved countless lives that would have been lost without your leadership. And as our sages teach, whoever saves one life, it is as though he has saved an entire world. You have proven that true peace is achieved through strength, and that only those who are prepared to use force in the present can prevent the need to use it in the future. Mr. President, you, more than any other individual, are deserving of the highest recognition for your efforts in promoting peace. Therefore, I hereby announce that together with our good friend, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, we will rally speakers and presidents of parliaments from around the world to submit your candidacy for the Nobel Prize, Peace Prize next year. There is no one more deserving than you, President Trump. No one.
Just very quickly, as we wait for President Trump to speak, on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see Matan Angrest, who was captured when he was 19 years old captured from his tank near the border with Gaza. He was an IDF soldier. He was captured there. He is draped in the Israeli flag, standing on his own 2 feet and waving alongside his mother, perhaps. Absolutely astonishing. Matan Angrest, one of the hostages who was released today, there he is, waving to the crowds, draped in an Israeli flag. Let's go back to the Knesset.
ושבו מארץ אויב, ויש תקווה לאחריתך, נאום אדוני, ושבו בנים לגבולם.
The sons have come back to their borders. A verse from the book of Jeremiah. I want to wish a quick, speedy recovery to the injured and to the freed hostages. How wonderful it is you've come home. Mr. Trump, President Trump, who makes peace in the heavens, may he bless you, your citizens, your family, all those who are dear to you, and will make peace upon us and upon you.
President Trump, may God bless the United States of America, and may God bless the state of Israel. Toda rabah v'chag sameach.
Thank you, and Chag Sameach. Happy holiday. I am honored to invite Prime Minister, member of Knesset, Benjamin Netanyahu, to speak. The honored President Herzog and his wife, Michal. The honored, many honored guests. And among them, first among them, our great friend, the President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump. Blessed are you who comes to Jerusalem, our eternal capital. Blessed are you who comes to Israel on this emotional day that will be etched in the history of our people. And you also, Mr. President, will be etched in the history of our people. You have already been engraved in the history of humanity. But we, as has been said, remember our friends, the people, the Jewish people, and there's your decisive role in the return of the remaining hostages on this day that we have announced today, just an hour ago, that all of our living hostages have come back to us. What wonder. How wonderful. How much we waited for this moment. And now we are committed to returning all of them. And I want to thank you on a personal level. In the name of the entire nation, thank you. Mr. President, thank you, President Trump. Thank you.
As Israel suffers attacks on 7 different fronts, it's her poor and elderly who are barely making it through each day.
The tears are from the pain of
the life that she'd lived. She's a survivor of Auschwitz. The years that they would just beat her, years that she didn't have food and felt hungry.
She paid a horrible price to come home from Ethiopia. She lost in that journey her 6-year-old son. A couple of weeks later, she lost her family. She is a wonderful woman, and she is very poor.
I pray that we answer these cries, and our answer is love.
With a gift of only $25, you'll deliver a life-saving food box into the hands of an elderly Jew in need.
She's saying people have a heart. There are good people today.
Call, scan, or go online now, and the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews will rush your food box today.
Hallelujah. This is a holy moment. What you're doing is not simply being kind.
Thank you for recognizing in your 2020 peace plan our rights in Judea and Samaria, the ancestral homeland of the Jewish people. Thank you for brokering the historic Abraham Accords. Abraham, Eskemei Avraham.
The Abraham Accords.
Thank you for withdrawing from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free.
Operation Rising Lion, and for your bold decision to launch Operation Midnight Hammer. Boy, is that, you got to hear this. This is the most fitting name ever named for a military operation, because a little after midnight, you really hammered them. Oh, yeah. My friends, this is only a partial list, but it's enough to affirm what I've said time and again. Donald Trump is the greatest friend that the state of Israel has ever had in the White House. No American president has ever done more for Israel. And as I said in Washington, it ain't even close. It's really not a match. Mr. President, today we welcome you here to thank you for your pivotal leadership in putting forward a proposal that got the backing of almost the entire world. A proposal that brings all our hostages home. A proposal that ends the war by achieving all our objectives. A proposal that opens the door to an historic expansion of peace in our region and beyond our region. Mr. President, you are committed to this peace. I am committed to this peace. And together, Mr. President, we will achieve this peace. We've done it before. We've done it before in the Abraham Accords, and we'll do it again. Mr. President, today the Jewish calendar marks the end of 2 years of war. That war began on October 7th on the Jewish festival of Simchat Torah. You always tell me, and you tell the world, remember October 7th. Mr. President, we remember. We remember the thousands of Hamas terrorists who stormed into our towns and kibbutzim. We remember the 1,200 people Hamas savagely slaughtered in cold blood, including dozens and dozens of Americans. We remember entire families burnt alive as they embraced each other. We remember the beautiful young Israelis brutally gunned down at the Nova Music Festival. We remember the hundreds of our citizens who were dragged into the dungeons of Gaza, including 12 Americans, men and women, young and old, babies and elderly Holocaust survivors. My friends, Mr. President, Donald, these monsters take babies as hostages. In response to this barbaric attack on October 7th, Israel did what it had to do. With indomitable courage, we set out to defend our people, to defeat our enemies, and to release our hostages. Our heroic soldiers fought like lions. They fought on the front lines of civilization and barbarism. Israel achieved amazing victories over Hamas and the entire Iran terror axis. Sinwar, Dev, Khania, Nasrallah, Assad, they're all gone. Iran's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile program, with your enormous help, Mr. President, rolled back. Half the Houthi leadership wiped out. But the price of this victory, the price of these victories, has been heavy. Nearly 2,000 of Israel's finest were lost, nearly half in battle. They left behind parents, spouses, siblings, and children. Their love and laughter, their promise and potential were lost forever. To the families of our fallen fighters, many of them are here, I say, I know the depth of your pain. I know the inconsolable grief that will accompany you for the rest of your lives. The state of Israel bows its head in eternal gratitude to our fallen heroes. Because of these heroes, our nation will survive. Because of these heroes, our nations will thrive. And because of these heroes, our nation will have peace. Mr. President, thousands of our brave soldiers were also wounded, suffering terrible blows to body and soul. Brave soldiers like Ari Spitz. Ari is an American. Ari is an American Israeli who was injured Ari is an American Israeli who was injured in Gaza while searching for Hamas terrorists and weapons. 2 of Ari's comrades were killed in this action, and 10 were injured. Ari was presumed dead, but made a miraculous recovery despite losing 3 limbs. Ari, stand up for a minute alone. Stand up. There you go. There. Ari, you are the spirit of Joshua. You are the spirit of David. You are the spirit of the Maccabees. You are the spirit of Israel. I salute you. We all salute you. Sabine Tassa of Kibbutz Netiv HaAsara is watching us today from the Israeli consulate in Los Angeles. Sabine lost her husband and her oldest son on October 7th. She is the mother of 3 other boys. 2 of them, Koren and Shai, witnessed their father jump on a Hamas grenade to save his 2 sons. We all saw the film of those 2 boys crying out in pain, "Father is dead. Why? Why did God save me?" Mr. President, my friend Donald, I've seen some very tough things in my life. But I couldn't bring myself to watch those boys suffering again. So I didn't see this film except once. Yet Sabine, their mother, has had the strength and fortitude to show this film across the world. And my wife Sarah and I asked her, "Sabine, how do you do it? Why do you do it?" And she answered, "I do it to show the entire world the monsters Israel is fighting and the justice of our cause." This is what she's doing once again in Los Angeles. Sabine, you can hear me now. So I want to tell you on behalf of all of us, you embody the spirit of our biblical heroines, Deborah, Ruth, and Esther. You too are the spirit of Israel, and we all salute you. Mr. President, you asked me on our many conversations during the 12-day war with Iran, you asked me, how are the people holding up? And I said to you, our people are strong. Israelis are a nation of lions with unlimited resolve to defend our country and secure our future. The people give strength to our soldiers, and the people give strength to me and to my colleagues. The Jewish people have risen from the ashes time and again, but when we formed the State of Israel and the Army of Israel, we pledged never again would be defenseless against our enemies. And that resolute strength not only assures our survival, it assures our future, it assures peace. We have paid a high price for this war, but our enemies now understand just how powerful and just how determined Israel is. They understand that attacking Israel on October 7th was a catastrophic mistake. They understand that Israel is strong and that Israel is here to stay. And this, Mr. President, is the indispensable foundation of peace. Peace through strength. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a momentous day, a day of great joy as the remaining hostages come home. My wife Sarah and I have met with the hostage families many times. There were no words to describe their agony, only tears of bottomless sorrow and unimaginable pain. At the beginning of the war, I promised to bring all the hostages home. Today, with the indispensable help, the determined and focused help, the unremitting help of President Trump and his team, and with the incredible sacrifice and courage of the soldiers of Israel, we are fulfilling that promise. It has been a long journey to get here. In the first week of the war, our brave soldiers put military pressure on Hamas, and the international community put diplomatic pressure on them. This enabled us to secure the release of over 100 hostages. In heroic rescue attempts behind enemy lines, Israel's special forces rescued 8 live hostages and brought back the remains of dozens more. But as time went on, we all know what happened. The diplomatic pressure was turned on its head. More and more governments bought into Hamas's false propaganda. More and more governments succumbed to anti-Semitic mobs in their own countries. They just turned on Israel. They called for us to surrender to Hamas demands, just leave Gaza immediately, they said, end the war without committing to disarm Hamas, without committing to demilitarize Gaza. Had Israel succumbed to those demands, not only would Sinwar, Nasrallah, Assad, and Iran's missile and nuclear program remain intact. Not only that, because in no time, the Hamas killers would be back on the border fence, ready to repeat the horrors of October 7th again and again, as they vowed to do. But just at that point of maximum pressure on Israel, a man named Donald J. Trump was elected President of the United States. And ladies and gentlemen, overnight, everything changed. Everything. Mr. President, thanks to your unequivocal backing of Israel, we secured a second hostage deal within weeks of your election. And in the months that followed, we worked closely together to forge a path to bring the remaining hostages home and end the war. End the war in a way that ensures the disarming of Hamas, the demilitarization of Gaza, and that Gaza would never again pose a threat to Israel. 2 months ago, you fully backed my decision to send the IDF into the last Hamas stronghold in Gaza City. You shared my view that this military pressure would help free the hostages. And despite all the criticism, all the naysayers, we were right. Hamas caved in. And 2 weeks ago, you succeeded in doing something miraculous. You succeeded in doing something that no one believed was possible. You brought most of the Arab world. You brought most of the world behind your proposal to free the hostages and end the war. I want to thank Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Ron Dermer for their great contribution to this effort. And I want to thank our negotiating team. I believe that the close cooperation between the two of us, between our two nations, combining Israel's military pressure and President Trump's unmatched global leadership. I have to tell you, I've seen a lot of American presidents. I've seen them all in the time that I've been here, and I've been here quite a lot of time. I've never seen anyone move the world so quickly, so decisively, so resolutely as our friend President Donald J. Trump. With our military pressure and President Trump's global leadership, we achieved this historic moment. It's a moment of indescribable joy as our nation embraces our sons who are coming home. Mr. President, this week, Jews around the world are going to read the book of Ecclesiastes, Kohelet in the Bible. The Bible has many miraculous moments. One of them was your decision to bomb Fordo. I think it was a pivot of history because it wasn't meant only to bomb Fordo. That action and your previous action of taking out Qasem Soleimani, the architect of death, I think that changed the balance of power in the world. You brought America back again to the driver's seat. Now, I said that we're going to read this week the book of Ecclesiastes. It's not a book of action. It's a book of meditations, of thought, a perspective on life and on death. And in this book, we read the immortal words of King Solomon. To everything there is a season, and a time for every matter under heaven. Et milchama ve'et shalom. A time for peace and a time for war. The last 2 years have been a time of war. The coming years will hopefully be a time for peace. Peace inside Israel and peace outside Israel. I look forward to continuing marching with you on the path we paved together with the Abraham Accords. Under your leadership, we can forge new peace treaties with Arab countries in the region and Muslim countries beyond the region. Abraham's children will work together to build a better future, a future that will unite civilization against barbarism, light against darkness, and hope against despair. And my friends, I believe that with President Trump's leadership, this will happen a lot faster than people think. As Prime Minister of Israel, I extend my hand to hold those who seek peace with us. No one wants peace more than the people of Israel. Israel will always remain vigilant in defending itself, and Israel will always remain full of hope. Hope is our national anthem. Hope is our creed. Hope is our strength. It is time, my friends, to realize that hope and expand the circle of peace. Mr. President, thank you for all you have done for us. I have submitted your nomination to be the first non-Israeli recipient of the Israel Prize, Israel's highest award. As to that other prize, just a question of time, you'll get it. But I want you to get the Israel Prize, our highest award, to our greatest friend. When others were weak, you were strong. When others were fearful, you were bold. When others abandoned us, you stood by our side. On behalf of the government and people of Israel, I thank you for your extraordinary friendship. Thank you for helping bring our hostages home. Thank you for supporting Israel's march to victory. Thank you for paving a path to peace. מכובדי נשיא ארצות הברית, ידידי דונלד, ברוך הבא לישראל, ברוך הבא לירושלים, ברוך הבא ביום המרגש הזה, שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. May God bless you and your family, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. And may God bless the covenant between our two promised lands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Come on up, opposition. Come on, opposition.
Yeah, okay. אני מתכבד להזמין כעת את ראש האופוזיציה, חבר הכנסת יאיר לפיד.
Mr. Speaker, members of Knesset, ministers, President Herzog, Prime Minister Netanyahu, distinguished guests, Your Excellency, President Trump. For 2 years, we waited for this moment. 2 years of sleepless nights, 2 years without air in our lungs. Our eyes are filled with tears today. Our hearts are filled with gratitude. Our children are coming home. In the Babylonian Talmud, a sacred book of the Jewish people, it is written, whoever destroys one life, it is as though he destroyed an entire world, and whoever saves one life, it is though as he has saved an entire world. Mr. President, you have saved the lives of our hostages. But you saved so much more. You have saved the souls of the bereaved whose loved ones now will be brought home for burial. You have saved thousands of soldiers who will now not fall in battle. And you have saved millions from the horrors of war. You have saved more than one life, and each life is an entire world. This is a historic moment, and a reminder that history is shaped by people. It is shaped by those who know the past, but have the vision to change the future. When you were elected, you declared that you would be the president of peace. You have kept your word. The fact that you were not awarded the Nobel Peace Prize is a grave mistake by the committee. But they will have no choice, Mr. President. They will have to award it to you next year. Peace will not come by waiting. It will come by building, by reaching out, and by daring once again to believe. You, Mr. President, have done the unimaginable. We will be eternally grateful. But we also need to take responsibility. The destiny of Israel will always be written by the people of Israel. We must now prove ourselves worthy of what has been achieved. From its founding, Israel has said to the world that our strength, our power, rest upon our values. Israel is the strongest country in the Middle East because we are the only democracy in the Middle East. Because we believe in the principles laid in our Declaration of Independence, which says Israel will ensure complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race, or sex. It will guarantee freedom of religion, conscience, language, education, and culture. It will safeguard the holy places for all religions. Those are our values. That is who we are as people, as a country. Our neighbors must understand one more thing about us. We are not going anywhere. The Middle East is our home. We are here to stay. Our story did not end in the Bible. It began there. It continues in our laboratories and universities, in our innovation hubs. Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and the Houthis, they all read the wrong intelligence reports. The real intelligence report on Israel's intentions is found in the book of Genesis. And I will give you and your descendants after you the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession. We call upon the nations of the Islamic world and all our neighbors, Saudi Arabia, Syria, others. We are here to stay. We can do great things together. Come and talk to us. Mr. President, you are the one who can make it happen as you did with the historic Abraham Accords. Then too, no one believed it was possible. Then too, you imposed your vision on everyone. While others spoke of difficulties, you created opportunity. You can be the one to bring the next wave of peace. The people of Israel support this. They want this. We are ready. And you can later today in Egypt with your unbelievably talented team, my friends, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, forge a regional alliance that will change not only the Middle East, but the entire world. After 2 years of war, the peoples of this region should look around and ask themselves, whose situation is better? Those who chose the path of peace or those who chose the path of war? Those who invested in their people, in the education of their children, in science and education and technology, or those who invested in hate and in violence? From here, I say to all those who demonstrated against Israel these past 2 years, on the streets of London and Rome, in Paris and in Columbia University, I do not represent the government. As you know, I am the leader of the opposition. And I tell you, then, you were deceived. You were deceived. Propaganda experts, funded by terror money, manipulated you. Now that the war has stopped, you have time and a chance to go and learn the facts. The truth is, there was no genocide, no intentional starvation. The truth is, there was an army and a country fighting in the most complicated conditions imaginable against terrorists who send their own children to die for a follow-up, who use their own children as human shields. The truth is that a democratic state was attacked by a fanatical terrorist organization. 1,200 people were killed in one day. Women were raped. Babies were burned alive. And all the while, they played with your minds, selling you the absurd idea that supporting Islamic terror is somehow a liberal value. There is good and evil in this world. When you stand with Hamas, you stand with evil. When you stand with Hezbollah, you stand with evil. When you stand with the Iranian regime, you stand with evil. When you stand with Israel, you stand on the side of justice. Last week, I attended the 7th October memorial ceremony. An inspirational woman called Galit Dan spoke on stage. Galit had a daughter, Noya, a 13-year-old girl who was autistic like my daughter. And Noya was full of light. She loved Harry Potter. On that dark day, Noya was sleeping at her grandmother's, Carmela's house in Kibbutz Nir Oz. Carmela was 80 years old. Their bodies, grandmother and granddaughter, were found embraced. They were murdered together. On stage at the ceremony, Galit said a sentence that moved us all. We don't want revenge, she said. We want redemption. Today, the redemption begins. Israel has endured 2 terrible years on the battlefield and in the international arena. But in those 2 years, we also rediscovered our own greatness. We remember how good we can be. Our pilots who took control of the skies over Iran, our industries leading the world in technology, our civil society, which reached out to help every victim of the war. We will move forward toward a different future. Our heroic soldiers who saved us all will fold away their uniforms and rise as teachers and engineers, scientists and innovators, investors and small business owners. We will never be able to repay the debt to those who sacrificed everything these past years, to those who, as President Lincoln said, gave the last full measure of devotion. We can only be worthy of them, worthy of their sacrifice. Mr. President, allow me to speak also to the businessman in you, the deal maker who understands value. If there were one stock in the world I would invest in today, it is the state of Israel. If there were one nation that deserves unrestricted access to GPU chips, to AI and SMR technologies, to American markets, it is the state of Israel. Israel's future is intertwined with our eternal alliance, our strategic and moral covenant with our greatest friends, the United States of America. This war is over. We will always need to stay vigilant, to guard against those who seek our destruction. But the state of Israel is about to reinvent itself. The challenges ahead demand not only strength, but a new vision. It's time to take a new path, to be a nation that is advanced and thriving and peace-seeking. We have waited for this moment, for the end of the war, for the return of the hostages, for the chance to rechannel our grief and loss into the energy needed to rebuild our nation. Thanks to you, Mr. President. Thanks to our soldiers, our lions. Thanks to the millions of great Israeli patriots who filled the streets and the square and never, not for one moment, gave up on the hostages. Thanks to all of them, the strength within us can now rise, succeed, and build for our future and for our children. Thank you very much. God bless the United States of America. Am Israel Chai.
אני מודה לראש האופוזיציה. ועכשיו, members of the Knesset, it is now my distinct honor to invite the President of the United States of America, His Excellency Donald J. Trump, to address the Knesset.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor. Nice place. Very nice place. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, esteemed members of the Knesset and cherished citizens of Israel, we gather on a day of profound joy, of soaring hope, of renewed faith, and above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death, and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly. This is the historic dawn of a new Middle East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism, whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi, please stand up. And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with. But that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great. Thank you very much, baby. Great job. And let me also convey my tremendous appreciation for all of the nations of the Arab and Muslim world that came together to press Hamas to set the hostages free and to send them home. We had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect. And I want to thank them very much for that. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better. Like the USA right now, it will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East. It's going to work together. I'd like to thank several great American patriots for their invaluable help in getting something done that almost everyone thought was absolutely impossible. We were wasting our time. So many people said, "You're just wasting your time." But we weren't, because we had talented people working with us, and we had people that loved your country, and frankly, people that loved the region. They loved the Middle East. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff. You know, Steve was chosen by me. He never did this before, but I knew him as a few things. He was a great businessman, but I know a lot of great businessmen, to be honest with you. He had tremendous negotiating skills, but I know a lot of people that negotiate pretty well, although it is an art. But there are people that can negotiate pretty well. But most importantly with Steve, he's just a great guy. Everybody loved him. Everybody. I mean, I know some negotiators that are so good, but you wouldn't have had peace in the Middle East. It would be in World War III right now with some of these guys. Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת הזה, להוציא אותו מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד, החוצה, החוצה, החוצה. להוציא גם את חבר הכנסת כסיף, להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם, להוציא אותו מיד. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient. So back to Steve. He's But I tell one story because he was so involved. And then we called in Jared. We need that brain on occasion. We got to get Jared in here. We got to get a certain group of people. But Steve started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. Okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked. Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get the job done. He wants to do what's right. But I'll give you just a quick story because, as you know, he's working on the war with Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never happened if I were president. A shame. 7,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. More than that this last week. It's a shame that it never happened. But it did happen, and we won the race, and I took over this horrible war that's been raging, and I thought it would be easily settled. I thought it was a hell of a lot easier than doing what we just did very successfully with Israel and a lot of other people. But this came first, and we'll get that one. But I set up a meeting for him to meet with President Putin, thinking it would be a 15 or a 20-minute meeting. Steve had no idea about Russia, had no idea about Putin too much, didn't know too much about politics, wasn't that interested. He was really good at real estate, but he had that quality that I was looking for, and I didn't see it around in too many ways. And I set up the meeting with Putin, and I called. I said, is Steve finished yet? That was about a half an hour into the meeting. No, sir, he's not. He's still inside. This is in Moscow. I said, well, how's he doing? I don't know, sir. He's still inside. I called up an hour later. Let me speak to Steve. Sir, he's still with Putin. He's with President Putin. I said, wow, that's a long meeting, 1 hour. I called up an hour later, he was still with Putin. 3 hours later, he was still with Putin. 4 hours later, he started to get the word that he was going to be coming out soon. And in 5 hours, he came out. I said, what the hell were you talking about for 5 hours? And he says, just a lot of interesting things. We're talking about a lot of interesting things, including what he went in there for, but you can't talk about it for 5. You can talk about it for a certain period of time and you know what you're getting. But that's a talent. That's a talent where you can do that. Most people I'd send in, number one, they wouldn't be accepted. Number two, if they were the meeting would last 5 minutes. And that's what happens with Steve. Everybody loves him. They love him on this side. They love him on the other side. And he really is. He's a great negotiator because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, Steve, very much. And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that my daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here. And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best friends. They have a very special relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established the Abraham Accords with it's so cool. It's so much sort of nicer, you know, the Abraham versus the Avraham. I just don't want to sound too sanctimonious when I do it, so, you know, I sort of split it up. This way we keep everybody happy. But we have some very great talent, and they have no excuses for anything that's taken place because we had some unbelievably good people working on this. And then you're going to add a man named Marco Rubio, who is also here. That's right. And I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the United States. I believe that. I believe it. And he and I, you know, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right? And now I'm saying he's going to go down as the greatest. He will. He was always smart and sharp, and people respect him. And then we have somebody who's young, but an unbelievable leader. I saw it a long time ago, and he's turned out to be even better even better than we thought. Right, Susie? I think even better. And that's Pete Hegseth, who is our Secretary of War, formerly Secretary of Defense. And as you know, we decisively won World War I. We decisively won World War II decisively. And everything in between and everything before it, we won everything. And then they had the brilliant idea of changing the name from war, you know, it was war, to defense. And with that went a certain thinking. And we fought in a very politically correct way after that. We always had the strongest military, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before. Because of my first term, I've totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we have, if you think, we settled 8 wars in 8 months. I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick. Because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? You know, I just said the hostage, first time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go to war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality actually is all about stopping wars. And it seems to work. It seems to work. But it also means this name change and our attitude that we're not going to go into a war. But if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength. And that's what it's all about. The United States has the greatest and most powerful military in the, right now, history of the world. I can tell you we have weapons that nobody's ever dreamt of. I only hope we never have to use them. I rebuilt the military. I was proud to do it, but some of the things I hated to do. I hated certain of the weapons because the level of power is so enormous, it's so dangerous, so bad. But we have to do what we have to do. We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. And we've given a lot to Israel, frankly. And I mean, Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them. And you obviously used them very well. But so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how this nightmare of depravity and death all began. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, thousands of innocent Israeli civilians were attacked by terrorists, and one of the most evil and heinous desecrations of innocent life the world has ever seen, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The cruelty of October 7th struck to the core of humanity itself. Nobody could believe what they were witnessing. The United States of America grieved alongside you, and we mourned for our own citizens who were so viciously taken that day. And to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and all of the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again. From October 7th until this week, Israel has been a nation at war, enduring burdens that only a proud and faithful people could withstand. It was a very tough period of time. For so many families across this land, it has been years since you've known a single day of true peace. But now at last, not only for Israelis, but also for Palestinians and for many others, the long and painful nightmare is finally over. And as the dust settles, the smoke fades, the debris is removed, and the ashes cleaned from the air, the day that breaks on a region transformed and a beautiful and much brighter future appears suddenly within your reach. This is now a very exciting time for Israel and for the entire Middle East, because all across the Middle East, the forces of chaos, terror, and ruin that have plagued the region for decades now stand weakened, isolated, and totally defeated. A new coalition of proud and responsible nations is emerging, and because of us, the enemies of all civilization are in retreat. Thanks to the bravery and incredible skill of the Israeli Defense Forces and Operation Rising Lion, guys, central casting. Let's put him in a movie. Look at him. Great job. And my people loved working with you. Loved it. They worked so well together. But many of Iran's top terrorists, including nuclear scientists and commanders, have been extinguished from this earth. And with Operation Midnight Hammer, boy, that's a great name for that, what we did last June. The United States military flew 7 of those beautiful B-2 bombers. They look so beautiful all of a sudden. They were always, I thought they were pretty planes. I had no idea they could do what they did. In fact, we just ordered 28 more of them. A little updated version. We ordered a whole pile of them. And almost 100 other planes went with them, including fighter jets. And we had 52 tankers, big, beautiful, brand new tankers that were loading them up 4 or 5 times. They've traveled 37 hours back and forth. Think of that. But we had tankers all over the sky for all the other planes. We had the F-22s, the F-35s, F-16s. We had a hell of a lot of planes. So we had 52 gas stations in the sky. That's what they call them. I'll tell you, I wouldn't want to be flying one of them. We have our great General Raisin Cain right here. General, stand up. This guy, what a general. Thank you. I asked General Cain, I said, you know, we're having problems with ISIS, and I was in Washington and I asked, how long would it take to defeat ISIS? And my Washington generals told me, 3, 4, maybe 5 years, sir. I said, I don't get it. We got the best equipment in the world. Why? So I flew to Iraq, and I met with a man named Kane. He said, what's your first name? He said, they call me Raisin, sir. I said, wait a minute, your name is Raisin Kane? I've been looking for you for a long time. You gotta be kidding. So they told me 3, 4, 5 years to defeat ISIS. And I sit down with him and I say, why is it? I flew there in the dark of night. I landed, I'll never forget it. It's quite a trip. I'm glad I made it because I met him. I said, could I ask you, General? I come down. He said with another general and a sergeant. Everybody was like central casting. They could go into a movie right now. Between him and you guys over here, we could get rich making movies, okay? And they got along so great. That's the beautiful thing, that your military and our military, Bibi, got along so great. But I was told by the television generals in Washington, we have the best equipment in the world. Why is it taking so long? And they said, 4 years. I said, so let me ask you, Raisin, how long would it take you to defeat ISIS? Sir, we can do it in 3 weeks, but you'll probably have some time left over. I said, you gotta be kidding. What the hell are you talking about? They said 4 years. I said, well, sir, look, it's not my place to say, but you're asking me the question. What you have to do is you hit him from the west, you hit him from the north, you hit him from the south, you hit him above, you hit him below. I said, so why didn't they do it? And he didn't want to speak badly of his superiors, which is hard to believe they were his superiors. Should have been the other way around a long time ago, because he's the one that did Operation Hammer. It was flawless. It was flawless. It was absolutely flawless. And I said, so you really think you can do it in 4 weeks? Yes, sir, 100%. You have to do it differently than they were doing it. They were using one base, and it was hundreds of miles away. And he says, we have all these portable bases all over the Middle East. And they didn't want to use them because they didn't want to offend the country where the portable, they wouldn't have even known what the hell the planes were going up, right? They wouldn't have known. But he said, no, they didn't want to defend anybody, offend anybody. And but we can do it in 4 weeks. I said, you sure about that? I'm going to call you back. I'll call you back on Monday. I'm going back to Washington. But you think 4 weeks? Yes, sir, I think we can do it in 4 weeks. We'll have time left over. So I call him on Monday. I say, you think you can do it? 4 weeks. I said, go ahead and do it. He did it. I'll tell you, he did it in 4 weeks, less than 4 weeks. So, General, stand up, please. Again, this is a real general. This is not a television general. He doesn't want to go on television. He doesn't want to go on television. I said the other guys love being on television. So we dropped 14 bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally, as I said originally, obliterating them. And that's been confirmed, and everybody understands it. Together we stopped the #1 state sponsor of terror from obtaining the world's most dangerous weapons. And if you think about it, if we didn't do that, and assuming we made the same deal that we have today, there'd be a dark cloud over this deal. And #1, it wouldn't happen because the other Arab and Muslim nations really wouldn't feel comfortable making the deal that we have now, right? If Iran had that nuclear weapon that they were about 2 months away from having. They would have had it in 2 months or maybe less than that. They were right at, this was our last shot. They looked at it for 22 years. This was our last shot. The pilots told me that. They said, 22 years, sir. They looked at it. Our predecessors looked, they studied it. 3 times a year would do drills on that exact attack. And boy, did they get it right. But let's assume they didn't, and let's assume there was large-scale nuclear weapons in the hands of Iran. We couldn't be here today. Even if we signed the deal, which we couldn't do because a lot of people would not want to have anything to do with it, we took a big cloud off of the Middle East and off of Israel. And it was my honor to help. But isn't it true, though, that can you imagine the same, let's assume, Bibi, the same documents, we had everything the same, but you had somebody out there that was, in the opinion of everybody, all-powerful in the Middle East. They took a big hit, didn't they? Didn't they take a big hit? Boy, oh boy. They got hit from one side, from the other. And you know, it would be great if we could make a peace deal with them. And I think that's maybe, would you be happy with that? Wouldn't it be nice, I think? Because I think they want to. I think they're tired. Somebody said, sir, they're starting their nuclear program again. I said, let me tell you something. They're not starting anything. They want to survive. The last thing they want to do is start digging holes again in mountains that just got blown up and start. They're not doing this. They want to survive, okay? But I think we have a chance. Steve, you, and I think Jared, come on, I'll call you back for another one. We always bring Jared when we want to get that deal closed. We bring Jared, but Steve, you and Jared and the General and Pete and Marco, you'll get that deal done easy. I think that'll be easy. But first, we have to get Russia done. We got to get that one done. If you don't mind, Steve, let's focus on Russia first, all right? We'll get it done. In Lebanon, the dagger of Hezbollah, long aimed at Israel's throat, has been totally shattered. My administration is actively supporting the new president of Lebanon in his mission to permanently disarm Hezbollah's terror brigades. He's doing very well. And build a thriving state at peace with its neighbors. And you're very much in favor of that, I know. And it's good things are happening there, really good things. And with this week's ceasefire, we've achieved the most challenging breakthrough of them all, the most challenging breakthrough maybe ever. I mean, I've never seen anything like. I've been involved in a lot of success. I have never seen anything like what's going on today all over the world. People are dancing in the streets, not just in Israel. They're dancing in the streets of countries that would have never danced in the street about what's happening today. They're dancing in those streets. So this long and difficult war has now ended. You know, some people say 3,000 years, some people say 500 years, whatever it is. It's the granddaddy of them all. And in an unprecedented achievement, virtually the entire region has endorsed the plan that Gaza will be immediately demilitarized, that Hamas will be disarmed, and Israel's security will no longer be threatened in any way, shape, or form. So Israel, with our help, has won all that they can by force of arms. You've won. I mean, you've won. Now it's time to translate these victories against terrorists on the battlefield into the ultimate prize of peace and prosperity for the entire Middle East. It's about time you were able to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Mr. Opposition Leader. I said he's a very nice opposition leader. I think... No, he's a nice man. Bibi, he's a nice man. He knows what he's doing, right? No, he's a very nice guy. Well, see, now you can be a little bit nicer, Bibi, because you're not at war anymore, Bibi. But only by embracing the opportunities of this moment can we achieve our goal of ensuring that the horrors of recent years will never happen again. You don't want to have to go through this again. 8 years ago, I came to this region on a very special first trip abroad as the President of the United States. I came here very early at your request. I addressed the leaders of the Arab and Muslim world gathered in Saudi Arabia and said that it was time to build a future free of the grip of extremism and terror. And interestingly, right now, as soon as I'm finished, I'm quite late. You've kept me quite late between opposition leaders and Bibi's brilliant but very long speech. I thought I was going to run up here, make a speech, and then head to Egypt. It didn't work out, though. And you made a pretty long one, too, Sarah. But I liked what you all said. It could be worse. Supposing on top of it, I didn't like what you said. That would be no good, Ron, would it? Ron, you did a great job, by the way, Ron. So I'm going to be meeting, actually, in a little while, I'm going to be meeting with the most powerful, the richest nations, really, in the world. Although now, with the tariffs, the United States is by far the richest nation in the world, as you probably have been reading. But the richest nations, most powerful nations, tremendous, headed by some tremendous people in many cases. Some cases I wouldn't say necessarily I would endorse. But I will tell you, some incredible people that really helped us make this all possible. So I'll be going there. I'll be quite late. They might not be there by the time I get there. But we're going to give it a shot. But the journey we started back then led to the crushing defeat of the ISIS caliphate, to the monumental Abraham Accords, and ultimately to the historic ceasefire this week, in which many of those same nations really played a very pivotal role, I have to tell you. Steve will tell you that. Jared will tell you that. Together, we've shown that peace is not just a hope that we can dream about. It's a reality we can build upon day by day, person by person, and nation by nation. And because of that, the Middle East is finally ready to embrace its extraordinary potential. You have extraordinary potential in this region. It should now be clear to everyone throughout the region that decades of fomenting terrorism and extremism, jihadism and anti-Semitism have not worked. They haven't worked. They've been a disaster. They've just killed. They've killed. They've backfired completely and totally. They've just totally backfired. Everything that you thought, take it worst case, it's turned out to be worse than that. They have not worked. From Gaza to Iran, those bitter hatreds have delivered nothing but misery, suffering, failure, and death. They've served not to weaken Israel, but to annihilate the very forces that did the most to foment this hatred. And it's really, I mean, everybody that's tried it has become irrelevant. Meanwhile, we've seen those nations that set aside their differences, reached across ancient divides, and pursued engagement are now among the most successful in the region. They're getting along with Israel, and they're doing great. And I can tell you the four nations that joined the Abraham Accords early on, and you'd all be doing me a favor, and I'm going to be saying this in a little while to some other friends, would love you all to, is this right, Jared? Join up in the Abraham Accords. We have to join up and get together. You can have that whole thing filled out. We had a very weak administration, worst president in the history of our country by far. And Barack Obama was not far behind, by the way. And they did nothing with this incredible document, the Abraham Accords, but now you can fill them up. Now you have peace, you have people that really like Israel. I'll tell you what, and they like Israel a lot more today than they did even 5 weeks ago. You've made a lot of, you've come back. You've come back strong, because it was getting to be a little nasty out there in the world, and ultimately the world wins. You can't beat the world. Or I would say to Bibi, it's now time. And he understood it better than anybody, because ultimately, you know, the world's a very big place. And I've said a lot. I said, this piece of land is very small. It's unbelievable what you've done with that tiny, you look at a map even of just not the world, the Middle East, and you have this little dot. And think of what you've done. It's incredible. It's incredible. But the world is loving Israel again. And I said to Bibi, you know, the world is big and it's strong. And Ron, ultimately, the world wins. And we don't have to worry about that now. But there was getting to be a period of time over the last few months, you know, the world wanted peace and Israel wanted peace. Everybody did. Everybody did. And what a victory it's been, right? What a victory it's been. If you would have gone on for 3-4 more years, keep fighting, it was getting bad. It was getting heated. The timing of this is brilliant. And I said, Bibi, you're going to be remembered for this far more than if you kept this thing going, kill. It would be it would not be the same. And I just want to congratulate you for having the courage to say, that's it, we've won, and now let's enjoy our lives and let's rebuild Israel and make it stronger and bigger and better than it's ever been before. You're going to do that. Took a lot of guts. And the choice for Palestinians could not be more clear. This is their chance to turn forever from the path of terror and violence. It's been extreme, to exile the wicked forces of hate that are in their midst. And I think that's going to happen. I've met some people over the last couple of months that want to see it happen very much. And after tremendous pain and death and hardship, now is the time to concentrate on building their people up instead of trying to tear Israel down. We don't want that to happen again. And the total focus of Gazans must be on restoring the fundamentals of stability, safety, dignity, and economic development so they can finally have the better life that their children really do deserve after all these decades of horror. I intend to be a partner in this effort in the sense that we're going to help and we're going to do something that became unbelievably popular. Everybody wants to be on it. It's called the Board of Peace, okay? How about that? Is that a beautiful name? Like a board of peace. The only bad thing from my standpoint, every single nation involved has asked me to be the chair. And I'll tell you, I'm very busy. I didn't count on that. But you know what? If we do it, we'll do it right. And we have unbelievable power and wealth, because you're going to need wealth. You're going to need wealth to rebuild things. And they have wealth like few people have wealth. I want to thank the Arab and Muslim nations for their commitment as they've made to support a safe rebuilding of Gaza and beyond. I have many Arab countries, very wealthy countries, that came up and said, we'll put up tremendous amounts of money to get rebuild Gaza. And I think that's going to happen. The power, they want dignity, they want to come forward and they want to say, and I want to say who they are, because what they're doing is going to be, I think, something that you're going to be very impressed with, Bibi. And you need that. You need the kind of economic power that they have, and they want to see it work. And they want to see it be safe, and they want to see it be good for Israel, too. And as much money as it will be, and it's a lot, as you can see, it's a lot. For these countries, it's relatively little relative to their worth. It's really a lot of money like most people could never even conceive. But for these countries, it's not that much, especially because it ensures success and stability in the Middle East, which is what they want to see. So many of them will be with us in Egypt in a little while, I think. I'm not sure. They may be gone. They may have taken their Boeing 747s and left. I said, what kind of a plane do you fly? 747. I said, that's a large plane. No, they may have. Steve, do you think they've left on their their brand new Boeing 747s? Or, I don't know. We're going to find out soon. It's going to be a big story. There'll be 2 people left, and they'll be the 2 poorest ones. But it will be the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations. So the group that we have assembled, that's waiting for us, is the wealthiest and most powerful group ever assembled at one time. There has never been a group like this. And they're only looking for good. They want good. They're going to do good. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who's doing it, because they really deserve to get the credit. And some of them probably won't want the credit, but they deserve it. It's more obvious than ever that the productive and responsible nations of this region should not be enemies or adversaries. You should be partners and eventually even friends. And that's what's going to happen. I know it. Together, you can stand against the forces of chaos. Yeah, you go ahead. That's an important point. Because you can stand against the forces of chaos that threaten all of your interests, and it's always a big threat, and unleash incredible prosperity and opportunity for all the people of these lands. And that's what's going to happen. You're going to unleash numbers and success, the likes of which Israel has never been able to think of, because you're so firm, and you should be, and you've done the right thing in defending yourself. You're not going to have to worry so much about it. You've won, and now you can build, and you can do things that you never even thought possible. When you put that genius into doing something else, it's going to be something it's going to be a miracle. The miracle in the desert, it's going to be amazing. And it already is in a true sense. But it'll be wonderful when you can spend time thinking about other than war and defense and offense also. To that end, it's my firm hope and dream, frankly, that together the Abraham Accords will turn out to be everything that we thought they would. Those four countries were very, very brave in doing it. They did it at a very early point, and every single one of them benefits unbelievably financially. And if you noticed, even in this bad period that we just went through, they all remained a member of the Abraham Accords. They've done unbelievably well. And you know who you are, and I want to thank you. And they've stayed because of loyalty, but they've also stayed because it was really good business. They've made a lot of money being members, and you're going to all, I hope that every one of the countries that we're seeking, Jared, I hope they join quickly. No games, no nothing. Just join, get it. It's going to be a great peacemaker. It's really going to bring it together beyond anybody's wildest dream. So instead of building fortresses to keep enemies at bay, the nations of this region should be building infrastructure to weave your commerce closer together, because you've got to compete with the big world out there in commerce now. It's a different kind of competition. Instead of making weapons and missiles, the wealth of this region should flow to schools and medicine, industry, and frankly, the new hot thing, artificial intelligence. It's a lot of intelligence you're going to have to be thrown off to pay back these sums of money that they're doing. But that's really the hot one. And I might say that the United States, a year ago, was a dead country. I say it to people. I heard it first from the King of Saudi Arabia. I then heard it from UAE. I heard it from Qatar. I heard it from many other countries. A year ago, the United States of America was a dead country. Now it's the hottest country anywhere in the world. It is the hottest. There's no question about it. In fact, if you go back a year ago, before the election, although once we had November 5th, we became hot because people got it. I would say November 5th was a time that we became really hot. But once you go back a couple of years, if I were in charge and the country was doing what they would, nobody was going to ask me to speak. Nobody asked Joe Biden to come up and speak, I guarantee you that. And if they did, he would have turned them down, I promise you. He didn't speak. He didn't speak, and he didn't speak well. But all of the countries in the Middle East, it could have, what we're doing now, it could have happened a long time ago, but it was strangled and set back almost irretrievably by the administrations of Barack Obama and then Joe Biden. It was, there was a hatred toward Israel. There was an absolute hatred. The setbacks really started when President Obama signed the Iran nuclear deal. This was a disaster for Israel, and it was a disaster for everyone. And I remember that Bibi Netanyahu came to the United States and worked so hard to try and get Obama not to do that deal. He worked so hard. But it was like talking to a wall. I remember him telling me it was like talking to a wall. They wanted to go with Iran. They chose Iran, frankly, over a lot of other good nations, but specifically Israel. And that was the beginning of a very bad period of time. You had Obama go out, and the Iran nuclear deal turned out to be a disaster. And by the way, I terminated the Iran nuclear deal, and I was very proud to do it. Yet even to Iran, whose regime has inflicted so much death on the Middle East, the hand of friendship and cooperation is open. I'm telling you, they want to make a deal. That's all I do in my life. I make deals. I'm good at it. I've always been good at it. And I know when they want. Even if they said, we don't want to make a deal, I can tell you they want to make a deal. All right, they do. They want to make a deal, and we're going to see if we can do something, because this is crazy what's happening, and we're not going to have this anymore. Neither the United States nor Israel bear the people of Iran any hostility. We merely want to live in peace. We don't want any looming threats over our heads, and we don't want to even think in terms of nuclear destruction. It's not going to happen, never will happen. There's nothing that would do more good for this part of the world than for Iran's leaders to renounce terror, stop threatening their neighbors, quit funding their militant proxies, and finally recognize Israel's right to existence. They have to do that. They have to do that. And to Iran, and as you know, this is not said out of weakness. There's no weakness. But I'm going to say this, that we are ready when you are, and it will be the best decision that Iran has ever made. And it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And they're good people. I know a lot of Iranians in the United States. They're good people, smart, hardworking people. They don't want to see what's happened to their country. The story of fierce Israeli resolve and triumph since October 7th should be proof to the entire world that those who seek to destroy this nation are doomed to bitter failure. The state of Israel is strong, and it will live and thrive forever. And that is why Israel will always remain a vital ally of the United States of America. Israelis share our values, field one of the world's most powerful militaries. You really do. You have an amazing, what a job you've done. And have one of the most innovative economies on earth. Those are just a few of the reasons why I'm proud to be the best friend that Israel has ever had. And they all say it in the White House. They all say it. I guess it's true because everybody says it, baby. You said it today. Thank you. But as president, I terminated the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and ultimately I terminated Iran's nuclear program with things called B-2 bombers. It was swift, and it was accurate, and it was a military beauty. I authorized the spending of billions of dollars, which went to Israel's defense, as you know. And after years of broken promises from many other American presidents, you know that, they kept promising. I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up, Miriam. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got $60 billion in the bank. $60 billion, and she loves. I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it. And they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, but they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen to Israel. Stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say. We love you. Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a wonderful woman. She is a great woman. I've always stood for the people of this community, and I always will. I'll always be with you. I'm always going to be with you. I guess maybe something could happen to change my mind. Somebody that's really stupid gets into office and wants to do really bad things, but that's about it. And we don't think we're going to have that happen. I hope we're not going to have that happen. And this man is a good man right here. These two men are good men right here. Hey, I have an idea. Mr. President, why don't you give him a pardon? Give him a pardon. Come on. By the way, that was not in the speech, as you probably know. But I happen to like this gentleman right over here, and it just seems to make so much sense. You know, whether we like it or not, this has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. This has been one of the greatest wartime presidents. And cigars and champagne, who the hell cares about that? All right, enough controversy for the day, right? Actually, I don't think it's very controversial. So, you know, I mean, I see so popular. You are a very popular man. You know why? Because you know how to win. Over the past 2 years, I've met many of the families of the Israelis taken hostage and those that were taken hostage. Unbelievable. I've looked into their eyes. I've seen the worst nightmares of their suffering, but I've also seen something else, the beautiful love of the people, the love of People, frankly, that hold things together, the love that gives you the courage to carry on through thousands of years of persecution and repression, and to emerge with the heart of David. It's the heart of David. It's that love that's defeated the enemies of civilization, built this incredible country and this unbelievable economy, and forged one of the great democracies of the world. That is why it's a true honor to stand here today and address this assembly in your ancient and eternal now capital, Jerusalem. I'm proud to have helped in that regard. This city and this nation stand as living proof that a much brighter future for this entire region is truly within our grasp. For thousands of years, Jerusalem has been a home to Christians, Jews, Muslims, and people of all ethnicities and creeds. This is the holy center of the world's three great Abrahamic faiths. I like that too. Adorned, it's the first time I've seen that word in a while. Adorned with their sacred sites and alive with their pilgrims and visitors from every corner of the globe. But here between the Western Wall, the Temple Mount, and the hill called Calvary, people of every faith and background live, work, pray, serve, and raise their families side by side, and they do it with love. This example is just one of the modern miracles that Israel has given to the world. And just in closing, the leaders in this chamber know better than anyone else the challenges of this harmony, and it's been easily won. No, it hasn't. It has not been. It's been so tough, but it has been, some say, a miracle. What you've done is a miracle. Look at your size. Look at your chances when it all started. And you know, if you think about it, you are safer today, stronger today, and more respected today than at any time in the history of Israel. Think of it. People used to say it wouldn't exist. They don't say that anymore, do they? Yet if safety, security, and coexistence can thrive here in the winding alleys and ancient paths of Jerusalem, then surely peace and respect can flourish among the nations of the broader Middle East. The God who once dwelled among his people in this city still calls us, in the words of Scripture, the turn from evil and do good, to seek peace and pursue it. So he still whispers truth into the hills and knolls and valleys of his magnificent creation, and he still writes hope into the hearts of his children all over the world. And that is why even after 3,000 years of pain and conflict, the people of Israel have never given up from the threats of Zionism, from all sorts of threats. You want the promise of Zion. You want the promise of success and hope and love and God. And the people of America have never lost faith in the promise of a great and blessed future for all of us. From the very first day that modern Israel was founded, we have stood together through thick and thin of setbacks, and through victory and defeat, through glory and heartache. We have built industries together. We have made discoveries together. We have confronted evil together, and we have waged war together. And perhaps most beautifully of all, we have made peace together. And this week, against all odds, we have done the impossible and brought our hostages home. So now we're going to forge a future that is worthy of our heritage. We're going to build a legacy that all the people of this region can be proud of. New bonds of friendship, cooperation, and commerce will join Tel Aviv to Dubai, Haifa to Beirut, Jerusalem to Damascus, and from Israel to Egypt, from Saudi Arabia to Qatar, from India to Pakistan, from Indonesia to Iraq, from Syria to Bahrain, Turkey to Jordan, the United Arab Emirates to Oman, and Armenia to Azerbaijan, another war that I just settled. We are going to have hope, harmony, opportunity, and happiness here in the spiritual and geographic center of the entire world. That's what you are. Israel, America, and all of the nations of the Middle East will soon be safer, stronger, greater, and more prosperous than ever before. And I want to thank you all once again for this exceptional honor. This has been truly an honor. It's seldom that a president is invited to do this. And I love Israel. I'm with you all the way. You will be bigger, better, stronger, and more loving than ever before. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. And God bless the Middle East. Thank you, everybody. Good luck. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Standing ovation for President Donald Trump, who's just wrapped up his historic speech to the Knesset. He's given a standing ovation before he said a word, and there he is getting a warm round of applause. There is probably nowhere else on earth where President Trump is more loved than here in Israel today. There we are, wrapping up a long and wide-ranging and at times very humorous and entertaining speech there. The Prime Minister Netanyahu and Opposition Leader Yair Lapid also speaking as well. President Trump will now make his way to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, where 20 world leaders are waiting for him, where he's co-hosting a summit to talk about the future of Gaza. He paid tribute to Israel, and the message was, if we can distill it down to, you have won, essentially. Israel has won the war. All the while, we have seen video of the 20 living hostages who were released today from Gaza being reunited with their families. There he is, President Trump, leaving the Knesset. No hurry to get to Sharm el-Sheikh. Apparently, off he goes now to take his plane to Sharm el-Sheikh. Prime Minister Netanyahu, we have learned, will not be joining him. The Prime Minister says he's not going to Egypt because of the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah, which falls tonight at sundown in just a couple of hours. But there goes President Trump, clearly enjoying his time in Israel, clearly beloved by politicians from the left. To the right, our senior correspondent Owen Alterman and security analyst Yaakov Lapin are with me in the studio. Welcome to you both. Let's break down that speech then, Owen. What stood out for you? I mean, what can we add? We did.
Well, look, obviously, I think it's a speech, Laura, it's going to be remembered for the president's charm, his always endearing charm, and obviously the tangents. Steve Witkoff's 5-hour meeting with Vladimir Putin, the state of Jared and Ivanka's marriage, the reason for changing it from the Department of Defense to Department of War.
General Raisin Cain.
General Raisin Cain's nickname, how can we forget? Miriam Adelson and how many times she comes to the White House, and it goes on and on. That said, there was a kind of core message, and of course, there's some subheadlines. The core message was consistent with Donald Trump's message throughout this visit. And in the run-up to this visit, this war is over. Now it's time to pivot towards making peace. He's full of optimism and hope that this is a region filled with rational actors, that if only they can come to their senses where they already are, they'll act rationally. They'll do what makes sense for them and for their people and for their economic interest, and they'll reconcile and make peace. Of course, up to and including Iran, who wants to do a deal. They don't want to dig holes in mountains anymore. Those mountains have been destroyed, and I just ordered a whole bunch of new B-2s, right? The Iranians want to make a deal, and wouldn't that be wonderful? And obviously, from there, it flows the rest of having the Abraham Accords countries sign up as soon as possible, and of course, points to Jared Kushner in the audience, and so forth. So that message was consistent. And two subheadlines. One very notable tangent for those of us in Israel, of course, turning stunningly, I think, to President Herzog in the middle of the speech, saying, why don't you give Prime Minister Netanyahu a pardon? As we all know, this is one of the most hotly charged issues in domestic Israeli politics.
Yeah,
the state
you
of
had
Netanyahu's
to
legal
feel
cases.
for the president there. He was really put on the spot, wasn't he?
And not only him, you even saw Avigdor Lieberman standing behind Netanyahu applauding. It's the last thing he wants to applaud to, Netanyahu's political rival. But what is he going to do? Donald Trump stood up there and said it. So it put, I think, it was an awkward moment maybe for Netanyahu himself, though it can sometimes be hard to read in situations like this. Obviously, a notable tangent will be getting a lot of attention.
He clearly enjoys the Israeli political scene, doesn't he? The bitterness of the rivalry. He was clearly playing on that.
He felt at home, and that was wonderful to see because people made him feel at home. Of course, there was the incident of two members of Knesset from one of the Arab parties, one actually a Jewish member, but with that party who were thrown out of the hall, raising a sign saying recognize Palestine. We saw Donald Trump's very graceful response. That was efficient, he said, and then moved back to another tangent story about Steve Witkoff. The other sub-headline, of course, was when he talks about Benjamin Netanyahu and says he's not the easiest guy to deal with, but that's what makes him great.
That's what makes him
kind of
great.
Candid expression of their relationship and the respect that Donald Trump has for Netanyahu, as Netanyahu, in Trump's view, stands up for Israel and his interests. So that was very interesting to see that kind of very nuanced and I think very effective endorsement that Trump gave. Not that Netanyahu has a shortage of political adversaries and people in this country don't like him, but that was obviously a moment that I think will stand out. But again, coming back to the core message of Donald Trump's unbridled optimism, but the future of Middle East peace, which I think will be met with some skepticism.
Yeah, as President Trump said, he is the best friend of Israel, the best friend Israel has ever had in the White House. Yaakov Lavin, of course, as we were speaking, we saw numerous hostages, thankfully, reunited with their families. Absolutely wonderful scenes. Avia Natan or Guy Gilboa, Delal, many hostages reunited with their families after so long. We also heard from the Prime Minister Netanyahu right before Trump spoke, and he said, because there has been some speculation over whether Israel sees this as the end of the war or just a ceasefire, and Prime Minister Netanyahu says, you brokered the deal that ended the war. Your thoughts?
Well, Prime Minister Netanyahu certainly paid all of the due respect to President Trump for enabling this remarkable deal, which really almost nobody thought was possible. And the point here is, I think what Prime Minister Netanyahu is thanking him for is not only a deal that results in the immediate release of all living hostages, but also to do that under the conditions of the IDF retaining more than 50% of the Gaza Strip. This is the thing, this is the combination that very few people thought was possible. That does not mean that Prime Minister Netanyahu has given up on the idea of enforcing the remainder of the Trump clauses. And I think that what we're going to see behind the scenes is very intensive behind-door discussions between the Israeli teams and the White House about what comes next. Because at the end of the day, you know, they can set up a technocratic Palestinian government, and they can bring in elements of the PA into this, and you know, elements of some of the militias will be involved to a certain degree, et cetera, et cetera. At the end of the day, Hamas controls approximately 50% of the Gaza Strip. It's going to start rebuilding. Not only is it not
Gaza City, for example.
Gaza City and the urban areas, not only is it not going to disarm, it's going to immediately try to re-entrench and rebuild.
Well, I mean, we've already seen signs of that, haven't we, where they brutally murdered all of their enemies over the past 24 hours in Gaza City.
That's right. They're fighting with militias, and the militias are fighting back, so they're trying to reestablish their control. But they fully plan on restarting their arms industry. They want to start rebuilding rockets, even if they can't smuggle. They'll try to use dual-use equipment, et cetera, et cetera. And so the question is, when the time comes to hold this international process to account, and when Israel will say, look, you said Hamas has to be disarmed. It's not disarming itself. You said Gaza has to be demilitarized. It's going in the opposite direction. What will Trump say? This is the big question, and it's not yet clear, but I think as far as Prime Minister Netanyahu is concerned, there is no way that Israel is going to go back to the pre-October 7th containment approach.
But that was so interesting about this speech very quickly that it was an important headline. If we go back to Netanyahu's speech, which feels like eons ago, and Trump, of course, made mention of how long the three speeches were before him. Netanyahu talked about the end of the war in a very definitive way, and that is a major headline because he hadn't done that up until now.
Yeah, because there was some debate about whether or not Israel sees it as the end of the war. I just want to pick up on something we were talking about before the speeches, because we were saying that the president of Indonesia was due to visit Israel tomorrow. There was a lot of excitement about that. I have to say, Indonesian officials, anyway, have said have denied those reports. They say that the president will not be visiting Israel tomorrow, just to set the record straight on that. We're also learning that Benjamin Netanyahu will not be going to Sharm el-Sheikh. Right. That's because of the Jewish holiday of Simchat.
But coming back to this point, the two very important updates, of course, critical. But come back to this issue of the end of the war. Netanyahu had, in his previous public comments, including videos issued just the last few days, left space for Israel to go back to fighting for exactly the reason that Yaakov just talked about. What we're seeing inside the Hamas-controlled part of Gaza, the ambiguities in the agreement, and, of course, decades of bitter history in the Middle East. What else can we say? But Netanyahu came out there and a number of times talked about the end to the war in a very definitive way. Now, again, he may have been doing that out of respect for Donald Trump, waiting for the wheel to turn and for be able to have the opportunity to convince Trump that he needs to be able to go back and have a military operation for exactly the reasons, again, that Yaakov talked about. But again, very, very noticeable that Netanyahu, in a very planned and strategic way, made an effort to go out there and to pin himself down, at least on this afternoon here in Israel, about calling this the end of the war.
This is a victory lap, essentially, isn't it, for Israel and the United States?
100%. And just to put this into greater context, look, the war against Hezbollah ended, quote unquote, back during the ceasefire in 2024. And since then, the Israeli Air Force has been striking on an average of twice a day, sometimes more. Several hundred, probably more than 500 Hezbollah operatives have been killed. Hundreds of sites have been destroyed, including very recently. So that's what the end of the war looks like in Lebanon.
That's not being covered by international news outlets.
Right. So there was a separate side agreement between the U.S. and Israel enabling this enforcement. And the big question is, will this be repeated in Gaza? My hunch is absolutely it will. The question is, at what scope? Will it be this kind of Air Force operations? Will it be ground forces? But the idea that the IDF is done operating in Gaza, I think, is simply not realistic.
Well, that's a best-case scenario for Israel, that the Lebanon precedent could be applied in Gaza. Of course, Lebanon is different from Gaza. Gaza gets a kind of international attention. The demography and topography is different. The urban setting is different than in southern Lebanon. The amount of civilian casualties has been different. So that all raises the question of whether the precedent can be applied. Of course, Israel will hope it can.
I was actually speaking to a Palestinian analyst just yesterday, Ahmed Al-Khatib, who you know well, and he was saying he was actually concerned about the role of Qatar in Gaza going forward. He says that Trump's done a deal with Qatar, and now Qatar is in there and will have an influence over Gaza going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Israel has to be vigilant. Not only Qatar, also Turkey. We have got to minimize the Turkish role in Gaza. These are two pro-Muslim Brotherhood countries. We don't need these countries heavily involved in Gaza. We need the Emiratis involved in Gaza. We need the Saudis involved in Gaza. We need the genuinely moderate Arab states, the real leaders of the Arab world. Those are the countries that we want to see active in the future of the Gaza Strip. Now, let's remember again, more than 50% of Gaza is under Israeli security control. So we're not just talking about the security perimeter. We're talking about kilometers beyond that. And what that means, most importantly, from a security perspective, is that the terrorists, the death squads of Hamas, will not be repositioning themselves back on the borders of the kibbutzim, of the communities. Israel. That is the most important achievement, in my view, right now, after the return of the hostages.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on one last point before we go. We've got a couple of minutes left. Only 4 dead hostages will be returned today. That is a huge disappointment to the families here. Of course, Hamas is holding the bodies of 28 hostages. Only 4 will be returned today.
Yeah, unfortunately, this was quite predictable because there were several warning signs along the way. Hamas was saying, we can't find all the bodies. Some of them are under rubble. There's no question in my mind that some of this is also Hamas attempting to leverage this. There were plenty of warning signs that we would get to this very difficult situation regarding the return of the bodies. But I think that this can also be overcome. The question is what needs to be done. There'll be teams sent to the ground. There'll be an international team.
It's supposed to be an international force, right?
An international force to look for them in the rubble. And I'm sure that Hamas is going to also have some demands. This is unfortunately part of the negotiations, as tragic as it is and terrible for the families. And also, let's remember the families of these murdered hostages. I mean, I don't think it's right to only frame this as a day of celebration. We have got to remember the mourning, the massive mourning that is also underway all over the country.
And the hundreds of IDF soldiers,
exactly right,
who have fallen fighting in Gaza. Owen Alterman, Yaakov Lapin for now. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to take a very short break. We will be back with you. Our live coverage continues as the 20 living hostages who were freed today from Gaza are reunited with their families. Wonderful images for all of Israel. This is President Trump wraps up his speech to the Knesset. He's now on his way to Sharm el-Sheikh. Prime Minister Netanyahu, though, will be staying here. Stay with us. This is i24 News.
Are high interest rates keeping you from selling your home? We have a way to get you more money for your home while saving thousands in commissions. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent who will sell your home fast, for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We paid a 2% commission, which I don't think we would have had with any other agent, and we got top dollar for our house, and we are just so happy about it, and the results were fantastic.
Ideal Agent connected me with the top 1% agent in my market, and I actually got it at a discount, and I saved about $12,500, which is unheard of when you're working with the top producer in any industry.
We've helped tens of thousands of home sellers get 5-star results with top-performing experts you can trust. We guarantee it. Ideal Agent is available nationwide, there's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Want to stay on top of the news no matter where you are? Introducing i24NEWS' brand new news website. On our website, you'll find all the latest articles, interviews, and live broadcasts. Everything you need to know right at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24NEWS app today. i24NEWS, we're coming to you live from Tel Aviv. I'm Laura Sellier. Thank you for staying with us. All of the 20 living hostages are back in Israel, back with their families. They've been reunited with them throughout the day. But Israel has also learned that only 4 of the deceased hostages will be handed over today. 28 deceased hostages are being held in Gaza, and we're all supposed to be handed over today. Only 4 will be handed over today. We've just been listening to President Donald Trump address the Knesset, the first presidential address since 2008. Trump telling Israel it has won the war and now is the time for peace. Prime Minister Netanyahu also thanking President Trump for brokering the deal that ends the war in Gaza. President Trump now on his way to Sharm el-Sheikh, where he'll be co-hosting a summit along with the Egyptian President Sisi, along with 20 other world leaders, as they talk about the future for Gaza. With me in the studio this hour, our senior correspondent Owen Alterman and security analyst Yaakov Lapin. Yaakov, let's pick up what we were talking about before the break, what we can expect from this summit in Gaza, because it would appear that already Hamas is trying to dodge some of its obligations. Of course, Israel has already released the 2,000 Palestinian prisoners, including 250 murderers and terrorists. But it is clearly either because it cannot or it will not locate the remains of the 28 hostages still in Gaza.
Yeah, that's the most immediate and pressing issue now, is the entry of this international team looking for the suspected locations of the bodies of the hostages and making sure that Hamas doesn't issue any extraordinary demands in order to facilitate that. That's obviously going to be the most pressing thing. And simultaneously, split screen, the conference in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, And I think this is really going to be about the Arab world positioning itself. And there's going to be rivalries here within the Arab world about who is going to take the lead. I think Egypt wants to play a lead role in Gaza's reconstruction. I think that obviously Qatar is going to want to see promises that were made to it basically come to fruition. And so there's going to be a lot of internal Arab politics at this conference, as well as discussions about the future of Gaza. And they're going to, I'm sure, talk about the sending of, some kind of international force that's supposedly going to carry out the disarmament of Hamas. And these are really, to my mind, just words, because really, I think the idea that Hamas is going to actually hand over, its rocket launchers, its RPG launchers, its Kalashnikovs over to some force in any significant manner. And the idea that this force will somehow demolish, the tunnel system under Gaza City is frankly divorced from reality. So they're going to have to contend with that. They'll also talk about the technocratic Palestinian, government that they're going to want to set up under the stewardship, of this board of peace. There's going to be a lot of ideas and positive energy that's going to be thrown around in this conference, but it's going to run smack bang into the reality of Hamas remaining in that 50% of Gaza, and they're going to try and navigate this very complex reality with Israel on the side, with its finger on the trigger.
Well, of course, famously, the last time Egypt hosted an international summit on Gaza, they managed to produce a huge document about who would pay for the reconstruction. Right. Hamas was not mentioned even once. So we'll see how they're going to deal with that. Let's go to the Sheba Medical Center, where the hostages have been taken throughout the day. We've got the latest helicopter arriving there. Our Robert Swift is standing by. Rob, who are we looking at here?
Down in the last few minutes. I believe that we hope that Yusuf Hana and Hana are on board this flight, although we haven't received confirmation or been able to confirm that visually ourselves yet. Now, this helicopter has just landed. At the minute, it appears that they're getting ready to depart from the back of the chopper. Last time they did this, a couple of hours ago, they deployed a screen out in front so that they could block the view of the journalists. I suspect they're going to do the same thing at the minute, but we're waiting for that to take place. Of course, as I said, this is the second helicopter to arrive here. Earlier today, Steve Berman and Gally Berman, twin brothers, arrived by helicopter. At that time, we could see them waving out the window to us in their colourful yellow and blue strips. As yet, we've not seen anybody on board the helicopter, not seen anybody waving yet. And aside from the flight crew, nobody's yet departed from the helicopter. But everybody's standing by. A lot of anticipation here in the crowd off to our right-hand side. They're also waiting to see who's about to emerge. A lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation here.
And of course, most of these hostages are pretty young, aren't they? What kind of updates do we have about their health at this stage? We know, thankfully, that they were all able to walk towards the sisters. They didn't need any help walking. What do we know about the state of their physical health at this stage?
That's right. With regards to their age, it's correct that these were the younger of the hostages. Most of those who were older or female or who had other health issues, they had been previously released in other releases earlier in the year or earlier in the war. With regards to the state of the hostages being released today, as you say, the first big sign of optimism came through with regards to the fact that all of the hostages, they left captivity on their own steam, on their own two legs, and that will be, a big sign. You can maybe just see now that some of the medical staff are helping people depart from the helicopter. At the moment, it does appear as if they're not deploying the screen to block our view, so we may actually be able to see the hostages, as the former hostages rather, as they depart from the helicopter with a minibus there waiting for them. With regards to go back to your question, as I said, they do initially look in relatively good health considering the ordeal they've all been through. It will be at this hospital, Sheba, and at the two other hospitals. You'll see now some people departing from the back of the helicopter.
Is that Yossi Chaim Ohana? Not sure. It's hard to tell, isn't it?
He may be, yeah, from this distance, I can't be positive. But yeah, sorry, to answer the question, essentially, as they go through the medical checks, the more long-term health complications, that is where those will be diagnosed. Treatments will be made available, and we'll begin to get some sort of understanding of the long-term physical health conditions that the hostages are going to be dealing with. Of course, this is private medical information, and we as the public may not get instant access to that. That is, of course, absolutely the prerogative of the families.
And Rob, this really is worlds away, isn't it, from the previous hostage handovers when Hamas controlled all the optics. Hamas controlled the ceremony. We saw, Yarden Bibas, whose entire family was murdered. We saw Eli Sharabi, whose family was murdered and who was, emaciated severely emaciated. This time, there is a real effort to preserve the dignity, the privacy of the hostages as they make their way towards the hospital and the medical staff.
Yeah, I think, look, first of all, it's always been the case that the medical staff at the hospitals have made a big effort to protect the privacy of the former hostages as they arrived at the hospitals. And with regards to the overall nature of the deal taking place, I think the fact that all living hostages have now been removed from captivity, it's kind of removed a level of precariousness that always hung over the hostage deals. On previous occasions, there was always a concern that the deal could collapse at any minute, and obviously that would leave people alive in Hamas captivity. That threshold has been crossed now, and I think that might explain some of the feeling of security that the Israeli authorities seem to have as they're handling a situation. That this is not the first time that they're dealing with it, but there is a difference in the vibe in which they're going about it, I think, today.
Yeah, right. And of course, that was 8 months ago, of course. The last time we saw hostages released, that was back in February. So, of course, these hostages, these young men, have all been held for much longer in very harsh conditions. So their health needs will be different. Thank you, Rob. We'll be back with you shortly. Robert Swift there down at the Sheba Medical Centre. And throughout the day, we have been seeing these images of hostages being taken to hospital. And also this is absolutely wonderful. This is Eitan Horn being reunited with his brother Yair Horn. Yair was also a hostage, but he was released back in February. And he said that he had been basically living mentally in Gaza ever since, because he could not continue with his life until his little brother Eitan, that's Eitan on the left there in the red shirt, was back with him. So there we have the three Horn brothers reunited for the first time in more than 2 years. And these are the scenes and the images that are absolutely bringing the country together in joy and happiness. But it is, as Jakob pointed out, a happiness very much tinged with sadness, because the price of the hostages has been very high, of course. Hundreds of IDF soldiers have fallen. Thousands have been wounded, many with life-changing injuries. So we remember them as well today. Well, let's bring in Eric Mandel. He's with us now, and Eric is the founder and director of the Middle East Political Information Network and a senior editor at the Jerusalem Report. Welcome to the programme, Eric, on this very historic day. And I'm sure you were listening to President Trump's wide-ranging, very encouraging, uplifting speech about Israel and what lies ahead.
Yes. First of all, my comment is, wow. It reminded me of a congressional State of the Union with the continuous standing ovations. But what made it special is in Congress, only half the Republicans stand. Here in the Knesset, everybody stood up. The president was completely in his element. The element was victory, and he enjoyed every moment. When you looked at who he thanked, a couple of the people that really stood out was the idea of giving Miriam Edelson the credit for the Golan annexation, and also just that he specifically called out Ron Dermer, because to my mind, I saw Ron Dermer as one of the authors of the 20 points. I see this as a Israeli 20-point plan. When he reached out to the Israeli people, that they forged one of the great democracies on this tiny piece of land, it could not have been a better healing, to help begin the healing in Israel, to hear an American president say this, and this great tour de force as he went from defeating ISIS to Iran to today's ceasefire. And he directly told the Palestinians that you have to stop. I think the quote was, stop tearing down Israel. And he tied today's ceasefire to the Iran strike, which I thought was incredibly important. He said that before he said to the Iranians, we don't hate the Iranian people, but we want the Iranian regime to make a new deal. And he also said certain things in there about jihadism, which was incredibly important. So what it translates to, the other thing was last night I was being interviewed and I was saying I was disappointed that Bibi was not asked to go to Egypt, but it seems like Bibi was asked to go. I'm not sure that it's a great idea that he didn't go or not, but the fact that he was asked, I think speaks volumes. And so the president was now reaching out saying—
Do you think he should be there, Eric?
You know, I think the offer is 90% that he could be there, using the excuse of Simchat Torah and he wants to be here. Maybe just part of a kabuki dance of manipulating all the things that the Arab country, that there's going to be maybe hopefully pressure on the Arab countries to join in with the Abraham Accords. He made special praise of the 4 countries that never broke off ties from the Abraham Accords. And so I think, initially, if he wasn't invited and he has a good excuse, if you will, or a plausible excuse, I think that's okay. But who is really going to defend Israel's interests more than the Israelis? But I tell you the truth, when you hear what the president said, that there was zero daylight, that Israel is a vital ally, and it was not based upon shared interests. It was based upon values. We always say that a U.S.-Israel relationship is based upon values. I think President Trump really made the point that of the shared values, Israel is this amazing democracy, talked about the 3,000 years. So I think by Bibi not going, but being invited, I think that's okay.
And you're right, Eric. I mean, as we saw from that speech, President Trump is very fond of Israel. He loves Israel. He's the best friend Israel has ever had, as he put it. We can see that when we listen to him. But you have reported on this yourself, haven't you, recently? That the numbers in the polling in the United States tell a worrying picture. That even Republicans are becoming more and more unfavourable towards Israel because they've seen what's going on in the war. A lot of misinformation that's been spread by Qatari money and Chinese algorithms, but that is getting through to American eyes. So do you think that President Trump's speech today can do anything to change that?
Well, I hope so. There's a lot of damage control. And the damage control is, as you point out, there is the isolationist, or I'll say anti-Semitic part of the far right, the Tucker Carlsons and Candace Owens. And you have, unfortunately, seeping into the mainstream Democrats, where they can only see, criticism. Everything is couched in criticism, even when there is this great ceasefire. We think about the deafening silence of the left in the United States. And when the ceasefire came, they were saying, ceasefire, ceasefire. And there's a ceasefire plan, and they were quiet because it was never about a ceasefire. It was about demonizing Israel. But the other thing you touched on is incredibly important. Qatari money. So is there going to be a change in how Qatar acts going forward? I think that is one of the most important things. There are reports, and some people are saying that Al Jazeera maybe has toned down a little bit its anti-American rhetoric. I don't think anti-Israel rhetoric yet. But now there is an Al-Thani who's the head of Al Jazeera. So there's no plausible deniability, which there never was. So I think that it's incredibly important. But that money coming into the United States through the Qatari Foundation, which has been causing misinformation and manipulation against Israel and trying to hurt the U.S.-Israel relationship. This is where hopefully President Trump and his team can lean on the Qataris, saying, it's time for you to be on our side a little bit. We gave you the security guarantee. We're giving you a place in the United States to train your Air Force. Now you got to do some more for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Eric, great to talk to you as always. Thank you very much indeed, Eric Mandel.
Congratulations to the people of Israel today. Let's celebrate today. We'll worry about the problems tomorrow.
Absolutely. A good message to end on, Eric. Thank you so much. And as we've been speaking, we should say that some of the hostages who have been released today have not been seen alive since October 7th. There's been no proof of life for Segev Kalfon and brothers David and Ariel Cunio. So they are now back in Israel with their families. All of the hostages are back in Israel. Hamas has said, though, only 4 deceased hostages will be handed over today, which is a source of great and bitter disappointment to many families here in Israel who are desperate to give their loved ones a proper burial. Let's go down to Hostages Square. Our Emily Francis is there. Emily, has that news put a bit of a dampener on things where you are?
No, actually, we haven't. The news has not really circulated so much here. I didn't even know that until just now. We've been really here celebrating and focusing on the positive. They didn't make any kind of announcement. We were just looking up in the air like this for the past 10 minutes as we saw 3 different choppers flying overhead, sharing and celebrating the Berman brothers, Nimrod Cohen and Eitan Horn, who were taken to the hospital right here for us to see. It's really incredible. It's something that a story you can't even make up. It's like a real life. It's almost like a movie, but it's real life. It's just one of those things that I think we know we're living through history, but at the same time, it's like you're on the outside looking in of history. And I think for all of us, it's still going to take some time to really sink in. Of course, after the huge adrenaline rushes and the celebration, people singing, people dancing. There is not the 60,000 people there were here earlier, but you can see people are still staying here, staying in the energy, watching President Trump's speech on the big screen here. The crowd was pretty quiet, except for some big applauses when he said all the things about how much he loves Israel. So, this is just... I'm out of words. It's just one of those things that we're living to see. It's really something. It's really something unbelievable, and it feels like this is going to give a new meaning to Hatikva, to the word, the hope, and I feel that this is giving Israelis a closure and a reason to move forward, and a burst of energy that none of us have had for the past 2 years. All that energy was spent with anxiety and nervousness, and now it's like just letting it out with smiles and laughs and tears, happy tears for a change.
Yeah, and you've been there so many times, haven't you, Emily, over the past 2 years? I mean, Hostages Square, it kind of sprung up, didn't it, right after October 7th, a place for the families who were dealing with this astonishing trauma, who didn't know what had happened to their loved ones, to gather, to put up signs, to take care of each other. And it's kind of become this rallying point, hasn't it, over the past 2 years?
It sure has. I remember being here. We all remember the first few days. I remember the first day being right here, and the clock was right there. And it was the first day, but it said day 2. And I remember everybody was a little, because they counted it the day of October 7th, not starting from October 8th. And I don't think any of us, back then it was terrifying. We know this was still ongoing, but I don't think anybody anticipated this would be a 2-year journey. In fact, I just want to offer a story also. I remember covering the beginning of when they were setting up the location for the hostage families. And I met Yarden Gonen, the sister of Romy Gonen. And it was, we bonded immediately, and she was sending videos of her speaking on the phone with her sister. I mean, everybody had so much energy and optimism that they would come home. The fact that this lasted as long as it did, almost with no positive end in sight, is really quite remarkable that we as a people got through this and have a happy ending, which many were starting to question that there would be.
Emily, thank you so much. Emily Francis down at Hostages Square on what is a joyous but also very bittersweet day in many ways. Thank you very much, Emily. We'll be back with you later in the programme. And we've got another image of another released hostage who's been reunited with his family. This is Maxim Herkin. He's a dual Israeli-Russian citizen. There he is hugging his father, and you can see Maxim looks very different to how he did 2 years ago when he was taken hostage from the Nova Music Festival. So there he is embracing his father. And there's been, I think, only one proof of life of Maxim since he was taken hostage. So there he is with his father, I believe, being embraced by his father at Reim. And we're going to see these images coming in throughout the day as the hostages whose names, whose stories and whose families have become very well known to everyone here in Israel. So there we have another reunion, a much-needed reunion. All right, with me in the studio this hour, Yaakov Lachin and Owen Alterman. And that is a bit of a dampener, isn't it, on the celebrations today, that only 4 of the deceased hostages will be released. We don't know the names or the identities of them as yet.
Yeah, I think the expectation was for more, although the promise wasn't necessarily for more. The documents themselves are ambiguous. In some places, they say that by the end of the 72-hour deadline, which passed at 12 o'clock local time just about 4 hours ago, Hamas was supposed to hand over not only all living hostages, but also, Laura, the remains of all of the hostages. But in other parts, it says that Hamas only needs to turn over the remains that are in its possession. And at any rate, the expectation, whatever the document said, was that Hamas wasn't going to release all of them, whether because they genuinely could not find them because of the devastation of Gaza, or whether because, as usual, Hamas is not acting in good faith, or because of some combination. But as you and Yaakov were talking about earlier, this is a story that's going to stay with us, even as we look at the incredible pictures from today, from Hostages Square on the left, from the return of hostages. I believe this was the return that our own Rob Swift took us through at the Sheba Medical Center just a short time ago. The kinds of pictures that we've become at Reim, at the Reim military base, where the hostages were accepted coming in from the Gaza Strip. These are the pictures that we've been accustomed to today, but we are now transitioning into that proverbial day after, which is here. Even Benjamin Netanyahu himself said at the Israeli Knesset from the podium that this is the end of the war. He couldn't have been more clear, albeit, again, with the important caveat Yaakov was saying before, that the situation on the ground in Gaza may prompt him to try to reopen that commitment. But at any rate, the day after is here, and with it, this saga of the bodies. But not only that, and one of the important challenges for the government going forward is how much to prioritize this issue as opposed to the many other grievances that Israel is going to have with Hamas, with Hamas's sponsors, and even with the United States.
Right, and right now Hamas is busy butchering anyone who stood up against its rule in the past few months. Any Palestinian who was brave enough to go out against Hamas is finding themselves in great danger today after, ironically, the IDF has withdrawn and actually put those people in more danger. How many troops are we talking about in Gaza for the foreseeable future?
Well, the exact number is not known as of now, but there are still at least 3 divisions that are deployed across the Gaza Strip holding that line, and that obviously includes the Gaza Territorial Division and 2 other sort of maneuvering divisions that could be thrown into any arena. And, the IDF is definitely preparing for the next stages. Now, if we're talking about, the threats that remain, first of all, I think that we have to keep a very sharp eye on the Abu Shabaab militia. This militia has got to receive Israeli protection. It was set up with the assistance of Israel. And second, let's not forget, the 2,000 terrorists are being released. Of them, 250 mass murderers. And we have to keep a very close eye on them as well, because they're going back. Most of them will be going back to terrorism.
None of them will be going back to Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, though, right?
It's
to Gaza or abroad.
Or abroad,
correct?
Via Egypt, but they can cause a lot of damage. We saw a lot of Shalit deal prisoners going to Turkey, setting up a very deadly Hamas headquarters. They can create a lot of trouble overseas, and it's harder to get to them overseas. So this is something that the Israeli intelligence community it's not going to have a lot of work on its hands.
And on Turkey, just a quick note before we go, President Erdogan apparently refused to land his plane in Sharm el-Sheikh unless he got the assurance that Prime Minister Netanyahu would not be going to the summit. So the official account is it's the holiday of Simchat Torah, but there could be more complicated diplomatic reasons for that as well. We'll keep you updated here on i24 News. We're going to take a very short break. More family reunions going on throughout the day as those hostages come back to Israel. Stay with us.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-598-5843.
Bad posture. The ever-increasing hours we spend sitting, working, and even while trying to relax at home is twisting our vertebrae out of alignment and creating strain and pain on muscles, ligaments, and joints. A scientifically designed spine and back support device that uses precision biometric technology to perfectly align the back and spine for all-day comfort and support, creating perfect posture for your back every time you sit down. Now features extra-wide acupressure comfort pads as well as an extended height back panel for even more support, making it perfect for all body types. Also features a precision wing design that perfectly cradles your back and spine with amazing ergonomic support that leaves you feeling refreshed and energized even after sitting all day.
How do you get your news? How do you know what sources to trust? And to paint a clear picture of the entire story, you need a breakdown of the constant stream of events, top stories, expert analysts, and the best journalists bringing you real voices on the ground. We're breaking it all down on The Rundown. Get the facts, stay informed, and be a voice of reason for the Middle East.
Welcome back to our live coverage on i24 News. I'm Laura Sellier with you live from Tel Aviv, and all 20 living hostages are back in Israel. We've been seeing those reunions coming in thick and fast over the past few hours. And we can see Eitan Moore back with his family, mom and dad flanking him. We've been seeing hostages, some of whom have not been seen alive since October 7th, like the Cuneo brothers, for example, or Avi Natan, or the boyfriend of Noah Agramani, who was rescued. There is Guy Gilboa Dalal being reunited with his family. Guy, of course, was featured in several horrendous Hamas propaganda videos. And who could forget this is Eitan Zangalkar. Wonderful to see him and Matan Zangalkar being reunited there with his mother, Enav. Wonderful to see that. Enav really fought so hard to get her son back. That really does bring a tear to your eye, and there are tears being shed all over Israel today. Tears of happiness, but also tears of bitterness and sadness, because of course not all of the hostages are coming home. The remains of 28 hostages are still being held in Gaza, and Hamas will only release 4 of the bodies today. So as always in Israel, it seems joy and happiness really tinged with sadness and bitterness, as we remember as well the hundreds of IDF soldiers who have given their lives to battle the terrorists in Gaza. And Prime Minister Netanyahu, during his speech earlier today, He singled out one wounded soldier. We remember, of course, many soldiers were wounded, some with life-changing injuries fighting. 468, that's the number, 468 soldiers were killed fighting Hamas in Gaza. Well, with me in studio this hour, security analyst Yaakov Lapin, our senior correspondent Owen Altman as well, and Daniel Sheck is with us. He's the former ambassador to France, and he's also a member of the Hostages Forum as well. Welcome, Daniel. What a day.
Yeah, what a day.
It's been a while, but I'm glad to have you with us on this very important day. How do you feel?
He chose well. A very, very emotional day. You know, you can't get enough of these images. I've seen, I don't know, probably hundreds of times, and it still brings a tear to your eye, as you said. And the Hostages Square was such a special place today because it's a square that has seen the tens of thousands of people who gather there every week in all sorts of moods. There were days of sadness and days of hope and days of frustration and days of anger. And today, everyone was just happy, and even happier than in previous releases, because in the previous releases, everybody had in the back of their minds that there were still hostages in Gaza. But now, at least the live hostages are back. There are still 28 hostages in Gaza, and the Forum has promised to remain active until the very last hostage comes home. And that is what we're going to do. There is already concern that there's a very small number of dead bodies that are expected to be delivered by Hamas today. But we are hoping that this is just a temporary setback.
Because there is a plan in place to locate
yes, but we were I mean, they say that they will bring 4 people. We expected over 20. So
you're expecting more than 20 today.
Yeah.
What do you think happened? Do you have any?
I have no idea. I have no idea. But you know, if we're talking about this and the joy and everything, I think one of the beauties of this community of families of hostages that was created over such a very, very long period is that the families of the deceased hostages are able to share the joy of the returning hostages,
right,
and vice versa.
So the parents, for example, of Omer Nutra.
Yes, for example, everyone. I mean, they were there. They were at the square.
Oh, this is Elkana Bobot. Elkana
Bobot.
Elkana. And we saw him in one of the horrible propaganda videos, didn't we? He's back with his wife. And they have a little boy, right?
They have a little boy, Re'em,
wow,
who is now 5, who hasn't seen his father for nearly half his life.
Yeah.
And
he probably barely remembers him, I would imagine.
Yeah. Well, I think Rivka Shuhu is an amazing woman. She was very active in the Forum. Mm. She took a lot of she took care that he remained, you know, with all the limitations of a 3- and 4-year-old.
Photos and videos.
Yeah, and produce all sorts of, you know, drawings and things. His father, and she always said that they spoke about him a lot. And but still,
I mean, given how you've been working with the families of the hostages for the past 2 years, how do you explain how someone can hold on to hope like that for so long? I mean, some of these people, they didn't see a single image or get any news at all about their loved ones.
My honest answer is that I don't know how they do this. I simply don't understand how you can muster the strength and the fortitude and the perseverance to keep on going. I will say, though, that there are some family members who didn't have that strength and who remained really very introverted and didn't participate in the fight and never got out of it. Yeah. But most of them, they were just amazing, and they remain amazing even after their loved ones come back and they continue the fight for the others.
Yeah, Daniel, thank you for now. President Trump, there in his enormous car, is on his way to Air Force One, where he will be flying off shortly to Sharm el-Sheikh. He's really...
With a small delay of 4 hours.
4 hours, is it? He's way over schedule. He was supposed to speak at
I'm sure he's enjoying the thought that 30 world leaders are sitting around having coffee, waiting for him to show
twiddling
up.
their thumbs and waiting. But there he goes. He's going to get on the plane now. So it was a very short flight, isn't it? I would imagine. But we've had all sorts of last-minute diplomatic incidents, if you will. For example, we thought that Prime Minister Netanyahu was going. He says he was invited by the Egyptians. The Egyptians actually said that he was going earlier. We then learned that he would not be going, and the reason was that it's about to be the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. But we heard that the Turkish president said he wouldn't go, and the Iraqi prime minister said he wouldn't go if Netanyahu was there. So what are we to make of it all, Owen?
Well, in retrospect, not surprising, obviously, as we're about to see the president get out of the beast and go into his Air Force One, presumably a Boeing 747, as he talked about in his speech.
Yeah, nice.
All the leaders have them, or they better have them and not show up in an Airbus. Wonder how Macron feels about that. But in any case, look, in retrospect, obviously not surprising, and may have been the reason in the first place why Netanyahu hadn't been invited, because the focus was on the Arab world and Turkey. And of course, there is the guest of honor about to get his send-off.
Indefatigable, isn't he? He's had to fly from America today. He's made this speech, and now he's off to Sharm el-Sheikh.
Doing one last handshake with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
And
he's not an easy guy to deal with, but that's what makes him great.
That's what makes him great. And President Herzog, who he really put on the spot in quite an awkward way, didn't he, when he said that President Herzog should pardon Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Well, he's used to meddling in judicial affairs in his own country. Why not do it elsewhere?
It was a fun moment for Donald Trump, but obviously an awkward moment for other people in that hall. But there he is, of course, on the tarmac, about to go up those steps, savoring every last minute here in Israel. One last conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and of course, Sarah, his wife, standing next to him. And Trump will go on to Sharm el-Sheikh, where he again will be the star of the show, along with, in that case, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. And in the normal course, Laura, an event such as this one in Sharm el-Sheikh that brings together dozens of world leaders to talk about the Middle East would be a major, major event here in Israel. But of course, given these pictures, and even more so the pictures you were just talking about with Daniel Sheikh of the freed hostages, it's tertiary today, but still very, very important, because the day after in Gaza is so very important. And in Donald Trump's view, taking the widest view of 3,000 years of war in the Middle East, it's about the future of this entire region, where Trump again will leave Israel after coming here with this message of unbridled optimism, including up to and including Iran, and the fact that they, because it's in their economic interest to do it, will want to do a deal with him, let alone Turkey and Iraq and everyone else wanting to be involved with Israel. But of course, the challenges in bringing Netanyahu, again, see on our screens, to that summit, I think, start to point at some of the difficulties in realizing that vision and some of the flaws of that argument. But it is, I think, refreshing to have someone with that kind of unbridled optimism coming into the region and trying to believe that the force of his charm and personality can bring it about. But he has brought us to this point. He has brought us the pictures of the hostages.
Optimism and ambition. I mean,
very ambitious.
I just hope that he can keep this going, because the perseverance of President Trump is vital for any movement forward in the next steps of this or any other plan. If he loses interest, then I don't see how this project will have a better outcome than all the previous projects that weren't that different than this one. It's the somehow brutal force of Donald Trump which has brought us here, and which hopefully will bring us to the next steps.
It's an iron will, isn't it? And it's something he's been talking about since 2017. This is something he is deeply committed to. He says he wants peace. And he had a very optimistic message for Israel, didn't he? He said, you know, the war's over, fighting's over. Leave that aside now. You've done everything that you can do with weapons and arms. Now is the time to build on your prosperity.
Yeah, he said that, but there are a couple of jihadists in Gaza City, I think, that have different plans for the long term. They're not going to change their spots overnight. They're taking a tactical pause. They didn't want the IDF marching on Gaza City, and Trump was able to absolutely, bring the Arab world on board, create real pressure through Qatar and, incredibly Turkey on Hamas. So Hamas has decided to prioritize its survival and basically start rebuilding both its regime and its terror army as far as it's concerned for as long as possible. They want that time to do the rebuilding. And as we've been saying, the big question is what happens now going forward? How will Israel convince Trump that it has the right to basically implement itself, enforce by itself, if the international efforts fail, the next clauses regarding the disarmament of Hamas, just as Israel is doing in Lebanon today, where there is officially a ceasefire, but the Israeli Air Force is active on an average of twice a day. So those are the big questions. But I would say, immediately going forward, beyond these incredible scenes, the fact that the IDF is now in control of over 50% of the Gaza Strip is a game changer, because that means that Hamas's death squads will not be positioned a kilometer away from our communities in the Western Negev. They're going to be kept far away by the IDF, and that's really good news for the security of southern Israel going forward.
And in terms of diplomacy, Daniel Sheikh, yourself a former ambassador, I mean, all of Israel's enemies have been rejoicing at every possible sign of so-called daylight between Israel and the United States. There is no daylight between Israel and the United States today, is there?
No, there is none. There's a question about how do you close this gap? Is it entirely because both sides agree completely on everything? Or is it because Donald Trump simply knew how to twist Benjamin Netanyahu's arms hard enough to make him agree, which I think is probably closer to reality. I don't think that Netanyahu was suddenly convinced by the vision of world peace that Donald Trump brought up in his 20-point plan. But it doesn't matter what the reason was. I often said, this is a strange negotiation diplomatically, because it's a negotiation between two parties who basically didn't want an agreement for different reasons. So they were cornered into having an agreement through the force of the United States on the one hand and the coalition of Arab states from the others. But now that they are there, I hope that it will simply continue.
And there he is, Donald Trump, pumping his last fist pump as he continues to linger in Israel and bask, I think, quite rightly.
He's had a great time here.
He has had a great time here. And part of the reason he had such a great time here, I think, goes back to this conversation you were just having with Daniel Sheikh. Donald Trump has found this magical way here in Israel, Laura, Daniel, Yaakov, to appeal to both right and left.
And he does appear to enjoy stirring up the political divisions here.
He sure does.
He was having good fun, wasn't he? All right, Owen, sorry, 1 second. I will come back to you in a moment, because I do have to go right now to Sheba Medical Center, because we have got some breaking news. Former hostages, I should say, Ariel and David Cuneo are just arriving now. Our Robert Swift is there. And, Rob, we haven't had a sign of life from these two brothers, have we, since they were taken from their homes in... Daniel Sheikh, you'll correct me, kibbutz Kfar or Nahal Oz? I'm terribly sorry. I'm lost with the timing. I'll check that. Ariel and David Cuneo, two brothers, are just arriving.
Near Oz, kibbutz Near Oz.
Near Oz, I'm sorry. Near Oz. They were taken from their home. Of course, Ariel, Robert Swift is there for us now. Rob.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You may just see now some of the family members departing from the back of the helicopter. That's the third chopper to land here today. David and Ariel Cuneo are aboard this aircraft and are going to be making their way now. I think you can just see some of them coming out the back of the helicopter. Just a few minutes ago, a previous helicopter arrived about 10 minutes ago. That one with Elkano Bochbot on board. And prior to that, we've also seen the arrival slightly earlier of Yosef Chaim Ohana and Bar Kupperstein in the last hour or two. So this helicopter pad in front of us has been pretty busy, as you can see them making their way to the waiting minibuses. Worth noting here that earlier, when the first helicopter arrived with the two Berman brothers, Aziv and Gali, the screen that we as journalists have been accustomed to seeing being placed across the helipad to block our view, that was put up earlier, not with this arrival and not with the arrival just a few minutes ago. Not clear at the moment why that's been the case. But, as I say, they'll make their way from the helipad past the crowds of friends and families who've been waiting for this moment. And they'll go into Sheba Medical Center, where the real medical checks will begin. At Raim, they already had a first medical examination, a quick bit of triage, but it's here that the real recovery will begin, both physical and the mental care, which will be provided alongside their families here at the hospital.
Yeah, and we know, of course, Ariel Cunyo is the partner of Arbel Yahud, who was herself a hostage. They were taken together. Arbel was released in one of the earlier hostage deals, so they will be reunited for the first time today. Astonishing. She's really been suffering and campaigning for his release. So we've got two brothers there, Ariel and David Cunyo. We haven't seen or heard from either of them since they were taken on October 7th. They are alive and well and back in Israel. Thank you very much, Rob. We've just had an announcement from Hamas in the last few minutes. They have confirmed that they will be handing over the remains of Bipin Joshi. Bipin, of course, the Nepalese agriculture student who was murdered by Hamas. There had been some uncertainty over whether or not he was alive, so Hamas have now confirmed that he is deceased and his remains will be handed over later today. Yossi Sharabi, the brother of Eli Sharabi, a hostage who was released earlier this year, his remains are also being released. Hamas will also hand over the remains of Daniel Peretz and Guy Iloz. So the bodies of 4 hostages. So Daniel, the family of Inbar Hayman, the only woman, the only female hostage still being held in Gaza, will not be getting her remains back today.
No, apparently not. But as I said earlier, we were really expecting a much higher number of deceased hostages delivered today. I know that there will be great disappointment. The expectation is, including in the agreement, for 28 dead hostages. Realistically, I think that that won't happen immediately. I was present when Mr. Witkoff met with the families the day before yesterday, and he was very cautious about this issue. He said that they expected the best effort from the Palestinians to deliver everyone, but that there were real difficulties and that there would be a very strong concerted intelligence effort through Israel, the United States, and other players to try and locate all the 28 dead hostages. But that there were some objective physical difficulties, even in some cases when it was known more or less where, in which tunnel a hostage was held. If a 10-story building was destroyed above it, then objectively it's difficult to get there.
Right.
But still, the objective remains the same. 28 dead hostages.
And that's what I was going to ask you. You were getting to this, Daniel, but to what extent is there a feeling among the families that the difficulties are genuine? And to what extent is there a feeling among the families that, as usual, Hamas isn't acting?
Well, obviously, there's no unanimity on this. There are some people who simply don't believe Hamas and think that they're keeping some people hidden somewhere, and they will say we can't find them, and then one day suddenly they will find them. I can't exclude that. It's not an impossibility. But on the other hand, there are real difficulties, and for the moment, we're focusing on getting as many of them and as quickly as possible. And we know that some of the deceased hostages, including some who were taken hostage as dead bodies already. Some died in captivity, but many were taken dead. They were buried in cemeteries, so they should be easy to locate. And I hope that this is just a temporary hiccup and not more than that.
We know that we're also getting the remains back of Guy Iloz.
Yes.
He was 26 years
Right.
old. He was from Ra'anana,
Right.
and he was caught by Hamas.
Yes.
Fleeing
And
the Nova Music
Michel, his
Festival.
dad, is one of the leaders of
that's right.
among the families. He's on the board of the elected board of the family leadership. And
terrible time.
I accompanied him on one or two of the foreign trips that we did, meeting with other people. And he's a big guy. He's very tall and strong. But when he speaks about his son, he's
it's something you can never
very
recover
emotional.
from.
Very emotional.
We've just heard from the IDF spokesman, Eli Defrin. He's made a statement. We're going to listen to that now.
Today, after 738 days, the last 20 living hostages have come home. After enduring the cruel captivity of the Hamas terrorist organization, today they return to their families, to their homes, and to their nation. This is a defining moment, a moment that belongs to the people of Israel and to all those who believe in humanity. A moment that belongs to the soldiers who fought with courage, to the families who waited in faith, and to the fallen whose sacrifice made this day possible. The IDF has kept its sacred promise to bring our people home, and we will not rest until the mission is complete. We are prepared for the return of all the fallen hostages and expect Hamas to abide by the terms of the agreement. On this night of Simchat Torah, when light returns after great darkness, we say together, welcome home. Today, the state of Israel stands taller. From the depth of our pain, we have shown the world that Israel does not forget its people. No man or woman is left behind. May their return bring strength to us all.
All right, that was the IDF spokesman, Eli Defrin, just giving an update. Says that Israel is committed to bringing back all the remains of all of the hostages. Yaakov Lachman and the IDF will, as you have told us, be staying in Gaza for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it's very important that Israel reaffirms its expectation of Hamas to deliver all of the remaining bodies, as was stipulated by the deal. Absolutely vital that both the political echelon and the military state clearly that Israel expects Hamas to make every effort to deliver those bodies. Now, we were talking about this international team, and as Daniel mentioned, there is a lot of rubble, and that is going to be one of the factors. We don't know what Hamas is holding back on. These are unknown, so this is going to be a struggle. Now, regarding the other things, the IDF spokesperson said that Israel expects Hamas to abide by the agreement. What is this agreement? We're talking again about disarmament. We're talking about demilitarization.
This is point 13 of President Trump's plan, right? Hamas and other factions will not have any role in the governance of Gaza, directly, indirectly, or in any form. And all military terror and offensive infrastructure, including tunnels and weapon production facilities, must be destroyed. The question is, who will destroy?
And it definitely won't be Hamas, right? Hamas is not going to destroy its own tunnels. It's not going to give up most of its strategic weapons. On the contrary, it's going to try and rearm itself. And an international force, I don't see an international force taking on, the world's most asymmetric, challenging urban warfare arena in the world. So these are really big questions. We're not there now. This isn't the topic for today, but this is definitely a shadow in the coming months. And it's something that the IDF will definitely be preparing multiple responses to once the time comes to deal with failures to disarm Hamas. But today we're at a very different place. This is obviously a very, very important moment for the nation to begin its internal healing. We will have a lot of time to talk about how to disarm Hamas, but my hunch is that the IDF is going to have a lot to do with it.
And of course, we see now Air Force One about to take off from Israel, but Donald Trump will continue to be busy as he has kept those leaders famously waiting in Sharm el-Sheikh. He'll go on to that conference there where they will talk about this assuredly, and other issues about the governance, about the reconstruction of Gaza, about the issue of aid that is such an important and vital issue to many people abroad. And so there is much work to be done. As for this issue of the demilitarization, if you look closely at the document, there's this understanding that this document calls for the disarming and demilitarization of Hamas, but it's just not there. it's not there in a clear-cut way. Laura, you were reading part of the text from Target 13, and you read it correctly. And it does talk about giving up offensive military capabilities and the tunnels and so forth. But what about defensive capabilities? And also, there is a process of demilitarization. What does that mean? A process or a result?
Yeah, you've got to look at the text, haven't you? I see the lawyer in you coming out now. Right.
We will be coming back to this text
Always
quite a
back
bit.
to the text. We're going to take a short break. Stay tuned.
Are high interest rates keeping you from selling your home? We have a way to get you more money for your home while saving thousands in commissions. At Ideal Agent, we'll connect you with a top local agent who will sell your home fast, for top dollar, and all this for as low as a 2% commission.
We paid a 2% commission, which I don't think we would have had with any other agent, and we got top dollar for our house, and we are just so happy about it, and the results were fantastic.
Ideal Agent connected me with the top 1% agent in my market, and I actually got it at a discount, and I saved about $12,500, which is unheard of when you're working with the top producer in any industry.
We've helped tens of thousands of home sellers get 5-star results with top-performing experts you can trust. We guarantee it. Ideal Agent is available nationwide. There's no obligation, and best of all, our service is completely free. Call today or visit idealagent.com.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Introducing the brand new i24NEWS Video On Demand app. You'll have instant access to all our programs, reports, in-depth discussions, and expert commentary, all at your fingertips, whenever you want it. So what are you waiting for? Download the i24NEWS Video On Demand app today.
Welcome back. We are live from Tel Aviv. I'm Laura Sellier. This is i24NEWS. And we continue our coverage of the return of 20 living hostages, all of whom are now back in Israel, back with their families and getting much needed medical assistance. We've been getting pictures and images throughout the day of them being reunited with their family members, some of whom have not been seen or heard from since October 7th. So great relief here in Israel, but also great sadness for the hostages who will not be coming home alive and who will not be getting a hug from their family members. 28 hostages, the remains of 28 hostages are still being held in Gaza, and Hamas has said in the last hour it will be handing over the remains of 4 hostages, Guy Iluz, Yossi Sharabi, Bipin Joshi, and Daniel Peretz. So just 4, but Israel says it is working to increase that number. Daniel Sheikh is from the Hostages and Missing Persons Families Forum. Our senior correspondent, Owen Altman, and security analyst, Yaakov Lapin, are all with us in the studio. And this puts an end to a terrible period of uncertainty for Bipin Joshi's family over in Nepal, who are hoping desperately that their young son would still be alive.
There were 2 people where there was doubt, mostly because there was no information. And one of them is Tamir Nimrodi, and the other is Bipin Joshi. Maybe a word about the hostages who had no connection to Israel. I mean, no Israeli citizenship. I'm a bit wary to call them innocent bystanders because most of the hostages were innocent bystanders, but they were more innocent than the usual. They didn't have Israeli citizenship. They were Tanzanian people, Thais, a Franco-Mexican guy who had an Israeli girlfriend, and Bipin Joshi was here on a scholarship.
And he'd only been here a few weeks, I understand.
He'd been here for 3 or 4 weeks.
Yes.
And first of all, it has to be said that the Israeli authorities consider all the hostages as being eligible for all the aid that the Israeli state gives, regardless of their nationality. And the same goes, obviously, for the Forum of Families, which has offered all that we can offer to these people. Not all of them want. For example, the Thai embassy preferred to have its own operation and hardly had any contact with the Forum. Unlike the Joshi family, Bipin's sister was in Israel not long ago. She was here to plead to use our channels of, to the media and to world leaders, etc., to speak up on his behalf. But unfortunately, there's closure for everyone, but for some it's happy closure, and for others it's just closure.
It's worlds apart, isn't it?
Yes,
and on that note, our Ellie Hochenberg joins us now from Hostages Square down in Tel Aviv. Ellie.
Yes, Laura, we are here alongside so many people who's been just, keep on arriving, coming and going. And the square is full throughout the day, even from last night already. There is a very profound urge to just be together. Every helicopter that hovers above, the crowd is looking up and cheering and applauding, not knowing who is there, but knowing that someone they care about is there, someone they fought for so long to bring back home is there. So again, there is a profound sense of, I wouldn't say ending, but yes, a sigh of relief that after, essentially since 2014, this is the only time we can say there are no Israeli hostages being held by Hamas at this point in time. Of course, the Trump's speech, the very long Trump speech, nevertheless extremely spicy, interesting one, was broadcast here live in the square. Standing ovations time after time when he was talking about the Israeli resilience, about the uniqueness of the Israeli people throughout this struggle. But the people here are not going anywhere.
Oh, and Ellie, sorry.
There is the
Ellie,
second
sorry to interrupt
phase
you.
Of the first phase, and this is
Ellie,
the
sorry to
bodies,
interrupt you. Just stay with us, Ellie, but I just want to draw the viewers' attention to what we're looking at on the left of the screen. That is Segev Kalfon. He is being taken to hospital here in Israel. I'm not sure which hospital he's at. There he is. Look at that. Spirit of defiance. Wonderful. Lifting the Israeli flag up in the air. He is back. We didn't hear anything from Segev during the whole 2 years he was held in captivity. He is now back with his family, back in Israel. Remarkable to see him there. But of course, as we've been speaking about Daniel Sheck, a lot of the hostages, they do appear to be in good health, but a lot of that is down to adrenaline, isn't it?
Yeah, so obviously you'd have to speak to an actual medical doctor about this. I can only recommend to invite Professor Hagai Levin, who is head of our medical team at the Forum. He's really become a world-renowned expert on dealing with hostages who are being held for a long time. But yes, as a layman's, what I hear from Hagai is that often the adrenaline and the happiness for coming back sort of covers up the reality of the real physical condition. And there are physical conditions that don't show in the outside. I mean, if there are, for example, untreated injuries, and there are hostages from the first release from November 23 who are still in medical treatment, who are still undergoing surgeries, badly treated broken limbs or other internal injuries. And there is the issue of rebuilding the body's resilience after such a long time of lack of vitamins and minerals and
fresh air and sunlight.
Yeah,
as well.
It's not just calories that the body needs. The body needs a lot of things, and that's why it's also very dangerous to overfeed people who are malnourished. And the IDF was asked to convey very clear messages to Hamas through the mediators to please not overfeed the hostages, even when they know that they're going to release them, or to do so under very strict medical surveillance.
That's what happened after the Holocaust, wasn't it? When
Yeah,
Holocaust
exactly.
survivors were,
It can
soldiers,
be deadly. It can, as simple as that, it can be deadly.
This is wonderful news. Alain Noël, the talented pianist, he's already back playing the piano. First thing he wanted to do after he hugged his family was get back on the piano.
One of the most famous hostages, I must say, worldwide because of the piano, because it was, I don't remember who had the idea of placing pianos all around the world, yellow pianos or just pianos with his image on it. But he's become very famous, a celebrity.
Haven't they? They've been so creative in keeping their cause alive.
It's been striking, and it's one of the striking features of the forum's work over the course of 2 long years to always find a new creative way to put this front and center in the public discourse and is around the world. And this struggle was such a success. I know it didn't seem that way at times, and the feeling is that they should have been brought home earlier.
Yeah,
but in its own terms, in terms of being out there and being successful and having this, as we see the pictures of Hostages Square, itself a creation of the forum. I remember in the first initial weeks of the war when this came to fruition and the displays, the changing displays, and we mentioned one of them that went around the world, the posters, the marches up to Jerusalem, the protests, of course, every Saturday night here in Israel, the displays around the world. It was always the strong leg of Israeli diplomacy, and it wasn't only because of the work of the foreign ministry. Daniel.
I mean, I appreciate the compliments, and it's very generous. And in a way, it's true, and I can say it's true because I had very little to do with it. I'm not a really creative person. But internationally, which was what we were doing, the diplomacy division, the challenge was always how to keep this story alive for such a long time.
Because we know how the news cycle works, don't we?
Exactly. I mean, we're all journalists here. In such a fast-moving world of information. And there, I must say that there were people with unbelievable ideas.
Although it hasn't moved on from Gaza, I have to say, that has managed to stay in the headlines, hasn't it? Day after day.
Well, maybe it shouldn't have.
Alan's mother, Edith, says that he, because there was a lot of concern, wasn't there, that he was going blind in one eye.
Yeah, he was losing his eyesight.
Very little from his right eye, she says, but he hasn't had the full medical treatment, and he doesn't know anything about what has been going on in Israel for the past 2 years. He had no idea about the rallies that you helped to organise.
Because many of the hostages did.
Some of them did. They saw
some of them got access to television, sometimes radio.
He said
just information from their captors. But
he was absolutely shocked, apparently, to see people at Hostages Square holding his picture.
Amazing.
So that just shows you they've been completely oblivious to what's going on, some of them. Our Robert Swift is down at the Sheba Medical Centre. Rob, what's happening?
Of it is getting ready to kick off, but hasn't yet departed. It just arrived a few minutes ago, where it dropped off Segev Teflon, who made his way. He walked off of the helicopter, across the helipad, and then got onto a small minibus. It took him a little while to get out, because as the minibus departed from the helipad, it was stopped by the crowd. Friends and family ran up to stop the minibus, and from what we could see, Segev, he waved to them and he spoke to them out of the window of the vehicle. We've seen some of the former hostages do that before. It was slightly surreal because one of the people that had come to greet him as he arrived was holding a massive cutout picture of him. But of course, it was him inside the bus that they'd all come to see. And he is only the latest of the former hostages that have arrived here. about once every half an hour, a helicopter has been arriving. Sometimes the smaller Black Hawk helicopters, like you can see behind me, which have only been carrying a single hostage and their relative. But other times, larger helicopters bringing in larger batches of returnees. Before this one, we had the Canino brothers, Ariel and David, who were the last to arrive. They made their way, again, waving and smiling. Both of them looked in remarkably good health, considering what they've been through. They mostly just looked extremely happy and pretty pale, which is obviously an indication of the conditions they've been held in, the fact that they haven't seen much in the way of sunlight in the last 2 years. But from the smiles on their faces, it was clear that they're happy to be out, happy to be here. We stand by to receive more former hostages to this location. I believe from what the Chivo Medical Center spokesperson has told me, we expect another 2 helicopters to arrive, potentially within an hour of now, bringing in the last of the hostages to this location. Of course, worth bearing in mind that this is not the only hospital. Epilov and Bellinson are also receiving former hostages to those 2 locations where they will undergo their treatment and evaluations there.
All right. Thank you very much, Rob. Rob Swift there down at the Sheba Medical Center. All of the 20 living hostages are now in hospital receiving medical attention, including Alain Noël, who's decided to do a bit of piano playing while he's waiting for his treatment as well. So all of the living hostages are out of Gaza. They're back with their families. They are in Israel and they are in hospital. The IDF says that it is demanding, it is insisting that Hamas uphold its end of the deal and make an effort to return more than just 4 of the deceased hostages. There are 28 bodies being held in the Strip. And Israel apparently not buying Hamas's story about not being able to locate the remains of all the hostages. President Trump is now on his way to Sharm el-Sheikh, where 20 world leaders are patiently waiting for him to arrive and begin that summit to talk about the future for Gaza, which is a complicated issue to say the least. The IDF staying in control of more than half of the Strip for the time being. And we were just talking, weren't we, earlier about the text, the 20-point text about the process of demilitarizing Gaza and what that might look like from here on in.
Right, and I imagine this is going to be a central talking point at this conference in Sharm el-Sheikh. They will talk about setting up a technocratic government for Gaza. They will talk about setting up an international force that will oversee the demilitarization of Hamas. And again, a lot of this is going to unfortunately be words on paper, because when it comes to disarming a jihadist organization that is utterly committed to its cause, which it sees as a holy cause for the destruction of the state of Israel, this is not a leopard that's going to change its spots. Or to put it even more simply, the day that Hamas willingly disarms is the day that it is no longer Hamas. So we can definitely talk about setting up alternative civilian frameworks for the Gaza Strip. I think that Israel should make a real effort to bring in the Saudis, bring in the Emiratis, bring in the truly moderate Gulf countries, bring in the Egyptians to the extent that they'd be willing to be involved, and keep out the Qataris to the degree that's possible. And even more than that, keep Turkey out of this, because Turkey is in no way a friendly power when it comes to the state of Israel under this president. Extremely hostile rhetoric, hostile action. It hosts a Hamas operational headquarters, which plans and orchestrates terrorism around the clock. I think Israel, behind the scenes, has got to take a very active role in terms of who is invited to be in part of the future of Gaza and who is kept out. And of course, we talked, at length already today about the issue of disarmament. I don't think it's going to happen, certainly not willingly by Hamas. And I don't see any international force that has the capability of doing it. So, how will the IDF make sure that it happens? I'm sure that that's going to be the topic of a lot of planning between them and the cabinet in the months that come ahead.
It's about diluting the influence of nefarious actors like Qatar and Turkey and leaning more on the Saudis, the Emiratis, although they have said they will not put a penny into Gaza until Hamas is out of there.
It's all going to be a challenge. Again, we can still linger. The pictures on our screen, again, of those emotional reunions of freed hostages with their families, and of course, the pictures from Hostages Square and from the release. One note about this issue of the bodies. What was actually agreed to by Hamas, at least according to the document that was published by the Khan public broadcasters, all of the bodies in Hamas's possession needed to have been returned, in principle, by the end of the 72 hours at 12 o'clock local time, which of course passed. Maybe it would have been better in retrospect to actually get Hamas to tell us how many of those bodies it had in its possession, so that could have been something that our negotiating team knew ahead of time. But at any rate, this is where we're at. As for this, look, this is a document that, again, as we said earlier, does not have a clear call, in my opinion, for Hamas to demilitarize. It says, and Laura, you read the words from now famous point 13, that there will be no role of governance, but beyond that, all military, terror, and offensive infrastructure, including tunnels and weapon production facilities, will be destroyed and not rebuilt. Okay, so of course, what is offensive infrastructure? Then it says there will be a process of demilitarization of Gaza. What a strange phrase. And one would imagine that the strangeness of that phrase is not a coincidence, that this was there in order to be ambiguous, in order to get both sides to say yes, and to become part of the 20-point plan and its process. And then you go to point 16, and not to get too lawyerly here, and I won't read the full text, but this is about the Israeli military's withdrawal from Gaza. And in one point, it says that the timetables will be linked to demilitarization. That's going to be a very, very important set of 3 words for Benjamin Netanyahu and for the Israeli government as it moves forward, because it's going to say we aren't going to leave the 53% until there's progress in demilitarization. Here it is in black and white in the text. But another reading of this paragraph is that it's not linked even primarily to demilitarization. It's linked to this international force being put into place and trained and mobilized, and that they will be ready to take over the territory. And once they're ready, the Israeli military is supposed to leave whether or not Hamas is disarmed. So these are the kinds of disagreements that stem from the text but are going to be made very practical. I hope that at this conference in Sharm el-Sheikh, they talk about the demilitarization and disarming of Hamas. I fear that they will talk a lot more about the governance, which again may be less relevant given Hamas's control of the streets and the 47% of Gaza that it de facto controls, and will be more focused on rebuilding and grandiose plans, the rehabilitation and rebuilding of Gaza, so that Donald Trump and Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and the rest of these countries can maneuver their ways to be the ones taking the lead and make announcements that won't have a lot of relevance because Hamas will still have its
arms. Could mean that we could be tragically going back to war in a few years' time. A lot of it comes down to the control of the Rafah crossing, the Philadelphia corridor, because if Hamas cannot rearm via this important border with Egypt, I mean, what hope does it have?
Yeah, and this is, a little bit mysterious because on the face of it, they're talking about Palestinian, Egyptian under European, supervision border crossing. But the question is, where's the IDF in this equation? And I think that the IDF will be in proximity of that border, especially the Philadelphia corridor, the very, very strategic Philadelphia corridor, which separates Sinai from Gaza. I think Israel has got to insist that it remains in operational control of that area. Otherwise, we're going to see the resumption of smuggling efforts.
Sorry, Yaakov. I think that's Avinatan Or, unless my producer could tell me otherwise. Oh, it looked like Avinatan Or. Daniel, do you think so?
I think so, yeah.
Right. Of course, we haven't seen a sign of life from him either since October 7th. And he was in one of the most chilling videos to come out of October 7th.
We got a strong sign of life right there.
Strong sign of life. Strong young man,
even thinner than most of the others.
Yeah, he does look thin. They all look thin. And we can only imagine the horrendous treatment they've endured at the hands of terrorists in Gaza. Is that Avinatan Or? Looking very happy. He will soon be reunited with his girlfriend.
Noah Argamani,
who was rescued, of course, in that daring IDF operation last
and herself
June.
Became an eloquent spokesperson on the international stage for her now freed boyfriend and all of the rest of these hostages who have come home.
There he is, Avinatan Or. He's going to the Balancent Medical Center. It's astonishing to see the courage and the real determination to connect with their people after being held apart.
Imagine how overwhelming it is after being isolated for so long. The
Possibly
only communication
underground.
you have with people who are very hostile to you, who are doing you nothing but harm.
Yeah.
And suddenly, all this love around them. It's.
We've got a message from the family's headquarters for the return of the hostages. They've just put out a statement. They say they demand an immediate halt to the implementation of the agreement until the full and complete release of all the fallen. That's all the deceased hostages. Hamas's violation of the agreement must be met with a very severe response from the government and the mediators. An agreement must be respected by both sides. If Hamas does not fulfill their part, Israel should not fulfill its part either. We demand all 28 abductees hostages. We will not give up on anyone down to the last hostage.
And on that, going back to the decision by the Israeli government, Laura, to approve this agreement, the text of the government decision was released to the public, but there were classified appendices and what we may be calling the now famous Appendix B, which included countermeasures. What would Israel do? What would be the bank of countermeasures if Hamas didn't live up to its side of the bargain? And what the forum is saying is, okay, we now have seen Hamas not living up to its sides of the bargain and not returning the number of bodies that it's required to do, whether that number of bodies was the full 28 by the end of the deadline or all the bodies in its possession, because as Daniel Sheck said, it's reasonable to assume that Hamas has access to more than 4.
So what can Israel do?
Well, there's
Stay
this
in
bank of
Gaza?
countermeasures that is in a classified appendix that we don't have access to. But one hint in the government decision, Laura, by the way, is that appendix is referred to in another part of the decision in connection with aid. So maybe there will be some kind of connection made between aid and the return of the bodies, although it has to be said, if past experience is any guide, that kind of connection often has not worked in Israel's favor.
Think the first,
and has often been very, very problematic, and it might be that there are other countermeasures that should be proposed.
The first thing to do is to turn to the mediators. That is, before any countermeasures, they are the guarantors of this agreement.
Sorry, David, I do want to... look, there's Eviatar David. Look at that. Eviatar David will remember, of course, just a few weeks ago, we saw him in that horrendous hostage
A weekly
video.
jam session at Hostage Square for Eviatar.
Yeah,
A jam
Eviatar, there he is.
Eviatar.
Wow, look at his
He's
face.
also
Look
a
at his
musician.
He was in that horrible propaganda video, underground, clearly emaciated. He still looks very, very thin. Oh, my goodness. That really does give you chills, doesn't it? And there he is. He's alive. He's out of the tunnels of hell. He's back with his people. He's back with his family.
The contrast
Absolutely.
must be...
Oh, incredible, incredible. What a smile. Incredible to see him. That really is a spirit of defiance, isn't it? Eviatar David, one of the hostages who was featured in one of the most horrendous and shocking Hamas propaganda videos. I have to say, personally, as a journalist, probably one of the worst things I've ever seen. And he is alive and he's back with us, so that is wonderful. That is one of the real high moments of today, isn't it? Daniel, sorry, you were saying.
No, I was saying that the first thing to do
is
to talk to the mediators and to call upon their responsibility for this agreement. And then we'll see. But before you do countermeasures, you have to, especially if it's the
But
first
Israel
time.
has nothing to lose now, does it?
I would say also
the IDF
send in,
controls half of Gaza.
Yeah.
All the hostages are home. So
There's
what
also the
cards does
option
Hamas have?
of sending the team in to search. If Hamas says that it's somewhere in the area, send the team in and conduct searches in the rubble where they say it is. Let's see, where that leads us as well.
Now, I know for a fact that Hamas knows the precise location and holds the bodies of many more than 4 hostages. So there's something else behind this. It's not that they couldn't find
it's evidence of bad
24.
faith.
It's
clearly
bad
there's
faith
leverage.
or some technical difficulty, or I don't know exactly what that means. But it's not that they can't find more than 4.
That's why I'm saying
bodies.
call them on their bluff. If you say where the location is. If you say you can't get them, Hamas will send a team, the international mediators, and they can explore the location. Call them on their bluff.
They're trying to bring out every last...
I'm sure that
this is going to
Witkoff
be...
will have many phone calls today, and we'll have to deal with this, and we'll see. Everyone is united in Sharm el-Sheikh, so they can sort this out.
And we have got a sense lately that Qatar is running out of patience. It doesn't want to play this game anymore. It's really taken quite a lot of heat itself and would prefer to have that defence agreement with the United States. Would prefer not to be the ones to scupper President Trump's deal. Very quickly, Owen, before we
But that's the challenge. How do you rank this in order of priorities against other grievances, the role of Turkey and Qatar in Gaza, the disarmament of Hamas? This is going to be one of a very long list of grievances that Israel will have to take to Hamas, to Qatar, to Turkey, and to Donald Trump. Where does this rank in the list of priorities? It's going to be a very, very important question for the government and for our entire society.
I think, by the way, this is an immediate thing. This is chronologically the next thing that's supposed to happen. We've got families waiting for these bodies. This has to be the top priority, in my opinion, going forward.
Hamas is clearly trying to wring every last ounce of torture from the Israeli people. But the Israeli people are united today and happy and overjoyed to see these 20 people back with their families. We will continue our coverage. We're taking a very short break. Do stay with us. This is i24 News.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-598-5843.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת בחברת ההייטק הישראלית. אולי אצל יותר טוב, משה. גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בזמן התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Welcome back to our live coverage on i24 News. I'm Laura Sellier with you live from Tel Aviv, and all 20 living hostages are back in Israel. We've been seeing those reunions coming in thick and fast over the past few hours. And we can see Eitan Moore back with his family, mom and dad flanking him. We've been seeing hostages, some of whom have not been seen alive since October 7th, like the Cuneo brothers, for example, or Avi Natan, or the boyfriend of Noah Agramani, who was rescued. There is Guy Gilboa Dalal being reunited with his family. Guy, of course, was featured in several horrendous Hamas propaganda videos. And who could forget this is Eitan Zangalkar. Wonderful to see him and Matan Zangalkar being reunited there with his mother, Enav. Wonderful to see that. Enav really fought so hard to get her son back. That really does bring a tear to your eye, and there are tears being shed all over Israel today, tears of happiness, but also tears of bitterness and sadness because, of course, not all of the hostages are coming home. The remains of 28 hostages are still being held in Gaza, and Hamas will only release 4 of the bodies today. So, as always in Israel, it seems joy and happiness really tinged with sadness and bitterness as we remember as well the hundreds of IDF soldiers who have given their lives to battle the terrorists in Gaza. And Prime Minister Netanyahu, during his speech earlier today, he singled out one wounded soldier. We remember, of course, many soldiers were wounded, some with life-changing injuries fighting. 468, that's the number, 468 soldiers were killed fighting Hamas in Gaza. Well, with me in studio this hour, security analyst Yaakov Lapin, our senior correspondent Owen Altman as well, and Daniel Sheck is with us. He's the former ambassador to France, and he's also a member of the Hostages Forum as well. Welcome, Daniel. What a day.
Yeah, what a day.
It's been a while, but I'm glad to have you with us on this very important day. How do you feel?
He chose well. A very, very emotional day. You know, you can't get enough of these images. I've seen them, I don't know, probably hundreds of times, and it still brings a tear to your eye, as you said. And the Hostages Square was such a special place today because it's a square that has seen the tens of thousands of people who gather there every week in all sorts of moods. There were days of sadness and days of hope and days of frustration and days of anger. And today, everyone was just happy, and even happier than in previous releases, because in the previous releases, everybody had in the back of their minds that there were still hostages in Gaza. But now, at least the live hostages are back. There are still 28 hostages in Gaza, and the Forum has promised to remain active until the very last hostage comes home. And that is what we're going to do. There is already concern that there's a very small number of dead bodies that are expected to be delivered by Hamas today. But we are hoping that this is just a temporary setback.
Because there is a plan in place to locate
yes, but we were expecting. I mean, they say that they will bring 4 people. We expected over 20. So
you're expecting more than 20 today.
Yeah.
What do you think happened? Do you have any?
I have no idea. I have no idea. But you know, if we're talking about this and the joy and everything, I think one of the beauties of this community of families of hostages that was created over such a very, very long period is that the families of the deceased hostages are able to share the joy of the returning hostages,
right,
and vice versa.
So the parents, for example, of Omer Nutra.
Yes,
today,
for example, everyone. I mean, they were there. They were at the square.
Oh, this is Elkana Bobot.
Elkana.
And we saw him in one of the horrible propaganda videos, didn't we? He's back with his wife. And they have a little boy, right?
They have a little boy, Re'em,
wow,
who is now 5, who hasn't seen his father for nearly half his life.
Yeah.
And
he probably barely remembers him, I would imagine.
Yeah. Well, I think Rivka Shuhu is an amazing woman. She was very active in the Forum.
Mm.
She took a lot of she took care that he remained, you know, with all the limitations of a 3- and 4-year-old.
Photos and videos.
Yeah, and produce all sorts of, you know, drawings and things. His father, and she always said that they spoke about him a lot, and but still,
I mean, given how you've been working with the families of the hostages for the past 2 years, how do you explain how someone can hold on to hope like that for so long? I mean, some of these people, they didn't see a single image or get any news at all about their loved ones.
My honest answer is that I don't know how they do this. I simply don't understand how you can muster the strength and the fortitude and the perseverance to keep on going. I will say, though, that there are some family members who didn't have that strength and who remained really very introverted and didn't participate in the fight and never got out of it. Yeah. But most of them, they were just amazing, and they remain amazing even after their loved ones come back and they continue the fight for the others.
Yeah, Daniel, thank you for now. President Trump, there in his enormous car, is on his way to Air Force One, where he will be flying off shortly to Sharm el-Sheikh. He's really...
With a small delay of 4 hours.
4 hours, is it? He's way over schedule. He was supposed to speak at 11
I'm sure he's enjoying the thought that 30 world leaders are sitting around having coffee, waiting for him to show up.
Twiddling their thumbs and waiting. But there he goes. He's going to get on the plane now. So it was a very short flight, isn't it? I would imagine. But we've had all sorts of last-minute diplomatic incidents, if you will. For example, we thought that Prime Minister Netanyahu was going. He says he was invited by the Egyptians. The Egyptians actually said that he was going earlier. We then learned that he would not be going, and the reason was that it's about to be the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. But we heard that the Turkish president said he wouldn't go, and the Iraqi prime minister said he wouldn't go if Netanyahu was there. So what are we to make of it all, Owen?
Well, in retrospect, not surprising, obviously, as we're about to see the president get out of the beast and go into his Air Force One, presumably a Boeing 747, as he talked about in his speech.
Yeah, nice.
All the leaders have them, or they better have them and not show up in an Airbus. Wonder how Macron feels about that. But in any case, look, in retrospect, obviously not surprising, and may have been the reason in the first place why Netanyahu hadn't been invited, because the focus was on the Arab world and Turkey. And of course, there is the guest of honor about to get his send-off.
He's indefatigable, isn't he? He's had to fly from the America today. He's made this speech, and now he's off to Sharm el-Sheikh.
Doing one last handshake with Prime Minister Netanyahu.
And
he's not an easy guy to deal with, but that's what makes him great.
That's what makes him great. And President Herzog, who he really put on the spot in quite an awkward way, didn't he, when he said that President Herzog should pardon Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Well, he's used to meddling in judicial affairs in his own country. Why not do it elsewhere?
It was a fun moment for Donald Trump, but obviously an awkward moment for other people in that hall. But there he is, of course, on the tarmac, about to go up those steps, savoring every last minute here in Israel, having one last conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and of course, Sarah, his wife, standing next to him. And Trump will go on to Sharm el-Sheikh, where he again will be the star of the show, along with, in that case, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. And in the normal course, Laura, an event such as this one in Sharm el-Sheikh that brings together dozens of world leaders to talk about the Middle East would be a major, major event here in Israel. But of course, given these pictures, and even more so the pictures you were just talking about with Daniel Sheikh of the freed hostages, it's tertiary today, but still very, very important, because the day after in Gaza is so very important. And in Donald Trump's view, taking the widest view of 3,000 years of war in the Middle East, it's about the future of this entire region, where Trump again will leave Israel after coming here with this message of unbridled optimism, including up to and including Iran, and the fact that they, because it's in their economic interest to do it, will want to do a deal with him, let alone Turkey and Iraq and everyone else wanting to be involved with Israel. But of course, the challenges in bringing Netanyahu again see on our screens to that summit, I think, start to point at some of the difficulties in realizing that vision and some of the flaws of that argument. But it is, I think, refreshing to have someone with that kind of unbridled optimism coming into the region and trying to believe that the force of his charm and personality can bring it about. But he has brought us to this point. He has brought us the pictures of the hostages.
Optimism and ambition. I mean,
very ambitious.
I just hope that he can keep this going, because the perseverance of President Trump is vital for any movement forward in the next steps of this or any other plan. If he loses interest, then I don't see how this project will have a better outcome than all the previous projects that weren't that different than this one. It's the somehow brutal force of Donald Trump which has brought us here, and which hopefully will bring us to the next steps.
It's an iron will, isn't it? And it's something he's been talking about since 2017. This is something he is deeply committed to. He says he wants peace. And he had a very optimistic message for Israel, didn't he? He said, you know, the war's over, fighting's over. Leave that aside now. You've done everything that you can do with weapons and arms. Now is the time to build on your prosperity.
Yeah, he said that, but there are a couple of jihadists in Gaza City, I think, that have different plans for the long term. They're not going to change their spots overnight. They're taking a tactical pause. They didn't want the IDF marching on Gaza City. And Trump was able to absolutely, bring the Arab world on board, create real pressure through Qatar and, incredibly Turkey on Hamas. So Hamas has decided to prioritize its survival and basically start rebuilding both its regime and its terror army as far as it's concerned for as long as possible. They want that time to do the rebuilding. And as we've been saying, the big question is what happens now going forward? How will Israel convince Trump that it has the right to basically implement itself, enforce by itself, if the international efforts fail, the next clauses regarding the disarmament of Hamas, just as Israel is doing in Lebanon today, where there is officially a ceasefire, but the Israeli Air Force is active on an average of twice a day. So those are the big questions. But I would say, immediately going forward, beyond these incredible scenes, the fact that the IDF is now in control of over 50% of the Gaza Strip is a game changer, because that means that Hamas's death squads will not be positioned a kilometer away from our communities in the Western Negev. They're going to be kept far away by the IDF, and that's really good news for the security of southern Israel going forward.
And in terms of diplomacy, Daniel Sheikh, yourself a former ambassador, I mean, all of Israel's enemies have been rejoicing at every possible sign of so-called daylight between Israel and the United States. There is no daylight between Israel and the United States today, is there?
No, there is none. There's a question about how do you close this gap? Is it entirely because both sides agree completely on everything? Or is it because Donald Trump simply knew how to twist Benjamin Netanyahu's arms hard enough to make him agree, which I think is probably closer to reality. I don't think that Netanyahu was suddenly convinced by the vision of world peace that Donald Trump brought up in his 20-point plan. But it doesn't matter what the reason was. I often said this is a strange negotiation diplomatically, because it's a negotiation between two parties who basically didn't want an agreement for different reasons. So they were cornered into having an agreement through the force of the United States on the one hand and the coalition of Arab states from the others. But now that they are there, I hope that it will simply continue.
And there he is, Donald Trump, pumping his last fist pump as he continues to linger in Israel and bask, I think, quite rightly.
He's had a great time here.
He has had a great time here. And part of the reason he had such a great time here, I think, goes back to this conversation you were just having with Daniel Sheikh. Donald Trump has found this magical way here in Israel, Laura, Daniel, Yaakov, to appeal to both right and left. And
he does appear to enjoy stirring up the political divisions here.
He sure does.
He was having good fun, wasn't he? All right, Owen, sorry, 1 second. I will come back to you in a moment, because I do have to go right now to Sheba Medical Center, because we have got some breaking news. Former hostages, I should say, Ariel and David Cuneo are just arriving now. Our Robert Swift is there. And Rob, we haven't had a sign of life from these two brothers, have we, since they were taken from their homes in... Daniel Sheikh, you'll correct me, Kibbutz Kfar Aza or Nahal Oz? I'm terribly sorry. I'm lost with the timing. I'll check that. Ariel and David Cuneo, two brothers, are just arriving.
Near Oz, Kibbutz Near Oz.
Near Oz, I'm sorry. Near Oz. They were taken from their home. Of course, Ariel, Robert Swift is there for us now. Rob.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You may just see now some of the family members departing from the back of the helicopter. That's the third chopper to land here today. David and Ariel Cuneo are aboard this aircraft and are going to be making their way now. I think you can just see some of them coming out the back of the helicopter. Just a few minutes ago, a previous helicopter arrived about 10 minutes ago. That one with Elkano Bokhbot on board. And prior to that, we've also seen the arrival slightly earlier of Yosef Chaim Ohana and Bar Kupperstein in the last hour or two. So this helicopter pad in front of us has been pretty busy, as you can see them making their way to the waiting minibuses. Worth noting here that earlier, when the first helicopter arrived with the two Berman brothers, Ziv and Gali, the screen that we as journalists have been accustomed to seeing being placed across the helipad to block our view, that was put up earlier. not with this arrival and not with the arrival just a few minutes ago. Not clear at the moment why that's been the case. But, as I say, they'll make their way from the helipad past the crowds of friends and families who've been waiting for this moment, and they'll go into Sheba Medical Centre where the real medical checks will begin. At Raim, they already had a first medical examination, a quick bit of triage, but it's here that the real recovery will begin, both physical and the mental care, which will be provided alongside their families here at the hospital.
Yeah, and we know, of course, Ariel Cunha is the partner of Arbel Yahud, who was herself a hostage. They were taken together. Arbel was released in one of the earlier hostage deals, so they will be reunited for the first time today. Astonishing. She's really been suffering and campaigning for his release. So we've got two brothers there, Ariel and David Cunha. We haven't seen or heard from either of them since they were taken on October 7th. They are alive and well and back in Israel. Thank you very much, Rob. We've just had an announcement from Hamas in the last few minutes. They have confirmed that they will be handing over the remains of Bipin Joshi. Bipin, of course, the Nepalese agriculture student who was murdered by Hamas. There had been some uncertainty over whether or not he was alive, so Hamas have now confirmed that he is deceased and his remains will be handed over later today. Yossi Sharabi, the brother of Eli Sharabi, a hostage who was released earlier this year, his remains are also being released. Hamas will also hand over the remains of Daniel Peretz and Guy Iloz. So the bodies of 4 hostages. So Daniel, the family of Inbar Hayman, the only woman, the only female hostage still being held in Gaza, will not be getting her remains back today.
No, apparently not. But as I said earlier, we were really expecting a much higher number of deceased hostages delivered today. I know that there will be great disappointment. The expectation is, including in the agreement, for 28 dead hostages. Realistically, I think that that won't happen immediately. I was present when Mr. Witkoff met with the families the day before yesterday, and he was very cautious about this issue. He said that they expected the best effort from the Palestinians to deliver everyone, but that there were real difficulties and that there would be a very strong concerted intelligence effort through Israel, the United States, and other players to try and locate all the 28 dead hostages. But that there were some objective physical difficulties, even in some cases when it was known more or less where, in which tunnel a hostage was held. If a 10-story building was destroyed above it, then objectively it's difficult to get there.
Right.
But still, the objective remains the same. 28 dead hostages.
And that's what I was going to ask you. You were getting to this, Daniel, but to what extent is there a feeling among the families that the difficulties are genuine? And to what extent is there a feeling among the families that, as usual, Hamas isn't acting?
Well, obviously, there's no unanimity on this. There are some people who simply don't believe Hamas and think that they're keeping some people hidden somewhere, and they will say we can't find them, and then one day suddenly they will find them. I can't exclude that. It's not an impossibility. But on the other hand, there are real difficulties, and for the moment, we're focusing on getting as many of them and as quickly as possible. And we know that some of the deceased hostages, including some who were taken hostage as dead bodies already. Some died in captivity, but many were taken dead. They were buried in cemeteries. So they should be easy to locate. And I hope that this is just a temporary hiccup and not more than that.
We know that we're also getting the remains back of Guy Illouz.
Yes.
He was 26 years
Right.
old. He was from Ra'anana,
Right.
and he was caught by Hamas.
Yes.
Fleeing
And
the Nova Music
Michel, his
Festival.
dad, is one of the leaders of
that's right.
among the families. He's on the board of the elected board of the family leadership. And
Terrible time.
I accompanied him on one or two of the foreign trips that we did, meeting with other people. And he's a big guy. He's very tall and strong. But when he speaks about his son, he's
it's something you can never
very
recover
emotional.
from.
Very emotional.
We've just heard from the IDF spokesman, Eli Defrin. He's made a statement. We're going to listen to that now.
Today, after 738 days, the last 20 living hostages have come home. After enduring the cruel captivity of the Hamas terrorist organization, today they return to their families, to their homes, and to their nation. This is a defining moment, a moment that belongs to the people of Israel and to all those who believe in humanity. A moment that belongs to the soldiers who fought with courage, to the families who waited in faith, and to the fallen whose sacrifice made this day possible. The IDF has kept its sacred promise to bring our people home, and we will not rest until the mission is complete. We are prepared for the return of all the fallen hostages and expect Hamas to abide by the terms of the agreement. On this night of Simchat Torah, when light returns after great darkness, we say together, welcome home. Today, the state of Israel stands taller. From the depth of our pain, we have shown the world that Israel does not forget its people. No man or woman is left behind. May the return bring strength to us all.
All right, that was the IDF spokesman, Eli Defrin, just giving an update. Says that Israel is committed to bringing back all the remains of all of the hostages, Yaakov Lachman, and the IDF will, as you have told us, be staying in Gaza for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it's very important that Israel reaffirms its expectation of Hamas to deliver all of the remaining bodies, as was stipulated by the deal. Absolutely vital that both the political echelon and the military state clearly that Israel expects Hamas to make every effort to deliver those bodies. Now, we were talking about this international team, and as Daniel mentioned, there is a lot of rubble, and that is going to be one of the factors. We don't know what Hamas is holding back on. These are unknown, so this is going to be a struggle. Now, regarding the other things, the IDF spokesperson said that Israel expects Hamas to abide by the agreement. What is this agreement? We're talking again about disarmament. We're talking about demilitarization.
This is point 13 of President Trump's plan, right? Hamas and other factions will not have any role in the governance of Gaza, directly, indirectly, or in any form. And all military terror and offensive infrastructure, including tunnels and weapon production facilities, must be destroyed. The question is, who will destroy?
And it definitely won't be Hamas, right? Hamas is not going to destroy its own tunnels. It's not going to give up most of its strategic weapons. On the contrary, it's going to try and rearm itself. And an international force, I don't see an international force taking on, the world's most asymmetric, challenging urban warfare arena in the world. So these are really big questions. We're not there now. This isn't the topic for today, but this is definitely a shadow in the coming months. And it's something that the IDF will definitely be preparing multiple responses to once the time comes to deal with failures to disarm Hamas. But today we're at a very different place. This is obviously a very, very important moment for the nation to begin its internal healing. We will have a lot of time to talk about how to disarm Hamas, but my hunch is that the IDF is going to have a lot to do with it.
And of course, we see now Air Force One about to take off from Israel, but Donald Trump will continue to be busy as he has kept those leaders famously waiting in Sharm el-Sheikh. He'll go on to that conference there where they will talk about this, assuredly, and other issues about the governance, about the reconstruction of Gaza, about the issue of aid that is such an important and vital issue to many people abroad. And so there is much work to be done. As for this issue of the demilitarization, if you look closely at the document, there's this understanding that this document calls for the disarming and demilitarization of Hamas, but it's just not there. It's not there in a clear-cut way. Laura, you were reading part of the text from Target 13, and you read it correctly. And it does talk about giving up offensive military capabilities and the tunnels and so forth. But what about defensive capabilities? And also, there is a process of demilitarization. What does that mean? A process or a result?
Yeah, you've got to look at the text, haven't you? I see the lawyer in you coming out now. All right.
We will be coming back to this text
Always
quite a bit.
back to the text. We're going to take a short break. Stay tuned.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help Rush, a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
You live in Israel or you are preparing for your Aliyah? Congratulations. You have a smartphone? Perfect. Download the Olim app for free and discover everything we have to offer. Booking medical and administrative appointments, bills paying, debt verification, instant translation, contractor recommendation, request tracking, and much more. And if you can't manage it on your own, our team speaks your language and assists you with all your procedures in Israel, starting from 199 shekels per month, unlimited and for the whole family. Don't hesitate any longer. Download the app or contact us.
Welcome back. We are live from Tel Aviv. I'm Laura Sellier. This is i24 News. We continue our coverage of the return of 20 living hostages, all of whom are now back in Israel, back with their families and getting much needed medical assistance. We've been getting pictures and images throughout the day of them being reunited with their family members, some of whom have not been seen or heard from since October 7th. So great relief here in Israel, but also great sadness for the hostages who will not be coming home alive and who will not be getting a hug from their family members. 28 hostages, the remains of 28 hostages are still being held in Gaza, and Hamas has said in the last hour it will be handing over the remains of 4 hostages, Guy Iluz, Yossi Sharabi, Bipin Joshi and Daniel Peretz. So just 4, but Israel says it is working to increase that number. Daniel Sheikh is from the Hostages and Missing Persons Families Forum. Our senior correspondent, Owen Altman, and security analyst, Yaakov Lapin, are all with us in the studio. And this puts an end to a terrible period of uncertainty for Bipin Joshi's family over in Nepal, who are hoping desperately that their young son would still be alive.
There were 2 people where there was doubt, mostly because there was no information, and one of them is Tamir Nimrodi, and the other is Bipin Joshi. Maybe a word about the hostages who had no connection to Israel. I mean, no Israeli citizenship. I'm a bit wary to call them innocent bystanders, because most of the hostages were innocent bystanders, but they were more innocent than the usual. They didn't have Israeli citizenship. They were Tanzanian people, Thais, a Franco-Mexican guy who had an Israeli girlfriend, and Bipin Joshi was here on a scholarship.
And he'd only been here a few weeks, I understand.
He'd been here for 3 or 4 weeks.
Yes.
And first of all, it has to be said that the Israeli authorities consider all the hostages as being eligible for all the aid that the Israeli state gives, regardless of their nationality. And the same goes, obviously, for the Forum of Families, which has offered all that we can offer to these people. Not all of them want. For example, the Thai embassy preferred to have its own operation and hardly had any contact with the forum. Unlike the Joshi family, Bipin's sister was in Israel not long ago. She was here to plead, to use our channels of, to the media and to world leaders, etc., to speak up on his behalf. But unfortunately, there's closure for everyone, but for some it's happy closure, and for others it's just closure.
It's worlds apart, isn't it?
Yes,
and on that note, our Eli Hochenberg joins us now from Hostages Square down in Tel Aviv. Eli.
Yes, Laura, we are here alongside so many people who's been just, keep on arriving, coming and going. And the square is full throughout the day, even from last night already. There is a very profound urge to just be together. Every helicopter that hovers above, the crowd is looking up and cheering and applauding, not knowing who is there, but knowing that someone they care about is there, someone they fought for so long to bring back home is there. So again, there is a profound sense of, I wouldn't say ending, but yes, a sigh of relief that after, essentially since 2014, this is the only time we can say there are no Israeli hostages being held by Hamas at this point in time. Of course, the Trump's speech, the very long Trump speech, nevertheless extremely spicy, interesting one, was broadcast here live in the square. Standing ovations time after time when he was talking about the Israeli resilience, about the uniqueness of the Israeli people throughout this struggle. But the people here are not going anywhere.
Oh, and Eli, sorry.
There is the
Ellie, sorry to interrupt you.
Of the first phase, and this is
Ellie,
the
sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Just stay with us, Ellie. But I just want to draw the viewers' attention to what we're looking at on the left of the screen. That is Segev Kalfon. He is being taken to to hospital here in Israel. I'm not sure which hospital he's at. There he is. Look at that. Spirit of defiance, wonderful. Lifting the Israeli flag up in the air. He is back. We didn't hear anything from Segev during the whole 2 years he was held in captivity. He is now back with his family, back in Israel. Remarkable to see him there. But of course, as we've been speaking about Daniel Sheikh, a lot of the hostages, they do appear to be in good health, but a lot of that is down to adrenaline, isn't it?
Yeah, so obviously you'd have to speak to an actual medical doctor about this. I can only recommend to invite Professor Guy Levine, who is head of our medical team at the Forum. He's really become a world-renowned expert on dealing with hostages were being held for a long time. But yes, as a layman's, what I hear from Haggai is that often the adrenaline and the happiness for coming back sort of covers up the reality of the real physical condition. And there are physical conditions that don't show in the outside. I mean, if there are, for example, untreated injuries, and there are hostages from the first release, from November 23, who are still in medical treatment, who are still undergoing surgeries, badly treated, broken limbs or other internal injuries. And there is the issue of rebuilding the body's resilience after such a long time of lack of vitamins and minerals and
fresh air and sunlight.
Yeah,
as well.
It's not just calories that the body needs. Yeah. The body needs a lot of things, and that's why it's also very dangerous to overfeed people who are malnourished. And the IDF was asked to convey very clear messages to Hamas through the mediators to please not overfeed the hostages, even when they know that they're going to release them, or to do so under very strict medical surveillance.
That's what happened after the Holocaust, wasn't it? When Holocaust
exactly.
American
it can
soldiers,
be deadly. It can, as simple as that, it can be deadly.
This is wonderful news. Alon Noel, the talented pianist, he's already back playing the piano. First thing he wanted to do after he hugged his family was get back on the piano.
One of the most famous hostages, I must say, worldwide because of the piano, because it was, I don't remember who had the idea of placing pianos all around the world, yellow pianos or just pianos with his image on it. But he's become very famous, a celebrity.
Haven't they? They've been so creative in keeping their cause alive.
It's been striking, and it's one of the striking features of the forum's work over the course of 2 long years to always find a new creative way to put this front and center in the public discourse and is around the world. And this struggle was such a success. I know it didn't seem that way at times, and the feeling is that they should have been brought home earlier.
Yeah,
but in its own terms, in terms of being out there and being successful and having this, as we see the pictures of Hostages Square, itself a creation of the forum. I remember in the first initial weeks of the war when this came to fruition and the displays, the changing displays, and we mentioned one of them that went around the world, the posters, the marches up to Jerusalem, the protests, of course, every Saturday night here in Israel, the displays around the world. It was always the strong leg of Israeli diplomacy, and it wasn't only because of the work of the foreign ministry. Daniel.
No, I mean, I appreciate the compliments, and it's very generous. And in a way, it's true, and I can say it's true because I had very little to do with it. I'm not a really creative person. But internationally, which was what we were doing, the diplomacy division, the challenge was always how to keep this story alive for such a long time.
Because we know how the news cycle works.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're all journalists here. In such a fast-moving world of information. And there, I must say that there were people with unbelievable ideas.
Although it hasn't moved on from Gaza, I have to say, that has managed to stay in the headlines, hasn't it?
No,
day after day.
Alon, maybe it shouldn't have.
Alon's mother, Edith, says that he, because there was a lot of concern, wasn't there, that he was going blind in one eye.
Yeah, he was losing his eyesight.
Very little from his right eye, she says, but he hasn't had the full medical treatment, and he doesn't know anything about what has been going on in Israel for the past 2 years. He had no idea about the rallies that you helped to organise.
Because many of the hostages did.
Some of them did. They saw
some of them got access to television, sometimes radio.
He said
information
he was
from their captors. But
he was absolutely shocked, apparently, to see people at Hostages Square holding his picture.
Amazing.
So that just shows you they've been completely oblivious to what's going on, some of them. Our Robert Swift is down at the Sheba Medical Centre. Rob, what's happening?
Of it is getting ready to kick off, but hasn't yet departed. It just arrived a few minutes ago, where it dropped off Segev Teflon, who made his way. He walked off of the helicopter, across the helipad, and then got onto a small minibus. It took him a little while to get out, because as the minibus departed from the helipad, it was stopped by the crowd. Friends and family ran up to stop the minibus, And from what we could see, Segev, he waved to them and he spoke to them out of the window of the vehicle. We've seen some of the former hostages do that before. It was slightly surreal because one of the people that had come to greet him as he arrived was holding a massive cutout picture of him. But of course, it was him inside the bus that they'd all come to see. And he is only the latest of the former hostages that have arrived here. About once every half an hour, a helicopter has been arriving. Sometimes the smaller Black Hawk helicopters, like you can see behind me, which have only been carrying a single hostage and their relative. But other times, larger helicopters bringing in larger batches of returnees. Before this one, we had the Canino brothers, Ariel and David, who were the last to arrive. They made their way, again, waving and smiling. Both of them looked in remarkably good health, considering what they've been through. They mostly just look extremely happy and pretty pale, which is obviously an indication of the conditions they've been held and the fact that they haven't seen much in the way of sunlight in the last 2 years. But from the smiles on their faces, it was clear that they're happy to be out, happy to be here. We stand by to receive more former hostages to this location. I believe from what the Sheba Medical Center spokesperson has told me, we expect another 2 helicopters to arrive potentially within an hour of now, bringing in the last of the hostages to this location. Of course, worth bearing in mind that this is not the only hospital. Ekelov and Bellinson are also receiving former hostages to those 2 locations where they will undergo their treatment and evaluations there.
All right. Thank you very much, Rob. Rob Swift there down at the Sheba Medical Center. All of the 20 living hostages are now in hospital receiving medical attention, including Alain Noël, who's decided to do a bit of piano playing while he's waiting for his treatment as well. So all of the living hostages are out of Gaza. They're back with their families. They are in Israel and they are in hospital. The IDF says that it is demanding, it is insisting that Hamas uphold its end of the deal and make an effort to return more than just 4 of the deceased hostages. There are 28 bodies being held in the Strip. And Israel apparently not buying Hamas's story about not being able to locate the remains of all the hostages. President Trump is now on his way to Sharm el-Sheikh, where 20 world leaders are patiently waiting for him to arrive and begin that summit to talk about the future for Gaza, which is a complicated issue, to say the least. The IDF staying in control of more than half of the Strip for the time being. And we were just talking, weren't we, earlier, about the text, the 20-point text about the process of demilitarizing Gaza and what that might look like from here on in.
Right, and I imagine this is going to be a central talking point at this conference in Sharm el-Sheikh. They will talk about setting up a technocratic government for Gaza. They will talk about setting up an international force that will oversee the demilitarization of Hamas. And again, you know, a lot of this is going to unfortunately be words on paper, because when it comes to disarming a jihadist organization that is utterly committed to its cause, which it sees as a holy cause for the destruction of the state of Israel, this is not a leopard that's going to change its spots. Or to put it even more simply, the day that Hamas willingly disarms is the day that it is no longer Hamas. So we can definitely talk about setting up alternative civilian frameworks for the Gaza Strip. I think that Israel should make a real effort to bring in the Saudis, bring in the Emiratis, bring in the truly moderate Gulf countries, bring in the Egyptians to the extent that they'd be willing to be involved, and keep out the Qataris to the degree that's possible. And even more than that, keep Turkey out of this, because Turkey is in no way a friendly power when it comes to the state of Israel under this president. Extremely hostile rhetoric, hostile action. It hosts a Hamas operational headquarters, which plans and orchestrates terrorism around the clock. I think Israel, behind the scenes, has got to take a very active role in terms of who is invited to be in part of the future of Gaza and who is kept out. And of course, we talked, at length already today about the issue of disarmament. I don't think it's going to happen, certainly not willingly by Hamas. And I don't see any international force that has the capability of doing it. So, how will the IDF make sure that it happens? I'm sure that that's going to be the topic of a lot of planning between them and the cabinet in the months that come ahead.
It's about diluting the influence of nefarious actors like Qatar and Turkey and leaning more on the Saudis, the Emiratis, although they have said they will not put a penny into Gaza until Hamas is out of there.
It's all going to be a challenge. Again, we can still linger. The pictures on our screen, again, of those emotional reunions of freed hostages with their families, and of course, the pictures from Hostages Square and from the release. One note about this issue of the bodies. What was actually agreed to by Hamas, at least according to the document that was published by the Khan public broadcasters, all of the bodies in Hamas's possession needed to have been returned, in principle, by the end of the 72 hours at 12 o'clock local time, which of course passed. Maybe it would have been better in retrospect to actually get Hamas to tell us how many of those bodies it had in its possession, so that could have been something that our negotiating team knew ahead of time. But at any rate, this is where we're at. As for this, look, this is a document that, again, as we said earlier, does not have a clear call, in my opinion, for Hamas to demilitarize. It says, and Laura, you read the words from now famous point 13, that there will be no role of governance, and beyond that, all military, terror, and offensive infrastructure, including tunnels and weapon production facilities, will be destroyed and not rebuilt. Okay, so of course, what is offensive infrastructure? Then it says there will be a process of demilitarization of Gaza. What a strange phrase. And one would imagine that the strangeness of that phrase is not a coincidence, that this was there in order to be ambiguous, in order to get both sides to say yes, and to become part of the 20-point plan and its process. And then you go to point 16, and not to get too lawyerly here, and I won't read the full text, but this is about the Israeli military's withdrawal from Gaza. And in one point, it says that the timetables will be linked to demilitarization. That's going to be a very, very important set of 3 words for Benjamin Netanyahu and for the Israeli government as it moves forward, because it's going to say we aren't going to leave the 53% until there's progress in demilitarization. Here it is in black and white in the text. But another reading of this paragraph is that it's not linked even primarily to demilitarization. It's linked to this international force being put into place and trained and mobilized, and that they will be ready to take over the territory. And once they're ready, the Israeli military is supposed to leave whether or not Hamas is disarmed. So these are the kinds of disagreements that stem from the text but are going to be made very practical. I hope that at this conference in Sharm el-Sheikh, they talk about the demilitarization and disarming of Hamas. I fear that they will talk a lot more about the governance, which again may be less relevant given Hamas's control of the streets and the 47% of Gaza that it de facto controls, and will be more focused on rebuilding and grandiose plans for the rehabilitation and rebuilding of Gaza so that Donald Trump and Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and the rest of these countries can maneuver their ways to be the ones taking the lead and make announcements that won't have a lot of relevance because Hamas will still have its
It could mean that we could be tragically going back to war in a few years' time. A lot of it comes down to the control of the Rafah crossing, the Philadelphia corridor, because if Hamas cannot rearm via this important border with Egypt, what hope does it have?
Yeah, and this is, a little bit mysterious because on the face of it, they're talking about Palestinian, Egyptian under European, supervision border crossing. But the question is, where's the IDF in this equation? And I think that the IDF will be in proximity of that border, especially the Philadelphia corridor, the very, very strategic Philadelphia corridor, which separates Sinai from Gaza. I think Israel has got to insist that it remains in operational control of that area. Otherwise, we're going to see the resumption of smuggling efforts.
Sorry, Yaakov. I think that's Avinatan Or, unless my producer could tell me otherwise. Oh, it looked like Avinatan Or. Daniel, do you think so?
I think so, yeah.
Right. Of course, we haven't seen a sign of life from him either since October 7th. And he was in one of the most chilling videos to come out of October 7th.
We got a strong sign of life right there.
Strong sign of life. Strong young man,
even thinner than most of the others.
Yeah, he does look thin. They all look thin. And we can only imagine the horrendous treatment they've endured at the hands of terrorists in Gaza. Is that Avinatan Or? Looking very happy. He will soon be reunited with his girlfriend. Noah Argamani, who was rescued, of course, in that daring IDF operation last
And herself became an eloquent spokesperson on the international stage for her now freed boyfriend and all of the rest of these hostages who have come home.
There he is. Aminatan, or he's going to the Balancent Medical Center. It's astonishing to see the courage and the real determination to connect with their people after being held apart.
Imagine how overwhelming it is after being isolated for so long. The
Possibly
only communication
underground.
you have with people who are very hostile to you, who are doing you nothing but harm.
Yeah.
And suddenly, all this love around them. It's,
We've got a message from the family's headquarters for the return of the hostages. They've just put out a statement. They say they demand an immediate halt to the implementation of the agreement until the full and complete release of all the fallen. That's all the deceased hostages. Hamas's violation of the agreement must be met with a very severe response from the government and the mediators. An agreement must be respected by both sides. If Hamas does not fulfill their part, Israel should not fulfill its part either. We demand all 28 abductees hostages. We will not give up on anyone down to the last hostage.
And on that, going back to the decision of the Israeli government, Laura, to approve this agreement, the text of the government decision was released to the public, but there were classified appendices and what we may be calling the now famous Appendix B, which included countermeasures. What would Israel do? What would be the bank of countermeasures if Hamas didn't live up to its side of the bargain? And what the forum is saying is, okay, we now have seen Hamas not living up to its sides of the bargain and not returning the number of bodies that it's required to do, whether that number of bodies was the full 28 by the end of the deadline or all the bodies in its possession, because as Daniel Sheck said, it's reasonable to assume that Hamas has access to more than
So
4.
what can Israel do?
Well, there's
Stay
this
in
bank of
Gaza?
countermeasures that is in a classified appendix that we don't have access to. But one hint in the government decision, Laura, by the way, is that appendix is referred to in another part of the decision in connection with aid. So maybe there will be some kind of connection made between aid and the return of the bodies, although it has to be said, if past experience is any guide, that kind of connection often has not worked in Israel's favor.
think the
and
first
has often been very, very problematic, and it might be that there are other countermeasures that should be put.
The first thing to do is to turn to the mediators. That is, before any countermeasures, they are the guarantors of this agreement.
Sorry, David, I do want to... look, there's Eviatar David. Look at that. Eviatar David will remember, of course, just a few weeks ago, we saw him in that horrendous hostage
A weekly
video.
jam session at Hostage Square for Eviatar.
Yeah,
A jam
Eviatar,
shel
there he is.
Eviatar.
Wow, look at his
He's
face.
also
Look
a
at his
musician.
He was in that horrible propaganda video, underground, clearly emaciated. He still looks very, very thin. Oh, my goodness. That really does give you chills, doesn't it? And there he is. He's alive. He's out of the tunnels of hell. He's back with his people. He's back with his family.
The contrast
Absolutely.
must be...
Oh, incredible, incredible. What a smile. Incredible to see him. That really is a spirit of defiance, isn't it? Eviatar David, one of the hostages who was featured in one of the most horrendous and shocking Hamas propaganda videos. I have to say, personally, as a journalist, probably one of the worst things I've ever seen. And he is alive and he's back with us, so that is wonderful. That is one of the real high moments of today, isn't it? Daniel, sorry, you were saying.
No, I was saying that the first thing to do
is
to talk to the mediators and to call upon their responsibility for this agreement.
Measures.
Then we'll see. But before you do countermeasures, you have to, especially if it's the
But I
first
mean, Israel
time.
has nothing to lose now, does it?
I would say also
the
send
IDF
in,
controls half of Gaza.
Yeah.
All the hostages are home. So
There's
what
also the
cards does
option
Hamas have?
of sending the team in to search. If Hamas
Yeah.
says that it's somewhere in the area, send the team in and conduct searches in the rubble where they say it is. Let's see, where that leads us as well.
No,